Chapter 152. The next day, the continuous heavy rain continued. Gloomy weather combined with visible dementors. It made the students feel extremely heavy. Of course, this does not include Lucas. He is skilled and bold, so he even looked forward to the dementors coming to trouble him. In this way, they can be justifiably captured. On the morning of the first day of school, Professor McGonagall taught Transfiguration as usual. During the summer before their third year, they had to choose electives. In addition to regular courses such as Charms, Transfiguration, History of Magic, Potions, etc. Year 3 students also need to choose a minimum of 2 electives out of 5 subjects: arithmancy, divination, Muggle studies, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. Lucas chose ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and divination. Runes can help him better complete the research of alchemy. And divination is because of talent. Since he got the awakened divination talent, it would be a pity not to use it. The last choice of care of magical creatures was chosen entirely for the care of the magical creatures in the secret garden. As for Miss Hermione, who has a stronger thirst for knowledge, she chose all 5 the same as in the original book. Lucas tried to persuade her along with Cho many times together. But Miss Hermione, who is very stubborn in her studies, just doesn't listen. Transfiguration classroom. Children around the age of 13 change very quickly. It's only been a summer vacation, and many people have grown a lot, no longer looking like little kids. Entering third year, the basic courses will be taught together to the 4 houses. This is to make it easier to coordinate the schedules for the elective classes. Listening to Professor McGonagall talking about today's class, Luca's mind gradually started wandering. Since the end of summer vacation, he never got achievement points again. In fact, in the last school year, Lucas discovered that answering questions in class on weekdays could no longer earn achievement points. This is not good news for him. Have to find new ways to earn achievement points. The thought lingered in Lucas' mind, but he couldn't think of anything for a while, so his thoughts turned to another matter. Sirius Black is missing. Members of the Saints group trailed him into Hogsmeade, but after that, they completely lost all traces of Sirius. Lucas guessed that the mutt did not enter Hogwarts through the Honeydukes tunnel. If so, then he should have entered through the secret passage of the Shrieking Shack into the school grounds. That could be a little troublesome. Hogwarts grounds are so big, so it is not easy to find a dog. Maybe try with Peter Pettigrew. Just when Lucas was thinking of a way to find out Sirius, Ron was also whining under his breath with his buddies. Bloody hell, there's been a fat ginger cat coming into our dorm since last year. I really hate that ugly monster. Fat cat, why haven't I seen it? Harry asked curiously. Of course you can't see it, because it always comes in the middle of the night. Don't you realize that Scabbers has lost weight recently? It's because of that damned cat. Harry thought about the way Scabbers looked, but he really didn't notice the rat getting thinner. However, when he saw his friend frowning tightly, he felt that it was better to follow his words and nod along. Now that you said it like this, it seems that he has lost some weight. By the way, you didn't ask other people whose cat it is. I asked. Who is it then? Facing Harry's curiosity, Ron looked helplessly at Lucas on the other side. To be precise, he looked at Hermione Granger beside Lucas. It's the pet of the know-it-all girl. What bad luck. Why does everything bad have something to do with that guy Grindelwald? Ron's annoyed voice startled Professor McGonagall in the lecture. Seeing Harry didn't pay attention to what she was talking about either, Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang in their ears. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, please stand up. Waiting until the 2 stood up dejectedly, Professor McGonagall also walked up to the 2. Now take out your wands and complete the transformation I just described. The 2 didn't listen to what the professor had said at all. They looked up at the blackboard, but found out that they couldn't understand anything of what was written. Seeing the 2 slowly lower their heads, Professor McGonagall's face became very annoyed. Potter, Weasley for disrupting class, 4 points from Gryffindor, 2 points each. Still that familiar taste. The first house to lose points at the beginning of each year must always be Gryffindor. Especially during the years since they entered school, This unspoken rule has hardly changed. People from the other 3 houses in the classroom let out low laughter. A single person's laughter is small, but a group of people seem to be very loud. The 2 of them blushed with embarrassment at the laughter coming from behind them. "Gentlemen, I don't want a next time." Seeing the 2 nodding, Professor McGonagall asked them to sit back in their seats. Immediately afterwards, she called the student representative, who she always calls for demonstrations. "Mr. Grindelwald, come and show us, please." Lucas didn't even hear what Professor McGonagall was saying. "Mr. Grindelwald." Hearing Professor McGonagall calling him again, everyone in the classroom looked to the first row on the right. Harry and Ron looked at Lucas, who was distracted, covered their mouths, and secretly laughed. Unexpectedly, they still had the opportunity to see the scene where Lucas was punished by the professor in class. Tilda bangs Tilda. Lucas felt his calf being kicked by his girlfriend next to him and was about to ask her what happened. But when he looked up, he saw Professor McGonagall's serious face. "Mr. Grindelwald, please demonstrate to everyone what I've been teaching today." "Sorry, Professor." Lucas apologized first, then he looked at the blackboard with his wand in hand. He just glanced at it, and he knew it clearly. The wand became very flexible in Lucas' hands. When he waved at the book on the table, it turned into a fluffy white cat. Immediately afterwards, it jumped up into the air and turned into a flying dove in the air. Then it flew around the classroom for a moment, and finally, it swooped into the fish tank on the front. The fish tank, which was originally empty, now not only has water, but also a red carp swimming back and forth. Tilda clap 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 Tilda. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands with a broad smile. "Very well, I'm afraid I have almost nothing left to teach you about transfiguration." Hearing such comments, there were a lot of surprised exclamations in the classroom. Because of Mr. Grindelwald's excellent performance, I decided to give Slytherin 5 points, which would have been 10 points, but you should know why they are not. Lucas apologized to the professor again. When he sat back in his seat, a reminder from the system suddenly came to his ear. "Ding, the host has gained a new achievement, unprecedented. Rewards, 200 achievement points." Lucas turns the system on. Unprecedented achievement. He was rewarded for breaking the record of casting the compound transformation spell the fastest. A distant memory suddenly appeared in Lucas' mind. He remembered that when he had just entered school, also in the transfiguration class, he once made a record-breaking thing. At that time, it was the 3rd place in history, and the system also rewarded achievement points. Break Hogwarts records to earn achievement points. Lucas seems to have found a new way to earn achievement points. And this method is very challenging. No one knows exactly how many records Hogwarts has had over the millennia. But Lucas wanted to try and see if he could change these records into his own name. Charms class. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Winning the top spot, banishing charm, reward, 200 achievement points. Potions class. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Perfect potion, reward, 200 achievement points. For the next period of time, the students of Hogwarts rediscovered Lucas' unrivaled strength that he showed in the first year. The entire Hogwarts' 3rd years were overshadowed by his light. The dust-laden records were also broken one by him as he left his name on them. This situation continued for several days until the arrival of the electives classes. Lucas sat on a cushion looking at the teacup on the table. He already knew what to do next. Just then, Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, walked in. "Come here, you will travel into the world of divination. Having come here, you will find out if you have vision." As soon as Professor Trelawney finished speaking, she bumped into a low table. This sudden accident right when she was talking about having vision made a few chuckles ring out in the classroom. Professor Trelawney seemed used to it. She introduced herself and began to explain the first stage of the course. They were going to learn tessemancy, which is to read the tea dregs in someone's cup and interpret their meaning. Lucas listened to Professor Trelawney's mysterious speech with great interest. Those who engage in divination and prophecy seem to like to speak in this tone, always being very vague in everything they say. His father is actually quite the same. This is just nonsense. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. Lucas turned to look at Hermione, eyes full of scrutiny. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "What do you think, Miss Hermione? Your head of house is really kind to you, to give you such a thing." Luca's gaze went to Hermione's neck. There was the necklace he gave her during their first year, and there is also a long chain of gold. Hermione's expression changed, and she suddenly covered her chest with her hands. The professor said at the beginning, "You can't let yourself see another self." But the other party didn't say what would happen if her boyfriend noticed it. Chapter 153. Hermione looked so nervous that it made Lucas laugh. It doesn't matter if others notice it. Hearing her boyfriend's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You really scared the hell out of me." After finishing speaking, she fiddled with the teacup on the low table. Hermione had no talent for divination. This is all due to her serious and strictly logical personality. For her, there is just no basis for divination. Hermione always wanted to understand how divination works. Why is it that divination doesn't seem to make any sense? So for Hermione, the scientific way of arithmetic prediction is much more suitable. "Hermione, you can't always avoid talking to me about your time turner." Hermione's hand that was holding the teacup paused for a moment, and helplessly she looked up at the boy that was sitting in front of her. Letting out a long breath, she asked, "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" "Hermione, I think Professor McGonagall should have told you about the drawbacks of time turners." "Of course." Hermione nodded and said, "No one can violate the principle of time paradox, otherwise it will bring great disaster to mankind." "Yes, it's the effect on other people, but I'm actually talking about the effect the time turner has on yourself." "On me?" Hermione looked at her boyfriend with a puzzled expression on her face. Lucas first glanced up at Professor Trelawney and noticed that she was still teaching everyone how to use the so-called T-divination method. It is estimated that she will not be finished in at least another half an hour. "My dear, even if you use it strictly according to the rules, the energy you expend and all the homework of the courses will eventually make you collapse. Our bodies are used to the 24-hour long days, so adding extra hours to the day takes a toll on the body. And how do you ensure that you won't encounter any unexpected situations when using the time turner once an unexpected event occurs? Not only will you be affected, but other people will also be affected, such as seeing two of you at the same time." Lucas shut his mouth when he finished. He trusted Hermione to understand what he was trying to convey. "But I want to learn more." "My dear, you should study worthy subjects, such as ancient runes. Trust me, divination just isn't for you." Hermione was silent for a long time. Looking at her frowning, one can see how troubled she is. Lucas sighed. "It's just the beginning. You can continue like this. Take a few more lessons and you'll understand what I mean. Especially Muggle studies. In fact, Muggle studies in the wizarding world is nothing more than a joke. They are just way too prejudiced against Muggles, even the professor of the subject. Heck, just remember Arthur Weasley, who works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department. Does it look like he actually knows anything about Muggles?" "Okay, I'll try for another week. If it's as you said, I'll give up those 2 electives." Lucas was relieved by Hermione's compromise. It's really difficult to convince this stubborn girl. "That's right, I don't want my girlfriend to spend the little rest time on study. She should be by my side instead." Seeing Lucas' eyes full of smiles as he waggled his eyebrows, Hermione flushed slightly. She knew this guy was not serious. "Everyone," Professor Trelawney raised her voice suddenly. The students who were about to fall asleep were startled into awakening. "Now, as you can see, you are all paired in 2s, so pick up your respective teacups on the table, and I will fill it up for you. After you drink the tea inside, you must wipe the cup 3 times with your left hand. When everything is ready, please exchange teacups with your companions, and then explain what you see according to the content of the book." They all lined up to fill their teacups. Lucas took a sip of his tea and frowned, dissatisfied by the taste. "What's wrong?" "It's a really bad tea." Her boyfriend's comment made Hermione laugh, knowing how much tea he drinks all the time. The two of them quickly finished their tea, and following Professor Trelawney's instructions, they turned their cups upside down on the saucer, wiped the outside of the cup 3 times with their left hand. Then they waited until the tea inside was dry before exchanging teacups. "Oh, honey, your tea looks great," Hermione said, glancing at the teacup. Seeing her boyfriend cooperate with her to cast a questioning look, she pretended to open the book and said, "You are so lucky. Here it says that you have 2 very beautiful girlfriends and all their love." "Yes, very lucky indeed." The young couples flirting did not consider the feelings of the people around them. But at this time, everyone was busy studying the teacup in their hands, so they did not pay too much attention to the two. Ron held Harry's teacup in his hand as he checked the contents of the book. "The pattern in your cup seems to be an animal. Yes, it is an animal." Ron turned the cup awkwardly, trying to identify what animal was inside. At this time, Professor Trelawney came up to the two. Seeing that Ron was having problems, she kindly stepped forward to help. "Son, let me take a look for you." The thick lenses reflected a bright light. Trelawney looked down, slowly turning the teacup in her hand. She seemed to see something dangerous, because the expression on her face became more and more dignified. Suddenly, she threw the teacup violently on the table and took a few steps back, covering her heart with her hands and closed her eyes. Her expression was painful and full of anguish, as if she was hesitating and struggling to say the next thing. "Professor, what is the meaning of this cup?" At this moment, the people in the classroom had surrounded Harry and Ron's table, looking at Harry's teacup curiously. But they just couldn't see why the professor was acting like that. "Oh my boy, there's danger ahead of you." Trelawney came up to Harry, and her eyes, magnified by the lens, stared at him firmly. "It's the Grim, dear. This is a bad omen, an omen of death. You will meet death this year, oh poor boy." Trelawney looked sad and returned to her seat after speaking. Harry's face was pale at the moment. He thought back to the black dog he met during summer vacation. He also thought of the Dementors. All these bad memories he saw that day flooded his mind. "Look, Harry is freaking out." "Come on, Dean, his death has just been predicted." "I actually think that it might not be the black dog that causes Harry's death, but the Dementors. After all, both are black." "I think so too. Maybe the professor is wrong." The students returned to their seats, talking and laughing. Even in the wizarding world, most people distrust divination. Even Dumbledore wanted to cancel divination a long time ago if it wasn't for the prophecy he heard from Trelawney during her interview. So the students' reaction was normal. Probably only Harry took Professor Trelawney's words seriously. "Harry, are you okay? Don't pay attention to what these people say." "I'm fine, Ron. Don't worry, I'm used to it." Yes, he got used to it. Summer vacation at the Leaky Cauldron was even more unbearable than it is now. Harry let out a long breath and let go of the unpleasant memories in his mind. Picking up his teacup again, he was going to continue to ask Professor Trelawney for advice. But when he looked up, he saw that the professor had already walked to Luca's low table, where Hermione was discussing the result of the divination just now with her boyfriend. "I think there is no basis for this at all. Why does seeing a black dog herald death?" Facing his more serious girlfriend, Lucas had no choice but to explain according to the contents of the book. It won't be long before Hermione would drop the course herself anyway. For her, divination is nothing more than nonsense and deceit. "Oh dear, I feel your confusion. Give me the teacup, and I'll help you take a look." Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly appeared beside them, and Hermione looked a little embarrassed. As a top student, she is well aware of how impolite it is to speak ill of a professor behind his or her back. She didn't know if the other party heard it or not. Hermione nervously handed the teacup to Professor Trelawney. At the same time, she was curious to see if the professor could see something this time. Actually, she is not the only one who is curious. The others in the classroom even stood up to look at their table better. One of the guys even ran up behind Lucas. Trelawney exclaimed and threw the cup in her hand to the ground. The sound of the cup breaking reached everyone's ears, and the divination classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone stretched their ears, waiting for the professor to say what she saw. "Death, a death more terrible than Mr. Potter's." "My child, you're so pitiful." Professor Trelawney actually shed tears in front of everyone. And Hermione, who originally sneered at divination, tightly clenched her boyfriend's hand. Lucas. Don't worry, dear. In fact, Professor Trelawney predicts the death of at least one person every year, but those people are still alive and well. I think the professor felt that one was not enough this year, so she temporarily increased the death quota. Lucas whispered in Hermione's ear. Then he left his seat under the curious eyes of everyone and walked up to Professor Trelawney step by step. What a coincidence, Professor. I also have some divination talents, and I also saw something about you. Would you like to hear about it? These words aroused the interest of everyone in the room. Even Professor Trelawney raised her head curiously and looked at the blonde boy in front of her. Chapter 154. Hearing that Lucas was predicted to die just like himself, Harry was still a little happy in his heart. However, he didn't see any panic in Lucas' face. He even saw him walk up to Professor Trelawney with a smile on his face. Harry, does this fellow Grindelwald really have a talent for prophecy? Facing his friend's question, Harry shook his head and said he didn't know. From the previous school year, the two have gradually moved away. During the summer vacation, Harry tried hard not to meet Lucas and also declined Draco's invitation to his house. Of course, this is also partially because of Mr. Malfoy. Let's hear what he's going to say. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Lucas started his prophecy. Within 3 years, you will be dismissed from Hogwarts because you cannot make predictions anytime and anywhere. As a descendant of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney, you will be forced to live on the streets, and no one will want to hire you after you were fired from Hogwarts. Until in the end, you meet a horrible man who ends up taking your life. Lucas said that and grabbed Professor Trelawney's wrist at the end. Through the eyes of foresight, he led the professor to see the scene when she was fired by Umbridge. As for the latter content, it was made up by Lucas himself. However, seeing a part of the prophecy by herself, it was enough for the divination professor to believe in his words. When Lucas let go, tears welled up in Trelawney's eyes. No, she can't do that. Hogwarts is my home, she can't just make me homeless. She choked up and said this sentence. Professor Trelawney looked at the curious young wizards in the classroom and decided to end the class. That's all for today's class, you can leave now. After those words, she turned and walked towards the door in the corner of the classroom. Oh, she can't do that, I'm going to find Dumbledore. The students could still hear Professor Trelawney talking to herself from a distance. Seeing what the professor looked like, all eyes turned to Lucas again. At this moment, Lucas was walking out of the classroom, holding Hermione's hand. Honey, you never told me that you also have the ability to predict the future. My beautiful lady, I think with your ingenuity, you should be able to discover that these are all lies. You lied. Seeing Hermione's puzzled eyes, Lucas activated the eyes of foresight and let her see that her OWL score was 10 O's. Merlin, this is amazing. How did you do it? Seeing the surprised expression on her face, Lucas just smiled and didn't explain. Mainly because he didn't know how to explain it. After all, his ability can accurately and proactively predict the future, which is a very shocking thing. At the same time, Harry and Ron, who left the divination classroom, were also discussing what happened just now. Harry, do you think Grindelwald really has the gift of prophecy? Harry thought of the times Lucas had acted like he knew the future several times before. Somewhat frustrated, he said, maybe he really has this ability. At this moment, he felt a little lost because Lucas has one more ability than himself, and it's an ability that everyone envies. With the end of the divination class, word of Harry's predicted death also spread. There were also rumors of Lucas' prophetic abilities. People learned that Lucas made a prophecy to Professor Trelawney and successfully convinced her. They all exclaimed upon hearing of this. As for Harry, everyone seems to be reluctant to mention him anymore. For this savior who is always in trouble, everyone has gotten used to it. Well, there are still a few people who care about him, like the twins Fred and George. They thought that teasing Harry was very interesting. After lunch, Harry and Ron were on their way to the castle gates, where Professor McGonagall was waiting for the third-year students. Today was their first visit to Hogsmeade. Although Harry failed to get his aunt's signature, he still intended to go to Professor McGonagall to see if she could do something to help him. "My dear, you have been laughing at your consent form for a long time. Are you really that happy that we're going to Hogsmeade Village?" Cho looked at her boyfriend next to her suspiciously. As a fourth-year student, she has been to Hogsmeade several times. Although there are delicious candies and all kinds of shops there, but the more times you go, the less attractive it will become. Under the gaze of the two girls, Lucas shook his head and said, "Of course it's not because of this." Checking out Gellert Grindelwald's signature on the consent form, he didn't know if the old bee would notice. This was a gift for Dumbledore that he asked Hestia to bring back from Austria. When the three of them arrived at the gate of the castle, many people had already gathered there. Lucas and Hermione walked towards Professor McGonagall with their forms and heard her talking aloud to everyone. "Students from 3rd year and above, please submit your consent forms to me, which must be signed by your parents or guardians. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that you can only go to Hogsmeade Village on specific days. The gentlemen of the 2nd year over there, please leave immediately." Several 2nd-year lion cubs also plan to fish in troubled waters. It's a pity that it didn't escape the sharp eyes of Professor McGonagall. "Harry, I heard you were scared in your divination class. Is it true?" "There are dementors on the gate ahead. Isn't Potter afraid of them?" Ron protected his friend and looked at the Hufflepuff boys with an angry expression. But neither of them noticed the tall black figure that was approaching. This was discovered by several Hufflepuff boys, who pointed at the back of Harry and Ron with a terrified expression. "Dementor." Harry turned reflexively and looked back. When he saw the figure in black flashing past his eyes, he slipped and fell to the ground. A familiar laugh came from the black figure, and Ron's pale face quickly turned red with anger. "Fred, George, you are going too far." The black cloth was ripped off, revealing the Weasley twins inside. "Oh, Ronnykins, please forgive us. We didn't expect you to be so timid. Are you all right, Harry?" "It's so funny. Harry Potter really is a coward." "Harry, what's it like to be attacked by a Dementor?" The jeers from the few Hufflepuff students came again. With a gloomy face, Harry stood up and walked towards the door. "Harry, don't be angry. Fred and George always like to play pranks on everyone, but they don't mean any harm." "I understand, Ron, but I have to let everyone know that I am not a coward. Help me think. How can I prove my courage?" Ron frowned in thought. "How about a night tour?" Harry shook his head after hearing this. A simple night tour can't prove someone's mettle. The two of them couldn't think of a good way for a while. Little did they know that the Care of Magical Creatures class that would follow soon will just happen to meet Harry's requirements. Facing Harry without a guardian's signature, Professor McGonagall was quite hard-hearted. Without a signature, you cannot go to Hogsmeade, and there are no exceptions. Expressing herself clearly, she turned and walked into the castle. Harry watched as everyone left the school in groups with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Until the backs of everyone disappeared, he just returned to the castle. But instead of going back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry went to the defense against the dark arts professor's office. He felt the need to ask more about the Patronus charm. If he learned it, he would not be so embarrassed when facing the Dementors. Hogsmeade. This is a pure wizarding village that was established by the adult wizards who followed the founders back then. After 1,000 years of development, Hogsmeade Village has grown quite large. This place is not as good as I expected. If I knew it earlier, I would have stayed to review the defense against the dark arts course in the library. I heard from the seniors that the professor this time is very capable, and I want to learn more from him. Hermione sipped her butterbeer and grumbled, while Lucas and Cho just shook their heads after hearing this. Apart from Lucas and her family, Hermione's life seemed to be nothing but studies. Thinking about defense against the dark arts, though, Lucas narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about how to make things worse to get Dumbledore's attention. Carefully recalling the scenes in the original book and movie, Lucas suddenly opened his eyes wide. He thought of an excellent solution, a reasonable one even if he made a big fuss. The visit to Hogsmeade Village ended soon. The next day, the third-year students gathered beside the Forbidden Forest for their Care of Magical Creatures class. This was actually Hagrid's first lecture as a professor. Seeing the big creature with wings behind Hagrid, most students showed timid expressions. When Harry saw the appearance of everyone, he suddenly made a bold decision in his heart. Chapter 155. Hagrid was very nervous as a professor for the first time. Standing in front of the students, he didn't even know where to put his hands. Seeing him silent for a long time with a stiff look, Lucas kindly reminded, "Professor, you haven't taught us how to open this book yet." Seeing the monster book of monsters in his hand, Hagrid suddenly said, "That's right, we need to open the book first. Everyone now turn the book over, with the spine facing up, and gently stroke it with your hands." He was a little unsure when he spoke, but I saw that the students did what he said. The silly big man immediately smiled Tilda. "Okay, so now that everyone successfully opened it, let's take a look at what we need to learn today." Speaking of magical creatures, Hagrid seemed to have a lot to say. In some respects, this guy still has a very cute personality. If only he wasn't so fond of the most dangerous creatures. This is a hippogriff. Hagrid walked into the range of the ranch, leading the chain. Seeing that sharp beak on the half-eagle, half-horse creature, the students collectively took a step back. Trapping Buckbeak's chain on a stake, Hagrid slapped Buckbeak to introduce him to the crowd. The hippogriff is a very proud magical creature, and one that is easily provoked. So when we usually see them, the first thing we do is to bow respectfully, and bow in return if we see them do it first. This means that you have been recognized by it. If you don't see it bowing, be careful. The sharp claws on its front legs are not there just for decoration. Hearing Hagrid's introduction, the fear of the students not only did not decrease, but even increased. Hermione gripped Luca's arm tightly and huddled behind him. "Honey, I agree with you now that I have enrolled in too many electives." Seeing the fear on his girlfriend's face, Lucas had the urge to laugh. "Don't worry, with me here, the hippogriff won't hurt you." He had just finished speaking when Hagrid's loud voice came from ahead. "Now, who wants to try meeting Buckbeak?" "I want." Harry raised his hand without hesitation. "Well done, Harry, what a brave boy." Hagrid's words made Harry's head stand high. Seeing that Harry was really going to step forward, Lavender Brown tugged at his robes. "Harry, come on, think of your teacup." Harry froze, and Professor Trelawney's words came to his mind again. Ron also came to his side at this time and whispered in a low voice, "We have other ways of proving there is no need to take such a risk." Although he thought this sounded very reasonable, seeing Hagrid's expectant eyes and the gaze of everyone around. Harry knew that if he backed down now, he might just be confirming the rumor that he was a coward. "Don't worry, I will be fine." With that said, he strode towards Hagrid and didn't stop until it was 5 or 6 meters away from the hippogriff. "Very well, Harry, relax now and look into Buckbeak's eyes and try to build trust with him." Harry's eyes widened. In order to win the hippogriff's trust, he didn't even dare to blink. After a long time, he felt his eyes starting to hurt a lot. Just then, Hagrid's voice came from the side. "Okay, now bow to it, Harry." Harry was very reluctant to do this, but thinking of the group of people behind staring at him, he had no choice but to obey Hagrid's instructions and slowly bend down. A lot of magical creatures usually have the same ability in common, that is sensing human emotions. So was Harry really bowing down to himself in respect? Buckbeak could detect it easily. Harry lowered his head and waited for a long time and didn't hear Hagrid say anything all this time, so he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Buckbeak. This action immediately aroused the hippogriff's displeasure. "Harry, stand back a little, don't be reckless, you have to bow to it from the bottom of your heart." With Hagrid's reminder, Harry tried again. This time he abandoned his messy thoughts and slowly bowed to Buckbeak. It didn't take long for Buckbeak to bow back to him. A smile appeared on Hagrid's face. "It's great, that was great, I'll give Gryffindor 10 points." The Lions of Gryffindor cheered, while Harry's also flashed a smile. "Harry, let's see if he will let you ride him." Hagrid picked up Harry from the armpits as if he weighed nothing and placed him on Buckbeak's back. Then he patted Buckbeak's behind hard. After a run-up, Buckbeak spread its large wings that were several meters long. "Tilda woho tilda." Cheers came from the sky. It could also be heard from the voice that Harry was very excited at the moment. Most people in the ranch looked up at the sky. Although everyone can fly on a broom, they were still longing for riding a hippogriff like Harry. That is a magical creature. Riding an actual magical creature to fly into the sky, just how cool is that? A group of 13 and 14-year-old teens were chasing the figure in the sky with their eyes from the ground. This greatly satisfied Harry's vanity. "I'm not a coward." Hearing the faint shouts coming from the sky, Hermione asked her boyfriend beside her suspiciously, "What did he just say in the sky?" "Who knows, he's probably too excited." Lucas, who has a pair of pointed ears hidden with transfiguration, could clearly hear Harry's words. Watching him unleash his unhappiness in midair, Lucas stroked his chin, thinking about whether to hit him again. His gaze swept towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It looked like he had a plan ready. At this time, Hagrid whistled, and Buckbeak landed from the sky. Unsure of what to say, Harry didn't speak yet. He saw students coming from a distance, giving him a warm applause. Harry's gaze swept over everyone, and seeing everyone's envious expressions, he was greatly comforted in his heart. The haze in his heart was completely swept away, and a smile finally reappeared on his face. "Harry, you're amazing." Hagrid's voice came from beside him. On the other side came another compliment from his friend Ron. Harry became the focus of his classmates again, but such a good mood did not last long. He didn't see the person he most wanted to see in the crowd, Lucas Grindelwald. Looking around the ranch for a while, he finally saw the young couple in the corner. The two seemed to be playing back and forth. The cunning Lucas can make Miss Hermione laugh every time. Seeing that the two were not paying attention to his situation, Harry's smile lessened immediately. "Harry, come and tell me how to ride this big guy." Draco, who is obsessed with flying, walked out of the crowd. Seeing how excited he was, he apparently forgot that there was a dangerous magical animal behind Harry. And Harry, who got carried away, also forgot about this matter. He was about to show off when he saw the frightened expressions of the crowd. The hippogriff named Buckbeak suddenly opened its wings, raised its front legs, and showed its sharp claws in front of Draco. "No." Harry, being true to his title as the savior, stood in front of Draco and yelled at the hippogriff. Probably in his opinion, the hippogriff in front of him should listen to him after letting him ride it. But Buckbeak let him down. His blocking, on the contrary, angered the beast even more. If before it was just a warning gesture, now it was clearly an attack as the sharp claws fell towards the heads of the two of them. Harry, standing in the front, raised his arms to block, and the sharp claws immediately made several deep cuts on his arm. Had it not been for Draco, who supported him from behind, Harry would have fallen to the ground long ago. The exclamations of the other students disturbed the young couple who were playing games in the back. Seeing the unexpected situation in the ranch, Lucas got up and was going to help. "Honey, be careful." Although Hermione was worried, she also knew what Lucas was capable of. Besides, the one who is about to be in danger is Draco Malfoy, her boyfriend's best friend. "Buckbeak, go back, you can't do this." Hagrid stood in front of the two, just in time, and his appearance made the hippogriff restrain its claws. Hagrid looked at the two behind him, concerned about their current state. "Are you fine?" Harry just shook his head, not in very high spirits to do anything else. Probably because of the injury, or maybe he just feels too ashamed right now. Draco let out a sigh of relief. "I was almost scratched on the face by this stupid beast." The arrogant young Master Malfoy did not expect to anger the hippogriff because of this complaint. Buckbeak, along with several hippogriffs, tied to the fence deep in the pasture, broke free from their chains. Maybe they felt that the leader of their herd, Buckbeak, was being disrespected, so these dangerous magical creatures rushed towards the three of them together. "Oh no." When he saw 5 or 6 hippogriffs rushing from a distance, Hagrid swallowed. Fortunately, he has not forgotten that he is a professor. He turned around and hugged the boys tightly in his arms, intending to protect the two with his own body. The students around had already hid. Facing such a dangerous situation, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Right in the nick of time, Luca's voice came from afar. "Stop it all." Some students were amused. These magical creatures were not students of Slytherin, so how could it be possible to follow his orders? Chapter 156. Some young wizards came out of their hiding places with the idea of watching a play. What they didn't expect was that Buckbeak and the other hippogriffs actually stopped in their tracks. Hagrid was equally surprised. No one knew better than him just how difficult these big, feathered creatures could be when angry. Seeing Lucas still approaching, only then did Hagrid remember his duties as a professor. "Thank you for your help, but you can't get any closer, leave it to me." He held out his hand as he spoke, intending to hold Buckbeak's chains in his hand. But the hippogriff didn't wait for him to approach and used its beak to peck at the back of Hagrid's hand. "Hiss, Buckbeak, you bit me." Fortunately, Hagrid has really tough skin, so it just made him feel pain. Buckbeak ignored Hagrid's complaints, and keeping away from the half-giant, it went to its own group. Once all the hippogriffs were together, there was a jaw-dropping scene. All of them bent their front hooves at the same time and lowered their heads deeply. "Wow, Tilda, this is incredible." Hagrid was also surprised. He looked at the blonde boy walking towards him. He really wanted to ask how he managed to make the entire hippogriff group surrender. You have to know that even Hagrid himself has only gained Buckbeak's trust and respect. "Professor Hagrid, what happened to these hippogriffs?" Facing the students' questions, Hagrid explained to them right away. "This represents that the hippogriff acknowledges a person and will obey his orders in the future." Some students gave envious praise at Lucas upon hearing this. At this moment, Lucas had walked up to the hippogriffs. Watching them still bowing down, he patted the big head of Buckbeak. "Okay, you all go back to the Forbidden Forest." As soon as the words fell, several hippogriffs stood up and flew towards the Forbidden Forest without looking back. Seeing the hippogriffs really does listen to Lucas, the students voiced their envy again. "If Grindelwald ordered the hippogriffs to let us ride them, would they obey?" I don't know who came up with this very thoughtful suggestion, but a group of people immediately looked at Lucas with hope, especially the Slytherins who had a bigger chance of convincing him to try. Lucas turned around and came to Hagrid. Seeing Harry's pale face, he kindly reminded him, "Professor Hagrid, you should send Harry to the infirmary now. If this continues, he may die from blood loss." "Oh, I had forgotten, thank you, Lucas." Hagrid patted his head, picked up Harry and walked towards the castle. At the same time, he also announced the end of the class to everyone. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Animal Conqueror, reward, 200 achievement points." In a bed in the infirmary, Harry stared at the scenery outside the window with a dull expression. The glorious moment that belonged to him was snatched by Lucas again. Although this time, no one could say he was a coward, but no one praised him for his bravery in the face of the hippogriff. All because of, "I heard that Mr. Grindelwald can order hippogriffs." Really, those arrogant beasts will actually obey someone's orders. I asked the third years, and they all said the whole hippogriff herd bowed to Lucas, showing submission. Yes, it's all because of Lucas. Even though Harry was laying in the infirmary, he could still hear the discussions of the teachers outside the door. "Harry, are you feeling better?" Ron, Seamus, Neville, and others pushed the door open. Several people also brought some candy and food. As a friend, Ron could tell right away that Harry was in a bad mood. "Harry, you should think better. At least you proved your courage this time. You see, no one is talking about you anymore." The other two also nodded. The comforted Harry felt a little relieved, but he won't give up so easily. He already had a new plan in his mind. The next day, Lucas left the castle during his lunch break and went out to find Hermione's lost pet, Crookshanks. The two girls are in charge of the area inside the castle, while he was in charge of the outside of the castle. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Lucas saw the Weasley twins coming from a distance. "Fred, George, how was your summer vacation?" "Oh, Tilda, it's the chief. We want to thank you." I think we should call him Boss Fred. Reminded by his less handsome brother, Fred changed his words with a smile. "Boss, thank you for giving us such a good opportunity. We not only made money during the summer vacation, we also learned a lot of useful knowledge and even came up with a lot of prank ideas. This summer vacation was really fulfilling." Watching the twins open their arms as they answered in unison, Lucas smiled and said, "That's good. Remember our agreement? The prank items you create will be sold to my store first." The three of them chatted about the future. The twins are already in their 5th year, and they will be graduating in the blink of an eye. Lucas really wanted to take the two of them under his command. Their ingenuity will definitely create amazing wealth for Lucas. Once the conversation was over, Fred and George went into the castle. But before parting, Fred also told Lucas that a big, fat ginger cat ran towards the Forbidden Forest. Thanking them, Lucas strode toward the Forbidden Forest. When he came to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, he met an unexpected person. Looking at Luna, who was looking up at a big tree, Lucas slowed down and approached slowly. "Lucas Grindelwald. You didn't look back. How did you know it was me?" Luna turned her head and smiled, but did not answer the question. "Lucas Grindelwald, you can see the Strauss. Do you believe in the crumple-horned snorkack?" Crumple-horned snorkack? That is a creature not recognized by the wizarding world. Most people don't believe they exist. Well, there are indeed some people who believe that this magical creature exists in the world. For example, Luna Lovegood in front of him, along with her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, along with some loyal readers of the Quibbler, the newspaper of the Lovegood family. "You mean those magical creatures that live in Sweden?" When Lucas said this sentence, he saw a light flash in the eyes of the little girl across from him. "You also believe in the existence of the crumple-horned snorkack, don't you?" "Well, of course." Lucas blushed and kept telling lies, but seeing Luna smile, he also laughed unconsciously. Thanks to their talks about the Strauss and the crumple-horned snorkack, the two got closer. Looking at the bread in Luna's hand, Lucas asked curiously, "What are you doing here? The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous." "But I heard that you were able to set foot in the Forbidden Forest in your 1st grade. Who did you hear it from?" "Hermione Granger. She likes to talk about you, and the girls in Ravenclaw also like to listen." Listening to the girl describe how Hermione usually talks about him in Ravenclaw, Lucas never stopped smiling. They talked for a long time again, before going back to the original topic. Luna held up the bread and said, "Recently I found a stray dog in the Forbidden Forest. It's very pitiful, so I feed it with some food every day." "Stray dog? Well, do you want to go together?" Seeing Luna's big silvery eyes looking at him expectantly, Lucas nodded and said, "Of course, I am honored to be invited by the lovely Miss Lovegood. Actually, you can just call me Luna." The two walked side by side, wandering in the Forbidden Forest. After a while, the sound of dog barking came from a distance, and when the huge black dog appeared in Lucas' sight, there's no need to mention how happy he was. "Sirius Black, I finally found you." At this time, Sirius was squatting on the ground and was making weird noises at Crookshanks. Crookshanks, on the other hand, was listening very carefully. This dog and cat seemed to be in a meeting. "That's Hermione's Crookshanks." Luna's voice woke up both animals. Seeing that Lucas was there, Crookshanks immediately ran towards him. "Finally found you. You seem to like running around." Picking up the big fat cat, Lucas said something indifferently. In fact, he knows very well that Crookshanks is chasing Peter Pettigrew. Sirius wagged his tail when he got close to Luna. The dog was pretty well behaved, but when he saw Lucas beside her, he immediately bared his fangs ferociously. "Don't be like this. Lucas Grindelwald is a good person." Looking at the big black dog still baring its teeth at him, Lucas drew out his wand and said, "Luna, let me check its body for you." It doesn't matter whether the other party agrees or not, since a spell had already left the wand. Sirius, who was hit, was stunned for a moment and shivered from head to tail. "Huh?" Sirius tilted his head and seemed to be wondering what Lucas did. But from the smirk on the corner of Lucas' mouth, one can guess that the spell just now must have no good effect. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. If you like it, why don't you take it back to the castle? Lucas said this to better monitor this guy. After all, the Marauder's map cannot monitor beyond the borders of the Forbidden Forest. Unfortunately, Luna didn't want this. It belongs to nature, just let it stay here. Lucas gave Sirius a sympathetic look. Obviously, this was a perfect chance for him to enter the castle as a pet. It's a pity that Merlin didn't take care of him. Just when the two were feeding Sirius with bread, another person appeared not far away. Ginny learned of Luca's whereabouts from her brothers, the Weasley twins. It took a lot of courage to find him. "Ginny, come on, you can do it." Cheering herself on again, Ginny Weasley strode towards Luca's. Chapter 157. The Black Lake. This is one of the favorite places for Hogwarts students, especially when the weather is pleasant. You might even see some magical creatures in the Black Lake from time to time. Ginny Weasley faced the lake, her face flushed. Behind her is Lucas Grindelwald, who followed her from the Forbidden Forest. "Ginny, do you have something you need from me?" "No, that's right, Mr. Grindelwald. Can you teach me the Patronus charm?" Ginny turned to face Lucas and said loudly, then blushed when she realized she was almost shouting. A few seconds later, just when she was feeling uneasy, thinking that she would be rejected, Lucas' gentle voice came from the front. "Actually, you can just call me by my first name." "I can." Overjoyed, Ginny looked up. Only then did he realize that Lucas was standing right in front of her at some point. Looking at the red-headed girl whose cheeks became more and more flushed, Lucas took a modest step back. Seeing this, Ginny felt a little disappointed. "Come, draw your wand, and I will teach you." A Patronus charm requires a happy, empowering memory. The power of the spell, in addition to the magic factor, the emotion brought by this memory is the most critical. Lucas explained the main points in detail, then he personally showed Ginny how to cast the Patronus. The two practiced continuously, not paying attention to the passage of time at all. Until 2 hours later, watching the silver light cast from the tip of Ginny's wand, Lucas smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are really talented." At the same time, he also praised himself in his heart for his talent as a professor. In fact, the people he taught would always learn way faster than normal, and their spells would also be stronger. Ginny put down her wand, and with a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Thank you very much. Without your teaching, I would not have learned the Patronus charm so quickly. However, I still have a small request. I always feel that my movements are not very good when I cast it. Please, Lucas, can you help me to correct it? Is that okay?" Seeing Ginny's expectant eyes, Lucas couldn't bear to refuse. Seeing him nod, Ginny's smile became even more touching. She hurriedly stood by the lake and cast the Patronus charm again. She looked at the blonde boy beside her and thought, "It's fine if I can spend an extra minute together with him." She had clearly learned the spell already, but couldn't help herself in finding an excuse to keep Lucas for a little longer. Ginny, absent-minded, became more and more clumsy in the movement of casting the spell. Lucas frowned and reached out to take her wrist. "Concentrate." Feeling the breath coming from her side, Ginny almost dropped the wand in her hand. She had to forcibly suppress the shyness in her heart before she waved her wand, following Lucas' motion. And in her mind, she thought of the scene in the Chamber of Secrets where Lucas came to rescue her. "Now, expecto patronum." Ginny subconsciously recited the incantation of the Patronus charm, and silver white light illuminated the nearby lake. The light cluster gradually changed and ended up forming a silver white horse. Seeing her own Patronus, Ginny quickly let go of her wand. "What's wrong?" Lucas asked suspiciously. Ginny shook her head, picked up her wand and said, "Maybe I'm too tired. Thank you for today. I'll go back first." Watching her run to the castle with a flushed face, for a moment Lucas wondered why she was feeling so shy. At the same time, 2 groups of people were watching the situation by the Black Lake from a distance. The first group is Hermione and Cho Chang. Cho said with a light smile, "It seems that you are right. Ginny's heart was really stolen by that guy." Of course, in her first year of school, she encountered a terrible thing, and then her life was saved by a handsome Prince Charming. Anyone would be tempted. However, Ginny still needs a good test. Cho looked at the good sister beside her. "Don't go too far. Be careful lest Lucas gets angry." "HMPH, you just spoil him too much." Cho blushed when she was exposed like that, picked up Crookshanks and fled back to the castle. As for the other group of people, it was a first-year small group, led by the little girl Astoria Greengrass. Seeing Lucas holding Ginny's wrist, Astoria was feeling extremely envious. After Ginny left, Lucas planned to return to the castle to rest for a while. But even before reaching the entrance, he saw Professor Lupin sneaking out of the castle. Looking at the direction he left, it was the road to the Forbidden Forest. "I'd like to see how you bring that dog into Hogwarts." Seeing no one around, Lucas tore through the void and arrived at the Forbidden Forest. "Point me." Lucas' wand, that was placed on his palm, immediately pointed in one direction. What he cast on Sirius before was a spell created by Rowena Ravenclaw. The function is to mark someone and use the guiding spell to find out the location of the other party. Certainly, this spell has some other minor effects, which won't be introduced for now. Lucas cast the disillusionment charm on himself and walked in the direction pointed by the wand. After a while, he saw the figures of Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. "Too bad I never found the Marauder's map with Filch. I'm pretty sure it must have been taken by some other student, and without the Marauder's map, I can't be sure what you're saying is true, Padfoot." "Woof Tilda." Lupin looked around vigilantly. "There is no one else here. Quickly change back to human form." "Woof Tilda." The big black dog circled around several times, looking very anxious. "Padfoot, what's wrong with you?" Sirius whined to Remus for a long time, and he actually understood. This surprised Lucas, who was hiding next to him. Is this a special ability of werewolves? Lucas felt the need to go deep into the Forbidden Forest and ask his werewolf Andrew. After a while, Remus frowned and said, "You mean that Lucas Grindelwald cast some kind of spell on you so that you couldn't undo your animagus transformation?" Seeing his friend nodding constantly, Remus' frown became tighter. Judging from his limited contact, Lucas Grindelwald is a kind person, so why did he use an animagus locking spell on Sirius for no reason? After a while, he seemed to have realized something and said with serious eyes, "Unless he knows that you are Sirius Black." Sirius scratched the ground with his front paws anxiously. Seeing his friend like this, Remus comforted him. "Don't worry, tomorrow is the third year's defense against the dark arts class, and then I will find a chance to test Lucas Grindelwald. If he really knows that you are Sirius Black, I will find a way to erase his memory." One person and one dog probably didn't expect that their plotting was clearly heard by the person involved. Lucas smiled silently. "I hope that Professor Lupin will not cry in defense against the dark arts tomorrow." Seeing that Lupin has no intention of bringing Sirius into the castle for the time being, Lucas wasn't interested in staying here, either. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard Lupin talking about Professor Snape. "Padfoot, Severus is here too. He's the potions professor at Hogwarts." Hearing Professor Snape's name, Sirius looked particularly irritable. "Calm down, man. I'm just worried he's going to ruin our plans. You know, Severus has always been smart and very nosy." Hearing this, Sirius snorted disdainfully. Lucas couldn't understand dog language, but seeing Lupin keep nodding, he guessed that more than one insult against Professor Snape was exchanged. This made him loathe Sirius even more, and at the same time, his favor for Lupin also decreased a lot. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for the ginger fat cat, but this is the last time I'll trust you. If I follow that cat and can't find Pettigrew, I won't help you anymore, and you won't be able to enter Hogwarts Castle." After saying these words, Remus turned around and walked away. Lucas saw Sirius resting under the tree again, with a sneer in his mind. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Andrew was leading the werewolf pack to hunt near their territory. Suddenly, a familiar space rift appeared in front of them. Andrew is already used to this. "Welcome, my master." "Get up, I don't like my people kneeling, Andrew." After Lucas finished speaking, he handed over the bag in his hand to the other party. Inside is the Wolfsbane potion for the next few months. Without waiting for Andrew to thank him, Lucas said, "Seeing that you have nothing to do every day, I will give you a task to exercise your body. There is a big black dog on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. If you have nothing to do, go and tease it. Just don't kill it. Do you understand?" Although Andrew couldn't understand why they were asked to deal with a dog. But since they are the words of their master, it is just natural to obey. "Don't worry, master. I'll send some people to the outskirts later." Thank you, Lucas responded. Then he tore the void again and went straight back to the Slytherin dormitory. He tidied up and walked out of the room just in time to meet Draco, who told him that Professor Snape wanted to meet him. He left the common room and went directly to his head of house's office. As soon as he entered the door, what greeted him was an annoyed Snape's verbal lashing. Chapter 158. Oh, Tilda, let me see who this is. It's Mr. Grindelwald. Looking at Professor Snape's gloomy expression and listening to his strange words, Lucas immediately remembered that the two seemed to have an agreement. He was supposed to come to the professor's office this afternoon to help brew Wolfsbane potion. This is a bad time. Seeing the change in Lucas' eyes, a hint of scorn appeared on Professor Snape's eyes. It appears Mr. Grindelwald has remembered something, and it's not in vain that your professor wasted hours waiting here. Sorry, Professor, I was delayed by something. Oh, what you're talking about is flirting with the Weasley girl by the Black Lake. Lucas coughed dryly and walked silently towards the cauldron. Just as he thought, there was nothing in it. Professor, where are the ingredients for making Wolfsbane? Don't worry, I promise to brew a high-quality potion today. No. Hearing this answer, Lucas froze for a few seconds. Professor Snape's face became even more gloomy. Dumbledore didn't give me the ingredients, even though he was the one who asked me to make the potion. Lucas understood right away. No wonder Professor Snape looked so angry. Moreover, he made the mistake of forgetting coming on time for their agreement and left the professor waiting here. He made himself the perfect target for Snape to take out his anger on. Professor, I have the ingredients here, but would you help me brew some more? As you know, I also need a lot of Wolfsbane potion. Professor Snape's expression remained unchanged, but the surrounding air pressure plummeted. A cold snort represented Professor Snape's answer. Looking for an excuse to leave the office, Lucas went to pick up some materials needed for the Wolfsbane potion from the secret garden. The garden is so abundant in potion ingredients that they can be found everywhere. The speed Lucas used them probably couldn't keep up with their growth rate. Returning to the potions office, looking at the ingredients on the table, there was a hint of surprise in Professor Snape's eyes. It seems Mr. Grindelwald has a lot of secrets. When he saw the professor pick up the plants that still had dirt on it, Lucas just smiled lightly. HMPH, stop that silly smile on your face. Professor Snape took a bottle of Wolfsbane from his robes and placed it on the table. Send this potion to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. No problem, Professor. Lucas put away the potion and turned away from the pile. At the same time, Harry, who had just left the infirmary, also came to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Oh, Harry, I heard you were injured. I was very worried. Are you all right now? Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, Professor. Remus checked Harry's arm and breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that it was fine. He looked into the boy's eyes and asked, "The purpose of your visit should be related to the Patronus charm, right?" Seeing that he nodded, Remus sighed. Harry, learning needs to be done step by step. You can't learn how to walk before you learn how to crawl. I know you have encountered a lot of difficulties recently, but the Patronus charm is not the only way to solve your issues. Harry didn't seem to understand Professor Lupin's kindness. He sat despondently on the sofa and narrated what happened during the summer vacation. Professor, you probably can't imagine what a terrible summer I had. All the newspapers accused me of lying, but I just told what I saw. I've been living in the leaky cauldron since I inflated Aunt Marge into a balloon. I also had to face those people who come to ask the truth with newspapers every day. I told the truth, but they didn't believe it, as if they were just trying to prove that I was a liar like the Daily Prophet said. Professor, do you know how painful it is to face other people's strange eyes and whispers every day? Remus listened quietly, then nodded and replied, I know. No, you don't know. You've never lived like this. He wanted to tell Harry that he has experienced this kind of life for decades. But he didn't. He just couldn't tell Harry that he was a werewolf, at least not yet. Harry, people are forgetful, and by the next summer break, people won't remember these things anymore. At that time, there may already be new topics worth discussing, so there is no need to worry. Perhaps you're right, Professor. Harry whispered. Immediately afterwards he continued, but my life at school is not easy either. Remus showed a knowing look. Don't pay attention to the words of the students. In fact, young wizards always say some hurtful words without restraint, and they may not realize that this is inappropriate behavior. No, I don't care about them. Seeing Harry's brows furrowed tightly together, Remus asked, concerned, then you're talking about Lucas Grindelwald? Recalling that Sirius was under an animagus locking spell, he intended to learn about Lucas from Harry first. It's partly him and partly Snape. Severus, why? Professor, what did my father do to make Snape hate him so much, and even transfer his hatred to me? Looking at Harry's troubled look, Remus really didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After all, they had done so much to Snape back then. So much so that Remus himself couldn't remember. Well, it's just a little misunderstanding. Your father used to make some innocuous jokes to Severus. Severus, you should also understand that he is more serious about this aspect. That's why there were some small conflicts. But I didn't expect Severus to pass these conflicts on to you. Don't worry, Harry, I'll talk to him later. Also, I want to reveal a secret to you. Back then, your father and Severus were rivals in love, and your mother Lily was very popular. But in the end, it was your father who won. But I think it should be, after all, no one likes a guy with such a gloomy face. After he finished speaking, he imitated Professor Snape's usual expression. This made Harry laugh loudly. The two didn't know that their dialogue was all clearly heard by Lucas, who was outside the door. Lucas sneered, then raised his hand and knocked on the office door. When his figure appeared at the door, Harry quickly restrained his smile. Professor, this is the potion that Professor Snape asked me to bring to you. Seeing the wolfsbane potion in Lucas' hand, Remus breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body also relaxed. As long as he has this, he can maintain his sanity during the full moon and not put anyone in danger. Thank Severus for me, please. He reached out to take the wolfsbane potion, but the moment his fingers touched it, Lucas took the potion back. Professor, there is a saying that you shouldn't talk bad about the cook after you are already full. Remus realized that Lucas must have heard what they were talking about just now and blushed a bit in shame. Lucas then said with a sneer, being a human being, you should at least know how to be grateful. This is the most basic courtesy. I also hope that you can be more objective when talking about certain things. After finishing speaking, he put the wolfsbane potion on the desk. Use it slowly. Seeing the boy leave the office without looking back, Remus let out a long sigh, picked up wolfsbane potion and pulled off the cork on it. Just when the potion was about to enter the mouth, Harry stopped him suddenly. Professor, I think you'd better be more cautious. Well, Snape has been coveting the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts for a long time, and the whole school knows about it. Don't worry, Harry, I'll be fine. After he finished speaking, he drank the potion in one gulp. He shivered all over, and his spirit became a little listless. It looked as if he had lost all his strength. Professor, are you all right? Seeing Harry's worried expression, Remus shook his head, revealing a smug smile. I'm a bit out of control. Now this potion is the only one that works for me. It's great to work with Professor Severus. Harry, you have to know that my potion-making skills have never been very good, and this potion is particularly difficult, so I can't brew it myself. The only pity is that this potion becomes useless once it encounters sugar, and its taste is really bad. Once the initial effects of the potion had passed, he became lively again and decided to teach Harry the Patronus charm. Hearing this news, Harry was very happy. Unfortunately, when the defense against the dark arts class arrived the next day, he still could not get even a sporadic light to shine from the tip of his wand. Defense against the dark arts classroom. The young wizards from the 4 houses gathered here. There is also a large wardrobe in front of them. Professor Lupin was still in the same shabby, simple outfit. To his credit, however, his complexion looked much healthier than before. Probably because of the nutrient-rich supplements received at Hogwarts. Holding a wand in his hand, he walked to the front of the crowd and said, "Today is a practical lesson, so you only need to use your wand." Seeing the professor waving his own wand, the students immediately understood what he meant, so they put their school bags with their books and writing implements aside. Follow me, today's class will be in a different room. When they were arriving at the room that would be their classroom for the day, Professor Lupin was about to start talking about the content of today's class, but a sudden noise interrupted what he was about to say. Chapter 159. Loony Loopy Lupin. Peeves, who was busy putting some chewing gum into the keyhole of the classroom, noticed Professor Lupin and started chanting in an annoying voice. This is something the third years had never seen happening before. Hogwarts has strict rules and ghosts are not allowed to disturb classroom order during class, and even Peeves, who is a poltergeist, abides by these rules normally. But he apparently knows Professor Lupin. Peeves, can you please stop putting that gum into the keyhole? In front of the students, Remus was humble and polite. Such a performance further brought out Peeves' unreasonable personality, and he blew a raspberry in Lupin's direction before continuing with his endeavor. Professor Lupin waved his wand and chanted "Wadi-wasi," which made the chewing gum in the keyhole shoot into Peeves' nostrils, making him fly away. After doing this, he looked at the curious students behind him. Wadi-wasi, a very useful charm, you should remember it. They looked at him with admiration. They didn't expect that this new professor could actually subdue the annoying Peeves. The students grew more respectful after this feat. Honey, this professor seems to have some skills. HMPH, Lucas responded. Hermione looked at her boyfriend with a smile. Of course, he's not as good as you. Seeing Lucas showing a satisfied expression, Hermione covered her mouth and snickered. She always said that Cho Chang doted on Lucas and would agree to whatever request he made. But she was secretly also the same. As long as it was Lucas' request, Hermione never refused. As Lucas looked at Professor Lupin, who was surrounded by students and looked a little smug, he chuckled and looked at Draco. Seeing Draco give him a nod, he knew that everything was ready. Now he just had to wait for Professor Lupin to dig his own grave. Okay, everyone, please come inside. Today we are going to have a very interesting class. Can anyone guess what's inside there? He said, pointing to a shaking wardrobe that was in the middle of the room. Does anyone know the answer? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. As long as a professor asks any question in class, she is always the first to raise her hand. What is surprising is that Harry also raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to answer. This is really surprising because of his low grades that are close to the level of his friend Ronald Weasley. This guy who always tried to avoid answering questions in class was like a different person today. Mr. Potter. Professor Lupin did not disappoint and picked his friend James' son to answer. That should be a boggart. It is a shape-shifting monster that can become what a person fears the most. Yes, very good. 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor Lupin's praise brought Hermione's dissatisfaction. She complained softly in her boyfriend's ear. Potter's answer is very simple. Although it's not wrong, it doesn't answer the question completely. I don't understand why he still gets points like that. Seeing her displeased expression, Lucas replied in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll help to vent your anger for you later. Professor Lupin did not pay attention to observe the situation of the students, and was still happy that his friend's son answered the question. Mr. Potter's answer is correct, so let me explain it to you in detail. First of all, a boggart has no fixed form, or no one has ever seen it in its original form. They're often found in dark corners, inside wardrobes like this one, or even under your bed, waiting for a good chance to surprise you. So how do we deal with boggarts? He looked around at everyone, ignoring the hand held high by Hermione again. Mr. Potter, answer the question, please. I think 2 people appearing in front of it at the same time should be useful. That's right, everyone could sense the joy of Professor Lupin. He walked to the wardrobe, knocked on the door with his wand, and continued. If you know you're going to face a boggart, you'd better find a companion. They often become confused because they want to scare 2 people at the same time and end up taking a shape that isn't scary at all. Of course, there are other ways to solve it. What they fear the most is laughter. If you're alone with it, try to think of something funny so they can't do anything to you. Having introduced another method, Professor Lupin talked about the spell they will learn today. Ridiculous. This is a spell specially designed to deal with boggarts. Face the fear in your heart, imagine it with a funny look, and then use the spell. It's that simple. Boggarts won't be able to bother you anymore. Next, draw out your wands and practice with me. Ridiculous. The crowd waved their wands after Professor Lupin. When everyone had memorized the spell, Professor Lupin looked at Neville Longbottom, who was standing in the middle nervously. Mr. Longbottom, tell me, what are you most afraid of? Being called out suddenly, Neville was a little at a loss, but seeing Professor Lupin's encouraging eyes, he still whispered, Professor Snape. What? Professor Lupin didn't seem to hear clearly. Seeing this, Neville raised his voice and said, Professor Snape. Ron added at this point, we're all afraid of Snape. It's just that Neville makes so many mistakes in every potions class that he's absolutely terrified of him. Hearing this explanation, Professor Lupin nodded. Neville, draw out your wand and let me tell you what to do. I remember you live with your grandmother, right? Please not her, she also scares me. Neville whimpered a bit. Hearing this, Professor Lupin said, not that, but can you tell everyone what kind of clothes she usually wears? Neville frowned, and it took him some time to speak. She usually wears a teal gown, a pointed hat with a big stuffed vulture on top, and a fox fur scarf. What about the bag? Professor Lupin reminded him. Yes, she still has a red handbag with her all the time. Very well, then I will teach you how to face boggarts. After he finished speaking, he came to Neville's side and whispered a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said. All they saw was a smirk on the corner of Neville Longbottom's lips. Professor, is this really okay? Of course, trust me, so are you ready? Seeing Neville nod, Professor Lupin swung his wand, and the lock of the wardrobe was unlocked. The moment the door opened, the boggart inside turned into what Neville feared. Everyone saw Professor Snape coming out of the closet. Boggarts are truly amazing magical creatures that can actually imitate a person very vividly. Even the students of Slytherin couldn't see any flaws in the transformation. Professor Snape's deterrence was quite strong. His appearance caused some students to take a step back unconsciously. Neville swallowed nervously. Neville, remember what I said, you can do it. Hearing the encouragement from Professor Lupin, Neville took a deep breath, trying to imagine what the professor had just told him in his mind. Ridiculous. Accompanying his shout, a ray of light flew out from the tip of his wand. The Snape boggart who was hit immediately changed into the costume of Neville's grandmother. But the problem was that it was still using the looks of Professor Snape. The students in the classroom laughed out loud, and even Lupin was the same. But everyone didn't notice that the students of Slytherin House all had gloomy faces. Damn it, how dare this incompetent bastard do something like this? Pansy Parkinson frowned and had even drawn her own wand, wanting to curse Longbottom. The same is true for other Slytherin's expressions. Draco waved his hand to stop everyone and turned to look at Lucas Grindelwald in front of everyone. Others also looked over upon seeing this. Everyone is waiting for Lucas, who is the chief of their house, to make a statement. Under the gaze of everyone, Lucas took out his wand. Just when the other students were still immersed in their laughter. A cold voice overwhelmed everyone's laughter. Pestis incendium. Professor Lupin was taken aback. When he turned to look in the direction of the voice, he saw the crimson flames had already overwhelmed the boggart and were about to reach him. He narrowly escaped the fiendfire and broke out in a cold sweat. But that boggart didn't have the same luck as him, and was burned to ashes together with the wardrobe behind him almost in an instant. The heat wave from fiendfire filled the room, making the students retreat again and again. Soon there were only Professor Lupin and Lucas Grindelwald holding a wand in the middle of the classroom. Professor Lupin, I remember telling you yesterday that scolding the cook when you are full is a very immoral thing, and it can even make people feel that you are very despicable. Seeing Lucas' cold eyes, Professor Lupin suddenly felt embarrassed. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly, a questioning voice came from the crowd. Chapter 160. Lucas, how can you do such a dangerous thing? How can you use black magic inside a classroom? It's not known if Harry was just too angry and saying these words because of that, or if it was premeditated. But anyone can see that Lucas is on the verge of losing his temper at the moment. At this time, Harry said these words in a questioning tone, which is not going to get any good results. "Oh, the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry Potter. Let me ask you, seeing my head of house being humiliated like that, as the chief of Slytherin House, should I just stand by and watch? And in what capacity are you questioning me? You don't really think of yourself as the savior, do you? I remember telling you that your life was bought by your mother. Savior, boy who lived, these titles are nothing but an insult to your mother." Lucas walked up to Harry step by step and brushed his hair aside with his wand. Looking at that lightning scar, he said, "I'm not that idiot Voldemort. Maybe Mr. Savior wants to try the feeling of being hit by the killing curse again. See if he can survive again this time." Harry had never felt death so close. He saw an unprecedented seriousness in Lucas' eyes. At this moment, he became timid. "Hey, Tilda," Lucas sneered. After retracting the wand, he looked back at Remus Lupin. The professor was pointing his wand at himself. It seemed that he was worried that he would really hurt Harry. It's just that the students of Slytherin were also pointing their wands at the werewolf professor. Looking at Professor Lupin's vigilant expression, Lucas smiled lightly and came to the other side. "Professor, do you think that no one knows what happened during your school days?" He approached Professor Lupin and continued in his ear, "Werewolf. If I inform the Ministry of Magic of your identity as a werewolf, will you be able to keep your job? And will Dumbledore be punished for hiring you as well?" Remus' eyes gradually became frightened. Not giving a chance for him to plead, Lucas took a few steps back, and behind him were all the Slytherin third years. "Sonorous." Lucas held his wand to his throat. Looking at Remus Lupin, he said, "Attention all Slytherin students." At this time, all the Slytherin students in the castle looked up when they heard the voice of their chief Lucas Grindelwald. Not only the Slytherins, but all the students, professors, and even the ghosts put down their work. Hogwarts Castle suddenly became quiet. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Remus John Lupin, blatantly humiliated Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, on the grounds of lecturing. I, Lucas Grindelwald, in my capacity as Chief of Slytherin House, hereby issue the chief order that, with immediate effect, Slytherin students will no longer participate in defense against the dark arts courses. Until Professor Remus John Lupin publicly apologizes to the head of our house. Otherwise, this chief order will continue for as long as he keeps being the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lucas finished speaking. The third-year Slytherins, with Draco in the lead, held their wands in front of their chests. While bowing to Lucas, they all said, "As you command, Chief." At the same time, everywhere in the castle, as long as they are students of Slytherin, they are making the same movements at this moment. The students and professors in other houses still don't understand what's going on. Lucas moved his wand away from his throat and glanced at the stunned Professor Lupin with a half-smile. "HMPH, let's go." Lucas picked up his school bag from the side and didn't notice that the Marauder's map in the bag fell to the ground. Maybe it's not that he didn't notice, but he deliberately pretended not to see it. The Slytherin students followed behind him, striding towards the door of the classroom. "Who do you think you are scaring with that? It's better if you don't come to class." Ron muttered in displeasure. As soon as the words were finished, Lucas was seen waving his wand, and a spell sealed Ron Weasley's mouth shut. Professor Lupin slumped against a nearby table, and his expression looked very depressed. "Professor," Harry's tone revealed concern. Remus forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, today's class is over here, let's go rest first." When everyone left, Remus took a deep breath. He needed to go to the headmaster's office. Only Headmaster Dumbledore can help him at this moment. At the same time, in the corridors of the castle, Draco looked at Lucas and said, "It was so cool what you did just now." Seeing the excited expression on his face, Lucas just smiled slightly. If it wasn't because he needed to get Dumbledore's attention, he would not choose such a troublesome way. Threatening Harry Potter, Dumbledore should be even more worried of what Lucas could do now. When he was thinking about his plans, A system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement. Unique, reward, 500 achievement points. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts at this time. Dumbledore's raised hand stopped in midair, and there were still a few lemon drop candies in his hand. It can even make the old bee stop eating sweets. It is conceivable that Luca's chief order just now shocked him quite a lot. Headmaster Dumbledore. The voices of Professors McGonagall and Lupin came from down the spiral staircase. Professor McGonagall walked into the office first. From the expression on her face, one could feel the anxious mood of Professor McGonagall at the moment. Professor Lupin followed behind with an apologetic face. Remus, what happened? Facing the headmaster's inquiry, he didn't dare to hide anything, so he explained in detail what happened in the classroom. It also included Luca's threatening Harry Potter. You mean Luca's threatened Harry in front of everyone? Seeing Remus nod, Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Remus, you go back first. Defense against the dark arts class should keep going on normally, just leave the rest to me. Thank you, Headmaster, I have caused you trouble again. Why did he say again? This probably has something to do with his identity as a werewolf. It was Dumbledore who took Remus in as a student, fully knowing he was a werewolf, making him the first werewolf ever to be admitted to a magic school. And now it was also Dumbledore who invited him to Hogwarts as a professor, solving his job problem. At least he no longer needs to worry about food and shelter for a period of time in the future. This time, he didn't mind his identity as a werewolf and gave him such an important job, which made him incredibly grateful to Dumbledore. But he just caused a lot of trouble for the headmaster. So Remus had a look of apology and guilt from the moment he entered the door. Waiting until Remus leaves the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's gaze went to Professor McGonagall, who was standing aside. If you ask the whole of Hogwarts which two people he trusts the most, one is Severus Snape, because he held the weakness of the potion's master. Dumbledore was very confident. As long as Harry Potter was still at Hogwarts, Snape had to do his bidding. The second is Professor Minerva McGonagall. The two have worked together for decades. Back then against Gellert Grindelwald, it was McGonagall who stabilized the situation at the rear. The two could be called Dumbledore's most important support. Minerva, go get Severus later. If we want to solve this matter, we need to start with him. Professor McGonagall nodded, turned and walked out of the headmaster's office. In his office that became deserted again, Dumbledore looked out the window lost in thought. Threatening Harry, was it caused by extreme anger, or did he finally reveal his true nature? Lucas Grindelwald, what an elusive kid. Potion's office. Professor Snape checked the brewing of the Water of Life potion while talking to the blonde boy sitting on the sofa. Is this your way? Let the teachers and students of the whole school know that your head of house has been humiliated and put on a set of old grandma's clothes. Professor, even if I don't do this, the whole school will know about it in a short time. Lucas explained helplessly. Professor Snape doesn't seem to know just how much he is hated in the hearts of other house students. This thing today, even if he doesn't do anything, it will still go viral after class. The professor seems to be underestimating the Hogwarts rumor mill. Snort Tilda. Professor Snape said nothing more. Instead, he continued to look at his cauldron. Lucas couldn't help reminding, Professor, if I'm right, Dumbledore will look for a conversation right away. You must stand up, no matter what he says, you will push it all on me. Professor Snape pulled his wand away from the cauldron and looked at the boy on the sofa with his empty eyes. Do you think your professor is stupid enough to need you to teach me how to do things? That's not true, I'm just reminding you. Lucas had just finished speaking when someone knocked on the office door. Almost the same moment the door opened, the disillusionment charm was cast on Lucas. Severus, Professor Dumbledore wants you to go to his office. I'll finish with the potion right away, thank you, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall has never been sloppy. After conveying the news, she turned around and walked out of the classroom. It's still class time, and the students are still waiting for her to go back to class. After a while, it was time for the students to get out of class. As more and more students walked out of their classrooms, everyone immediately gathered together to discuss what they heard in class just now. Chapter 161. Slytherin Common Room. Astoria gathered the first-year students here. Did you all hear what the Lord Chief said just now? Heard it. Very well, the Lord Chief's words. We must obey unconditionally. From today onwards, we will absolutely not go to the defense against the dark arts class, and we will not even pass there. Yes, Chief. Slytherins from other years passed by, and seeing what Astoria was doing, they smiled faintly. Although it has only been a few days, the Slytherins are no strangers to this little fangirl of their chief, because she always uses all her limited free time to collect all the information about the chief. What happened in defense against the dark arts class today didn't seem to cause much trouble at Slytherin House. Everyone just followed Luca's chief order, with no one discussing or expressing their personal opinion. This shows their unconditional trust and support for Luca's. But that's not the case for the other three houses. The Eagles thought Luca's was being irrational, because this will make them miss a lot of knowledge. And Hufflepuff's Badgers simply thought it was cool what Slytherin House was doing. Cedric, I heard that you know the chief of Slytherin. Can you introduce us? Several members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team surrounded him, and this troubled Cedric quite a bit. Although we know each other, we just met by chance. In fact, we didn't get to know each other that well. You are the most popular guy in our house. Be confident and try it out. Well, if there is a chance, I will try it. Hearing Cedric agree to their request, the Quidditch team members left contentedly. Looking at their happy faces, they seem to be happy they are going to meet Luca's soon. As for Gryffindor House, the lions and the snakes have never gotten along. Besides, their golden boy was threatened this time. This makes most Gryffindors hate Slytherin even more. As chief of the Slytherin house, Luca's is synonymous with evil within Gryffindor. Many people discuss Luca's conspiracy theories privately. Even some jealous guys also said that he used some evil spell, and that's the reason why girls such as Hermione were so obsessed with him. Every time these topics are discussed, Ron Weasley is bound to be on the scene and make a wonderful speech that gets more exaggerated each time. And the rest of the Weasley family, well, they were wise enough to stay away from these people. No need to mention Ginny and the twins. And Percy, the current head boy, is already planning his future job. For Percy, who wants to work in the Ministry of Magic, he would never try to offend Luca's, who was on good terms with Minister Fudge. Aside from the students discussing the incident, even the ghosts were talking about it among themselves. The Bloody Baron, as the resident ghost of Slytherin, with his tough attitude, he was busy driving away the ghosts near the defense against the dark arts classroom. Sir Nicholas, who has a good impression of Luca's, also sided with Luca's in the discussions. Everyone, Mr. Grindelwald just defended his head of house, which is not wrong. Nick had just finished speaking when objections were immediately raised by other ghosts. But he attacked the boggart with fiendfire, which is black magic, and nearly hurt his professor. Ha ha ha, stupid Lupin deserves it. He deserved it. I'm going to tell everyone the good news. Peeves then passed by. If you want to know who is the happiest, then it must be him. In the past, he was often at war with the members of the Marauders and lost way more than he won. Throughout the castle, all topics seemed to revolve around Luca's. Talking about him, he was relaxedly strolling with his girlfriends by the Black Lake. Neither woman asked Luca's why he did what he did. They believed that Luca's must have a reason for doing so. Honey, I remember you talking about transfiguration. Is it true that the body transfiguration technique will not be detected by others? Luca's nodded and replied, of course, this is quite advanced magic. The two women looked at each other with a sly look in their faces. Immediately afterwards, they walked to Lucas's left and right respectively and gently took his arms and leaned up. Honey, we want to learn body transfiguration. Lucas looked to Hermione to the right. What do you want to learn this for? I'm just interested in advanced spells. Can you teach us? Seeing that Lucas has not responded for a long time, the two girls, one on the left and the other on the right, launched a coquettish offensive at him. Okay, let's do it now. Lucas compromised after a while. if you divide the spells that Lucas has learned by himself into different levels. Body transfiguration must be the most proficient level. Since he learned the spell from Grindelwald, he has been using it almost every day. Now he is maintaining the body transfiguration all the time because of his change in looks. The three of them kept flirting as he taught the girls about this art. If someone saw them, that person might even get diabetes and vomit rainbows, then fall into depression. While the three of them were happily practicing spells by the lake, poor Professor Lupin also returned to his office. When he opened the door, he saw that Harry was in there too. Harry. Hearing the professor's voice, Harry hurriedly stood up from his chair. Professor, I just want to see if you're okay. Oh yes, and this. He took a folded parchment from the pocket of his wizard's robe. I just found this on the ground. It must be yours, right? Remus looked at the familiar parchment and took it over from Harry's hands naturally. Thank you, Harry. After he put away the Marauder's map, he realized that Harry hadn't left yet. Harry, is there anything else you need? Professor, I'm just a little worried. Just now I felt like Lucas really was going to kill me so. Harry's expression was filled with worry, apprehension, and fear. Remus said with a smile, Harry, you have to know that when a person is angry, what he says doesn't count. What I did today is indeed a bit inappropriate, but don't worry, I have already approached Headmaster Dumbledore, and he said he will take care of it. When he learned that Dumbledore was involved, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, Professor Dumbledore will definitely take care of it. Remus sent Harry off and hurried back to the office. Then he unfolded the parchment and placed it on top of his desk. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Black ink gradually outlined Hogwarts, and the first thing he did was glance at the headmaster's office. At this time, the names Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore were together. There are many more names on the map. Remus searched everywhere carefully, and when he saw the Tower of Gryffindor, a familiar name appeared in his sight. Peter Pettigrew. What Padfoot said really is true. You are really still alive, Peter. Remus' eyes were full of resentment now. It was anger and hatred for Peter for betraying his friends. Putting the Marauder's map back on the desk, he changed his clothes and walked straight to the Forbidden Forest. As everyone knows, his trip to the Forbidden Forest will only be in vain, because his good friend Sirius is busy playing hide-and-seek with a group of werewolves and had no time to talk with him at all. Hogwarts headmaster's office. At the moment, the atmosphere was a little dignified. Neither Professor Snape nor Headmaster Dumbledore spoke. This situation has been going on for a long time. In the end, it was Dumbledore who lost. Severus, Professor Lupin didn't do that on purpose. He just wanted to teach children how to deal with boggarts more intuitively. Well, I see, Headmaster. Hearing Professor Snape's answer, Dumbledore showed a look of helplessness. Ever since Snape entered the headmaster's office, no matter what he said, Snape's answer was this. Dumbledore sighed. In that case, how about you forgive Professor Lupin? Well, I see, Headmaster. Then it's a deal. You can go back and talk to the students later. Let them continue to take the defense against the dark arts class. But, Professor Snape said suddenly, but I can't decide on this matter. Severus. Headmaster, please listen to me. Professor Snape looked at the white-bearded old man opposite and waited until the other party quieted down before continuing. Whether Professor Lupin is really just teaching students in such a way for convenience, I don't know and I don't care. But it was Lucas Grindelwald who announced they would no longer be taking defense against the dark arts class. If the headmaster's brains haven't been completely eaten away by syrup, you should know what the chief's command means to Slytherin House. Dumbledore nodded. Of course I know, so I want you to persuade that kid Lucas. He had just finished speaking when he found that Professor Snape was looking at him in disbelief. Save. Headmaster, you want me to persuade the students in my house not to complain, right? Dumbledore was about to nod when Professor Snape continued. I see that your brain is really hopeless. Dumbledore, you old fool, I refuse your request. So please forgive me for not continuing to talk nonsense with you. He left the headmaster's office right after saying that. Looking at the back of the potions professor going away, Dumbledore sighed helplessly. The things that happened one after another in the school really broke his heart. Chapter 162. A few weeks passed in the blink of an eye. It's only a few days until Halloween. During this time, the students of Slytherin faithfully carried out Lucas's orders. Whether it were the 1st or 7th years, no one showed up for defense against the dark arts class. Dumbledore frowned every day because of this matter, while Professor Lupin turned his head white with worry. And the other 3 houses finally saw the unity of the Slytherin house. They put themselves in their shoes and thought about it. If this matter were changed to their own house, someone will probably go to class after just a few days. During this period, it's not that nobody tried to fix the issue by approaching Lucas to talk about it. Be it Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, or Sprout. The heads of the other 3 houses had all spoken to Lucas, but he was determined. Remus Lupin must publicly apologize to Professor Snape and Slytherin House. Lucas knows that these people were all sent by Dumbledore. Having experienced the previous 2 years of contact, the old bee obviously didn't want to get in touch with him easily. Dumbledore wanted to wait until Lucas calmed down and softened his attitude before talking. So after a while, people were sent to test the waters, and Lucas showed Dumbledore his attitude firmly through these people. It's almost Halloween, and Lucas didn't want to continue being so exhausted. It wasn't just the Slytherin students who were losing out, because their grades started dropping for not taking defense against the dark arts. Even he himself was being affected by getting less achievement points. Seeing that he already had more than 19,000 achievement points, he planned to save up to 20,000 points before Halloween, since there will be a holiday lottery draw. Chief, I have already handed over the books I brought back to the first years. We will use the time that originally belonged to the defense against the dark arts class to teach the students of lower years in the common room. Prefect Gemma Farley came behind Lucas to report on the situation. Lucas nodded lightly, and his gaze was fixed on Professor Lupin, who just left the castle. Of course, he wouldn't watch his housemates' grades decline without doing anything. The contents of the books brought back from Rowena Ravenclaw's library are very detailed. Although there is no qualified professor to explain which will have an impact on learning, the impact is not that great. This was already the best remedy he could think of. If there is a grade chief who cannot explain the content of the books clearly, they can also come to him for help. Go back first. It was already the 4th time that Remus had come to the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Sirius resting under a tree, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Padfoot, where have you been recently? Don't you know I've been looking for you for a long time? He had just finished speaking when he saw Sirius running towards him. Looking at the tears in the corners of the dog's eyes, he was at a loss. Half an hour later, after a lengthy tale, it was only then that Remus realized what Sirius had been up to these days. Werewolves in the Forbidden Forest will never come out of the depths. Did you provoke them somehow? Sirius shook his head hastily. His dog face was full of grievances. Seeing this, Remus sighed. Forget it, I came today to tell you that I found Peter. After saying these words, his eyes became a little rejuvenated. Thinking back to those days, remembering their times together as the Marauders, they used to make the professors feel headaches just by seeing them. But now, he was really poor, and if it wasn't for Dumbledore's help, he might not be able to live on. Sirius was wronged and sent to Azkaban for 12 years. Peter Pettigrew pretended to be a mouse and hid for 12 years. But the worst are James and Lily, betrayed by Peter, leaving their child behind to live the life of an orphan. Well, seeing Remus sigh, Sirius' eyes were full of puzzlement. Having proved that Sirius was saying the truth, Remus can finally open up to him and recount everything that had happened recently. Hearing of Lucas taking the Slytherin students to make trouble for his friend, Sirius's violent temper came up at once. If it wasn't for Remus stopping him, maybe this reckless guy would have really rushed into the castle and thrown himself into a trap. Don't worry, Dumbledore will take care of it. I'm here this time to discuss with you about capturing Peter. I'm planning to do it on Halloween night, and you will come in to help then. When we catch Peter, we will take him to Dumbledore and ask him to help prove your innocence. When talking about business, Sirius was still serious. Although there is no serious expression on his dog face, he nodded and agreed with Remus' suggestion. But it suddenly occurred to him that he couldn't undo his animagus transformation now. "It's okay, I've already thought about it. We can enter through another secret passage," Remus said as he took out the Marauder's map. As something they made together when they were in school, this map carries many memories of the 4 Marauders. A total of 7 secret passages are recorded on the Marauder's map. Most of these were found by James Potter with the invisibility cloak. One of them leads from the inside of the castle to the Quidditch pitch. The exit of this secret passage is a trapdoor, and it doesn't use magic or a password to open like the One-Eyed Witch's passage. For Sirius, who can't transform now, this is the most suitable place. The two squatted under the big tree in the Forbidden Forest and discussed it for a long time. Professor Lupin did not return to the castle until it was dark. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's almost Halloween. Halloween is approaching, and the students are very excited. Everyone gathered in the Great Hall for dinner. It's still a day away from the Halloween feast, though, but the food in the evening is already very rich. Just when everyone was busy enjoying the delicious food, a black figure entered Hogwarts through the secret passage of the Quidditch pitch. Maybe it's because of the decline in IQ after becoming a dog or the animal instincts, but Sirius couldn't even control his temper well. After successfully entering the castle, he made his way to Gryffindor Tower at once. At this time, the fat lady was chatting with several people in the portrait next to her. Suddenly, she heard a dog whimpering from under her feet. "Is this some student's pet? I don't remember anyone in Gryffindor having a dog." The fat lady glanced at the black dog under her feet, then turned around and asked a few companions beside her. Most of them just shook their heads in denial. Only the old man in one portrait frowned. "I seem to have seen this dog somewhere." All the portraits focused on the old man. At this moment, almost headless Nick floated out of the Gryffindor common room. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Sirius Black?" The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the portraits looked at the black dog in front of the fat lady in horror. The old man in the portrait also remembered at this time. "That's right, it's Sirius Black. His animagus form is a black dog. I saw it once by chance." It's a pity that it came to mind a little later. Sirius bared his teeth and lunged at the fat lady. The sharp claws instantly tore up the fat lady's portrait. As a soprano at Hogwarts, although the fat lady sang badly, she was definitely loud enough. It wasn't long before Harry and Ron left the Great Hall. When he learned that Harry has been practicing the advanced Patronus charm recently, Ron was very envious. "So you're about to master the Patronus charm?" "Professor Lupin said that I am still a little short of it, and I will be ready after practicing hard for some time." Harry was feeling smug seeing the envious eyes of his friend. Then he told Ron that Professor Lupin was drinking a potion made by Snape. "Did he really drink it?" Ron said in surprise. Seeing Harry nod, Ron said in disbelief, "Did Professor Lupin die?" "I tried persuading him. I said that Snape really wanted to be a professor of defense against the dark arts, but Professor Lupin didn't believe that Snape would poison him." Harry spread his hands helplessly. When he was planning to continue talking, the fat lady's screams came from the 3rd floor. When the two reached outside the Gryffindor common room entrance, the stairs were already full of people. "Hey, why don't you go in?" Ron shouted from behind the crowd. That's when Ginny stepped out of the crowd. "The fat lady is gone. Someone attacked her and tore her portrait." Both Harry and Ron were stunned. Especially Harry. He made his way through the crowd and arrived in front of the portrait of the fat lady. Looking at the marks left by the dog's claws on it, he suddenly felt chills all over his body. "He's here, it must be him." "Harry, who's here?" Seamus asked curiously after hearing this, but Harry just shook his head and prepared to leave, but just happened to meet Dumbledore and the professors. Percy, as this year's head boy, saw the professor's arrival and hurriedly stood up to maintain order. "Get out of the way, let the professors through first. I'm the head boy, listen to me." Percy's shout even overwhelmed the discussion of the crowd. After Dumbledore checked the portrait, he immediately asked the people around him, "Where's the fat lady?" The students looked around at the portraits, trying to find the missing fat lady. At this time, Peeves came to the crowd. "Oh, the fat lady is so miserable. I saw her hiding in the landscape painting on the 4th floor, running in the woods for a while and hiding there. How pitiful." Dumbledore parted the crowd and looked gravely at Peeves in the air. "Did she say who did it?" Peeves laughed and nodded. Of course, just because she didn't let him in, that guy tore her portrait to pieces. "You should know who I'm talking about. What a nasty temper that guy has." Sirius Black. When Peeves called out the name, both the professor and the young wizards showed terrified expressions. Chapter 163. Halloween. Hogwarts is facing an unprecedented crisis. The most wanted man, Sirius Black, broke in. Castle entrance. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick faced the door and waved their wands. The doors that hadn't been closed for an unknown amount of time closed together heavily. The two professors cooperated to cast a spell, and the 88 magic mechanism locks were activated. The last lock fell, and the lights in the castle went out one by one. Looking from the outside, Hogwarts, which was originally blazingly bright, seemed to have a sudden power outage. The original laughter of the students was gone, and all that remained was deathly silence. Great Hall. This place was originally used for eating and holding feasts. At this moment, it has become a sort of provisional camping ground. The students were all lying on the cold ground, in the sleeping bags that Dumbledore had conjured up, just to avoid the dangerous Azkaban escapee. All the professors, including Dumbledore, will take turns guarding the Great Hall tonight. And during the time the professors don't have to guard the Great Hall, they still had another task, so they couldn't rest at all. They needed to search every inch of Hogwarts where someone might be hiding. Hermione and Cho came to Lucas with sleeping bags in their arms early. And it wasn't just the two of them who came. Looking at Ginny, who lowered her head shyly behind Hermione, Lucas smiled and said, "Then let's all sleep together." As soon as these words came out, Ginny's cheeks flushed. Fortunately, all the surrounding lights were extinguished at this time. Only the dim starlight from the ceiling was left, and it doesn't provide enough lighting for people to notice her abnormality. Seeing Hermione rolling her eyes, Lucas coughed dryly. He also realized that what he just said was inappropriate. "I mean, we sleep next to each other." This doesn't sound that good either. Luckily, Hermione came out to save him. "Ginny, ignore him. You sleep next to me." After fumbling for a long time, they finally found a position to place their sleeping bags. Lucas slept in the middle, Hermione and Cho Chang slept on either side of him, while Ginny was next to Hermione's sleeping bag. The four of them got in quickly, but couldn't fall asleep for a while. Hermione looked at the ceiling and said, "It looks so beautiful at this time." The other two girls followed and made a voice of approval. The ceiling of the Great Hall tonight is a cosmic starry sky formed by magic. In this dark environment, it brings a mysterious beauty to people. By the way, how is your body transfiguration? Cough, 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 tilde. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, Hermione coughed. It seemed like she didn't want to talk about it, which made him even more curious. "What's wrong with you? I haven't asked. What are you going to do after learning?" The two girls shook their heads really fast without speaking. But Hermione looked at Ginny out of the corner of her eye. It's just too dark around, so Lucas didn't notice. Ginny, on the other hand, was too shy and hid her head in the sleeping bag. She didn't want to come, but Hermione forcefully pulled her over. Certainly, if she really doesn't want to, no one can force her. Ginny sneaked her head out of the sleeping bag, looking at Lucas through the faint light coming from the ceiling. At this moment, all her attention was on the blonde boy. As for what the others were talking about, she didn't hear it at all. By the way, Crookshanks has been outside again these last 2 days, and I haven't seen him appear for 2 nights tilde. Hearing Hermione complain, Lucas wanted to tell her that her cat and a black dog formed a rat hunting team. He might be chasing that fat rat somewhere in the castle right now. In fact, it was almost the same as he guessed. But there are no dogs, only cats. Pettigrew Peter couldn't understand just why this fat ginger cat could always find him so easily. The most annoying thing is that after being caught, the cat didn't intend to eat him. Instead, he kept beating him with its paws, as if it was treating him like a toy. Peter swears, if one day finds a chance to turn back to his human form, he'll shoot a killing curse on the damned cat. Peter had just finished swearing inwardly when he was sent flying 2 meters away by a furry paw. Immediately afterwards, that paw stepped on his stomach again. And the owner of the paw is none other than Miss Hermione's pet, Crookshanks. Crookshanks looked suspiciously at the corridor behind him. Probably because he was curious about why his friend, the big black dog, hadn't come yet. He was dazed for just a moment, but Peter took the chance to break free and run away through the dark corridor. Crookshanks hissed and quickly chased after him. As for his black dog friend, at the moment, he was hiding in the defense against the dark arts office dejectedly. Padfoot, when will your impulsive and reckless character change? Didn't 12 years of Azkaban teach you to calm down? The one who answered Remus was Sirius Black the dog, wagging his tail and sticking out his tongue. Don't think that this stupid act of yours will work. You clearly agreed to do it tomorrow night. Why did you go to the Gryffindor common room in advance? Woo Tilda. Looking for Harry. Sirius nodded quickly. He just wanted to see his godson. It's just that the fat lady wouldn't let him in. Such a thing was done in a fit of anger. Remus sighed helplessly after learning the whole story. You have alarmed everyone now. You will stay in my office tonight, and before dawn tomorrow, you will leave as soon as possible through the secret passage. Sirius nodded aggrievedly. Just when he was about to say something more, he suddenly changed back into a human form. I changed back. He looked at his palm and touched his cheek again. Sirius' eye sockets gradually became moist. Moony, I'm back. I never thought I'd be so happy to get rid of my animagus form one day. Remus looked at his excited friend and patted him on the shoulder to shut him up. If the professor on patrol heard him, both of them would suffer. While Sirius turned back into human form, the two made plans for the future. When mentioning the name Lucas Grindelwald, Sirius grimaced again. Probably because he has been a dog for so long, he has forgotten what a human being should look like when he is angry. At the same time, the moment Sirius transformed back into human form, Lucas also received feedback from the spell. Based on the approximate feedback direction of the spell, it is possible to guess where Sirius is hiding. At this time, Dumbledore and Professor Snape came in through the door. Filch searched the owlery, but he found nothing. Professor Aurora Sinistra searched the astronomy tower, also found nothing. I came from the dungeons and found no sign of Sirius Black. Dumbledore nodded and said, Thank you, Severus. It seems that Sirius is hiding somewhere we can't find, which doesn't really come as a surprise. When they were in school, they studied this castle thoroughly, even better than me. Notify the other professors to take precautions. I believe he will not stay for long. Professor Snape nodded in response. Then it was conveyed to Filch behind him, asking him to help notify other professors as well. Dumbledore was watching the students fall asleep, and Snape followed behind him. It's quite amazing, he broke into Hogwarts single-handedly and left no trace. Headmaster, how do you think he got in? There are many possibilities. I don't want to make random guesses. Professor Snape was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's answer. Headmaster, you should understand what I'm worried about the professor you hired before the semester started. Severus, none of the Hogwarts professors will help Sirius get in, I can assure you. Dumbledore said seriously. I think the castle is still safe. Let the children go back when they wake up. Now we need to deal with another matter. We should go and have a good talk with Mr. Grindelwald and talk to him about Sirius and Harry by the way. Dumbledore and Professor Snape walked slowly towards the corner. Neither of them noticed that Harry, not far away, was still awake and listened clearly to the conversation between them. When Harry heard that Dumbledore was going to discuss Sirius and himself with Lucas, he suddenly felt doubtful. This was clearly a matter between him and Sirius. So he couldn't figure out why Dumbledore went to Lucas to discuss it. Is there anything he can do about it? Harry just felt a little jealous, but then the curse of desire kicked in. No one noticed the red light that flashed in Harry's eyes. The speed was so fast that even Harry himself hadn't noticed it. The next moment he made a bold decision. He wanted to find Sirius Black, to find him faster than Lucas. Mr. Grindelwald, If you haven't heard already, I would like to speak with you. Lucas in the sleeping bag opened his eyes sharply. Of course, headmaster, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hermione and the others also heard the conversation between the two. He gave the two girls a comforting kiss on their cheeks, then patted Ginny on the head, reassuring her that he was fine. When Lucas, Dumbledore, and Professor Snape left the Great Hall, he noticed that the old bee was bringing him to the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. Chapter 164. The headmaster's office. Lucas finds himself coming here at least once a year. Sitting skillfully on the sofa, he tapped the table with his wand. Professor, why are you still standing? Seeing Lucas' skilled movements and the black tea in his hand, Professor Snape wanted to ask him why he was so familiar with this. Severus, go ahead, sit down. Complying with Dumbledore's invitation, Snape took a seat in a corner of the sofa. We meet again, Lucas. I heard about your performance on the Hogwarts Express. You and the students in Slytherin are very good. It's a pity that the school hadn't officially started at that time, otherwise I would have given Slytherin House extra points. The old bee is still the same. At the beginning, he will praise you first, and then he will ask questions with a puzzled expression in his grandfatherly style. I heard something unbelievable recently. You cast Fiendfire in class and threatened to put a killing curse on Harry. Is that true? After Dumbledore finished speaking, he looked at the boy sitting across from him. Unexpectedly, the other party was holding a cup of tea in one hand and looking at him with interest while touching his chin with his other hand. Dumbledore had a feeling that he just seemed to be seen through by the young man in front of him. That's also why he didn't want to make contact with Lucas. Lucas put the teacup back on the round table. The knocking sound produced by the cup and the table was like knocking on Dumbledore's heart. He knew all too well. If he doesn't pay something this time, Lupin's matter, he's afraid it will not be so easy to solve. His heart hurt at the thought of being blackmailed by Lucas again. Headmaster, I thought you called me here today just to talk about Professor Lupin. It seems that I was wrong about it, so I will go back first, and I will come back when you are ready to solve Professor Lupin's problem. Lucas stood up, straightened his robes, and walked towards the door. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he is not joking. Lucas, wait, we are going to solve Professor Lupin's problem this time. The way Dumbledore got up to persuade him to stay looked so hasty and embarrassed. His appearance really surprised Professor Snape at the side. What surprised Snape even more was the blonde boy at the door. He didn't expect his student to dominate the conversation with Dumbledore. Well then, since the headmaster wants to talk, let's have a good chat. Lucas returned to his seat and answered Dumbledore's question just now. Headmaster, you should know that people who are extremely angry will sometimes say things they don't really mean, don't you? As for my use of Fiendfire, I don't think there's anything to be surprised about. After all, it's not the first time I've cast it, and I'm quite proficient in it, so no one I didn't want to get hurt would have been hurt. Or is it that the headmaster, like our great savior, believes that as long as someone uses the dark arts, he must be a dark wizard? Of course Dumbledore couldn't admit it, so he waved his hand and said, "Of course not. In fact, I am quite proficient in them as well, and sometimes the dark arts can also help us. So, do you still have any other questions? If not, can we start discussing Professor Lupin's matter?" Lucas' tone was slightly annoyed. Dumbledore, noticing this, smiled and explained, "Don't be mad, I'm just making sure our agreement is still in place." It seems that you still don't believe in me, Headmaster. Could it be that I did something that violated the agreement in the past 2 years? Lucas frowned, showing an expression of anger at being distrusted. Then he stretched out his right hand and looked at Dumbledore. "Why don't we form another unbreakable vow? Maybe this will make you feel more at ease." Dumbledore didn't answer. He just looked into Lucas' eyes for a long time. "Then there is no need, I trust you. Let's talk about Professor Lupin next." Lucas nodded. "My attitude remains the same. Professor Remus Lupin must publicly apologize. I think tomorrow's Halloween feast is a very good time to apologize. What do you think, Headmaster?" Hearing what Lucas said, Dumbledore shook his head quickly. "You should know that if Professor Lupin makes a public apology, It will be very detrimental to his future teaching, and it will damage his image as a professor. Lucas disagreed with the old bee's statement. Then you must think that my head of house, Professor Snape, being humiliated like that will not do any damage to his image. Don't forget, Professor Snape is not only the potions professor at Hogwarts, but also the head of our Slytherin house. That malicious humiliation is tantamount to humiliating our entire Slytherin house. So I hope you can understand that what I represent at this moment is not a personal opinion, but a resolution shared by all students of Slytherin house. Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. But there was a wave in Professor Snape's eyes. He suffered a lot during his childhood, and he has almost never received the care of others. Finally met Lily Evans, who became the only light in his dark and lonely life. But because of a series of accidents, he ended up causing her death instead. Severus Snape, his life is full of unfortunate events. At this moment, he could feel the care from his own students and was inexplicably moved. He didn't expect that the students who always avoid him on weekdays would care about him so much. Lucas didn't know that the old bat's imagination was working overtime beside him. Facing Dumbledore's hesitation, he immediately showed the trump card in his hand. Headmaster, I think it's better to apologize and feel a bit of shame than to expose Professor Lupin's identity as a werewolf, right? Dumbledore looked at Professor Snape, thinking that he had leaked Lupin's identity. Don't look at Professor Snape. Do you think that with my ability, I can't find out the identity of a simple werewolf? Thinking about it carefully, although the foundation of the Saints group in England is still shallow, it was more than enough to investigate a single person. Thinking for a long time, Dumbledore sighed. How can you not reveal the identity of Professor Lupin? Headmaster, you really let me down. Do you think I'm the kind of guy who grabs the handle and blackmails others? Not to mention the old bee, even Professor Snape, who was watching the show, showed a strange look in his eyes. The eyes of the two of them seemed to say again, aren't you exactly that kind of person? Lucas coughed dryly and said, Headmaster, if you can promise to give me a magic material. Not only can I keep the identity of Professor Lupin secret, but the apology is also negotiable. After all, the prestige of a professor is still very important. Dumbledore hadn't spoken yet when Professor Snape's face turned gloomy. Feeling the low air pressure coming from his side, Lucas turned his head and said, Professor, we are all colleagues, and sometimes we should suffer a little bit of grievance. Snape was angry in his heart. He realized that he was moved in vain just now. Before, he kept saying that it represented the decision of all Slytherin students, but he changed his words the next moment to ask for benefits. Professor Snape understood why Dumbledore found the blonde boy so difficult to deal with. Dumbledore was going to listen to the other party's needs first. If it wasn't something too outrageous, this condition is not unacceptable. Lucas looked at the phoenix fox standing on the sycamore tree beside him. After several months of rest, it had almost recovered. Dumbledore said clearly, If you want the phoenix's tail feather, I have another one here, and I can give it to you. No, you misunderstood. Lucas stared at Phoenix and said, What I need is the blood essence of the phoenix. I hope Professor Dumbledore will be a bit more generous. Hearing Phoenix's blood essence, Dumbledore was completely stunned. Even Fawkes let out a cry, looking angrily at the person on the sofa. Only Professor Snape was taken aback. Phoenix's painstaking efforts are one of the main ingredients for brewing the spirit-purifying potion. During the summer vacation, Lucas promised to find a way to collect the materials. He didn't expect him to make such a big commotion. Apart from luring Dumbledore into a bait, he also wanted to collect materials. But it is also right to think about it. The only phoenix in the world that's easy to locate is the one next to Dumbledore. Lucas saw that Dumbledore did not reply for a long time. Pulling Professor Snape to stand up, he said, Headmaster, you can think about it slowly. It's already late, so I'll go back and rest first. After that, he walked towards the door, muttering as he walked, I don't know what's wrong recently. I always talk in my sleep in the middle of the night. If I accidentally tell someone's little secret, that person will probably suffer, especially today, since all the students are sleeping in the Great Hall. While speaking, Lucas had already arrived at the spiral staircase and was about to walk down. Dumbledore's weak voice came from behind. "Okay, I promise you." "That's very nice of you, Headmaster." Dumbledore ignored the annoying boy. He came to Fawkes' side, stroked its head, and said something in a low voice. It took a while, but Dumbledore finally walked over to the round table with a crystal vial. A drop of gold blood was floating in the vial. "This is the painstaking effort of a phoenix, an extremely precious magic material." Lucas put away the crystal vial and made a solemn promise. "Headmaster, you can rest assured that I will never take the initiative to mention the secret of Professor Lupin to anyone. As for the apology, Professor Lupin should go to the Slytherin common room and apologize to our head of house in front of everyone. What do you think?" Dumbledore sighed and said, "Okay then, let's talk about another thing, Sirius Black and Harry Potter." Chapter 165. I would appreciate further details. Lucas showed unprecedented patience. He didn't say anything about the time being too late and planning to rest. After all, the old bee had just paid a handsome sum, so naturally, he had to be a little more enthusiastic. Maybe there will be a new blackmail, opportunity for cooperation after chatting. Dumbledore pulled out a new packet of lemon drops, thinking about what to say while eating. After a few minutes, he raised his head and looked at the blonde boy in front of him. This incident started more than 10 years ago, when the house where Harry's parents lived was protected by the Fidelius charm. Voldemort couldn't find them in the first place, but Sirius Black, who was the secret keeper, revealed their location to him. Sirius betrayed Harry's parents and became Voldemort's servant, and after Voldemort disappeared, he blew up a whole street in a frenzy, killing a lot of people. Now it's rumored that Sirius wants to kill Harry. That's what people inferred from these things. When Dumbledore mentioned Harry's parents, Lucas looked vaguely at Professor Snape beside him. Sure enough, sadness appeared in the professor's eyes again. He thought for a few seconds and asked with a puzzled look, "Headmaster, since the prophecy indicates that Harry may be one of the keys to defeating Voldemort, then why didn't you act as the Potter family's secret keeper yourself? I believe that if it were you, Voldemort would never be able to succeed." Lucas could feel the sofa shaking. It should have been caused by Professor Snape sitting upright. Both looked at Dumbledore, waiting for his answer. "Oh, Tilda, in fact, I did plan to do this at the beginning, but James wanted his closest friend to be the secret keeper. It seems that Mr. James Potter doesn't have a very good eye for making friends." Lucas followed the other person's words and accepted Dumbledore's explanation. What if he doesn't accept it? More than 10 years have passed, and everything is dead without a way to prove it. It's hard to ask Dumbledore why the Potter family was in danger. What about the heirloom invisibility cloak in their hands? Couldn't they use it to hide after their house was found? I believe this old bee has already thought of the best answer to deal with it. Lucas took a sip of tea and continued to ask, "Then what do you mean?" "Since I promised to protect Harry Potter until the end of this year, I won't break my promise. Even Sirius Black can't hurt him." Hearing his promise, Dumbledore's eyebrows gradually relaxed. "I believe you, my boy. In fact, after a while, I have an appointment with Minister Fudge. I plan to invite you to participate in the discussion. Sirius is too dangerous, so we must catch him as soon as possible." Lucas has no problem with that. He also knew that Dumbledore said so much just to make himself clear. The two agreed on a time and place, and Lucas got up to leave. But before leaving, he asked Dumbledore curiously, "Headmaster, do you know anything about Horcruxes?" Suddenly, the office became completely silent. Dumbledore's pupils contracted visibly, and the hand that was holding the sugar also paused for a second. Then everything went back to normal, and Dumbledore's expression was still as kind as ever. "I haven't heard of it, my boy. Why do you ask that question?" "It's nothing. I just saw the introduction in an ancient book at home recently, and I think the Horcrux is very interesting. Since the headmaster doesn't know about it, I'll just ask someone else." After Lucas finished speaking, he continued to walk in the direction of the staircase. Just when Lucas and Snape were about to leave, Dumbledore suddenly said, "Severus, just a moment please." Seeing the gaze Lucas cast on him, he smiled and said, "I need to arrange a night patrol with Severus. The danger in the castle has not been lifted yet, so we must be careful. Lucas nodded knowingly. Thank you, headmaster. When the sound of the stone gargoyle returning to its place came from downstairs, only then did Dumbledore put away the benevolent smile on his face. Severus, I'm going to trouble you again. Pay more attention to that child Lucas from now on, please. Headmaster, what is a Horcrux? I think you looked very nervous when you heard that word. Seeing the puzzlement in Snape's eyes, Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, a Horcrux is a very evil dark magic item. He came to his desk and took out the black leather diary from the drawer. Remember this diary? Of course, it caused a lot of trouble for the school last year. That's right. Dumbledore opened the diary and stroked the sword marks on it. This is a Horcrux, Voldemort's Horcrux. It can grant people a type of immortality, but it can also make them lose their mind. So Severus, we can't let that kid Lucas turn into a lunatic like Voldemort. Professor Snape had a cooperative look of shock. Of course, he was also a little surprised, because Lucas' guess was right again. Sure enough, Dumbledore knew of the Horcrux's existence. Snape heaved a sigh of relief, returning to his indifferent demeanor. In that case, I will help you keep an eye on him. Dumbledore was very reassured with Snape's words. Putting the diary back into the drawer, he had planned to take Snape back to the Great Hall. But he hadn't spoken yet when he heard Snape ask, how many of these Horcruxes does Voldemort have? Dumbledore was stunned for a few seconds. I don't know, but there must not be too many. It is very troublesome to make such a Horcrux. The night passed quickly. A ray of white light appeared in the sky, and the students in the Great Hall crawled out of their sleeping bags in pain. Compared to their soft beds, the cold, hard ground is not a good place to sleep. Lucas looked at the two girls hugging him tightly and gently moved their arms away. Looking at Ginny, who was awake, Lucas motioned her not to speak, so as not to disturb the two girls who were still sleeping. No need, we're already awake. The two girls stretched their waists. My lord, I brought you breakfast. Astoria's voice came from behind. Turning his head to look, he found that this girl was looking at Hermione and the others enviously. Thanks. When she saw Lucas accepting the breakfast she had brought, Astoria ran away happily. HMPH, another one. To Hermione's jealous voice behind him, Lucas just smiled and didn't refute. Today is Halloween, so the students can have a relaxing and happy day. Though not everyone can be so relaxed on this day. Like Remus Lupin, originally he was annoyed because his friend caused trouble. Suddenly, another message came from Dumbledore, telling him to apologize to Severus in the Slytherin common room. He originally wanted to refuse, but he could tell that this is already the result of Dumbledore's painstaking efforts. So he could only accept his fate and go to the Slytherin common room. When Lupin stepped into the common room, Lucas, who was reading a book on the sofa, smiled triumphantly. He wasn't afraid that Professor Lupin wouldn't come. After all, the werewolf was grateful to Dumbledore from the bottom of his heart, so naturally, he will not make things difficult for the headmaster. Lupin looked at Snape and Lucas sitting on the couch, and noticed that Slytherin's strict hierarchy was clearly on display here. In the entire lounge, there are only 2 people who can sit, and they are naturally the people with the most say in the entire Slytherin house. Since Professor Lupin is here, let's start quickly. Lucas closed the book, got up and walked to the side. The other party came to apologize to Professor Snape, so it's not good for him to sit next to him. The apology worked out well. Of course, it is impossible not to do well. After all, it is just a formality. Waiting until Professor Lupin left, Lucas immediately issued the chief order. Starting tomorrow, all Slytherin students can attend defense against the dark arts class as normal. Before you know it, the day is coming to an end, and the Halloween feast has arrived. Lucas, who was eating dessert, suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding, the holiday special platinum lottery draw is now open. This prize pool lasts until 12 midnight. Please spend as much as you want. He picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth. Then he went to the Ravenclaw table and said goodnight to his girlfriends. Going back to his room, he looked at the 20,000 achievement points he had accumulated and immediately ordered the lottery draw. It is detected that the host is conducting a platinum lottery draw. The prize pool is 200 achievement points each, and the total number of lucky draws is 100. Do you want to continue? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the platinum prize pool appeared in front of Lucas. Immediately afterwards, rays of light of various colors flew out of the prize pool. The system's beep kept coming to his mind. Ding, this lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning a total of bronze rewards. 46 pieces, silver rewards, 35 pieces, gold rewards, 15 pieces, platinum rewards, 4 pieces. Chapter 166. Lucas turned on the system and looked at this lottery draw. 100 consecutive draws got him 4 platinum rewards. Such a result has made him very satisfied. The host received a total of 46 bronze rewards this time. The details are as follows. Gold galleons 7 total, 427, Rue Essence 6, White Fresh Essence 15, Rover Sterling Car 1, Ice Mice 10, Women's Knitted Hat 3, Children's Magic Wand 4. The host received a total of 35 silver rewards this time. The details are as follows. Transfiguration Spell, Level 6-4, Illusion Curse, Level 6-4, Restoration Charm, Level 5-3, Shield Charm, Level 6-3, Exploding Curse, Level 4-7, Depulso, Level 3-1, Impervious, Level 3-1, Household Magic, Level 4-4, Level 5-4, Splitting Curse, Level 5-4. The host received a total of 15 gold rewards this time. Details are as follows. 2 talent points 3. Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge 1. Legilimency, Level 6-3. Memory Charm, Level 5-3. Pratigo Maxima, Level 3-3. Sectum Sempra, Level 7-1. Patronus Charm, Level 7-1. The host received a total of 4 platinum rewards this time. The details are as follows. Bloodline Awakening Card, Star Dragon. Elf Magic. Void Corrosion, Level 1, Talent, Obscurus, Controllable, Skill Evolution Scroll. System, start synthesizing. Taking advantage of the time it takes for the system to synthesize all the spells. Lucas took out the Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, first. Looking at the palm-sized hexagonal mechanism, it's hard to imagine that such a small thing can turn a bridge hundreds of meters into a deadly trap. Lucas researched over and over again. At the same time, he thought of the wooden bridge outside the castle leading to the Forbidden Forest. This thing may play a key role in the future. Putting away the magic trap, Lucas looked at the 4 platinum rewards. The Star Dragon is the best partner of the Void Elves. Its body is silver and white, almost transparent, and there are stars circulating in its body. The Star Dragon can not only change its size, but also has a strong body. It can also spray out a breath that tears apart the space, annihilating all enemies in the storm of the void. That's right, Lucas Patronus looks like a star dragon. Looking at the Bloodline Awakening card in his hand, he called out the basilisk Medusa who was playing in the secret garden. Lucas, what do you want with Medusa? Do you want to evolve to a higher level of life? A higher level of life, she asked suspiciously, but when she saw Lucca's serious eyes, she realized it was not a joke. As magical creatures, it is their instinct to evolve and desire great power, so Medusa nodded. Lucas placed the bloodline card of the Star Dragon on top of her head. The card instantly turned into a beam of 7-colored light and entered Medusa's body. Medusa is so tired, Medusa is going to bed. As soon as the words fell, she coiled her body into a ball. Lucas knew that it was evolving into a star dragon, and it would take several months to complete. Sending Medusa into the secret garden, he looked at the next reward. Void Corrosion, Level 1. Elven Magic, curses the target with the power of the void. The target is unaware of the magic, and the internal organs have been corroded by the void when found. So many draws, Lucas also got a lot of elven magic. For elf magic, he can only use 2 words to describe it. Powerful and evil. Void Corrosion appears to be just a curse. But there are notes behind it. Cannot be cured, cannot be reversed, cannot be blocked. In other words, as long as Lucas casts it on the target, the opponent will definitely be hit, and there is no doubt that he will die. Not even Lucas himself has the ability to lift the curse. This is really a broken ability. Lucas said to himself in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that there were no targets around him, he really wanted to try this magic. At least look at how long it takes for the target to die after being hit. After reading the information on void corrosion, Lucas set his sights on the last two rewards. Although Obscurus are rare in the magic world, there are still some known cases. An Obscurus is actually a kind of magical parasite in the host's body that looks like a disembodied black mist, and its destructive power can be extremely powerful. The formation of Obscurus is mostly something that happens in young wizards that are afraid of their own power and try to suppress their magical talent for some reason. The hosts of Obscurus are named Obscurials, and they normally don't live to be more than 10 years old. Of course, there are exceptions, like Aurelius Dumbledore, who was named Credence before knowing of his origins. Another thing to say is that Dumbledore's sister, Ariana Dumbledore, was also an Obscurial. Lucas got a controlled Obscurus. For him, it was just one more means of attack, because they are not invincible. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the wizards of the Ministry of Magic of the United States once gathered together to destroy Credence. Although he didn't die, that is only because someone interfered. So in Lucas' view, this power can at most be used for large-scale destruction. He was just wondering if the Obscurus can resist the pistols and cannons of Muggles. He didn't dare to think about taking something like a missile head-on, but if it can resist conventional individual weapons, that would be great. The last reward is the Skill Evolution Scroll. Its function is to evolve a full-level skill. As for what will happen, the system didn't specify. But it can be guaranteed that the new skill learned will be similar to the original skill at worst. Lucas held the scroll and looked at his skill list. In the end, he chose the Fire Shield, level 9. Being his best and also his signature magic, Lucas had a soft spot for it. Ding, consume Skill Evolution Scroll. Skill Evolution in progress. Ding, evolution is over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Forbidden Curse. Seraphim's Elegy. Seraphim's Elegy. Fire-type forbidden curse magic, summoning the flames that will destroy the world, burning everything in the world. Magic power requirements. Quasi-legendary. I didn't expect it to be a forbidden spell. System, open my character attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 13 years old. Identity, leader of the Saints Investment Group, son of Gellert Grindelwald, third-year student at Hogwarts, chief of Slytherin House. Bloodline, Void Elf, Second Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Eye of Foresight LVL2, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version. Combination skill, Obscurus Controllable. Mana Strength, 54, Elite Aura. Charms, 10 Awakened. Transfiguration, 10 Awakened. Dark Arts, 11 Awakened. Alchemy, 4. Ancient Runes, 3. Divination, 10 Awakened. Potions, 6. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring level 1, Looting level 1, Life Steal level 1, Void Escape, level 1, Void Corrosion level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, full set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic Spell Text. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon Infant. Personal Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy Beginner, Occlumency level 9, Fire Shield level 9, Imperious Curse level 9, Killing Curse level 9, Cruciatus Curse level 9, Sectum Sempra level 8, Legilimency level 8, Memory Charm level 7, Firestorm level 4, Patronus Charm level 8, Pratigo Maxima level 6. Magic Item Goblin Sword, Trap Bridge. Achievement Points, 124. The magic strength is 54, and there are 6 points left to reach Quasi-Legendary. It's not much different from Luca's original estimate. In another 3 months, at the beginning of next year, he will be successfully promoted to a Quasi-Legendary level powerhouse. Lucas looked at the column of pets again. The basilisk is currently evolving into a star dragon, and its vitality will be greatly increased after completion. Medusa, who is already coming to the end of her life, will have her life extended many times. System, distribute the 6 talent points, 3 points for potions, 2 points for ancient runes, and 1 point for alchemy. Potions, 9. Ancient runes, 5. Alchemy, 5. After adding the talent points, Luca's potion talent has also reached the full level. Satisfied, he shut down the system. Seeing that it was still early, Luca's planned to make arrangements for future plans. At the same time, Harry walked out of the Gryffindor tower, wearing his invisibility cloak. The entire castle was silent, and even the Weasley twins, who like night tour the most on weekdays, dared not leave the dormitory at this time. Mr. Potter, who wanted to capture Sirius, didn't think about the danger at all. On the other side, Lucas used the Void Fisher to return to Grindelwald Manor and instructed Vinda Rosier to continue sending talents to the Ministry of Magic. Then he walked out of the manor and went to the garden. As his eyes gradually released white light, Luca's body turned into a thick black mist. He first got acquainted with the power of the Obscurus in midair. Then he flew in the direction of Little Hangleton. Everything that blocked his path was torn to pieces by the power of the Obscurus. The Ministry of Magic late at night got a lot of work again. Many wizards took to the streets of England, not restoring destroyed buildings, but modifying the memories of Muggles. And Lucas is soaring in the air while experiencing the power of the Obscurus, till he landed within a little distance of Little Hangleton. Looking at the dilapidated wooden shed, whose walls are covered with moss and the tiles are about to fall off, Lucas knew he was in the right place. Especially seeing the S formed by the dead snake corpse on the door. He knew that he had arrived at the old Gaunt's house, and the resurrection stone ring inherited from the Gaunt family was inside. Let's start the adventure of Gaunt's old house next. Chapter 167. People in the wizarding world may never think of it. As one of the founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin's descendants would actually be so impoverished. Looking at the half-collapsed shed in front of him, Lucas drew out his wand and walked in cautiously. It is here that 16-year-old Tom Riddle got his resurrection stone ring. What his good friend Tommy didn't know is that he had just gotten one of the Deathly Hallows. He'd always thought the ring was just a Slytherin relic for posterity. Lucas pushed open the dusty, decayed wooden door. Just as he stepped in, suddenly, a flame ignited from inside the door. In the blink of an eye, the door was covered by fiendfire. Fortunately, Lucas used Void Escape in advance. It is said that Gaunt's ring is protected by heavy black magic. I thought it was a lot of black magic applied to the ring, but I didn't expect there to even be a trap at the entrance. Lucas extinguished the fiendfire on the door. After careful observation, it turned out that the trap set by Voldemort was rather ingenious. Although fiendfire is attached to the wooden door, it will not damage the door itself. This also allows the fiendfire curse on the door to work repeatedly. It is not known how many thieves or people who entered by mistake were burned to ashes. Going deeper, the situation within the Gaunt family gradually emerged before Luca's eyes. Tattered wardrobe and round table. Collapsed dilapidated sofas and wooden chairs. Everything here is the same as in a common Muggle home. Because of the generations of their descendants wasting their money, the Gaunt family has nothing of value. Probably the most valuable item is the ring, which was made into a Horcrux. There was also Slytherin's locket that was sold for almost nothing by Merop Gaunt, Voldemort's mother. Lucas walked along the ruined wall and finally came to the deepest room. Here the traces of magic were the heaviest. If he guessed correctly, the Gaunt's ring should be hidden here. Accompanied by killing curses, splitting curses, blood-boiling curses, bone breakers, entrails expelling curses, poisons, snakes, and other attacks. Lucas finally found the rough Gaunt ring under the floorboards. Wear it, you can get everything by wearing it. Power, love, money, power. A seductive voice appeared in Lucas' mind. When he used his full-level occlumency, Lucas's eyes immediately became hollow. I didn't expect the black magic on this ring to be so powerful. Feeling grateful, Lucas reached out his wand and fiddled with the ring and paid close attention to the black gem on top. Seeing the Peveril crest on the black stone, Lucas showed a satisfied smile. Finally found the resurrection stone. Although the resurrection stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, was found, Lucas didn't pick it up yet. Not because of the black magic in the ring. With the power of anti-magic, Lucas can easily break the black magic around him. The reason why he didn't destroy it all the way is that he was planning to use this Horcrux ring to plot against Dumbledore. Lucas likes to let people do things according to his own plans. But the existence of Dumbledore made it impossible for Lucas to command the overall situation. But the ultimate achievement doesn't allow Dumbledore to die. Then there is only one way. Seize the dominance, with Lucas as the main player and Dumbledore as the assistant. This Horcrux ring is the beginning of the seizure of power. The wand flipped through Lucas' fingers. Thinking for a long time, he waved his wand and wrote a sentence around the ring. Spell text, the magic that is most suitable for setting traps. Not just around the ring, Lucas also wrote some text on the ring. After doing all this, he turned to look at the dilapidated house. Although it's a bit broken, let's apply an anti-apparition and anti-portkey ward. After all, the wand began to write the rules on one side of the wall. Absolute rules set by the spell text magic. Not even Dumbledore could break the restrictions here with the Elder Wand. Dumbledore, I wish you would come soon. Lucas returned the same way. When he returned to the gate of the Gaunt family's old house, he swung his wand again and wrote another paragraph. Confirming that there are no omissions, Lucas waved his hand. No matter whether it was inside or outside the house, all the words of the spells disappeared. Harry had already walked a lot in the castle. Since there is no clue of Sirius, he could only search randomly. Of course, Harry also thought about asking for help, but there is only one invisibility cloak. And he has many friends in Gryffindor, though probably only Ron is willing to help, and well, Ron is Ron. Oh, it's too bad, I was almost caught by the idiot Baron, but luckily Master Peeves is smart. Peeves' voice came from the passage ahead. Harry's eyes lit up and he walked over quietly. At this moment, Peeves was sitting cross-legged in the air, as if he was resting. Peeves. Who is it? Peeves turned to look in the direction of the voice. A few seconds passed when he suddenly pointed to the air in front of him and said, Harry Potty, I know it's you, come out quickly. Looking at Peeves' distraught look, Harry scratched his head, but took off the cloak anyway. How did you know I was hiding here? Seeing the little devil's spawn face full of doubts, Peeves said proudly, Of course, your father often went out at night wearing that invisibility cloak as well. You knew my father? Harry asked excitedly. Peeves seemed to be remembering the past, and his face became very ugly. But when it saw the longing on Potty's face, the mischievous poltergeist immediately raised a smile. Of course, you want to know about James Potter and Lily Evans. Seeing Harry nodding, Peeves beckoned, Follow me. Bathroom on the second floor. Coming here again, Harry recalled his experience in the Chamber of Secrets last year. Seeing him distracted, Peeves didn't bother him. After a few minutes, Harry woke up from his own memories. What kind of man was my father? Peeves grinned and said with a nasty smile, Your father, James Potter, was a complete bastard. Harry didn't expect the answer to be like this. After being dazed for a few seconds, he shouted sharply, Impossible, you're lying to me. Peeves just gave him a glance. Then he started making a list of all the bad things that James Potter led the Marauders to do. It had been about half an hour or so before Peeves stopped. Looking at Harry with a broken expression in front of him, he showed a kind smile. Oh, Mr. Potter, are you okay? What you said can't be true, my father wasn't like that. After speaking, Harry turned around and ran out. Not long after he ran out of the bathroom, he ran head-on into Professor Snape, who was on his night watch. Oh, let me see, isn't this the famous Mr. Potter? On the day after the school break-in, the daring Mr. Potter decided it would be fun to go out on a night tour. Professor Snape pointed his wand at Harry's hands, and seeing the familiar invisibility cloak, he sneered disdainfully. Harry Potter violated the school's prohibition and went out at night without permission. I will deduct 10 points from Gryffindor. Sorry, Professor. Professor Snape looked at the boy in surprise. If it's not night, he wants to see if the sun is rising from the wrong side. The famous Harry Potter actually said sorry to his most hated professor. Just when Professor Snape felt strange, Professor Lupin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Harry, didn't I ask you to come to my office? Why are you here? Turning to look behind him, Professor Snape put away the surprise in his eyes and put on a mocking expression. "Professor Lupin, are you having a stroll under the moonlight?" Snape wouldn't be himself if he didn't deliver some verbal damage. Professor Lupin's face became a little unnatural, but he still grabbed Harry's shoulders. "It was I who asked Harry to help organize the teaching materials. I'm sorry for not explaining in advance, Severus." Snort Tilda. Snape held up his wand, and the fluorescent light on the top waved twice in front of the two of them. "It doesn't matter." After saying that, he turned around and walked to his office. According to Professor Snape, Harry had Lupin by his side, so there shouldn't be any danger. On the way back to the Tower of Gryffindor, Lupin looked at the boy beside him. "Harry, what's wrong with you? Why the long face?" Harry gave him a complicated look. "Professor, what kind of person was my father?" Lupin frowned. "Why do you ask so suddenly?" "Peeves said that my father did a lot of bad things back then, and he caused headaches for the professors. Also, he formed a group called the Marauders, who specialize in bullying others, including Snape." "Professor, do you know about this?" Lupin pondered for a moment and asked, "Didn't Peeves tell you about the rest of the Marauder squad?" Seeing Harry shake his head, Lupin breathed a sigh of relief. "Harry, your father was indeed naughty in the past, but only naughty. Besides, Peeves' words are not trustworthy. Back then, your father used the invisibility cloak to tease him a lot. I think he said this on purpose to annoy you. As for Snape, you also know that the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin was very tense back then because of you-know-who. So some daily friction is inevitable, Harry. Your father was a good person, and so are you." After Lupin finished speaking, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room on the 3rd floor. "Okay, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep." "Good night, Professor." Not sure if Harry listened to what he had to say, though. In a blink of an eye, the next day came. Lucas arrived at the potions office early in the morning. As soon as he opened the door, he told Professor Snape, "It's time to start." Professor Snape looked normal, just nodded slightly, turned and left the office. Chapter 168. After Halloween, November officially started, and the weather is getting colder. But the Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts had just begun. Last year, because of the Chamber of Secrets incident, the Quidditch Cup was stopped halfway, which disappointed many Quidditch fans, especially those seniors in their last year. Lucas was walking down the hall with a book in his arms. Last year, he verified that the coach does not get achievement points for the team winning, so this year he doesn't even want to go to the stadium. But plans can't keep up with changes. Achievement points are now earned simply by breaking records. What about breaking the record for fastest Quidditch win? Lucas felt compelled to give it a try. "Mr. Grindelwald." Looking at Cedric, who appeared behind him, Lucas smiled and said, "Didn't I already say it before? Just call me Lucas." Seeing that the Hufflepuff boy was wearing a Quidditch uniform, he said again, "Ready to go for some training?" Cedric nodded. Before he had time to speak, he heard Lucas continue, "Then I won't bother you, so I'll go first." "Lucas, wait." Lucas stopped in his tracks and looked at the other boy, puzzled. After Cedric's hesitant explanation, only then did he realize that he had a few fans in Hufflepuff. In that case, let's call them to get to know each other. It wasn't long before several members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team happily shook his hand. After sending away his fanboys, Lucas continued on to the Quidditch pitch. Although he has not played and trained for a long time, he was still a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team, so he just walked to the gate of the field. He happened to hear a loud voice coming from one side of the viewing platform. "Everyone, I'm already in my last year here, and I want to get at least one championship cup before graduation. Harry against Hufflepuff the day after tomorrow. Can you catch that bloody gold snitch?" "I can," Harry replied loudly. "Very good, Fred, George. You must protect our players and don't let the bludger hit anyone. Can you do it?" "Yes," the twins also answered Wood's question loudly. Then all members of the Gryffindor team formed a circle. "Come on, Gryffindor." Seeing them yelling and stomping their feet, Lucas suddenly remembered his previous life in his mind. In those sports movies, the team captain would always give such impassioned speeches, before turning an impossible game around and winning. Lucas gave Wood a sympathetic look. This dutiful captain probably doesn't know yet, but the day after tomorrow their seeker will be attacked by dementors during the game. Not only that, but even his broom will be completely destroyed by the Whomping Willow. After silently sympathizing, Lucas turned and walked in the direction of the Slytherin team. As for reminding Harry to be careful tomorrow, don't be funny, let alone the fact he will probably not even appreciate it. There is no just benefit, why should he do something so thankless? Quidditch training didn't last long, at least for Lucas, because he didn't stay on the court for long and went to sit on the stands to read a book. Looking at the weather that was gradually becoming gloomier, he closed his book, turned and walked towards the castle. Passing by the Black Lake, he suddenly saw Hermione and Cho hiding behind a big tree. What are these two doing, Tilda? He was just about to go up to greet the two of them when he saw that Cho changed her appearance using body transfiguration. Gradually, a strange boy appeared behind the tree. At the same time, the figure of Ginny Weasley also came out of the castle. You probably guessed what the two of them were going to do. Lucas cast the disillusionment charm on himself and approached Hermione step by step to spy on them. Hermione, is it really okay for us to do this? Will Lucas be angry? Why would he be angry? We are doing this for him, so change your voice quickly, otherwise when you open your mouth you'll be exposed. Cho squeezed her throat clumsily, trying to make her voice sound like a boy. The two didn't know that right next to the big tree beside them, Lucas was watching their mischief invisibly. After a while, Ginny finally came close. Strange, why is there no one? Didn't he tell me to come here? After that, she took out a piece of parchment and rereading the content in it, Ginny still couldn't help feeling shy. Putting away the letter from Lucas, she was going to her usual place to wait. Honey, I have missed you these days. The explicit words made Ginny blush. She turned to look for a different place to wait, but before she had gone far, she stopped. Because the female voice behind her was too familiar. If she heard correctly, it should be Hermione Granger's voice. Ginny could no longer be shy. She turned back and walked towards the big tree. It seemed that she wanted to make sure that she had heard correctly. Next to the big tree, hearing Ginny's footsteps, Hermione and Cho were like children who succeeded in a prank. Cho said in a low voice, "What do you think Ginny will look like later?" Angry, maybe she will run to find Lucas, and we must stop her then, otherwise we won't be able to explain it clearly. Hearing what the two said, Lucas raised an eyebrow and looked at Ginny, seeing that the redhead had even drawn out her wand. He also sympathized with the two girls in his heart a bit. But if he happened to use Ginny's hand to teach them a lesson, let's see if they dare to mess around again in the future. He even helped to learn advanced spells, and it turned out that the purpose of learning human body transfiguration from him was for this. Lucas leaned against the trunk beside him with an expression of watching a show, just missing the popcorn. But the wand was tightly held in his hand just in case. If the situation gets out of control, he can act in time. Defindo. The sudden spell startled Hermione and Cho. Watching the trunk split several times, the two didn't care about acting and quickly took out their wands. Ginny, listen to our explanation first. Explain what? Mr. Grindelwald has been so kind to you, how can you do this to him? Ginny didn't bother to keep talking. Instead, she sent a spell to the boy that Cho had transformed into, but Hermione blocked the spell. Turning her eyes, she immediately said, "I have to share him with another girl, which is too unfair to me. If it were you, would you be willing to do this? Share your love with others?" Ginny didn't seem to know how to answer. Seeing this, Hermione immediately said, "Look, you don't want to either, so just pretend you didn't see anything today. Honey, let's go." Hermione took Cho's hand and planned to go back to the castle first. But she hadn't taken 2 steps when Ginny's voice came from behind them again. "Volumucus." Hermione turned hastily to block. The Bat Bogey Hex is a very insulting spell that turns the target's bogies into bogey bats that stay connected to their nose and attack them constantly. I would, as long as Mr. Grindelwald is willing, even if it is only a little bit of love, I would. Seeing Ginny's firm eyes, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then she put down her wand with a chuckle. Okay, you can also cancel the transformation. I can't get rid of it, I don't know why, I tried several times but I can't get rid of it. Huh, Hermione didn't expect such a thing to happen. Ginny came back to herself, seeing that the two of them actually dared to behave indiscriminately in front of her. The wand in her hand was raised again. Ginny, listen to our explanation, it's not what you think. That's right, Ginny, listen to my voice, I'm Cho. The two girls really panicked now, seeing that the spell was about to fly out of the redhead's wand. Suddenly, a voice came from the big tree beside him, Immobulus. The three girls were put in slow motion. Immediately afterwards, Luca's figure appeared in front of the three of them. Finite. Lucas waved his wand, and the immobilization was lifted. At the same time, Cho Chang's transfiguration was also released. You guys are just fooling around. Seeing Lucas was a little annoyed at their antics, the two girls were like children who have done something wrong, fiddling with their hands and their heads lowered. Only then did Ginny realize that she had been tricked. Remembering what she said just now, her cheeks became flushed, and she wished she could escape from this place as soon as possible. Hermione stole a glance at Lucas, then dragged Cho to Lucas. Honey, instead of bringing her back by yourself in the future, it's better for us to help you. Ginny and Cho both agree. Cho nodded in agreement, and the two immediately ran to Ginny and pushed her towards Lucas. It seemed that the two were planning to use Ginny as a distraction so that they could escape before Lucas got angry. Looking at the backs of the girls running away, Lucas sighed helplessly. Mr. Grindelwald, didn't I say before to just call me by my name? Mr. Lucas, Ginny said again. Lucas smiled and shook his head. No, it should be Lucas. Seeing Ginny's surprised eyes, Lucas held her hand tightly. Let's go catch them to settle accounts. Ginny let the blonde boy just pull her forward. Seeing that her hand was completely wrapped by Lucas' bigger hand, a happy smile appeared on the corner of Ginny's lips. The next day, sure enough, it began to rain lightly. It wasn't even cold weather. But because of this rain, most students changed into their winter robes. Thick winter scarves were also beginning to appear around their necks. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Lucas was busy scolding Hermione for her mischief. Hermione promised that what happened yesterday was the last time, and they would never do it again. But when Lucas turned around, she whispered something that sounded suspiciously like, "We'll just do it in a different way next time." Boom tilde. The classroom door was pushed open, and a figure hurried in. Seeing the person coming, Harry Potter immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Chapter 169. Potter, what can you do? A whisper-like voice echoed in everyone's ears. Professor Snape swung his wand and closed all the windows. Harry pondered for a moment and asked, "Excuse me, sir, where's Professor Lupin?" "This has nothing to do with you, Potter." Answering Harry's question in such a way, Snape looked again at the rest of the classroom. Noticing that everyone seems to be curious about where Professor Lupin was, he explained again, "Let's put it this way, your professor, his current situation is not suitable for teaching, so I will be taking his place." After saying that, Snape yanked the cloth off the podium vigorously. Don't look at Professor, Snape always has a cold face. But he actually is the only man in Hogwarts who can use PPT. Turn the book to page 394. Taking advantage of the time it took the students to flip through the book, Snape came to the back of the group to adjust the projector. And Harry, who had returned to his seat, was talking in a low voice with his friend. Snape must have added something to Professor Lupin's potion. This kind of thing, he must be able to do it. I mean, Snape will do whatever it takes to become a defense against the dark arts professor. Hearing his friend's remarks, Harry frowned. It shouldn't be possible. This is Hogwarts with Dumbledore here. Snape shouldn't dare to do that. Ron curled his lips, and it could be seen from his expression that he didn't agree with this statement. I said turn the book to page 394. A deep voice came from behind. At the same time, there is also a surge of magic power that makes Harry and Ron's books automatically turn to page 394. Noticing the page mentioned werewolves, Ron asked in puzzlement, "Why werewolves? We don't seem to need to learn about them yet. Because I think you should know how to deal with werewolves, so I brought it forward to this class so you can learn." Snape tapped the projector again with his wand. As the lights came on, information about werewolves also appeared on the screen. "Who can tell me now the difference between an animagus and a werewolf?" As soon as the question came out, Hermione raised her hand high. Snape glanced at her lightly and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, you answer." Hermione looked like the professor just killed her puppy, and reluctantly, she lowered her raised hand. Lucas was even more helpless. Answering questions doesn't earn him achievement points anymore. And because this class is theoretical knowledge, he can't break any record. Animagus is a wizard who voluntarily decides to transform into an animal, but a werewolf has no choice. Every night when the moon is full, the werewolves will transform into a beast and become irrational. Even their relatives and friends will be killed by them. And werewolves only respond to the calls of their own kind. That's about it, Professor. Very well, 5 points for Slytherin. Professor Snape was still blatantly biased. In order to let you have a deeper understanding of werewolves, give me a paper on werewolf research on Monday morning. It needs to be 2 pieces of parchment long, and the focus is on identifying werewolves. The students were all dejected. A good weekend was instantly ruined by heavy homework. Some people even showed expressions of despair. This includes Harry. "Sir, there is a Quidditch match tomorrow." "Then you have to be more careful, Mr. Potter, because you still have to hand in your homework even if you lose a limb." Snape gave him a cold look, then continued to talk about the details of werewolves. It has to be said, Professor Snape's lectures are very detailed. Not only does he use PPT, but he also talks about some knowledge that is not in books. A thesis on 2 parchments isn't that difficult if you listen carefully. Continuous light rain continued until the next day. Looking at the gloomy weather and the cold wind outside, Lucas, who was wearing a raincoat, couldn't figure it out. Why is there a Quidditch match in such weather? "Lucas, hurry up. We won't be able to watch Gryffindor's and Hufflepuff's new tactics if we are late." Draco stood at the end of the corridor, shouting at the slow blonde boy on the other side. Seeing that Draco wrapped himself like a dumpling, Lucas laughed mercilessly. This immediately provoked a counterattack from Draco, and the two went to the stands in a fight, making fun of each other. The huge stadium was already full of spectators, but the match hadn't started yet. The sound of cheering and shouting was already resounding throughout the stadium. Lucas stood among the crowd and looked up to the sky. Such a place of passion and joy should be the dream buffet for Dementors. Just as he thought, a few dark shadows gradually appeared hidden between the thick clouds, secretly observing everything on the field. Lucas sighed and tightened his raincoat again. This bad weather and what's to come are really affecting his mood. "Lucas, do you have time?" Dumbledore's voice was heard in his ear. Lucas followed the sound and looked into the distance. He didn't know what method the old man used, but he was able to transmit sound to himself in the stands from so far away. This should be some kind of sound transmission magic, right? Although he was thinking wildly in his mind, Lucas still answered with a nod. "Then please come to my side. We can watch the game together, and I want to chat with you by the way." Lucas looked again at the stand where Dumbledore was. It was higher than where Lucas was standing at this moment. That is a stand specially prepared for teachers, staff, and parents. Of course, the wind and rain there must be more violent than where he currently is. Lucas didn't want to go, but he didn't have a good reason to refuse, so he tightened his raincoat again and walked over. It wasn't until he entered the staff stands that he realized that the sky above the stands had been enchanted. Whether it is strong wind or heavy rain, it has no effect on this place. "Professor, there is such a good place. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lucas complained to Professor Snape, who was sitting not far away, as he took off his raincoat. In return, Snape snorted disdainfully. That seems to be his answer to things half of the time. At this point, the game had entered the preparatory stage, and it could start any time. Lucas came to sit next to Dumbledore. His eyes were fixed on the door from where the players would appear. "Professor, I don't know why you are looking for me. As the most excellent seeker among the students this year, I hope you can act as an interpreter for me. You should know Lee Jordan's interpretation. Dumbledore had just finished speaking. Lee, who was sitting in the first row of commentary seats, turned his head. From his expression, it was clear that he didn't hear it coming from Dumbledore. Instead, he heard it coming from someone else. Dumbledore took a packet of candy from his pocket. He took out one and put it in his mouth and continued. Of course, there are other things. Remember that we are going to meet with Minister Fudge. Seeing Luca's nod, he went on to say, the time is set for Christmas Day at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. I'm sorry for delaying your holiday, but please do come because it's very important. No problem at all. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, the gates of the players' passages on both sides of the field were opened. Watching the two teams flying into the sky in the rain, Lucas felt cold just thinking about it. Riding his broom, Harry listened to the cheers from the surrounding stands. Thinking of what Captain Wood said before, there was unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. In his first year, he was an exception and became the team's seeker. Gryffindor pinned his hopes on him, but he lost to Lucas Grindelwald and still lost the game by a huge margin. In his second year, he lost again to Draco. No, it's better to say he still lost to Lucas Grindelwald's broom. Everyone seems to have figured it out. Harry Potter can't beat Lucas Grindelwald. This made him very unconvinced. Captain, we will definitely win this time. Harry's sudden cheering sound attracted the attention of the people around him. Oliver Wood, the hot-blooded boy, immediately yelled as well. Professor Hooch came to the middle of the pitch and threw the quaffle high into the sky after releasing the golden snitch and the bludgers. Harry flew high into the sky with Cedric. Lucas looked at the two men who were climbing continuously. What a pity that such a wonderful game will be interrupted by the Dementors. Lucas smiled and watched the two silently with a bit of pity. Chapter 170. Harry looked at his opponent beside him, and the other party's information appeared in his mind. Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff Seeker, outstanding ability, fifth-year student. He and Cedric have only competed once, and that was 2 years ago. Although in the end he won, it was a narrow victory. Hello, Harry, nice to meet you. See the eyes full of kindness behind the other person's goggles. Harry's tense body gradually relaxed. Good day, Cedric. Just finished speaking when he found Cedric had rushed out on his broom. Silently cursing him for being so cunning, Harry quickly manipulated the broom and chased after him. In the stands, Dumbledore watched the performances of the two teams with relish. Lucas, who do you think will win this match? I don't think there will be a winner or loser. Dumbledore looked around in bewilderment. Any game will have winners and losers, not only games, but many things in life are like this. Oh, like Voldemort. Dumbledore chuckled a few times, but didn't give a clear answer. The game in the stadium is still going on. Dumbledore watched with great interest until Gryffindor scored the first quaffle. Then he continued the topic from just now. Decades ago, I met a young man who was as excellent as you, but because of my mistakes, he was led astray. Then what? Dumbledore looked at the boy beside him and said, Then that boy caused serious harm to the wizarding world. Lucas, you asked me about the Horcrux that day. I went back and checked the information and finally found the relevant records. Do you want to hear it? Of course, Lucas nodded. A Horcrux is a very evil dark magic item that makes a person lose their minds and become very aggressive. Someone once made a Horcrux, and the end result is that they become neither human nor ghost, which is quite frightening. Lucas suddenly said, So it is like this, it is really dangerous, but such a dangerous thing, why would anyone want to make it? For this question, Dumbledore didn't answer right away, but kept putting candy in his mouth. His line of sight was always watching the field. It wasn't until Lucas got a little impatient that he heard the old man say 2 words. Eternal life. What? Horcruxes can make people live forever, but they can also turn people into crazy beasts. You are a smart child, just like your father. The reason why I tell you this today is just that I hope you can understand the dangers of being too hasty. Dumbledore truly meant what he said, at least that's how it sounds to Lucas. When he saw the headmaster staring closely at his eyes, he chuckled. Of course, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Really? That's good. Dumbledore looked away and looked back at the pitch. The two fell silent since then, until they saw Harry and Cedric diving from the sky. Looks like the winner is about to be announced. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Harry happened to pass by the stands on his broom. Seeing Dumbledore sitting side by side with Lucas, Harry frowned. But seeing the encouragement in Dumbledore's eyes, the unhappiness in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. The gold snitch flew high into the sky again. Harry cranked up the speed, and the broom flew high into the air like a gust of wind. A small smile played on Dumbledore's lips as he looked at the sky and said, "Harry is a pretty good seeker, isn't he?" "Headmaster, you seem too optimistic," Lucas said with his arms folded. "Don't forget, the Dementors are still guarding the school. If Harry rode a broom and plunged into their encirclement, what do you think would happen?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "No, the Dementors will strictly obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. They will only be around the school, not close to the school." His words revealed a strong confidence. Looking at the determined eyes of the old man, Lucas smiled and said, "Then let us wait and see." The same confident tone made Dumbledore a little uneasy. He looked at the thick clouds, looking for the figure of Harry. At the same time, Harry and Cedric were chasing each other through the clouds. The two refused to give in to the other. Both wanted to grab the golden snitch before the other. There was a thunderclap in the sky and lightning fell. Cedric, who was flying ahead, was unfortunately hit. Seeing his opponent falling from the sky, Harry steered the broom to stop in midair. "This is my last year, and I want to give Gryffindor a Quidditch title back." Oliver Wood's words resounded in his mind. Finally glancing at Cedric, who fell, Harry turned around and continued to chase the snitch. The figure in the sky quickly attracted the attention of the audience in the stands. "Oh!" some people exclaimed, while some who were more timid covered their eyes. Cedric kept falling. There is some magic on the broom to protect the user in case of an accident, but it's not that strong, and with his current speed, he will definitely die if he crashes on the ground like this. Hufflepuff's players shouted the name of each other and abandoned the game to rush to save Cedric. "Arresto momentum." A loud voice came from the staff stand. Lucas held his wand and was pointing at Cedric's body. The powerful magic gradually slowed down the fall of Cedric until he stopped completely in the air. A warm applause sounded around, and many students even called out Lucas' name. Several Hufflepuff players came to the stands and expressed their gratitude to Lucas. "No need to thank me. Cedric is my friend, and he is also an excellent seeker. If there is an accident, it would be a pity." Lucas waved his wand again, and it didn't take long for a Nimbus 2001 to appear in front of him. "I think Cedric will need it after waking up." "Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald." The players returned with a broom, and Cedric also woke up from the lightning strike. Thanks to the protection spell on his broom, he didn't suffer any serious injury that would prevent him from keeping playing. When he learned from the population that Lucas saved himself, he rode the broom and stepped forward to thank him personally. Lucas looked at Dumbledore, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Cedric, what about Harry? How are you after being hit by lightning?" "He is okay. I noticed that he seems to still be chasing the snitch." Hearing that, the parents and professors frowned. After Cedric expressed his gratitude, he continued to focus on the match. The game returned to normal, and the two teams began to play harder. Lucas stood beside Dumbledore and asked lowly, "Professor, what are you worried about?" Dumbledore retracted his eyes from the sky, with a smile on his face. "Nothing, thank you for your actions just now. I was thinking about how many points I should give to Slytherin House." "Thank you, Professor." The dialogue between the two just ended when a shout came from the court, and this time it was louder than the previous. The two looked up at the sky and saw Harry's figure falling from the sky. It doesn't matter if that's just that, but above Harry, the Dementors were rushing towards the stadium. They hovered down, looking from a distance like a black tornado. It's like a big black funnel, and the bottom of the funnel is Harry Potter. Seeing so many Dementors rushing and made the stadium fall into chaos. A lot of students screamed and wanted to escape. For a while, the stands became chaotic. "Sonorous." Lucas pointed at his throat with his wand and said, "Calm down." The people pushing and shoving each other gradually stopped. Once the crowd became calm again, Lucas looked at the Slytherin stand. All students of Slytherin protect the people from other houses when evacuating the court first. The prefects of other houses, please maintain the order of your respective house and exit the court in an orderly manner. Percy looked at the figure on the high platform. He is the head boy, but didn't command as much respect as Lucas. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he started evacuating the crowd in accordance with the instructions. As Lucas was busy giving instructions, Dumbledore raised his hand and pointed at Harry to use Arresto Momentum in order to stop his fall. His spell looked even more proficient than Lucas and saved Harry with no problem at all. But facing the Dementors that are rushing towards the stadium, he couldn't stop them in time since he was currently busy saving Harry. Fortunately, Lucas beside him aimed at the sky. Expecto Patronum. The silver-white light illuminated the entire stadium and the sky. Then a bright eastern dragon appeared from the white light. The students who were evacuating stopped to look up at the mysterious and beautiful patroness that flew towards the sky. Chapter 171. Every time a Dementor appears, it is accompanied by a chill. Like the glass of the Hogwarts Express, with a large number of Dementors pouring into the field, even the drizzle that fell from the sky was frozen. This chill intensified the inner fear of the students. However, when the loud dragon roared, all the chill was pushed away and a warm current full of happiness enveloped everyone present. When the chill faded, everyone looked up at the sky. It was a snake-like eastern dragon. It kept growing as it advanced, and in no time it was nearly 50 meters long. When the Dementors met their natural enemy, they turned around and flew into the sky. This made Harry, who was originally being pursued, breathe a sigh of relief. At the last moment before he passed out, he saw the huge dragon chasing the Dementors. Then it unexpectedly swallowed one of them. Wow, Tilda! Sounds of amazement came from the students who hadn't evacuated yet. Even the parents who came to watch the game were the same. They had never seen such a powerful patroness. What surprised them even more was that the patroness charm was actually cast by a third-year student. Many adult wizards felt a bit ashamed of this. "Look, that dragon is killing the Dementors." The sudden exclamation made everyone's eyes turn to the sky again. It's a well-known fact that the patroness charm is one of the oldest and most powerful defensive spells in the wizarding world. Note that it is a purely defensive magic spell that has the effect of resisting Dementors and driving away Lethifolds, but no lethality. But today, the patroness cast by Lucas has subverted everyone's perception of this spell. They saw the patroness dragon soaring in the sky, driving the Dementors to one place with its huge body. The sharp claws on the abdomen would tear the Dementors to pieces with each attack. In the blink of an eye, a dozen Dementors were reduced to pieces. Watching the tattered black cloth fall from the sky, Dumbledore came back to himself. "Lucas, show mercy." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Lucas lower his wand, and the mysterious and beautiful eastern dragon in the sky also disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Dementor Killer I. The host has killed 16 Dementors in total, each rewarded with 200 achievement points. Total reward, 3,200 achievement points. Hearing the system prompt, Lucas looked at the Dementors who had fled to the sky with a hint of regret in his eyes. If he had known that Dementors had such generous rewards, he wouldn't have listened to Dumbledore just now. So much so that when Lucas looked at the old bee, there was a hint of complaint in his eyes. As for why Dementors have such a high reward, Lucas thought for a moment and understood. First of all, the wizarding world doesn't have any known spells to kill Dementors. According to the book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the Patroness Charm is the only spell known to expel magical creatures such as Dementors. In addition, the number of Dementors is scarce. Because the Dementor was created by the dark wizard Acrisides, and the method for their creation was lost after his death. This also resulted in only 100 or so Dementors in the whole of England. Sighing regretfully, Lucas retracted his wand back into his robe. At this time, Dumbledore also lowered Harry's body to the ground. This old man once again proved his strength. With such a long distance, the speed drop was slowed down without a wand, and even though Lucas can also do it. But using the spell at such a long distance, Lucas felt that he was not that good at it. At least not until he breaks through the quasi-legendary level. It has nothing to do with spell proficiency or anything. It is simply that the magic power is not strong enough. After Harry landed safely, Dumbledore turned to look at the boy behind him. What a powerful patronus. Mr. Grindelwald saved his classmates again in a crisis. I want to add 20 points to Slytherin. Thank you, Professor. There was warm applause all around. The parents applauded for the perfect cooperation between the old and the young. They also only saw Dumbledore and Lucas smiling, but what they didn't notice is that there was no smile in the eyes of the two of them. Especially Dumbledore, he looked at Lucas more defensively. Only Professor Snape, who was sitting not far away, saw all this in his eyes. Snape frowned slightly. He knew Lucas had Dumbledore's attention. The success of the plan depends on his performance next. Just at this time, Lee Jordan's exasperated voice came from the microphone. As if it wasn't bad enough, Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff Seeker, caught the golden snitch. He closed out the game, Hufflepuff got the win, but I think this is a little unfair. Lee Jordan, Professor McGonagall warned from behind. Lee had no choice but to announce to the audience again that Hufflepuff had won. The crowd dispersed, and the Quidditch pitch was deserted again. In the staff stand, the figure of Professor Snape came up from the stairs. Headmaster, Mr. Potter has been sent to the infirmary. As for the Dementors, because of Mr. Grindelwald's patronus, they have fled from the school grounds at this moment. According to my estimation, these Dementors should not enter the school again. After all, they encountered an unprecedented crisis this time. Dumbledore looked at the gloomy sky, and it took a long time before he said softly, "Thank you, Severus." HMPH tilde, Professor Snape turned to leave. What he had to say has been said, so there's no need to stay here with the old man. Severus, how is Lucas doing? Snape stopped in his tracks, but he didn't turn around to face the other person. Headmaster, I think you are just thinking wildly. Mr. Grindelwald hasn't done anything lately. Really, Severus? I understand the kid has a lot of respect for you, but we're trying to keep him from going astray. Snape sneered and said, "Since the headmaster understands, just find someone else to do it. I think that the werewolf is a very good choice for such a task." Dumbledore turned and walked over to Professor Snape, and said with a hint of tension in his eyes, "Severus, Remus won't be able to stay at Hogwarts for long, and now has reached a critical moment. You heard Professor Trelawney's prophecy in the Chamber of Secrets last year, didn't you? The Dark Lord is coming back, and a new leader is coming. I think the leader is probably Harry, so we can't make any mistakes at this time. Lucas is excellent, very excellent, but when he mentioned the Horcrux just now, I saw desire in his eyes. We can't let another young man with so much talent go astray. Believe me, Lucas may be a good helper for Harry in the future. Severus, he is Harry, Lily's son, please help him." Snape closed his eyes, misleading Dumbledore into thinking he was sad to hear Lily's name. In fact, he was just afraid of what the perceptive Dumbledore would see in his eyes. Waiting until his thoughts calmed down, Snape opened his eyes again, sarcasm evident in them. "Mr. Potter, the new leader, tilde." For Dumbledore's statement, his heart matched his expression, full of sarcasm. He preferred to believe that cunning boy Lucas would be the new leader. He didn't believe that the arrogant Potter could lead the crowd to defeat Voldemort. Reminding what Lucas told him, Snape sighed, "I intercepted some of Mr. Grindelwald's letters. One was addressed to the village of Budleigh Babberton. Merlin, I remember an old friend living there." Dumbledore's tone was a bit distressed. "Professor Horace Slughorn." Snape nodded slightly. Yes, that letter was addressed to him. "Professor Slughorn is very knowledgeable. Mr. Grindelwald must have wanted to know something from him." Dumbledore nodded and quickly looked at Snape. "What about the other letters?" "There is another letter, asking his subordinates to investigate a place, Little Hangleton, the Gaunt family." Gaunt, Dumbledore was taken aback. He knew very well what the Gaunt stood for. Fighting wits with Voldemort for so many years, Dumbledore already knew the Dark Lord's details thoroughly. Well, thank you, Severus. Professor Snape asked nothing. As a seasoned spy, he knows what to ask and what is better to not know. Waiting until Snape left, Dumbledore looked up at the sky again and muttered to himself, "The Gaunt family." Infirmary. Because of a Quidditch match, it became overcrowded. Some students have a cold. Some others were injured during the game. This includes Harry Potter, the savior. Looking at the broomstick that was destroyed by the Whomping Willow, Harry was very sad. This broom was a gift from Professor McGonagall, accompanying him on the Quidditch pitch for 3 years. "Harry, don't be sad, trust me, you'll get a better broom." Ron's reassurance didn't help. At this time, next to him came the strange voice of some Hufflepuff players. It's what he deserves. He didn't go to rescue others when he saw them fall. He only thought about winning, and the broken broom was Merlin's punishment for him. "What are you talking about?" Ron snapped. Gryffindor's team now also glared at the neighbors. Cedric, who also came to the infirmary for an examination, pulled at his team members' clothes, signaling them not to make trouble. "If you guys continue to make noise like this, leave the infirmary immediately." Madame Pomfrey suddenly appeared between the two groups of people. The two groups snorted unconvinced, but still stopped the fight. This seems to be the case. But in fact, the rumors about the Savior's unscrupulous means for victory have already been spread by the Badgers. Harry Potter and Lucas Grindelwald were once again being compared. But no matter where you look at it, Harry the not-so-Savior Potter had no chance of winning. Not to mention that what Lucas did was equivalent to saving everyone's life. Some extreme people even blamed Harry for being reckless and leading the Dementors to the stadium. And there are quite a few people who support this statement. This made the accusations against Harry keep increasing. The following month, Harry kept receiving people's accusations left and right, making him miserable. Until Christmas came. Chapter 172. Christmas holiday, one of the few holidays at Hogwarts. The students packed up and said their farewells early to their friends who were staying or the professors, waiting for the long-lost reunion with their families. Hermione, Cho, and Ginny were all going back for Christmas this year. This throws off Luca's plans for a wonderful Christmas Eve. Not only that, Hermione also entrusted him with her pet Crookshanks. The excuse is that her family home is too small, and that's not good for Crookshanks who likes moving around. For Lucas, going home during the holidays is just to solve the company affairs that can never be finished. Fortunately, the Christmas holidays are only a few days away. The time will soon come for Christmas Day. Lucas was walking on the road to Hogsmeade. Looking at the surroundings covered in silver, he could feel the beauty of nature. Christmas is only felt with snowflakes. "Black, there's so much snow, don't run around." An ethereal voice suddenly reached his ears, and Lucas looked in the direction of the shrieking shack. The figure of Luna Lovegood appeared under a big tree covered with snowflakes. "Luna." Lucas Grindelwald. Luna was very surprised to see Lucas appear. "I remember Hermione Granger said that you will go home during the Christmas holidays. Why are you here?" "I have an appointment at the Three Broomsticks. What about you? Aren't you going home for the holidays?" Luna looked at the white snow seen in the distance and shook her head. "Father went to search for the crumple-horned snorkack in South America this time, so I'm going to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays." "Grrr tilde." A low growl came from the side. Seeing Sirius baring his teeth at him, Lucas drew out his wand and said, "Luna, let me help you check if there is any problem with this dog." Upon hearing his words, Sirius ran off into the distance immediately. Seeing how he ran away in embarrassment, he was obviously still deeply impressed by the lesson from last time. "Black." Luna yelled at the black dog, going away twice. Seeing that the dog had no intention of stopping, she could only give up. "It's called Black." "Well, the name I gave it fits its appearance very well, doesn't it?" Lucas nodded with a smile. At this moment, Crookshanks in his arms struggled and jumped to the ground and chased after Sirius in the direction where he disappeared. "Aren't you going after him? If Crookshanks gets lost, Hermione will be angry." It's okay, he will come back by himself. It's still early. Do you want to go for a walk together? Luna hesitated for a second, then nodded slightly under Luca's gaze. Hogwarts Castle. Standing on a high place, Harry looked at the people who left the school together with envy in his eyes. Today is Christmas. Students staying in the 3rd year and above can go shopping and play in Hogsmeade Village. However, they must have a form signed by a parent or guardian, and Harry didn't have anyone who would sign it for him. Looking at the invisibility cloak beside him, he frowned, put it on his body, and walked out of the castle. Unfortunately, Harry's mind is not very bright. It could be said to be a bit dull even, and seems to have forgotten that there is still a lot of snow on the ground. Then a strange scene appeared. Obviously no one passed by, but a series of footprints appeared in the snow. Fred and George smiled at each other, and the two blocked Harry's way, one left and one right. No matter how much he struggled, the two forcefully took him to a hidden corner of the castle. Harry, you can't sneak out like this and break the school rules. That's right, you will be only losing points from Gryffindor. After the two finished talking, they lifted Harry's invisibility cloak. Looking at the twins in front of him, Harry's expression was a little annoyed because the two of them disrupted his plans. Don't look at us like that. As your seniors, we are also doing this for your own good. Please, just let me go to Hogsmeade. If the hard way doesn't work, then try a soft approach. The twins looked at each other and smiled, looking at Harry, who was full of begging eyes, and said, "As experienced mischief makers, we have a safer way to send you to Hogsmeade. There's a secret passage leading directly to Honeyduke's shop. Come with us." The twins turned and led Harry to the 3rd floor of the castle. In the corridor close to Gryffindor Common Room, a statue of a humpbacked one-eyed witch stands quietly there. This is a secret road leading directly to Hogsmeade Honeyduke's. If you want to go in, just take out your wand and tap her on the back. Then tell the password, Descendium. The twins just finished speaking. The one-eyed witch's hunchback split to the sides, revealing a downward stone slide. Seeing the twins, one on the left and one on the right, motioning him in, Harry thanked the two of them and jumped into the slide directly. Once the one-eyed witch reverted back to her original form, the twins high-fived each other. The boss is really good at predicting things. That's right, he knew in advance that Harry was going to use the invisibility cloak to leave school. Apparently, the twins had been instructed by Lucas to tell Harry about the secret passage. Harry slid down the slide for nearly 10 minutes, then a long tunnel appeared in front of him. It took Harry about an hour to finally reach the end of the tunnel into some stairs that led to a trap door, and beyond was the cellar of Honeyduke's. With the invisibility cloak in hand, Harry managed to escape from Honeyduke's and snatched Neville's lollipop when he went out. Patilda. Ron, who was admiring the snow with lavender brown, was suddenly attacked by a snowball. He turned his head to look in the direction from which the snowball came from, but found no one there. Although Ron felt strange, he didn't think any further. Just when he was about to turn back to continue enjoying the snow, another snowball flew towards him. This time he saw it clearly. The snowball appeared suddenly from midair. Looking at the shrieking shack not far away, Ron suddenly remembered something scary about it. On the other hand, Lavender was smarter. She looked into the clearing and called, "Harry, come out." Harry pulled off his invisibility cloak, with a cheerful smile on his face. "Harry, how did you get out of school?" Harry told his friends about the secret passage and how the twins told him about it. Ron said, "That's right, they do know a lot of secret passages leading outside the school." After hearing this, Harry looked at the two of them again. "You are. Don't get me wrong, Lavender was just helping me find Scabbers. He disappeared somewhere." "Yes, we're looking for his rat," Lavender repeated nervously. Harry looked at the two and just smiled and didn't say anything else. The three then went to visit Hogsmeade. Harry, who came here for the first time, felt that everything he saw was very fresh. And Ron, who has been here twice already, acted as a tour guide for him, giving a detailed introduction to the shops in Hogsmeade. At this time, Lucas and Luna also came out of Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Coming outside the door, Luna let out a long breath. The atmosphere of couples in the tea shop was just too strong. Luna, who came here for the first time, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, and several times she wanted to propose to leave. But seeing Luca's deep eyes and the gentle smile on his lips, she couldn't muster up the courage to say it. Fortunately, the two of them didn't stay inside for long. "Lucas, I remembered that I still haven't finished my homework, so I'll go back first. Thank you very much for today." After Luna finished speaking, she turned around and ran towards the castle. At this moment, she no longer has the usual ethereal disposition. It's like an angel who was dragged into the world by the devil and turned into a shy, ordinary girl. And the devil is none other than Lucas Grindelwald. "Meow Tilda." Crookshank's voice came from behind. Seeing the big fat rat motionless under his paws, Lucas chuckled. "Is this a gift from you?" "Meow Tilda." Being part Kneasel, Crookshanks can understand human language, at least the general meaning. He pushed the rat at its feet toward Lucas, which means that it was indeed a gift for him. Using magic to lift the fainted rat and take it to an inaccessible place. A white light flew out from the tip of Luca's wand, and the rat gradually turned into a short, fat, ugly, balding man. It has to be said that Pettigrew Peter really does look like a rat. Does the appearance of a person also determine the appearance of their animagus form? Or is it the other way around, with the animagus form gradually changing the person's looks? Lucas didn't have to wait long for Pettigrew to wake up from his fainting. Not realizing that he was in his human form, after waking up, he landed on all fours and planned to escape. It was not until he ran a few meters that he noticed that something was wrong. He didn't know when he had changed back. Just when he was puzzled, Luca's voice came from behind. "Why don't you keep running away?" "Who? Crucio." Just as Peter Pettigrew turned around, he was struck by a glowing red spell. His eyes opened wide, and he fell down in the snow all at once. Chapter 173. There was a creaking sound from the snow. Peter wanted to see who was attacking him, but the piercing pain blurred his vision. Looking at the pale-skinned Peter Pettigrew on the ground, Lucas put down his wand. In an instant, Pettigrew's pale complexion returned to rosy as he lay on the ground panting. Moving his head to look up along the hem of the wizard's robe, he finally saw his attacker. "Lucas Grindelwald." "Oh, if you know me, that's easier." Lucas squatted in front of Peter, gently brushing the other's messy hair with his wand. "Peter, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor and lure Sirius to the Shrieking Shack. What would you like?" No, Sirius will kill me." Peter's head shook like a rattle. Lucas tapped Peter's head with his wand and said, "Peter, we have the same goal, and we both want to deal with Sirius. Think about how those friends of yours treated you when you were in school, Wormtail. What kind of friend would give such an ugly nickname to someone he considers a friend? It's no wonder you betrayed James Potter. If it were me, I would make the same choice as you. So, let's work together, lure Sirius to the Shrieking Shack, and I'll fix everything, while you continue to live your life incognito. Think about it, that irascible guy who bullied you will be sent back to Azkaban, and even sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. In the future, your secret will never be known by anyone, and I can even let you personally accuse them of their evil deeds against you. How about it? Peter, think about it, did they really regard you as a friend? Pettigrew seems to be stuck in a past memory, so Lucas took this opportunity to use legilimency on him. It really wasn't much different from his guess. "Peter, let me help you. Let's get revenge on Sirius and Lupin, okay?" "Good." Seeing Peter Pettigrew's ruthless face, Lucas smiled silently. He didn't expect this guy to be so easy to fool. While Peter was not paying attention, he took out a bottle of potion and poured most of it into Peter's mouth. What is this?" "For insurance, I need to have some insurance. This is Professor Snape's unique poison." Seeing the rat-like face of Peter showing an expression of fear, Lucas patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, I'll give you the antidote when it's over. Of course, you don't have to believe me, but it's been 3 years since we first met. Who I am, you should know better than your stupid master, right?" Pettigrew nodded apprehensively. Just at this time, a few dogs barked in the distance. "Why don't you turn into a rat and leave soon? Is it possible that you want to be caught by Sirius right now?" Peter didn't think much, changed into Scabbers, and quickly disappeared into the woods. Lucas also casts the disillusionment charm on himself. After a while, Sirius ran past him. Stretching his waist, Lucas walked step by step. After checking the time, he realized it was time for his appointment with Dumbledore. He was wondering what the old man wanted to discuss with him this time. In Hogsmeade, Harry and Ron, along with Lavender, also visited the village. The three finally arrived at the Three Broomsticks. Ron pointed to the beautiful busty woman at the door and said, "That's Ms. Rosmerta, a very attractive woman, everyone loves her." His words caused Lavender to roll her eyes. From the looks of it, she hated Ron complimenting other women in front of her. At this time, a sleigh was approaching from afar. Sitting on the sled was Fudge, the Minister for Magic. "Oh, Tilda Rosmerta, has your business been doing well recently?" Rosmerta held a hammer in her hand and walked towards Fudge with an unfriendly expression. "Because of that bastard Sirius and your Dementors, the guests always leave early, and I have lost a lot of money. So, when will your Aurors catch Sirius?" Looking at the hammer swinging back and forth in front of him, Minister Fudge backed away again and again. Right away, I'm here today to discuss this with Dumbledore." As soon as Fudge finished speaking, he was patted by Professor McGonagall, who rushed over. Only then did he realize that he had slipped his mouth, but Rosmerta, who still didn't understand what's going on, was jointly pushed into the bar by Professor McGonagall and Minister Fudge. "Dumbledore coming too." Harry's voice came from inside the cloak. Yes, that's what Minister Fudge said just now, and he also said that he would discuss the capture of Sirius Black. Harry, who was determined to catch Sirius himself, thought that this was a great opportunity to collect some information. He has an invisibility cloak after all, so sneaking into the bar to eavesdrop on the conversation of Dumbledore and others he should not be found. Making up his mind, he walked towards the Three Broomsticks. When Ron found out what he was, he had already walked to the door of the bar. Ron followed the footprints. It's a pity that he was blocked by a shrunken head hanging at the door of the bar. Harry had never seen such a noisy and chaotic bar. There was choking smoke all over the place, and the crowded round tables were full of adult wizards. Thanks to Rosmerta's charm, this is the way it is most of the time. Many people come here to order a butterbeer after work, then talk loudly with their companions or anyone they find at the bar until dark. Harry, under the cloak, carefully avoided the crowd and followed Professor McGonagall and the other two to a room on the second floor. Looking at the closed door, he mustered up his courage and pushed it away. The people inside didn't notice, thinking that the door was blown open by the wind. Rosmerta stepped forward to close the door and asked, "Where's Dumbledore?" "He said he was waiting for a friend," Professor McGonagall replied. "Is there anyone else coming?" Rosmerta asked curiously. Professor McGonagall said with a smile, "Not one, but two, 3 people including Dumbledore." "Then I'd better ask someone to prepare more refreshments." She left the room to do just that. Professor McGonagall looked at Minister Fudge on the sofa. "Minister, what are you going to do about the Dementors entering the campus?" "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I'm having a really bad headache right now. I don't know who sold this information to the newspaper. Many newspapers have published the Dementors' invasion of the Hogwarts Quidditch game, and now I have to deal with countless howlers every day." Minister Fudge patted his forehead. He hated the bastard who took the photo. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was still staring at him, he sighed helplessly. "I have asked the Dementors to retreat outside the school, and it should be fine now. Besides, didn't Mr. Grindelwald kill more than a dozen Dementors this time? That's amazing. No one has ever been able to kill a Dementor." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. She also never imagined that her students would manage to do something like that. The expressions of the two were quite emotional, which made Harry, who was hiding aside, feel very uncomfortable. Especially Professor McGonagall. As head of Gryffindor House, she praised a Slytherin student. This made Harry speechless. He just couldn't believe it. But he was more curious about who Dumbledore was waiting for. To make Dumbledore take it so seriously, and even go to greet him in person, must be someone very powerful. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to that mysterious man he had never seen before. As soon as Lucas walked out of the woods, he saw Dumbledore and Professor Snape standing in the distance looking at him. "Headmaster, Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. Did you like the presents I gave you?" Professor Snape's snort answered Lucas, because Lucas gave him a bottle of shampoo. It also says oil removing and dandruff removing. When Snape received the gift, he almost smashed his room to pieces. Dumbledore smiled contentedly. "I liked it very much, although I have had many wool socks, but you can never have too many and you're so considerate every time. Of course there is a lot of care. Those are wool socks used by Gellert Grindelwald after all. They even have the other person's name embroidered on it." As for the gifts Lucas received, Dumbledore is still a book. This time it's not good. It is a book that persuades people to correct evil and return to righteousness. The two smiled tacitly. Ron, who had been squatting at the door at this time, saw the three of them coming from a distance. When seeing Lucas walking side by side with Dumbledore, his expression was indescribably ugly. "Harry, I hope you're okay in there," he whispered. As soon as the words fell, Ron saw them walk into the bar. The room on the second floor. Overhearing Professor McGonagall chatting with Minister Fudge about unimportant matters, Harry was very impatient. At this moment, Rosmerta pushed the door and walked in. "Dumbledore is coming." As soon as these words came out, all eyes in the room turned to the door. Harry stared at the door even more closely. He wanted to see who Dumbledore invited. Chapter 174. Oh Tilda, Mr. Grindelwald, long time no see. Lucas hadn't entered the room yet, but Minister Fudge couldn't wait to greet him. Fudge's words also made Harry, who was hiding beside him, dumbfounded. The next moment, a familiar figure came into Harry's view. Gold hair, blue eyes, elegant figure, and a warm smile on the lips. This person was all too familiar to Harry. Lucas Grindelwald, his former friend. "Minister Fudge, we haven't seen each other for several months." After a simple handshake and half-hug, Lucas looked to the corner against the wall. As an elf whose blood has been awakened for the second time, his perception of magic far surpassed anyone present. Though the magic in the corner was fleeting, he still caught a whiff of it. After a little thought, Lucas knew who was hiding there, none other than Harry Potter wearing the invisibility cloak. Only the invisibility cloak can completely block one's perception of magic power. And he also remembered that in the original book, Harry also came to the three broomsticks. Knowing that Harry was hiding in the corner, a plan popped into Lucas' mind in an instant. No, it might be a little serious to say that it is a plan. It's more like a small calculation. The purpose is just to make Harry trust him more in this incident. While Lucas was planning this, he didn't waste any time as he said hello to the others. Once everyone was comfortably seated, looking at the butterbeer on the table, Lucas asked aloud, "Ms. Rosmerta, do you have any other drinks here?" "Mead, rum, purple water, and soda with ice and cherry syrup. What do you want, dear?" "A glass of mead, please." Waiting until Rosmerta left the room, Lucas said, "I'm not used to the taste of butterbeer. Please forgive me, Headmaster Dumbledore. May I ask why you invited me here?" As soon as the words were finished, Rosmerta came in with a cup. Dumbledore didn't shy away from the topic. "Today we are discussing Sirius Black." Lucas was even more puzzled by this. Since it is confirmed that Sirius is near the school, what else do we need to discuss? Isn't it enough to ask Minister Fudge to send Aurors to arrest him? If there is a shortage of manpower, I don't mind providing some help. The second half of his sentence was addressed to Minister Fudge. Sure enough, the minister showed a grateful smile after hearing it. "Wait a minute, can any of you explain to me why Sirius Black is at Hogwarts?" Rosmerta was at a loss at the moment. She looked at everyone present, hoping that someone could explain it to herself clearly. Seeing no one answering her, Lucas glanced vaguely into the corner and said, "Since the headmaster invited Ms. Rosmerta to participate, it means that she is not an outsider, so let me say it. After all, I have nothing to do with Sirius." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lucas. With Dumbledore's consent, Lucas deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Sirius Black is Harry Potter's godfather, and he also betrayed the Potters. causing the subsequent tragedy. "What?" Rosmerta exclaimed upon hearing those words. Harry, who was hiding in the corner, was also surprised. But more than surprised, his current state should be said to be absolutely furious. He had thought Sirius was just Voldemort's subordinate. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a friend of his parents. And the death of his parents was actually caused by this man. This was hard news for Harry, who is only 13 years old. He took 2 heavy breaths to try and calm down a bit. Seeing Lucas and Dumbledore looking in his direction, he shut his mouth hastily. However, his red eyes showed that he was on the verge of rage at this moment. Lucas didn't feel like it was enough after delivering the news, so he kept talking. Back then, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew were very good friends. Speaking of Professor Lupin, I'm curious, how did Sirius Black enter the castle? Could it be? No, Lucas, Dumbledore said firmly. Remus wouldn't do something like that, and we're talking about finding Sirius today, not about the past. Lucas shrugged, picked up the mead and took a sip. Although the heavy panting just now sounded only once, Lucas' sensitive ears didn't miss it. He didn't know what kind of expression would be on Harry's face, now that he learned that Lupin is also a good friend of his father. And there is also the suspicion of the professor helping Sirius. Of course, Harry's expression was not good. If it wasn't for the fact that the conversation isn't over yet, he would have already rushed out of the room and returned to the castle to find out what the hell was going on. After Dumbledore talked, the room fell silent until Professor Snape spoke. I think Mr. Grindelwald's guess is not unreasonable. Headmaster, since you want to catch Sirius, you need to figure out how he got into the castle. Also, on the night of the accident, we sealed off the castle in time, but we still couldn't find Sirius, which is also very suspicious. Fudge nodded after hearing this. His current thinking is very simple. Just find more ways to shirk responsibility and minimize people's dissatisfaction with himself. Dumbledore. Hearing Fudge calling his name, of course Dumbledore understood what the other person meant. I can guarantee that Remus hasn't and will ever help Sirius. The same thing again. Relying on his high prestige, the old bee guarantees every time something happens. And it works most of the time, because almost no one dares to refute him. Lucas drank the mead, feeling a little pity in his heart. If he had known that on the eve of Halloween, when Sirius broke in, he would have caught him. Seeing everyone had stopped talking, Lucas said helplessly, "It's really strange to say, this Sirius seems to be invisible. My people have been looking for him for a long time during the summer vacation, but they haven't seen him at all." Minister Fudge agrees with this very much. Ever since Sirius escaped from prison, he didn't know how many Aurors he had sent to find him, but there is no news. Which supports the theory that Sirius Black has a person who is helping him to hide. Listening to Minister Fudge's remarks, Lucas turned to Dumbledore for advice. "Headmaster, what do you think? How did he escape our search?" The room fell silent again, as all the eyes turned to Dumbledore. Everyone could see that Dumbledore seemed to be hiding something. I recently heard from Remus that Sirius is an unregistered animagus. Crash tilde. Fudge stood up from the sofa and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. Why didn't you release those news earlier? If we knew he was an animagus, our Aurors wouldn't be running around like headless chickens. Lucas told the minister to be calm. When Fudge had calmed down, Lucas asked Dumbledore, "And what is his animagus form?" "It's a big black dog." Dumbledore had just finished speaking, and Harry, who heard him just now, felt like he couldn't breathe. He remembered the black dog he met when he ran away from home during the summer vacation. He never knew that he was so close to death. Dumbledore waited for everyone to digest the news before continuing. "Next, I hope that Minister Fudge will arrange some Aurors to be stationed in Hogsmeade Village. As far as I know, there are some secret passages in the village that can lead to the school." Fudge asked curiously, "Since we know there is a secret passage, why not just block it?" "We already blocked a secret passage last year, but we don't know where the secret passage in Hogsmeade is." Hearing Dumbledore's answer, Lucas rolled his eyes in his heart. How could he not know? Then, Dumbledore made some arrangements for the others. Only no arrangements were made for Lucas. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked into Harry's hidden corner, and Lucas knew it was time for him to show off his acting skills. "Headmaster, what about my mission? Or is it the same as the previous 2 years, to protect Harry's safety at all costs?" Boom tilde. As soon as this sentence came out, Harry felt like he'd been hit all over the head. What did Lucas say just now? Protect him at all costs. Lucas Grindelwald was protecting him. Harry raised his head blankly and looked at the people in the middle of the room through the invisibility cloak. Chapter 175. Overhearing all the news, the impact on Harry was really big. He just looked blankly at Dumbledore. Not just Harry, but everyone else except Professor Snape, who already knew. Dumbledore gave Lucas a curious look. He didn't understand why Lucas was saying that, but he didn't think about it that much and replied, "Yes, Lucas, you can continue to protect Harry, just like the previous 2 years." "Professor Dumbledore, what charades are you playing?" Professor McGonagall looked back and forth between the two. Noticing that the other people in the room were curious, Dumbledore briefly introduced Lucas' great achievements in the past 2 years. He just didn't say a word about the deal. He just said that Lucas is willing to do himself a little favor because of his old friend. Professor McGonagall frowned, looked at the two and said, "Merlin's beard, this is simply too dangerous. You must know that Mr. Grindelwald was a young wizard who had just entered school." The righteous Professor McGonagall strongly disagreed with the two men, but it didn't affect her appreciation for Lucas. Even the others who heard about Lucas' behavior since he entered school also had some admiration in their eyes. Several people sat down again. This time, Lucas sat beside Professor McGonagall under the strong request of the other party. Looking at the blonde boy beside her, Professor McGonagall sighed. No wonder what happened in the past 2 years has the shadow of Mr. Grindelwald. She was actually a little awkward all the time. At the end of first-year dinner, Lucas led Slytherin in protest against Dumbledore. In the end, he succeeded in taking away the house cup that already belonged to Gryffindor. McGonagall persuaded herself at the time that what Lucas said made a lot of sense, and points should be deducted for violating the ban, but handing over the honor to others, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But today, after she heard about what Lucas has been doing for the past 2 years, the little awkwardness in McGonagall's mind disappeared in an instant. Putting herself in his shoes. Obviously, he fought against the Dark Wizard and protected Harry, but in the end, he lost the house cup inexplicably. Even his deserved points were given to the other person. From this point of view, Lucas handled it very well at that time. Listening to Professor McGonagall's praise, Lucas smiled wryly and shook his head. "Unfortunately, Harry seems to have misunderstood me because of this. Now that I think about it, when I met him for the first time, I was buying robes in Diagon Alley. It's been almost 3 years now. And we've gone from friends back to strangers." Lucas' expression turned frustrated. Seeing this, Dumbledore said softly, "My boy, sometimes sacrifice is necessary, and I believe Harry will understand you in the end." "Is sacrifice necessary?" Lucas repeated softly. Dumbledore's attention was on Lucas. Little did they know that when Professor Snape heard this sentence, the anger in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. If this sentence is changed to someone else, it may be nothing. But it was a different sentence for Dumbledore. Especially with what Snape had already learned through Lucas, that statement only made him more suspicious of Dumbledore. Harry hid in a corner, the whole body leaning against the wall for support. Until then, he didn't understand. Why is it that every time he gets into trouble, Lucas is always there to help? Just like the game not long ago. Facing the Dementors, even if Lucas didn't make a move, no one would say anything, but he still managed to save Harry. Also, Lucas rescued him when he fell from a high altitude before. At this moment, Harry remembered many things that he had ignored before, and the gradually fading jealousy attracted the counterattack of the Curse of Desire. The terrible thing about these ancient curses is that they are really difficult to stop. Harry's eyes glowed red. Regret and jealousy clashed in his mind, which almost caused him to collapse. But even so, he burst into tears. Fortunately, the discussion was over at this time. As everyone stood up to leave, Harry hurriedly followed out of the 3 broomsticks. Ron, who had been waiting outside, immediately noticed the footprints on the snow. He and Lavender followed the footprints to an empty place in the tree forest. Hearing the cries coming from ahead, Ron walked over cautiously. "Harry, are you okay?" Lifting off the invisibility cloak, Harry appeared in front of the two of them, crying bitterly. "Harry, did you hear something?" Ron had just finished speaking when he saw Harry's red eyes. He turned pale with fright, stepped back several steps, and fell on his ass right in the snow. When he looked at his friend again, the other party had returned to normal, which made Ron think he was just blindsided. Just then Harry's choked-up voice came. He didn't even think about it. Again, always like Snape, I misunderstood him again. "Harry, what are you talking about? What's the same as Snape?" The words of Harry confused them. Harry wiped away his tears and said, "Sirius was a good friend of my parents, but he betrayed them. I must find him, kill him with my own hands, and avenge my parents." Ron and Lavender looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Merlin, how could this be? Why would he do that?" Harry couldn't answer Lavender's question either. This was exactly what he couldn't figure out. As a friend of his parents, why did Sirius betray them? "When I find Black, I will find out everything." Harry was in a much better mood at the moment. Ron asked cautiously, "Then what did you mean when you said it was the same as Snape?" With a long sigh, Harry told the news he had heard. Knowing that Lucas has been protecting Harry for the past 2 years, of course Ron didn't want to believe it. "It's absolutely impossible." Seeing the surprised eyes of his friend, Harry recounted all the dangers he had encountered in the past 2 years. It's easy to see that every time he's been in danger, Lucas was always there. Even during his first year flying lessons. Harry laughed at himself and said, "Isn't this the same as in first year, when we all thought Snape was the bad guy, but in the end, he was the one who protected me?" At the mention of Snape, Ron's eyes lit up. "Harry, are you saying that Dumbledore asked Lucas to protect you?" Seeing his friend nodding, he immediately said, "Then you should be most grateful to Dumbledore." Perhaps Grindelwald, like Snape, was simply following Dumbledore's orders. Didn't we analyze it at the time? Although Snape protected you, he also hates you. Protection and loathing don't conflict, and maybe Lucas is the same. He's a Slytherin after all. Harry pondered for a moment. The more he thinks about it, the more confused his brain becomes. But at least one thing is certain, that is, Lucas will protect him so he can be trusted. After figuring out the most crucial point, he let out a sigh of relief. "Let's go back to Hogwarts first. I still have something to ask Professor Lupin." "And what about Professor Lupin?" Harry looked at his friend and said, "Professor Lupin, my parents, and Black were all good friends." "Merlin, this is really surprising news." The three walked further and further away until they disappeared. Lucas just lifted the disillusionment charm. Caressing Crookshanks in his arms, he looked in the direction of Hogwarts Castle and smiled. Judging from the expression on Harry's face, his little plan seems to have worked. Now he's just wondering whether the most important plan will succeed. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the 3 broomsticks, specifically to the room on the 2nd floor of the bar. Only Dumbledore and Professor Snape were left in the room at this point. "Headmaster, what do you want me to do?" "Severus, I have found information about the old Gaunt house." Oh, Tilda, Snape was still indifferent. But inside, he desperately wanted Dumbledore to continue. Dumbledore sighed, "The Gaunts are the only remaining descendants of Slytherin. And I also found out that Tom's mother is Merope Gaunt, a member of the Gaunt family. I think Lucas's pursuit of the whereabouts of the Gaunt family must have something to do with Horcruxes. If he really got in touch with Professor Slughorn, he should have learned that Tom is the only one who has ever made a Horcrux in the last few decades." Seeing the shocked look in Snape's eyes, Dumbledore looked at him and said, "Severus, please come to Little Hangleton with me in a while. I would like to invite you to explore the situation of the Gaunt's old house with me. What do you think?" Chapter 176. Hogwarts Castle. Office of Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Remus Lupin successfully passed the night of the full moon again. Although there is Wolfsbane potion, every transformation still caused some discomfort to his body. What awful weather. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Remus cursed under his breath. The voice just fell when the door of the office was violently opened. "Harry, calm down, we should talk about it first." Ron Weasley's voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, Remus saw Harry with an angry face. "Why did you lie to me?" Facing Harry's questioning, Remus was feeling confused. He first looked at Ron and Lavender, signaling them to go out first. Until it was just him and Harry left in the office, only then did he ask, "Harry, what's wrong with you? What did I lie to you about? Why didn't you say that you and Sirius Black were friends? Why didn't you tell me he was my godfather? And why didn't you tell me that my parents were murdered by Voldemort because of his betrayal?" Harry asked 3 questions angrily and caught Lupin off guard. He was still discussing with Sirius how to explain the past to Harry. Unexpectedly, they hadn't figured out a way yet, but Harry already learned of it, the official version at least. He didn't ask where Harry got the news from, but just bowed his head in silence. Seeing him like this, Harry had a look of disappointment in his eyes. Originally, he thought that when he met his father's friend, he could learn more about his parents. Unexpectedly, this Professor Lupin was also lying to him. Remembering what Peeves had said to him before, Harry asked, looking into Lupin's eyes. "So, what Peeves said is actually true. Your group of friends really bullied Snape." Seeing Lupin's slight nod, Harry sneered. "No wonder Snape hates me. If it were me, I'm afraid I won't be happy when I face the son of my enemy all day." "And what else? Where's Sirius Black?" "I have no idea." "How is that possible?" Harry snapped. "How did Sirius get into the castle that day? Why didn't the professors find him after searching for him all night?" Of course, Lupin would not say that he was helping to hide Sirius that day. "Harry, please believe me, I don't know where Sirius is. The reason why I came to teach defense against the dark arts is because of you." "Me?" Harry looked at him puzzled. "That's right, when I saw Sirius escape from prison in the newspaper, I immediately thought of you. At this time, Professor Dumbledore just sent me an invitation. I thought about it and decided to accept the invitation to be a professor. Because in this way I can protect you at close range. For now, no one knows Sirius better than me." "I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just didn't want you to be disappointed with your father. Actually, your father is not as bad as others say. He is like a mischievous child who likes to play pranks, but never had any intention of harming others." Lupin's sincerity seems to have touched Harry. Of course, the reason why Harry believed the professor's words is mostly because of the relationship between the two during this time. At least in his heart, he is not a bad person. He came to question him just because he was too angry about being deceived. Harry calmed down and said in a low voice, "Sorry, Professor, it's just hard to accept this news all of a sudden." "It's okay, but where did you hear the news? Can you tell me?" "I saw Dumbledore having a reunion with some people at the Three Broomsticks just now, and I heard these things from them." Remus suddenly realized, "I see, but eavesdropping on professors' conversations is not a good behavior. You must not do this again next time. If I find out, I will have no choice but to confiscate your invisibility cloak." Getting Harry's assurance, Remus breathed a sigh of relief. This most dangerous hurdle was finally passed. And fortunately, he learned of Dumbledore's and others' plans against Sirius in advance. He felt the need to renegotiate with Sirius. Harry didn't know that he was leaking important things. At the moment, he was regretting that he had questioned Professor Lupin so disrespectfully just now. "Harry, don't just stand there dazed. Let me see how your practice of the Patronus charm is going." The short Christmas break is over. At King's Cross Station, Lucas waited for his girlfriends with Crookshanks in his arms. After a while, Hermione, Cho, and Ginny ran towards him. Well, Ginny is not his girlfriend yet. When the fat cat saw his owner coming, Lucas was ruthlessly abandoned by Crookshanks. Watching the big fat orange cat jump into Hermione's arms, Lucas felt betrayed. While the Hogwarts Express was passing through the countryside. In the last compartment, there used to be only 3 people in this compartment, but now there is one more person, which attracted the attention of other people. Ginny had never enjoyed such treatment. The shy girl was blushing the entire time. Hermione said with a smile, "It's like this with this guy, you just need to get used to it." And it's more than that, Cho added. Seeing Ginny's puzzled look, she said mysteriously, "You will know soon." As soon as the voice fell, the carriage door slammed open, and the loud noise startled the people around. "My lord, Merry Christmas." Looking at the small girl who appeared outside the carriage, Hermione and Cho looked like they knew it was going to happen all along. Ginny, on the other hand, looked at the Slytherin girl curiously. "Astoria, come in and sit down." "Yes, Master Lord Chief, sir." Astoria seemed very nervous as she walked step by step into the compartment in a slightly robotic way and really well behaved, even sitting with a very straight posture. "Astoria, am I that scary?" "No, it's just the first time I'm sitting with the Lord Chief, so I'm a little nervous." After finishing speaking, Astoria lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, Hermione and Cho got up and pushed Lucas aside. After a while, the girls were busy chattering away. At this time, Draco hurried into the compartment. "Lucas, I heard from Captain Marcus that you are going to play in the Quidditch final." "That's right." "Merlin, why do you want to go on stage when it's the best time to show off?" Seeing Draco's frustrated expression, Lucas comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, I promise not to participate in a single game next year." "You said the same thing last year, but you still played in the end." "Well, that was a special case." After Lucas finished speaking, he looked at Cho, who was opposite him. The girls were still busy chatting, though, so she didn't notice his look. But everyone still paid attention to what Lucas was saying. Cho's cheeks were slightly red, and there was a sweet smile on the corner of her lips. Obviously, she remembered the Quidditch match that was very important to her last year. "In short, I promise that next year I will never participate in a single game. Even if Professor Snape forces me, I still will not play." With Luca's guarantee, Draco's complexion improved a lot. "I hope you keep your word, then this year's finals will be given to you." Once Draco finally left the compartment, Cho asked curiously, "Are you really not going to participate in a single competition next year?" "Of course," Lucas reaffirmed. "Next year is the Triwizard Tournament. If there is no Quidditch match, how will he play?" Thinking of the joyful look of Draco when he left, he just hopes that after hearing the news next year, the poor boy will not come to complain with him. "For the sake of friendship, it seems that I need to get some good seats for the Quidditch World Cup during the summer vacation." After a few hours of bumps, the students finally arrived at Hogwarts when it was dark. The hungry crowd ran straight to the castle without waiting for Hagrid to greet them. They need food now, good food, and no better place to get it than the Great Hall. Sitting in the Great Hall, the students were busy feasting, but Lucas noticed Professor Snape's eyes at the teacher's table. Slightly nodding his head, Lucas concentrated on the food in front of him. Late at night, it was supposed to be time to fall asleep, but Lucas walked out of the Slytherin common room instead and gently knocked on the door of the potions office. The moment he opened the door, he heard Snape say in a low voice, "Dumbledore is going to visit the Gaunt family's old house." Lucas' eyes lit up. He barely waited until the professor finished explaining Dumbledore's plan and hurried to do something. Professor Snape saw him take out a blank piece of parchment and write something on it with his wand. "Professor, if Dumbledore wants you to follow into the Gaunt's shack at that time, you must take this piece of paper with you." Looking at the blank parchment, Snape frowned slightly, but still folded it up and put it away. Chapter 177. Defense against the Dark Arts Professor's office. Harry has been coming to this place every day since his talk with Professor Lupin, especially after being attacked by Dementors for the second time. He is a lot more eager to learn the Patronus charm. Unfortunately for him, this ancient and profound spell cannot be learned in a hurry. "No, it won't work like this, Harry." Lifting Harry up from the ground again, Remus looked helpless. "Harry, you need a happier, more powerful memory. Take a good look back in your mind and pick out the memory that you think is the happiest of all." Harry tossed a chocolate into his mouth. The happiest memory that comes to his mind. His eyes gradually widened, watching the candlelight in front of him as he sank into his memories. Remus approached him cautiously. "How is it? Did you already think about it?" "Well, it's just that I don't know if this counts as a memory, but it's the happiest I have." Harry's words puzzled Remus, but he didn't think too much about it and came back to the wooden box. "Are you ready?" Pointing at the wooden box with his wand in hand, Harry nodded with a serious expression. As the box was opened forcefully by Lupin, a black figure flew out from inside. This Dementor was actually just a transformed boggart. At the same time, in the Slytherin common room, Professor Snape and Lucas were sitting on the sofa watching the first-year students practice in front of them. Professor Snape, who was the most cold-faced, was actually a warm-hearted guy. Sure enough, he was still worried about the little snakes facing the Dementors alone. Expecto Patronum. A first-year little snake confronted the Dementor, endured the chill produced by it and the fear in his heart, and released his Patronus. Although it is only in the state of white mist, it is enough to repel a single Dementor. Unfortunately, the common room is surrounded by Luca's Patronus, so the poor Dementor can't escape no matter what method it tries to use. "Very good, return it." Astoria stood by and waved her wand, seeing the serious little girl at the moment. Lucas actually saw his shadow in her. She was clearly trying to imitate his style. Even the way she handles her wand is the same. The last time the stadium was invaded by Dementors, Draco, Marci and others took the opportunity to capture 2 Dementors. It can be regarded as completing the task assigned by Lucas at the beginning of the school year. These 2 Dementors usually become the targets of the first and second years for their practice of the Patronus charm. The rest of the time, they were locked up in the potions office and being studied by Professor Snape. Expecto Patronum. The silver white light once again illuminated the common room. This is already the last person in the first-year group. Casting the Patronus charm took a while for the little guy because he has the same problem as Marci Flint. He is afraid of ghosts, so he didn't dare to face the Dementors. However, with the companionship and guidance of his classmates, he successfully cast the Patronus charm. "Very well, everyone has worked hard during this period, and I hope you can understand, after all, the Dementors haven't left yet, and they are not far away. Nice job, first years." Lucas nodded in satisfaction and waved his wand to let his Patronus destroy the Dementors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 Dementors, each rewarding 200 achievement points, a total of 400 achievement points. Looking at Professor Snape, who was about to leave without saying a word, Lucas asked curiously, "Professor, aren't you going to give them some words of encouragement?" Snape stopped in his tracks and looked at the students who were staring at him. "You guys are doing great." After saying that, Snape walked out of the common room quickly. After he left, he didn't go back to his office, but walked towards Lupin's office with the Wolfsbane potion. Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. A loud shout came from inside, "Expecto Patronum." Watching his wand glow with a silvery white light, Harry smiled broadly. Although his Patronus charm could only form a thin layer of shield, it was enough to withstand the attack of the fake Dementor. Lupin was also all smiles when he saw Harry controlling the Patronus charm and pressing the boggart transformed Dementor back into the box. Then he quickly closed the lid of the box. "Haha, that's great, Harry. I knew you could do it, it's great." He was even happier than Harry, who could feel that the professor was really happy and proud of him, and this made him feel very warm inside. "Thank you, Professor Lupin. I knew this memory would work." "Oh, Tilda, can you tell me what memory it is?" Harry nodded and smiled. "It's my parents." Seeing Lupin's surprised eyes, he continued to explain. "I saw them in the Mirror of Erised in my first year here at Hogwarts. I used this memory to cast the Patronus as if they were with me, so I succeeded." Lupin felt a burst of emotion after hearing this. Passing the chocolate in his hand to Harry, he invited him to sit on the steps beside him. "By the way, why haven't I seen Ron coming with you lately?" "Oh, Scabbers got lost. It hasn't been seen for a long time, so Ron has been busy looking for him recently." "Really?" Lupin nodded thoughtfully. "It's been a few weeks since Christmas, and the weather is also getting warmer." Since the last time he talked to Harry, he went to the Forbidden Forest to find Sirius. One is to let him know that he needs to stay hidden and cannot go to Hogsmeade Village again, so as not to fall into the trap. The second is to discuss what to do. If things continue as they are, Harry's misunderstanding of Sirius will only get deeper and deeper. And they are also afraid that Peter Pettigrew will run away again, so the two finally decided to do it as soon as possible. But they were still one step too late, and Peter Pettigrew was still missing. The reason why he is said to be missing, and not that he escaped, is because the dirty rat would occasionally return to Ron's side. It's just that the time he returns every time is very short, and all those times are chosen during the busy daytime. That's why Lupin and Sirius haven't succeeded yet. Thinking of Peter Pettigrew, who is hiding somewhere at this time, Remus sighed helplessly. "Professor, don't worry. Now that I have learned the Patronus charm, I won't be as embarrassed as last time." Seeing Harry's confident eyes, Remus nodded with a smile. Although the boy misunderstood, he didn't bother to explain. Just at this time, there was a knock on the office door. Watching Professor Snape walking in quickly, Remus knew that it was time for him to take his medicine again. Seeing Professor Lupin put the strangely colored potion in his drawer, Harry's gaze became a little worried. The last time it was not long after drinking Snape's potion that Professor Lupin disappeared. "Professor, you..." Harry hadn't finished speaking, yet when Snape's deep voice interrupted him. "What? The famous Harry Potter is thinking I'm going to hurt his beloved professor with potions." Looking at Harry's embarrassed expression, Snape knew he was right. He looked at the two sarcastically and said, "Mr. Potter, you can rest assured that if I want to harm someone, I will definitely not choose potions. Because that would only waste the potion ingredients I worked so hard to cultivate, and I also have to remind you." Snape paused, glancing between Harry and Lupin before continuing. "Mr. Potter, sometimes it's better not to get too close to people you don't know very well, because maybe at any moment, they will turn violent and hurt you. In addition, I would like to remind you to use your brain more and recall what you have learned." Remus was very embarrassed by Snape's words. He already knew it from Harry and his other students. During his absence, Snape taught the students about werewolves. He even made the students write essays on how to spot werewolves. Fortunately, Harry didn't seem to have made the connection. "Thank you, sir, but who I make friends with and who I get close to is my own business, and I don't think it has anything to do with you, sir." Snape, who was observing Lupin, turned his head suddenly to look at the boy, who was a head lower than himself. "HMPH, I hope you won't regret what you said today." Snape shook off his wizard robe, turned and walked out dramatically. It could be seen from his expression that he was very angry inside. Remus chuckled a few times and said, "Harry, you should go back too. The Patronus practice should have made you very tired, right? Go back and get a good night's sleep, just as I'm also preparing for the lecture." Harry obediently bid farewell to the werewolf professor and turned to leave. Not long after he left, Remus also left the office. Forbidden Forest. Remus stood under the agreed-upon big tree and waited for a long time until the unkempt Sirius came to him from the depths of the forest. Chapter 178. "Padfoot, how are you doing? Have you found Peter?" Sirius shook his head. "I don't know where the damn rat is hiding. How about you?" Remus didn't answer, but his expression said it all. The two sighed almost in unison. Looking at each other, they both saw a little helplessness in the other's eyes. "It's really strange. Peter seems to have changed all of a sudden." Remus shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to be emotional. If we don't solve this quickly, the school will be on holiday. Once the vacation starts, Peter may run away again. In that case, it will be impossible to prove your innocence." Sirius looked at the castle in the distance. Hearing the faint frolic sound coming from the castle, he spoke after a long time. "I have a way. Recently, I have made some new friends. If I ask them for help, I will be able to find Peter, that stinky rat." He finished the sentence almost growling. Remus didn't ask what kind of friend it was. He also knew that Sirius had some special abilities after becoming a dog, so the friend mentioned by him is most likely not a human being. "We're short on time, and you'd better let your friends hurry up." After the discussion, Remus slipped out of the Forbidden Forest while no one was paying attention. Unexpectedly, he ran into Hagrid halfway. The gentle giant didn't even suspect him coming out of the Forbidden Forest and even invited him in for a cup of tea. Lucas, who had just walked out of the Ancient Runes class, returned to the Slytherin common room with an anxious expression on his face. Closing the door, he waved his hand across the room, and an oriental dragon with a silvery white and slightly transparent body appeared in front of him. "Lucas," Medusa succeeded, "look at my new look." The basilisk Medusa. No, she should be called Star Dragon Medusa now. Evolving to a higher level of life made her very happy. She flew around Lucas twice, and then wrapped her body around Lucas' arm. "Medusa, what ability do you have now?" "Ability? I feel that my eyes can still be used, and now I can control their power. In addition..." Medusa didn't finish her sentence, but her figure suddenly filled the whole room. Immediately afterwards, she changed her size again into a little dragon with the thickness of a thumb. It can also become bigger and smaller. Medusa has a strange feeling. If Medusa becomes bigger with all her strength, Medusa will become even bigger than before. And then, Lucas stared closely at the dragon in front of him. Medusa thought for a while, then flew to the desk beside them. Lucas saw her open her mouth wide, and a burst of star-like power spewed out. The desk and the surrounding space were torn apart by her breath. Seeing this, Lucas touched the dragon's head happily. Not bad, very powerful. Receiving the compliment, Medusa seemed a little shy. Suddenly, she passed through Lucas' palm and then returned to the secret garden. The star dragon, a good partner of the void elves, naturally also has the ability to travel through the void. Medusa evolved successfully. Undoubtedly, Lucas' combat effectiveness has been improved a bit thanks to this. After tidying up his room, he found the Book of Divination class and walked to the tower. The Divination classroom is located on the top of the North Tower, one of the highest places in Hogwarts. Lucas arrived early, and just as he sat down, Hermione appeared beside him out of thin air. "Honey, this is not what we agreed to do. But I have already dropped the Muggle Studies class. As for divination, I want to try again. If I'm really not suitable for this course, I will ask Professor Flitwick to withdraw as well." Knowing what Lucas was going to say, Hermione put her hand over his lips and didn't let go of her hand until Lucas compromised. "By the way, tomorrow is the Quidditch final. Didn't you say you were going to play? How are your preparations?" Hermione asked while taking out the textbook from her bag. Lucas looked at her strangely. "Why do you think I need to prepare?" Yes, Lord Lucas is the best. Of course he doesn't need to prepare." Just as the young couple was flirting, the classroom gradually filled up. Trelawney came out of a side door, still looking mysterious. "Oh, Tilda, welcome back. Are you all ready to travel to the profound and mysterious world of divination?" "Yes, Professor." The answers of the students made Trelawney very happy. "Today, we will learn a new way of divination, and will learn how to peer into the secrets of the future using a crystal ball." Everyone saw Professor Trelawney take out a volleyball-sized crystal ball from behind and show it to the class. But they were even more interested in how she pulled out such a large thing from the back, since there was nothing behind previously. Next, Professor Trelawney described the usage of the crystal ball in detail. Still in groups of two, Lucas placed the crystal ball on the middle of his table and stared at the fog inside it in a daze. "Honey, can you see anything in there?" Seeing Hermione's scrutinizing look, Lucas said with a smile, "I see that in the future, I will walk into the wedding hall with a blonde-haired beauty, and our relatives and friends will bless us." Hermione looked at the color of her hair, then reached out and slapped Lucas on the shoulder before speaking with a hint of jealousy. "I'm asking you seriously." "Well, I haven't seen anything yet," Lucas shrugged. "It's not that he can't see anything. The divination talent, after awakening, enables him to easily complete the divination no matter what props he uses. But Lucas doesn't want to try at the moment." Hermione was relieved to hear he didn't see anything. At this time, Professor Trelawney's voice came from the side. "Broaden your mind and look to the future. The key to reading a crystal ball is to keep your inner eye clear and not let the present distract you." Accompanied by Trelawney's hypnotic voice, soon there were snoring sounds in the classroom. Among them, the voice of Ron Weasley was the loudest, which made Harry, who was sitting next to him, very embarrassed. Professor Trelawney apparently noticed this too, so she moved to the side of the two of them. Suddenly she said to them, "What did you see?" Ron sat up straight suddenly, but because of his unstable center of gravity, he wobbled and fell to the side. "Oh my dear, you have to be more serious and focused, so that you can see the divination picture, understand?" Seeing Harry nod, Trelawney let them go. The professor turned around to continue her lecture, but paused when she saw Hermione's raised right hand. "Dear, have you found anything?" "The Grim, I think I saw the Grim." Hearing the answer, Trelawney first glanced at the crystal ball. Finally, she said in a regretful tone, "Dear, since you first came to my class, I thought you were not suitable for the noble art of divination. Look, you are still very young, but your heart is." "Professor, enough is enough. Do you want me to show you your future again?" Professor Trelawney didn't manage to finish her sentence because she heard a cold voice coming into her ear. She immediately thought of the future Lucas had shown her before. However, what she said was enough to annoy Hermione. Seeing the crystal ball being pushed to the ground, Trelawney hadn't realized what she'd said wrong. Seeing that his girlfriend was angry, Lucas got up, excused himself, and chased after her. Others may not understand, but he knew very well that what Hermione hated the most was when others told her that she was not suitable for studying something. This is negating her ability to learn. Lucas remembered that it was introduced in the original book. When Hermione faced the boggart, what she was most afraid of was Professor McGonagall telling her that she had failed all her exams. Outside the divination classroom, Lucas hugged his girlfriend and tried to coax her. "It's just nonsense. There is no basis for such a course. You are right. I should withdraw from this class." Listening to his girlfriend's complaints, Lucas kept nodding. This is because he interrupted the second half of the professor's words. Otherwise, Hermione would be even angrier if she heard about it. Since both of them have left the classroom, naturally they will not go back. Taking advantage of no one being there to disturb them now, they walked towards the Black Lake hand in hand. The two have been spending less and less time alone lately. It's been a long time since they could be like this and just talk by themselves. The divination class ended after a while, and Harry walked out of the classroom along with Ron. Halfway down the stairs, he found a crystal ball on the steps below, so he picked it up and turned back to the divination classroom. He hadn't noticed during classes, but facing the empty classroom now, Harry suddenly felt that this classroom was full of mystery. But sometimes mystery also represents horror. Harry put the crystal ball away and was just about to leave when a hand was placed on his shoulder. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Soon, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he was. The hoarse and creepy voice startled Harry. Seeing that Professor Trelawney looked strange, he just wanted to escape here quickly and didn't realize that the professor was making a real prophecy. And this prophecy is very important to him. Midnight. At the end of the corridor, on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. This is the place where the three-headed dog Fluffy was once placed to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Lucas tapped his palm with his wand, and after a while, a rat came out from under the trapdoor. "Go back to your stupid master tomorrow, and after the game, find a way to lure Sirius and Harry Potter to the Shrieking Shack." The rat put its hind feet on the ground, stood upright and nodded. Chapter 179. The next day was cloudy with very little wind. The weather is perfect for watching a Quidditch match. The students left the castle early to occupy seats on the Quidditch pitch. The reason why they have such great enthusiasm is because Lucas Grindelwald, recognized as the best seeker in the school, is going to play this match. Lucas has played less and less in the last 2 years. He played only once last year. And this match is destined to be the only one of this year he plays in. Some people were jokingly saying that maybe next year he won't play at all. They didn't know how true it was, because next year with the Triwizard Tournament, there won't be any Quidditch. "Hermione, hurry up please, or we won't get a good position." Cho took Hermione's hand and ran towards the field, and beside the two, Ginny was also trotting along. Seeing the excited expression on Ginny's face, Hermione asked helplessly, "Ginny, Aren't you a Gryffindor reserve player? Is it really okay not to go with your team? Don't worry, I've already asked for leave. The three of them hurried forward, and when they arrived at the stands, most of the good positions were taken up. Hermione stared dumbfounded at the exaggerated atmosphere around her. No way, isn't it just a final? Why do they make it so grand? Looking around. The students of the four houses all supported the players in their own unique ways. The Badgers of Hufflepuff wove a huge support banner with various flowers and plants, and there is a picture of Lucas flying through the sky on a broomstick. At the bottom of the banner, there is a sentence that says, "Beat up Potter, no mercy." Although Badgers usually don't cause trouble, it can be seen from this that they really hold grudges. A few months have passed, and these people have not forgotten what happened back then when Cedric fell and Harry didn't help him. The support method of the Ravenclaws is the most common banners with only writing on them. It's just that these words cheering for Lucas are very eye-catching. And on the other side, Gryffindor's support methods are full of tricks. Banners, fireworks, loudspeakers, they use anything they can think of. Slytherins are much more relaxed. The Snakes are very confident in their chief and firmly believe that the champion will be Slytherin House. The staff stand was also full of people. Lucius Malfoy, Mrs. Zabini, and even Minister Fudge were in attendance. These people all heard that Lucas was going to be on the stage, and they came here specially to support him. And at this time, Ron, who came late, took his rat along to the stands. As soon as he appeared, Remus noticed Peter Pettigrew in his hand. Originally planned to catch him now, but he was blocked by Hagrid's huge body. When he tried to approach Ron again, the ginger had already walked to the other side of the stands, and there were countless people between the two. Remus suppressed his agitation and forced himself to calm down. He has to be careful not to scare the rat away. It will not be easy to catch Peter Pettigrew if he escapes. Right now, it was more important to get Sirius ready. After clearing his thoughts, Remus slowly exited the stands. Not long after Remus left, the door to the player tunnel was opened. Slytherin and Gryffindor, old rivals, flew around the field. Lucas made his appearance and received cheers from the audience. On the other side of the Gryffindor team, the cheers were much smaller. Basically, only the Gryffindors cheered for the Gryffindor team. Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, was sitting in the best seat. He looked at the seekers in both teams with appreciation in the eyes. "I didn't expect Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Potter to be so excellent. Mr. Malfoy, who do you think will win?" "Of course, Lucas, he's the best seeker." Minister Fudge turned to Dumbledore again. "What do you think, Dumbledore?" "Me, I think both of them have the possibility of winning." While the three were talking, the two teams had gathered in the middle of the pitch. Looking at the Nimbus 2000 under Lucas, the Gryffindor players immediately raised their vigilance. 2 years ago, everyone experienced the power of this broom. Harry gripped his broom even more tightly. Judging by the current Gryffindor points, if they can beat Slytherin by a large score, there is still hope for the championship. So Wood assigned him the task before the opening to drag the game and not let Lucas catch the snitch. Wait until Gryffindor gets a lot of points before making his own shot to get the golden snitch. It's a good plan, but Lucas is now riding his Nimbus 2000, which makes the Gryffindor team lose a bit of their confidence. Come on, this is just a common Nimbus 2000, since there is a competition. Of course it must be fair, right? Everyone in Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Lucas' words. The strange thing is that no one doubted whether he was telling lies. Seeing their reactions, Lucas smiled softly. Then his eyes fell on Harry and saw that he was also holding a Nimbus 2000. He just doesn't know where this broom came from. Once the small talk was over, Professor Rolanda, who'd also walked out from the staff passage, when the chest containing the Quidditch balls was placed on the ground, the eyes of the 14 players on both sides were on Professor Hooch. Very well, the 1993-1994 Hogwarts Quidditch final begins now. After Professor Hooch finished speaking, she opened the wooden box. Then Lee Jordan's voice also came from the commentary booth. Just now, Professor Hooch has announced the start of this Quidditch final. Let us wait and see who will win in the end. Go Gryffindor. As always, he was met with a glare from Professor McGonagall right after. The gold snitch and the bludger took to the sky at the same time. By convention, the golden snitch will stand in front of the two seekers for a few seconds, probably to make the two of them focus on it. But Lucas closed his eyes and didn't look at the golden snitch, which made Harry curious about it. But there was no time for him to think, because Professor Hooch came between the two teams with the quaffle. The cheers of the audience stopped immediately. Just at this extremely tense moment, an exclamation came from the stands. Dementor! The eyes of the audience were immediately attracted by the figure wearing black on the sidelines. The players on both sides, including Professor Hooch, looked nervous. Of course, the most nervous one was Minister Fudge. He stood up from the stands, pointed his wand to his throat, and gave orders to the Dementor. But the Dementor didn't seem to be listening to him and just slid along the ground. Its purpose seemed very clear: Harry Potter. Harry looked at the approaching Dementors, and what happened after the previous two attacks suddenly appeared in his mind. The first time he was attacked by a Dementor and fainted, he became the laughing stock of the whole school. The second time he was attacked, he also failed to escape the fate of being ridiculed, and incidentally became a stepping stone for Lucas Grindelwald's increased fame. This third time, he will definitely not allow himself to suffer the same fate. He suddenly pulled out his wand from his Quidditch uniform. Pointing to the approaching Dementor, he shouted loudly, "Expecto Patronum!" Silver white light appeared. There's no need to even compare it with Lucas Patronus. It actually was no match for some of the first years in Slytherin. For example, Astoria, she has been able to cast a corporeal Patronus for a while now. The silver light formed a thin shield. Although it looked thin, it was enough to deal with a Dementor. Seeing that his Patronus charm successfully pinned the Dementor to the ground, Harry looked proudly at the stands around him. Especially the staff stand where Dumbledore and Remus were. He wanted them to see his growth. Professor Lupin, who just came back, happened to see the scene of Harry casting the Patronus charm and gave him an appreciative look. This made him even more proud. Then he turned back to look at Dumbledore, but he found that the headmaster was frowning tightly, staring at the Dementor on the ground. Not just Dumbledore, but a lot of people on the field. Before Harry figured out what was going on, Lucas came to him on a broom. Judging from the Slytherin chief's serious expression, it seems that there is something wrong with the Dementor on the ground. Chapter 180. Seeing Lucas motion for himself to put down his wand, Harry subconsciously stopped the Patronus charm. Maybe he didn't realize it himself. After what happened in the Three Broomsticks, he had subconsciously started to believe that Lucas wouldn't hurt him. Still, under the influence of the curse of desire, Harry's jealousy towards Lucas has not diminished either. This will make him fall into the torture of desire every day. At this point, the stadium was silent, while more and more people noticed something was wrong. Even Ron wondered when he saw the Dementor in the grass. Why is this Dementor different in size from the others? He looked at his companions around him, hoping that someone knew the answer and explained it to him. It's just that everyone is busy looking at Lucas at this moment, so no one gave him an answer at all. The black cloth was pulled off the Dementor with a wave of his hand, and the exquisite wandless spellcasting was displayed in front of everyone. Although using wandless magic is like an instinct to him as a void elf. But others do not know. To the general wizarding populace, casting spells without a wand is proof of strength for a wizard. Adult wizards are usually able to use some small household magic without a wand. Experienced Aurors can usually cast 1 or 2 battle spells without a wand. And for powerful guys like Dumbledore and Voldemort, it is not impossible to beat a strong Auror with just their hands at their peak. Such a strong magic power, he's barely a third-year student and he can already cast spells without a wand. This is really amazing. Not only is there no wand, he also used a silent spell just now. In the family stands, some parents were discussing Lucas' spellcasting in low voices. But when someone mentioned that it was Lucas Grindelwald, everyone showed a natural expression again, thinking that it was normal for him to do such a thing. Minister Fudge looked very surprised, but he was very happy in his heart. With such a strong ally, his ministerial position will become very secure. I am very grateful to Headmaster Dumbledore, because thanks to his teachings, we now have so many excellent talents in the British magic circle. Mr. Potter's ability to cast the Patronus charm at such a young age is also worthy of recognition. They are all excellent, which cannot be separated from the teachings of Headmaster Dumbledore. This guy Fudge is really good at ass-kissing. It's just that his flattering words didn't come at the right time. Dumbledore just smiled perfunctorily. The eyes behind the glasses are watching Lucas in the field vigilantly. In the field, Lucas's spell lifted the black cloth off the ground, and two fat figures were lying on their backs on the ground. Crabbe Goyle. Draco in the stands exclaimed the names of the two and looked around, not knowing when his followers ran down. The surrounding stands became extremely quiet. The Gryffindor students had a sneer in their eyes as they looked at Lucas on the broom to see what he would do next. But no matter how it is handled, Slytherin will lose its reputation today. Harry was a little dumbfounded at this time. After finally getting a chance to shine, it turned out that the one he defeated with the Patronus charm was not a real Dementor. No wonder Dumbledore and others showed such strange expressions. They must have already noticed that something was wrong. Thinking of the way he was showing off just now, his face instantly turned red. Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle. Lucas said the names of the two in a low voice, and anyone could hear the anger in his tone. But now is not the time to blame the two. Lucas then looked over to Prefect Gemma, Farley in the stands. The older girl drew out her wand and used the sonorous spell. Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, for disrupting the Quidditch game, I deduct 10 points from Slytherin, 5 points from each of you. Professor McGonagall, who was about to punish them, sat back in her seat angrily. Only a Slytherin dared to show such ostentatious favoritism. In truth, the matter won't end with just a few points deducted. Lucas still didn't use his wand, but the words spoken could be heard clearly throughout the stadium. Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Slytherin House was disgraced by you today. In my capacity as chief of the house, I order that from today until the end of the next school year, you must be responsible for the cleaning of the Slytherin common room. Remember, you are not allowed to call on the house elves for help, you must do it yourself. The two did not dare to refute, and lowered their heads to accept the order from Lucas. After Lucas finished his punishment for the two, he turned around on the broom and looked at the Slytherin stands behind him. Draco Malfoy, as the chief of the third year, did not stop his classmates in time, causing them to do things that would bring disgrace to Slytherin House. I announce in my capacity as the chief of Slytherin that starting today, you must go to the head of house office for confinement and self-reflection for the next week. Draco stood up, bowed to Lucas with his wand in hand. Yes, Chief. Lucas' punishment was not insignificant. Those who were originally unconvinced no longer complained after hearing his punishment. Both of you disappear from the court immediately. I don't want to see you now. Hearing Lucas' icy voice, Crabbe and Goyle scurried down the tunnel. The two were walking with their heads lowered, so they didn't notice the eyes of Professor Snape in the stands. He looked like he wanted to cut them into potion materials. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Gryffindor players and Professor Hooch. I apologize to everyone for the disturbance these two caused. Professor Hooch shook her head. You handled it very well, Mr. Grindelwald. The game restarts. I think everyone can't wait. The people manipulated the brooms to line up again in order to restart the game. It's just that Harry became a little listless, as if he was affected by the incident just now. At this moment, Hermione and the others in the stands were frowning tightly. As Luca's girlfriends, they know their boyfriend's temper very well. Slytherin students did such a thing in public. Lucas was probably about to explode in anger. The reason why he didn't is because there is still a game going that he needs to win. Hermione looked dissatisfied at the two dumb Slytherins who walked into the stands on the other side. What are these two doing? What a disgrace to Slytherin. Hermione, I want to remind you that you seem to be a student of Ravenclaw, not Slytherin. Hearing Cho making fun of her, Hermione gave her an annoyed look. At this time, Professor Hooch finally blew the silver whistle in her mouth. With the quaffle thrown into the sky, the last Quidditch game of this year has officially begun. The cheers all around occupied the whole stadium in an instant. Except for the Seekers, the two teams acted immediately. The whistling sound was immediately followed by the sound of the brooms piercing the air. This is Quidditch. Extreme speed, intense, full of tension and excitement. Those who have seen it all feel their blood boiling. Lucas used to climb higher after the start of the game, which is good for finding the snitch. But today he stayed where he was, without moving. This confused Harry very much. Not only did Lucas not move, he even closed his eyes again. One of Slytherin's beaters wandered beside him to knock away the bludger that was flying towards Lucas. And the other players, even if they were attacking, were avoiding Lucas' position. What is he doing? Is he asleep? Ron pointed at Lucas in the field and shouted loudly, trying to make fun of him, but the people around didn't think it was funny. Ron, maybe this is some new tactic of his. Hearing Neville's words, Ron curled his lips in disdain. He hadn't seen anyone use the tactic of playing with their eyes closed. So what the hell is Lucas doing? It's actually very simple. He is locking the position of the golden snitch. When he entered the second blood, awakening as a void elf, Lucas' ability to perceive magic was also greatly enhanced. In the magic world, whether it is people or enchanted objects, they all have magic in them. In the beginning, he was recording the magic signature of the snitch with his eyes closed, and now he was just searching for it. Found it. Lucas opened his eyes and looked down the field. Unexpectedly, the snitch was hiding under the stands. Harry had been paying attention to Lucas, so when the other boy opened his eyes, he turned to look at where he was looking. But he was clearly still a step behind, because the moment he turned his head, Lucas had already controlled the broom and flew into the distance. And he increased the speed of the broom to the maximum. Seeing Lucas plunge into the wooden structure on the side of the field, Harry didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly chased after him. As a Quidditch commentator, Lee Jordan immediately spotted the movement of the two Seekers. Look, the two Seekers are moving. Could it be that they saw the snitch? I have to say that apart from their amazing flying technique, the Seekers also have very good eyesight. Then let's see who can capture the golden snitch and earn this victory. Go Gryffindor. At the side, Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes but couldn't hide the small curl of her lips. She also wanted her Lions to win. Chapter 181. Flying broom speed can be very scary if not controlled. Take the firebolt, which can accelerate to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, and you don't have a helmet or anything to protect you from the wind. So Lucas, who let go of the broom flying restrictions, disappeared from the field in just the blink of an eye. Harry followed Lucas to the wooden structure under the stands. When he saw the figure shuttling among the wooden piles in front of him, even with his current state of mind, he had to admit that his own flying skills were indeed not as good as the opponent's. As he listened to the cheers from the stands overhead, for some reason he wanted everyone to see Lucas's exquisite flying skills. It's a pity that such a wonderful performance is destined to be appreciated only by him. Harry, what are you doing? Don't stand still. Captain Wood's voice came from afar, helping him to regain his composure and immediately chase after Lucas. People in the stands started talking about who would catch the snitch first. Ron stood firm on his friend's side. Of course it's Harry. That guy Grindelwald doesn't have any flying skills at all. He just flies fast with his cheating broom. Just listen to me. After a while, that guy will fly out from under the stands all black and blue because he couldn't maneuver properly with so many obstacles. Face slaps always come quickly. As soon as Ron finished speaking, Lucas' figure flew out from below the stands. Everyone also noticed that not far in front of Lucas, the golden snitch was fleeing quickly. Seeing the distance between the two shrinking gradually, the people were already cheering. Everyone could already foresee the Slytherin victory. As for Ron's friend Harry Potter, he didn't fly out from under the stands until several seconds later. Anyone with eyes can see that the difference in speed between the two is huge. Ron's face was reddish. He no longer had the confidence he had just now, so he huddled in the crowd resentfully and stopped talking. Wow, he caught it. Lucas Grindelwald caught the golden snitch. Unbelievable. The game has only just begun. Lee Jordan looked at the scoreboard in front of him. The score above remains at 0-0. It wasn't just Lee Jordan who was surprised. The same goes for everyone else. The Gryffindor players looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't even reach the other side of the field, and the competition was already over. Oliver would put his hands to his head. His eyes were full of despair and sadness. This is his last year playing Quidditch at school. He spent 7 years at school and 6 with the Gryffindor team, but failed to win a single championship for the house. This was a big blow to Wood, who was crazy and obsessed with Quidditch. He even began to doubt whether he was suitable for the sport. The twins were also surprised, but since they have a relatively close relationship with Lucas, the two thought it was normal for Lucas to win the game. And the stands at this time. It has become a sea of joy. The normally low-key Slytherins cheered and crazily waved the Slytherin serpent banners in their hands, shouting the name of Lucas Grindelwald. In Ravenclaw's stands, Hermione, who originally hated Quidditch, was also calling for her boyfriend loudly. Not to mention Cho and Ginny, the two have long been obsessed with Lucas' flying skills. In the teachers' stands, Minister Fudge looked around at the cheering crowd and seemed to be infected by their emotions too. Oh Tilda, what a wonderful match, Headmaster Dumbledore, judging from everyone's appearance, Mr. Grindelwald's victory was expected. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Minister, why don't you announce the good news? I think Lucas will be delighted to see you declare Slytherin's victory. Of course, Fudge would not refuse a chance for positive publicity. Pointing to his throat with his wand, he coughed softly. Hello everyone, I am the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and it is a great honor to come to Hogwarts to watch such a wonderful game. I hereby declare that the winning team of the 1993-1994 Hogwarts Quidditch Tournament is the Slytherin team. Bang 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 boom, Tilda. Fireworks of various colors bloomed around the stadium. Lucas looked at the golden snitch in his hand with a smile on his lips. Quidditch might not be so boring after all. Seeing the crowd around shouting his name and cheering for him, this idea flashed through Lucas' mind quickly. Ding, the host has been detected to obtain a new record, extremely fast flight. Rewards, 500 achievement points, deluxe broomstick maintenance set. Win the championship and also get the achievement reward. This year has been quite bountiful. Now there's just a few days until the end of the school year, and the last chance to get plenty of rewards depends on the performance of Peter Pettigrew. The festivities in the Quidditch Stadium lasted nearly half an hour before they came to an end. Because Lucas broke the school's Quidditch record, his name will also remain in the school's honor showcase forever. This drew a lot of envious looks from other students. The Gryffindor team were back in the tunnel, listening to the team members comforting each other, talking and cheering. Harry, however, noticed the twinkle of regret in Captain Wood's eyes. Captain, I'm sorry I didn't beat Lucas. Harry, don't beat yourself up. I feel lucky to lose against someone like Grindelwald. Wood patted Harry on the shoulder. Facing such a strong opponent, I found many shortcomings in myself, so that my Quidditch skills can keep improving. It's just a pity that we won't have the chance to play against each other again. The future of the Gryffindor team is up to you, Harry. I believe that with your talent, you will defeat Grindelwald one day. As long as you work hard, this day will not be too far. Wood's heartwarming comfort made him feel even more guilty. Seeing his captain and the other players leaving while talking and laughing, Harry was left alone. He didn't even notice how much time he was there staring at empty space. It wasn't until he heard Ron's voice that he woke up. Harry, are you okay? Seeing his friend shaking his head, Ron continued. I saw you haven't come out for a long time. I was worried about you, so I came in to have a look. After saying that, Ron walked over to Harry and sat down next to him. Don't beat yourself up. I'm sure you can defeat Grindelwald next year. Harry shook his head again. I'm not sorry for that. I'm sorry for Captain Wood. After hearing this, Ron immediately understood what his friend wanted to express. Harry, if you don't want Captain Wood to be sad, then next year beat Slytherin and win the championship for Gryffindor. Even if Captain Wood had already graduated at that time, He would definitely be happy for you when he receives the news. His consolation still had a little effect. At least Harry looked much better than before. Seeing it was working, Ron was going to continue with words of comfort. But he didn't manage to continue because there was a sharp pain in his finger. Looking at Scabbers, who fell to the ground and quickly ran out of the door, he hurriedly got up and gave chase. "Scabbers, where are you going? Stop running around." The warm-hearted Harry certainly couldn't bear to see his friend lose his pet again. So the two chased after the rat's footsteps. They didn't notice that there were fewer and fewer people around them as they were moving closer to the Forbidden Forest. Not long after, the two came close to the Whomping Willow, and Ron finally caught his rat. For this violent tree, they had some bad memories from the previous year when they were almost killed by it. At this time, they heard a dog growling from behind. Ron turned around and saw a huge black dog leaping towards him. The terrified Ron didn't fight back and was screaming loudly as he was dragged by Sirius, biting his trouser leg to the hole below the Whomping Willow. Harry recognized the black dog as the one he had seen many times over the summer. Thinking of the words of Dumbledore and others in the Three Broomsticks, he knew that the black dog in front of him was Sirius Black. If he were a normal person, he would contact the professors at the school at this moment. At worst, he would find a few more companions to enter the tree hole together to have some backing. But the omnipotent savior doesn't think so. Now all he can think about is capturing Black and asking him about why he betrayed his parents, completely ignoring that the man was a fugitive from Azkaban. When Harry finally entered the tree tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, he was a bit banged because the tree was trying to kill him. Walking through the tunnel, he reached a dilapidated room and only found Ron and Scabbers, the rat he was holding in his hands. "Ron, where's Sirius Black?" Ron tremblingly pointed behind Harry with a look of horror on his face. He couldn't even talk with how scared he was. When Harry turned around, he saw that next to the door there was a disheveled middle-aged man in battered old clothes staring coldly in their direction. Chapter 182. Slytherin Common Room. Lucas, who was celebrating, suddenly sensed that his magic imprint was triggered. This imprint has no other effect than just serving as a warning. He looked in the direction of the Whomping Willow. It appears that Peter Pettigrew has already led Sirius and the others to the Shrieking Shack. Making an excuse, he left the Slytherin Common Room alone. When he walked to the gate of the castle, he unexpectedly saw Professor Snape running fast in front of him. How do normal people react when they see a wanted criminal? Most people would probably be afraid. Some people will quickly pick up the phone to call the police or use the flu to call the Aurors in the case of wizards. However, regardless of the age and size difference between the two parties, the only one stupid enough to rush to fight the wanted criminal is probably Harry Potter, because he has been conditioned to have absolutely no preservation instincts. Even if Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, he is still an adult. And for nearly a year, this guy has been fed by Luna, so in terms of strength, Harry was really no match for Sirius. The two fought for some time, with Sirius being careful not to hurt Harry. Then Harry finally remembered that he is a wizard that can use magic and pulled out his wand. Seeing his godson pointing a wand at himself, Sirius laughed out loud. It's just that there is a trace of sadness in the laughter. "Are you going to kill me, huh? Why did you betray my parents? Weren't you good friends?" Harry's questioning voice just fell when Ron on the side said nervously, "Harry, stop asking questions, just hand him over to Dumbledore, he is the most wanted criminal." Harry turned a deaf ear to his friend's reminders. Seeing the anger in Harry's eyes, Sirius still had a smile on his face, and then he yelled, "I'm not the one who betrayed them, Harry." "What did you say?" Harry froze. The strength he used to restrain Sirius also relaxed a lot. "What do you mean by that? Tell me clearly." "I said it wasn't me who betrayed James and Lily, it was Peter Pettigrew." "You're talking nonsense. Peter Pettigrew died a long time ago, he was killed by you, do you think I don't know that?" Harry felt like Sirius was trying to deceive him, so he raised the wand in his hand angrily. It seems that he intended to cast a spell. At this critical moment, Professor Lupin's voice came from outside the door. "Expelliarmus." The disarming charm hit Harry's wand with precision. seeing Professor Lupin walking step by step. Out of trust, Harry obeyed him and let go of the strangled Sirius. But what happened next absolutely shocked him. Remus pulled Sirius up from the ground, and the two embraced. And Sirius looked particularly excited at this time. "He is here, Moony. I finally got him." "Calm down, Padfoot." "I can't calm down. I've been waiting for this moment for 12 years, Moony. Kill him quickly." Harry and Ron were horrified by their conversation. Obviously, both of them believed that the person Sirius wanted to kill was Harry Potter. There was sadness and disappointment in Harry's eyes. The feeling of betrayal was too much for him. He looked at Professor Lupin and asked, "Are you guys on this together? So it's really you who brought him into the castle?" "Professor Snape and Luca's guesses were not wrong. You really lied to me, and I foolishly chose to believe your nonsense." Remus's expression was a little unnatural. "Harry, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. In fact, Sirius was wronged." "Wronged?" Harry showed a puzzled expression. He remembered what Sirius said just now, and said after a little thought, "Tell me everything." Seeing that Remus was going to explain, Sirius said impatiently, "Moony, when will you stop dawdling?" "Don't worry, Padfoot. Harry has a right to know the truth." Remus comforted his companion, and looked at Harry, who was hiding in the corner again. Actually, the person who betrayed James and Lily was Peter Pettigrew. Sirius went to hunt him down, but he cunningly escaped. Before he escaped, he cut off his own finger and destroyed the entire street, killing a bunch of muggles, and finally succeeded in putting the blame on Sirius for these crimes. How can you prove that what you're saying is true? Harry couldn't believe the guy in front of him right now. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Sirius came to Harry and Ron violently. "Because Peter Pettigrew is here, and he's the stinky rat in Weasley's hand." "Impossible. Scabbers has been in my family." 12 years? What kind of rat lives 12 years? Only him, because he's an animagus." "Prove it to me," Harry said coldly. Seeing this, the two picked up their wands and aimed at the rat in Ron's hand. Professor Snape chose this exact moment to rush over and interrupt them. "Expelliarmus." 2 spells in a row knocked the wands of Remus and Sirius into the air. Seeing Snape appearing at the door, Remus's momentum weakened a lot. "Severus, you listen to our explanation first." Remus' following words didn't come out, because Professor Snape's wand was aimed at his mouth. He was planning to cast a spell as soon as he opened his mouth to keep talking. Looking at the embarrassed Dew in front of him, a small smile appeared on Snape's mouth. This feeling of revenge is really exhilarating. "Snivellus, you greasy bat." Although he was being pointed at by the wand now, Sirius kept retreating nervously, but couldn't help but provoke Professor Snape by using his school nickname. Remus made eye contact with his friend several times trying to get him to stop, but was ignored by the other party. Looking at the obviously angry Professor Snape, Remus sighed helplessly. "Severus, calm down and let me explain it to you." No, I think the Dementors would be more willing to listen to your explanations, especially Mr. Fugitive." At the mention of Dementors, Sirius shuddered. After spending such a long time in Azkaban, it's normal to show such a reaction when hearing about them. Even Bellatrix, that crazy woman, turns pale when talking about the Dementors. Professor Snape seemed to enjoy the look of fear on his face. He pressed his wand hard on Sirius' face. "Mr. Wanted, how about I call the Dementors now? What do you think?" The terrified look in Sirius' eyes greatly satisfied Snape's desire for revenge. He took 2 steps back, motioning for Remus to stand beside his friend. "Professor Lupin, it seems that you need to go to Azkaban with your friend." After saying that, Snape looked at Harry and Ron, who were beside him. "Potter, Weasley, you both leave first." His original intention was that he was afraid of hurting Harry in the fight. But when Professor Snape was busy taunting his old rival, Harry had already got Ron's wand. When he took his wand out from behind his back, Professor Snape wasn't surprised. He just thought that in the face of the betrayer of his parents, Harry wanted to take revenge by himself. So he reminded him again, "Mr. Potter, leave this to me, you leave first." He just finished speaking when suddenly Harry's wand turned on him. "Expelliarmus." Seeing the spell coming at himself, Professor Snape stared in disbelief. Don't say that just Snape didn't think of Harry doing that. Even the other three were stunned by this action. Fortunately, Lucas arrived just in time. The same disarming spell bounced Harry's spell towards the ceiling. Clap clap tilde. Lucas entered the room applauding. It's wonderful, Harry. You really show an eye-opening attitude with the person who came to help you. Hearing Lucas' words, Harry's face flushed red. Sirius glared at the blonde boy who entered. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite off a piece of meat right now. Oh, isn't this Sirius Black? Why doesn't he turn into a dog to escape? As soon as the words came out, Sirius and Remus figured it out right away. The young man in front of them really knew the identity of Sirius long ago. Professor Snape was also looking at Lucas at this moment. Someone as smart as him immediately sensed the meaning of Lucas' words. Thinking of everyone working so hard looking for Sirius. And this guy clearly knew where the mutt was but didn't say anything. Snape's already bad mood got even worse. Lucas looked around and said, "Yes, everyone is here, so Peter Pettigrew, how long are you going to hide?" The rat in Ron's hand fell off the ground, and under the watchful eyes of Harry and Ron, it gradually returned to its human form. Peter Pettigrew. Seeing Harry's surprised expression, he said to him, "Hello, Harry." Chapter 183. Looking at the short rat-like man in front of him, Harry didn't react for a moment. While Ron on the side found it even more difficult to accept. Thinking of how he always hugged and kissed Scabbers when he was a child, he suddenly felt a little sick to his stomach. You. Peter looked at Ron and said softly, "Little master, I'm Scabbers." He had just finished speaking when Sirius and Remus pounced at him. Lucas took Professor Snape to the side to watch the play. "Mr. Grindelwald, can you explain what's going on? Where did you find out about the trace of Sirius, and how did you learn that Pettigrew is not dead?" Professor Snape's voice caught everyone's attention. The same is true for the three shabby men wrestling together on the ground. Lucas shrugged, waved his wand and said, "Accio Marauder's map." A neatly folded piece of parchment flew out of Lupin's jacket pocket. Seeing the surprised expression on the werewolf professor, Lucas laughed and said, "Professor Lupin, do you think I'm such a careless person? Such an important object, how could I not realize that it was lost?" "So you've been." "Of course, I discovered Peter Pettigrew's identity after I got the Marauder's map in the first year." Lucas spoke the Marauder's map password. Seeing the contents, even Professor Snape was surprised. "I have to say, the four of you are really geniuses. You can actually create such a useful item. It has been really useful, so thank you." After Lucas finished speaking, he put the parchment into his pocket. "You don't think that fat cat I gave my girlfriend in second year was really just a gift, right? That's the pet cat that I've been looking for a long time. It is part Kneazle and is very sensitive to people using the animagus transformation." At this time, Peter also realized why the fat cat always found himself, and he had to suffer countless times because of that diabolical cat. At this moment, the people in the shrieking shack looked at the smiling blonde boy and felt a chill in their backs. Lucas clapped his hands, waking everyone up. "I've finished answering your questions, so go ahead and continue with your own matters." Everyone's attention was once again on Peter Pettigrew. Sirius asked angrily, "Why did you betray James? Why?" "I had no choice. You don't know how terrible the Dark Lord can be. I was forced." Peter's pitiful appearance did not get the sympathy of the two. Remus pinched the rat's neck and said sharply, "Nonsense, you are just greedy for life and afraid of death, Wormtail." Hearing the nickname Wormtail, Peter's expression changed. He broke free from the grip of the two and escaped to a corner and looked at everyone in the room. When he saw Luca's encouraging eyes, an expression of hatred immediately appeared on his face. "Wormtail, that's right, I'm just your follower, your pet rat. At school, everyone knew that I was a coward. Only you guys didn't laugh at me and treated me as a friend, which I believed at first. But it didn't take long for me to realize that you were just looking for a lackey. My cowardice and my poor magic talent made you all look better." Remus didn't expect such thoughts from Peter. He took a step forward and explained, "We are not like you said. Come on, Prefect Lupin, You were so good and popular in Gryffindor back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been selected as a prefect in the 5th year. And Sirius, the heir of the Black family, pure blood, ancient and rich, really enviable. And James Potter, also from an ancient pure blood family, you were all so good. Hee, maybe you don't feel it, but in our daily relationship, your words and deeds marked me as a mere follower. Sirius, why did you persuade James to replace the secret keeper with me? Everyone looked at Sirius, who bowed his head and said nothing. Peter sneered, I'll answer for you because both you and James thought I was a coward. Neither Voldemort nor the Death Eaters would have imagined that such a cowardly person would be the secret keeper, would they? Since you all thought that I was a cowardly and useless person, I just had enough of it and took the initiative to throw myself into the service of the Dark Lord. What a coincidence, the arrogant Sirius Black decided to change the secret keeper. Do you know how happy I was when I became the secret keeper? So when the Fidelius charm took effect, I took advantage of you to go out to attract the attention of the Death Eaters, and secretly told the location of James' house to my master. I have made great contributions to my master, but since then my master has not come back. So I can only hide and keep hiding, not only to escape from you, but also from the Death Eaters. I am what I am because of you, Sirius Black. Harry heard the whole process of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal of his parents, and wished he could kill him right away. Sirius was equally angry. He looked at his old friend and shouted, Even if I'm wrong, but we really regarded you as a friend, how could you betray James? Hearing Sirius answer, Peter seemed to have heard a very funny joke. Friends, why didn't you tell Remus that James was going to cast the Fidelius charm on his house? Sirius didn't know how to answer the question, and Harry was equally curious about it. There are various indications that the 4 Marauders were very good friends back then. So in the end, why is it that only Remus didn't know about the Fidelius charm? Pettigrew Peter gave the answer. He laughed and pointed at the unkempt Sirius and said, Because you didn't trust him, because Remus Lupin is a werewolf. Boom! Harry looked at Professor Lupin, standing at the side in shock. Unexpectedly, his favorite professor was actually a werewolf. Ron murmured, It turns out that Snape asked us to learn about werewolves for this reason. Even a fool like Ron Weasley understands the horror of werewolves. The identity that he tried to hide was exposed, so Remus was too ashamed to face the crowd. But in this room, only Harry and Ron didn't know of his lycanthropy. Harry stared at him and said, So, you were the werewolf who almost hurt Professor Snape, right? Remus nodded in shame. There was an apologetic look when he looked at Professor Snape's eyes. I'm sorry, Severus. Moony, you don't have to apologize to him. You can only blame Snivellus for being too nosy. Hearing what Sirius said, Snape was tempted to use the killing curse to put down the mutt. Calm down, Professor. Seeing the reaction of the two, Harry's eyes were full of doubts. He looked at Professor Lupin, hoping for an explanation. Remus let out a long breath and said, It happened when we were in school. As a werewolf, I had no hope of going to school, but Headmaster Dumbledore accepted me. When I was assigned to Gryffindor, I also met James and Sirius. After knowing my identity as a werewolf, they were not afraid, but thought it was cool. In order to accompany me through the painful transformation period, the 3 of them secretly practiced how to become an animagus. It didn't take long for them to succeed, and James turned into a stag, Sirius into a black dog, and Peter into a rat. Every night when the moon was full, they would accompany me to transform here in the Shrieking Shack. The rumors about the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade started at that time. James and the others didn't want me to be discovered when I transformed, so they deliberately spread these rumors. Although Remus' voice was flat, it still left Sirius and Peter stuck in the memories of the past. During that time, the 4 of them were the focus of the school, the most popular students. But now one by one, they all fell to this point. Remus paused and continued. Then Severus was curious about my disappearance and started following us. On the night of the full moon, Sirius figured it would be fun to trick Severus into the Shrieking Shack. So someone revealed the place where I hid when I transformed, and when he found it, I happened to be in a transformed state. If James hadn't arrived in time to pull Severus out, I'm afraid I'd have killed him, or worse, infected him. Harry finally heard the full version of the incident. Recalling the summer vacation after their first year, Lucas seemed to say that speaking is really an art. Dumbledore's vague words made him think his father was a man of justice, and Snape was an ungrateful prick. But he didn't expect the truth to be like this. Remus stepped aside after speaking. Just when the room fell silent, Sirius suddenly said, "Snivellus deserved it. If he didn't go around sniffing and putting his nose where it didn't belong, wouldn't he have been fine? Who made him always fight against us?" Seeing him still unrepentant, Lucas swung his wand and cast a binding spell at him. "Sure enough, Sirius, you will never reflect on your mistakes. Compared with your brother, you are really far behind. Don't mention that idiot Regulus in front of me." After finishing speaking, Sirius seemed to think of something and looked at Lucas with a knowing smile. "It turns out that stupid kid has taken refuge with you. Otherwise, how can you be so clear about our affairs? Let him come out." Sirius didn't notice, but Lucas was looking at him more and more coldly. The wand in his hand was getting tighter and tighter. Chapter 184. Regulus, come to Big Brother. Sirius seemed certain that his brother was hiding somewhere. He turned sideways to look at the stairs outside the door, and with a smile on his face, he called out Regulus' name. "Regulus, my stupid brother, are you still as cowardly as before, afraid to see your big brother?" "Enough." Lucas swung his wand down, and Sirius flew towards the wall behind him. "Regulus Black is dead." "What?" Sirius looked at the boy in front of him. It seemed that he couldn't believe what he just heard. "I said that Regulus Black is dead." Sirius was stunned for a few seconds, and then showed a relieved smile. Presumably, he was willing to die for his master. He is really stupid. "Padfoot," Remus softly reminded his friend. "That was his own brother after all." "Moony, I know what you want to say, but since he joined the Death Eaters, I decided that I didn't have a brother." Clap, clap, tilde. Lucas clapped his hands and said, "What an honest statement. Then I would like to ask the heir of the Black family, when you were happily pursuing your freedom, when you joined the camp against Voldemort, did you ever think about your own family?" Sirius was taken aback when he heard this question. Lucas smiled and said, "It seems you haven't thought about them." "Then have you ever thought, as the heir of the oldest and purest Black family, openly rebelling against Voldemort, the representative of pure blood, what will happen to your family?" Sirius still didn't answer, but others already have an answer in their hearts at this moment. Lucas obviously didn't want to let Sirius go. "Then, Mr. Black, who do you think is fulfilling your responsibilities for you and continuing the Black family?" "It's the stupid brother in your eyes, Regulus Black, the boy who had no choice but to join the Death Eaters at the age of 16. Without him, perhaps the Black family would have been destroyed in that turbulent era. But it's almost the same now. You probably don't know that your mother, Mrs. Walburga Black, passed away in 1985. And your stupid, cowardly brother, who died in 1979, left his dead body in a cave that no one cared about while you were enjoying freedom with your friends and feeling the honor of fighting Voldemort." A stubborn guy like Sirius, of course he wouldn't take Luca's word for it. Lucas also didn't think that a few words could convince him. Sirius didn't believe it, but Remus and others believed it. After all, it has been so many years. Remus had never heard of the Black family being active in the wizarding world during all this time. He had guessed long ago that Regulus Black should be dead. That's why he mentioned Regulus to Sirius when the two met in Yorkshire. It's just that Sirius didn't seem to care about his brother and was all about grabbing Wormtail. "Regulus Black." Snape murmured the name softly. After careful calculation, this man who was 1 year younger than him was still his senior among the Death Eaters. It's just a pity that when Snape joined, Regulus was already dead. He raised his head and recalled the boy. Knowledgeable, smart, and kind, this is everyone's impression of Regulus when he was in school. Just didn't expect that he was already dead. Lucas, how did Regulus die? Looking back at Professor Snape, who asked aloud, Lucas swung his wand and knocked Peter Pettigrew unconscious with a stunner. The next thing is not suitable for him to listen to. Lucas explained lightly. After saying that, he turned around and shouted to the open space beside him, "Creature." In the surprised eyes of Sirius, the old house elf appeared before the crowd. "Oh, Mr. Lucas, what is your order for calling Creature here?" "Are you Creature?" Sirius couldn't believe what he saw. Was this really the hateful elf of his family? He was very suspicious. Could it be that Lucas had hired another house elf to lie to him? "Oh, it's the bad master, the shame of the black family, poor mistress. It's disgusting, Creature actually saw this guy. Oh, I need to clean my eyes when I go back." "That's right, it's really Creature." After being scolded, Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. "Creature, what are you doing here? I order you to go back immediately." An unfilial son cannot order Creature. The mistress said that Creature may not obey your orders. You have been kicked out of the family by the mistress. Seeing Sirius stare blankly, Lucas sneered and said, "I'm afraid you don't know yet. Mrs. Black has already passed the house at 12 Grimmauld Place to me through Narcissa Malfoy." "Sissy." "That's right, that house has nothing to do with you now, and Creature certainly doesn't need to obey orders from you, who are not from the Black family." "How is it possible? Impossible, you evil Slytherin. You must have used some despicable means." Lucas ignored the yelling Sirius. He turned to look at Creature and asked in a gentle tone, "Creature, can I read your good master's note again?" "Of course, if it's Mr. Lucas, Creature has no problem." Creature took out the locket from his neck. It wasn't until then that everyone discovered that Creature was still wearing something under the clothes made of a pillowcase. When he took out the locket, Sirius immediately frowned. As Regulus' older brother, he is very familiar with his brother's locket. Having acquired Regulus' note with his last words, Lucas passed it directly to Professor Snape, who was beside him. "Please read the content to everyone." Snape gave Lucas a cold look and finally took the note. "To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and will destroy it as soon as I can. I face my death in the hope that, when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B." When he read the contents of the note, shock filled Snape's eyes. At this moment, he already knew what a Horcrux was, he just didn't expect it. As early as more than 10 years ago, someone had already noticed Voldemort's method of immortality and paid for it with his life. Regulus Black. Snape said the name again. Suddenly, he felt respect for that young man, whom he had only met a few times. "Impossible, Snivellus, you are lying, there must be nothing on it, you just made it all up." Sirius hoarsely denied everything he had heard. Lucas took the note, unfolded it, and placed it in front of Sirius' eyes. "Your brother's handwriting should be familiar to you, right? Pompous and arrogant Mr. Black. While you were being admired and chasing your freedom, your younger brother carried your responsibilities. While you were fighting with Voldemort's men, your brother had already sacrificed his life against Voldemort. Regulus Black, he was not cowardly, let alone stupid. On the contrary, in my opinion, you are the stupid one." Looking at the familiar handwriting in front of him, Sirius' eyes gradually became blurry because of the tears that were pooling. He thought of the little kid who was always following behind him. The teenager who would cry because his owl was hurt. Looking at the tearful Sirius, Lucas didn't intend to let him go yet. He approached him and whispered in his ear, "Do you know where I found Regulus?" Seeing his curious eyes, Lucas sneered and said, "It was in a dark cave with a group of Inferi." It was very quiet inside the Shrieking Shack. No one expected that Regulus would end up like this. Sirius' choking sounds changed from weak to strong. In the end, he was crying out loud. Watching Sirius break down emotionally, Lucas snorted coldly and turned to look at Remus Lupin next to him. "Take Pettigrew and let's get out. And you, Harry, now that the play is over, you should be clear about who your father and your godfather really are, right?" Harry nodded slightly. "Then quickly pick up your wand and get out of here. As for your attack on your professor, I will let Dumbledore know about it later." Harry lowered his head and obediently picked up his wand. The crowd returned the same way, led by Lucas. Remus, who had been distracted by his friend, didn't notice. At this time, Peter in his hand had already awakened. pretending to be unconscious, looking for a chance to escape. Chapter 185. Hogwarts Whooping Willow. Lucas came out of the tree hole first. Watching the night fall outside, feeling that time is really fleeting. It was still daylight when they entered the Shrieking Shack. He didn't think they had been in there for long. Why is it getting dark already? When the people behind came out, they had the same expression as Lucas. In the dim Shrieking Shack, it is easy for people to lose their sense of time. Harry helped Sirius to walk because his state at this time was very bad. Seeing his godfather squatting on the ground with his hands on his shoulders in such a depressed state, Harry complained inwardly that Lucas had said too much. "Sirius, are you all right?" Sirius shook his head, indicating that he was fine, but his appearance was not reassuring at all. At this time, Professor Lupin and Professor Snape, who walked last, escorted Pettigrew out of the tree hole. "Thank you, Severus. Just handing this guy over to Dumbledore will prove Padfoot's innocence." Perhaps because the grievances of his friend are about to be cleared, Remus always had a small smile on his face. When the mood is relaxed, vigilance will naturally weaken. The moment his wand was lowered, Peter suddenly opened his eyes and easily snatched the wand. The little man turned around and cast a disarming charm on Professor Snape. Getting both wands at the same time, he looked at Remus with a smug look in his eyes. "Remus, you always let your guard down so easily." "Don't move," Peter pointed his wand at Harry, who was not far away. "Throw all the wands on the ground." Every time something like this happens, Lucas is definitely the most cooperative one. Because it doesn't matter whether he has a wand or not, and it only takes a thought to bring the wand back into his hand. With Lucas' cooperation, Peter gave him an appreciative look. "Very well, Lucas Grindelwald, you are really cunning. If I hadn't been careful, I'm afraid you would have thrown me into Azkaban after being used by you." Everyone looked at the blonde boy in the distance. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes even more. Unexpectedly, there was a reversal in the end. Harry's eyes widened as well. The idiot Ron even exclaimed, "You're with Peter Pettigrew." Lucas rolled his eyes in an inelegant manner. "Mr. Weasley, if you continue to talk nonsense, be careful or I will sue you at the Ministry of Magic." Then ignoring the stupid Weasley, he looked at Peter Pettigrew again. Seeing that the opponent's hand holding the wand trembled slightly, he chuckled and said, "Mr. Pettigrew, you don't really think that if you slander me casually, everyone will believe what you say, right? I think you just want to escape while everyone is distracted." Everyone reacted now. Forget about anything else, Pettigrew must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, serious crimes would not be cleared away. "Nonsense, I admit that you are very powerful, but after all, you are just a teenager. Now give me the antidote." "The antidote? What antidote?" As Lucas spoke, he took out a bottle of the potion that he had given to Peter. He uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lucas shook the potion bottle and said, "This is just a pepper-up potion. I got it from the infirmary. I'm not feeling well recently." You lied to me." Seeing Peter's body trembling with anger, Lucas just shrugged his shoulders. "Peter, I would like to remind you that it's a dangerous night to be outside. Professor Lupin might become a little furry." Seeing that the other party still didn't understand what it meant, Lucas pointed to the sky. At this moment, the dark clouds cleared, and the full moon appeared in the sky. Professor Lupin froze for a moment, and his body started changing rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a werewolf. "Awotilda." The werewolf faced the full moon and let out a long howl. At the same time, several howls of wolves echoed his call from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Peter slowly backed away. He had been with Remus for 7 years. He has the most right to say how powerful the opponent's fighting power is when he becomes a werewolf. "Remus, calm down. I think you should have taken the Wolfsbane potion." "Wolfsbane potion?" Harry suddenly exclaimed, making everyone turn their attention to him and notice that he and Ron looked strange, as if they had done something wrong. Professor Snape walked up to the two of them and asked coldly, "Potter, what did you do?" Harry and Ron swallowed. The two looked at each other first and then whispered, "It's like this. I thought there was something wrong with the potion, so after leaving I returned to Professor Lupin's office. What did you do, Potter? At this moment, Professor Snape's expression was terribly gloomy. I replaced the wolfsbane potion with other potion. Idiot! Professor Snape's roar startled the werewolf Lupin, who was looking at the moon. He turned around and roared at the crowd. Professor Snape's first instinct was to keep Harry behind him. Lucas recalled his wand and scolded Ron in his mind for being such an idiot. He saw it very clearly just now. When Harry and Ron looked at each other, Ron was visibly more flustered than Harry. 90% of this idea should have come from this idiot. Stupefy. The powerful magic knocked the werewolf far away, which made him even more angry. Taking into account that there are other people beside him, Lucas couldn't just kill the professor directly with a powerful spell. But with normal spells, the launch speed is not even as fast as the werewolf. Seeing this, Lucas put away his wand, choosing to summon the Gryffindor sword and Goblin sword with a wave. After thinking about it, he finally put away the Gryffindor sword. Because it has basilisk venom on it, and Lucas wasn't sure if Dumbledore's phoenix would arrive in time after he cuts Professor Lupin. Snape and the others watched the figure that was fighting back and forth with the werewolf and were stunned for a moment. Probably they have never seen a wizard who can fight a werewolf hand-to-hand or even suppress the opponent in turn. Peter looked at the two people who were fighting fiercely in front of them. While others were not paying attention, he turned into a rat and ran into the distance through the forbidden forest. As everyone knows, Peter's every move is under Luca's watchful eyes. He made such an eye-catching move, isn't it just to let him escape? If Peter Pettigrew doesn't run away, who's going to get Babymort back? If he doesn't run away, who will set up the cauldron and boil out the noseless one? Lucas took great pains to let Peter escape. Once the figure of the rat disappeared, Lucas kicked Lupin away and then looked at the side in surprise. Where's Peter Pettigrew? Snape and the others recovered from their daze and saw that there was only a set of clothes left where Pettigrew was supposed to be. Harry stood up immediately and looked around desperately. They depend on Peter Pettigrew's capture to set his godfather free. If he ran away, Sirius could only be a fugitive for a lifetime. The anxious Harry fell into his old habit again and completely forgot that there was a werewolf who lost his mind next to him. When he remembered, Professor Lupin's big paw was already within reach. In the nick of time, a big black dog suddenly jumped out and knocked Remus down in one fell swoop. The werewolf was cut several times with the sword by Lucas, so facing the vicious Sirius at this moment, even the irrational werewolf started to feel timid. When he saw him turn around and run away, Sirius hurried to catch up. And Harry got hot-headed and followed as well. Lucas sighed and looked away. Professor, please take Weasley back. As for Harry, I will take care of him. Snape nodded without hesitation. He also understands that compared with Lucas' strength, he seems more suitable to do odd jobs. Waiting until Professor Snape disappeared with Ron, Lucas looked up at the dark night sky. With his excellent eyesight, he could clearly see the Dementors rushing towards the Forbidden Forest. Dementors distinguish between friend and foe by the breath and emotions of people. Sirius had always been a dog before. But just now, he maintained his human form for so long that he had long been noticed by the Dementors outside the school. What a hassle. After Lucas finished speaking, he walked towards the Forbidden Forest. Hermione's time turner is now gone, so he can only play the part of Harry's father reluctantly. For some reason, he imagined the scene of Darth Vader with Luke. Chapter 186. When Harry found Sirius, his fugitive godfather was laying beside a small lake, and it looked like he was hurt. Harry hurried over. Sirius. A closer inspection revealed that just like himself, Sirius' injuries were not that serious. But for some reason, he was unconscious. Crack tilde. The sound of the water being frozen reached Harry's ears, and he saw the water quickly being covered with ice. He suddenly had a bad feeling, so he followed the feeling and looked towards the sky. Dozens of Dementors were seen hovering above their heads. Sirius opened his eyes. Presumably, he also sensed the arrival of the Dementors and woke up because of it. Harry didn't hesitate. Pulling out his wand and pointing to the sky, he shouted, Expecto Patronum. A thin layer of silver light curtain appeared above their heads. The Dementors also chose this time to initiate their attack. Bang tilde. Boom tilde. With just 2 hits, Harry's Patronus charm went off. Then it's time for the Dementors to enjoy a delicious meal. They love happy memories, and they prefer to absorb the memories and souls of those who have had tragic experiences. If others are just desserts for them, then Harry and his godfather are the main course for the Dementors. The 2 of them can fill their stomachs. The Dementors took turns to take bite after bite of their energy, so everyone has a share. Not far away, Lucas shook his head. It's useless at the critical moment. Seeing that the soul seed of Sirius had already left his body. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, he raised his wand and called, "Don't be afraid, Harry, Daddy has come." The voice just fell, and a dazzling silver light illuminated a large area nearby. The duo of Snape and Ron breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the dragon soaring into the sky in the Forbidden Forest. "Mr. Weasley, I think you are perfectly capable of going to the infirmary by yourself." After saying that, Professor Snape walked into the gate of the castle. Ron looked at the Forbidden Forest and then at the disappearing back of Professor Snape, then he walked into the castle resignedly. Forbidden Forest. Harry's mind was blurred. He vaguely heard a loud shout from a distance and seemed to have heard the word Dad. Then under the blinding silver white light, he passed out. As soon as the silver dragon appeared, it flew towards the Dementors. And the Dementors seemed to see something terrifying when they noticed the dragon Patronus flying towards them from a distance at a high speed, getting closer and closer. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Dementor and getting a reward. 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Dementor and getting a reward. 200 achievement points. The system's prompt sounded 4 times in a row. Those Dementors ran faster than rabbits and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lucas put down his wand in displeasure. When he came to Harry's side, he noticed that both people were unconscious. "Tisk, what a hassle. It is inevitable that the Dementors will return for their meal if he just leaves them here unprotected." So Lucas stood there waiting for a while until Sirius woke up. "Good, you're finally awake, then I will go back now." Sirius stumbled up from the ground. Looking at the back of Lucas, who was about to disappear, he shouted, "Thank you." "No need to thank me, I just promised Dumbledore that I would protect Harry." "I was talking about Regulus, thank you for bringing him back." Lucas chuckled. "The Dementors have appeared here, and the Ministry of Magic will come to investigate after a while. If you don't want to be caught, you better leave as soon as possible." After saying that, his figure disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. The next few days passed very peacefully. With final exams approaching, even the most naughty Weasley twins on weekdays are much better behaved. The Daily Prophet is reporting information about Sirius Black every day. Due to the delay in arresting the other party, the Ministry of Magic can only offer rewards for reporting his sightings. Currently, if you report valid clues about Sirius, you can get 10 galleons if you can verify them. Many people joined the team looking for Sirius for this little money. Dumbledore also gradually understood what happened back then under the narration of Harry, Ron, and Remus. Lucas suspected that Sirius' hiding place was provided by him. As for Harry, since he woke up in the infirmary, he has insisted that his father rescued him from the Dementors when he was in a crisis. This incident was widely circulated in the school, and Lucas was a little embarrassed. He didn't know why Ron didn't tell his good friend that it was Lucas who saved him. Or he might have told him, but Harry didn't want to believe it. After all, he has always wanted to meet his parents even if he knows they are dead long ago. The peaceful days passed day by day. Lucas enjoyed a wonderful school life with his girlfriends every day. With no need to calculate so many things, he allowed his body and mind to relax completely. Until the day after the exams were completed. Potions teacher office. Lucas looked at the bright red liquid in the bottle and said, "Is this the water of life?" A miraculous potion that claims that no matter what the injury is, as long as there is one breath left, it can be cured. Hearing Luca's slightly questioning tone, Snape said coldly, "Since Mr. Grindelwald doesn't believe it, then your helpful professor is willing to show you his excellent black magic talent, then you can test the potion yourself." "Sorry, Professor, I wasn't doubting your potion-making skills." Lucas waved his hand and put away the water of life. "This thing will come in handy later." Seeing another bottle on the table, Lucas warned, "According to the agreement, this bottle of water of life is for you, but I hope you carry it with you and don't hide it like a treasure." Snort Tilda. Hearing this cold snort, Lucas knew it was time to leave. A week later, the exam results were released. Unsurprisingly, Lucas became the number 1 in the 3rd year again. This doesn't even surprise people anymore. The students now care more about who won 2nd place in the year. The return train advanced through the fields. Lucas told the 3 women in the compartment, "Remember the date, don't be late, I will take you to the Quidditch World Cup." Cho and Ginny showed great interest, and only Hermione didn't show much enthusiasm. The Quidditch World Cup is not as attractive to her as an interesting book. Hearing his fluffy-haired girlfriend complaining, Lucas said with a smile, "Honey, believe me, this World Cup will be very exciting." Seeing a little interest finally appear in Hermione's eyes, Lucas smiled mysteriously and didn't explain. He is right. This Quidditch World Cup is really going to be quite exciting. The Death Eaters are going to riot, and the Dark Mark will reappear. If that wasn't enough excitement, there will also be a big drama about the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's return later during the year. Looking forward to an exciting year ahead, Lucas felt that the dark chess he had arranged at the beginning should also be activated. The Dork Lord is coming back soon, how could he not entertain him well? One could only hope that Valdi liked the surprise he was preparing for him. "Honey, you look scary just now." "Really?" Lucas asked. The 3 women nodded at the same time and deliberately put on expressions of fear. "See what they look like," Lucas laughed amusedly. After returning to Grindelwald Manor, Lucas' ass didn't even manage to heat the seat before Vinda walked into the study. "Lucas, the sponsorship of the World Cup has been completed, and quite a few portkeys have been sold. How's the income?" She smiled and said, "It's very impressive. It is said that the venue for this World Cup can accommodate 100,000 people, and it took a whole year to build it with 500 people from the Ministry of Magic. 100,000 people. Except for those who are close, wizards all over the world need portkeys. This is a huge fortune." "That's right." Vinda nodded and placed a document in front of Lucas. "According to your instructions, we have opened bets all over the world, including casinos in Nocturne Alley, and we have also gained a lot." Looking at the string of dazzling zeros, the smile on Lucas' face was even brighter. Nothing can make people happier than making money. Then he suddenly remembered about the tickets. After inquiring, he learned that Minister Fudge delivered the tickets as early as a week ago. In the front row of the minister's box, there are Malfoy and important officials of the Ministry of Magic in the same box. The following few days, Lucas had it easy. But the whole of England is not so relaxed. With the Quidditch World Cup approaching, there are a few overly enthusiastic fans everywhere in the streets and alleys causing trouble. There are also some people from other countries who arrived earlier. All this increased the pressure on the Ministry of Magic Aurors. Fudge obviously regards this World Cup as the last straw in his attempts to save his poor approval ratings. So he doesn't want any trouble before the end of the Quidditch World Cup. A few more days of calm and chaos passed when a letter from Professor Snape broke Lucas' peaceful life. "Dumbledore is going to the Gaunt's shack tonight." There was a single sentence in the letter, but it made Lucas stand up from his chair. After waiting for so long, the old goat finally couldn't wait anymore. Chapter 187. Little Hangleton, Gaunt Shack. Compared with the village 5 miles away, the wooden shack in front looked a little lonely. One could easily learn that the former Gaunt family disdained to associate with the Muggles of Little Hangleton. That's why they moved to live in such a desolate place. Listening to Dumbledore's narration, Professor Snape looked at the dilapidated wooden shed in front of him. "Headmaster, do you need me to accompany you in?" Although he guessed that Lucas had set up a trap inside, Professor Snape still decided to go in and have a look. He wanted to see what life was like for Voldemort's mother's family. "No, Severus, I'm not sure what the dangers are inside. You'd be safer staying outside." Dumbledore was now at the decaying gate. The Elder Wand slipped from his sleeve, and he checked the door for signs of magic with his wand. "Fiendfire curse." Whispering the magic on the door frame, Dumbledore's eyes were on the dust in front of the door, or something that looks like dust. It's a shame. How many innocent muggles must have been killed by the fiendfire curse placed on the door? "Severus, stay outside, and if I haven't come out in an hour, go back to Hogwarts and inform Professor McGonagall immediately." Getting a reply from Snape, Dumbledore entered the door with the Elder Wand in hand. The raging fiendfire did him no harm. But Dumbledore didn't notice. The moment he entered the shed, there seemed to be an extra layer of transparent enchantment around the house. Professor Snape saw with his own eyes a string of 30 magic characters appearing at the gate. "Headmaster." "Professor, don't waste your efforts in vain. Headmaster Dumbledore can't hear you." Snape followed the voice and looked behind him. Luca's figure appeared by the roadside at some point. "Is this all arranged by you?" Lucas didn't hide it. Seeing the worry flicker in Professor Snape's eyes, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, with Headmaster Dumbledore's strength, these traps can't put his life in danger, but that is not necessarily the case for the Horcrux ring." Without waiting for the potion's professor to continue asking questions, Lucas drew out his wand and wrote a string of words in front of him. The words of the spell gradually turned into a cloud of mist, and inside it appeared the image of what was happening inside the house. "You can watch it by yourself if you're so worried." Professor Snape gave Lucas a surprised look. This is another kind of magic he hadn't seen before. He really couldn't understand this student of his. He was getting more and more enigmatic with time. But now Dumbledore was more important. Following Professor Snape's gaze into the mist, Dumbledore's figure appeared immediately. At this moment, he was still hovering in the hall and seemed to be trapped by something. Seeing Professor Snape looking at himself, Lucas explained, "This was arranged by Voldemort. It has nothing to do with me." "Mr. Grindelwald, can you explain why you're going through all this trouble?" "Professor, my people brought back news that Wormtail went to Albania, and I remember Professor Quirrell also went there before my first year at Hogwarts." Lucas looked at the old bat beside him. With Snape's ingenuity, it is impossible not to understand what he wanted to express. Indeed, Professor Snape's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing him covering his left wrist, Lucas looked at the fog in front of him and at the same time comforted. "Don't worry, that person has not yet reached the stage of resurrection. However, according to my estimation, he will return in a year at the latest, and I always like to do things that are certain. I don't want anything beyond my plan to happen. There can only be 2 players in this game of betting on the future. So I must clarify my primary and secondary issues with Dumbledore. Professor, I can't afford to lose this game because I still have countless followers behind me that are relying on me. Voldemort also can't afford to lose, because if he loses the chess game, it means the end of his life." Professor Snape was silent for a long time. The two just watched Dumbledore walking in place in the gaunt shack, until the old man finally broke the barrier in front of him. Professor Snape snorted coldly. "Don't be ashamed to say it, don't forget, you are just a 14-year-old kid." "Yeah, I'm just a 14-year-old kid." Lucas also sighed with emotion. At this time, Dumbledore, who had broken through the confusion in the hall, raised his vigilance to another level. Just like Lucas, who came here in the first place. He also didn't expect that Voldemort would set up black magic traps from the moment he entered the door. "Tom, you are still so cautious." Feeling over, Dumbledore swung the Elder Wand to wipe away the traces of black magic on the wall. He's a little more relaxed than Lucas when he came. Lucas needed everything to stay in place, while Dumbledore just needed to remove the magic from the house. Aside from the poison traps, Dumbledore had very little trouble. The magic in the living room and the passage leading to the last room was broken by him. Outside the old house, Professor Snape saw the magic being removed with a little contempt in his eyes. Looks like the clearance game is coming to an end. Lucas didn't speak, but stared closely at Dumbledore as he walked into the final room. For Dumbledore, it is not difficult to find the ring following the magic trail. When he pried open the floor and saw the rough Horcrux ring, his expression froze suddenly. Whether it's around the ring or on top of the ring, he found many traces of dark magic. Even if he wants to break the dark magic, it will take some time. Looking at the Horcrux ring lying quietly on the ground, he held out the Elder Wand carefully. Unexpectedly, the wand stopped an inch away from the Horcrux. No matter how hard he tried, even pouring magic power into the Elder Wand was of no avail. Aware that he encountered magic that he couldn't understand, he retracted his wand carefully. At the same time, some magic words appeared in front of him. Gaunt's ring cannot be touched by any tool. If you want to get it, please hold it firmly in your hand. The moment the text appeared, Dumbledore knew he had fallen into a trap. Returning the floor to its original position, he immediately used apparition, intending to leave here first, go back and make a long-term plan. Just at the moment when apparition was cast, a force suddenly interrupted the magic in his body. Anti-apparition ward. Normal people would think so, and Dumbledore was no exception. So he drew the Elder Wand again, intending to break the ward on the surrounding area. Unfortunately, to no avail, he still couldn't apparate out of there. Outside the Gaunt shack, Snape's eyes widened, and he looked curiously at the blonde boy beside him. But Lucas just pointed to the fog, signaling the professor to keep watching. Inside the shack, after a brief surprise, Dumbledore began to look around for clues. Words appeared on the walls on both sides again. Any teleportation magic is prohibited here. It is forbidden to use any spatial magic to break into this place. If you want to enter, please go through the main entrance. Dumbledore took a deep breath. With his knowledge of Voldemort, the opponent definitely does not have such a weird magical ability. Lucas Grindelwald, Severus Snape. Dumbledore stood where he was, thinking carefully about everything that has happened since the beginning of school. Only then did he discover that it all started when Lucas mentioned the Horcrux. All his attention seemed to be on Lucas and the Horcruxes, and he subconsciously ignored Severus' anomaly. What on earth could have made Severus do such a thing? He wanted to understand everything. Dumbledore started back the way he arrived. Although he doesn't know Lucas' purpose, he believed that the child would not try to kill him. He still had that much confidence. Watching Dumbledore walking out step by step, Professor Snape was very curious about what Lucas was going to do next. Dumbledore is coming out, won't you leave? Really? Lucas asked back. At this moment, Dumbledore, who was walking to the door, stopped again, and there seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him. At the position of the gate, the familiar font appeared again. People with magical powers cannot leave this place. Gaunt's ring is a pass certificate, and those who hold the ring can enter and exit freely. Dumbledore showed a wry smile. It really wasn't that simple to leave this place. Snape, who was separated by a door, was even more curious about what kind of magic these words were. Lucas smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the Goblet of Fire?" Seeing the professor nodding, he continued. The legendary Goblet of Fire is a very powerful magical artifact, and those chosen by it must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Nobody can stop it because it's an absolute rule, and everyone has to follow it. The magic I use is called spell text, which is similar to the Goblet of Fire. The words I write down will become absolute rules. Even Dumbledore must obey. Snape was shocked when he heard that. Absolute rule. Lucas nodded. However, this magic must be cast slowly, and the text must be written in advance, so it is not suitable for battle, but more suitable for use as a trap. He had just finished speaking when he heard Dumbledore's voice from inside the room. Lucas, you seem to underestimate this old man. While speaking, the Elder Wand released monstrous flames, and Dumbledore, standing in the flames, was like a god of fire. Chapter 188. Flames rage through the Gaunt shack. But what is strange is that there is no heat leaving the house. Originally, Snape was going to take Lucas away, but this strange scene made him look at the boy beside him. Professor, haven't I explained that the spell text I wrote down is an absolute rule. You think I'd be surprised by Headmaster Dumbledore's use of violence to destroy everything around him. He's the greatest wizard in the world, and I've never underestimated him. After Lucas finished speaking, strange changes took place in the old house. The seemingly raging flames did not cause any damage to the house. Dumbledore found this out too. By looking carefully, he discovered that the flames seemed to be absorbed by the house. No matter how hard he swung his wand, no matter how hot and violent the flames were, none of them could cause even a little damage to the house in front of them. Dumbledore lowered his arms, and the flame at the tip of the Elder Wand went out. The raging fire that had been blazing so strongly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The gaunt shack was just as dilapidated and gloomy as it was at the beginning. Even the air was still chilly. The fire just now seemed like an illusion. Those who enter cannot destroy the house from the inside in any way. Those trapped in this place cannot use any magic to transmit information to the outside world. 2 consecutive texts appeared in midair, and Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile. He had never seen such terrible magic. No, this can no longer be called magic. It should be called rules. Dumbledore's eyes hardened, and he gave one last look at the door leading to the outside world before he turned and walked towards the deepest room. Since he needs to hold the Horcrux ring to leave, then he will follow the rules. Come to think of it, that kid Lucas has done so much just in hope that he breaks the black magic on the ring. Is Lucas trying to get this Horcrux ring? As Dumbledore walked, he pondered Lucas' purpose in his mind. Soon, he arrived back at the last room. Raising the floorboard, the gaunt ring reappeared in front of him once more. Outside the old house, when he saw Dumbledore squatting there to break the black magic, Lucas' eyes widened slightly, staring intently at the picture in the fog. Professor Snape frowned. If Dumbledore breaks all the dark magic on the ring, how will you make him compromise? I have my own method, just rest assured and watch. Snape snorted coldly and turned his head to look into the mist. Dumbledore was quick at dispelling black magic. In such a short period of time, the black magic around the ring was wiped out one after another. A few more minutes passed, and even the black magic entangled in the ring was removed. Under the gaze of 2 people outside the house, Dumbledore's hand slowly reached for the Horcrux ring. The moment his fingers touched it, something unexpected happened again. Dumbledore's finger actually went straight through the ring. It was as if the ring was just a false illusion. What's going on? Even Dumbledore was taken aback this time. He reached out and tried a few more times, but every time the result was the same. Outside the old house, Lucas laughed out loud. Probably felt that Dumbledore's expression just now was very interesting. He noticed the gaze coming from beside him, so he explained with a restrained smile. The ring can only be touched by those who want it. For a strong person like Headmaster Dumbledore, occlumency seems to have become a habit. The ring cannot sense his thoughts, and of course it will not show its true form. There was something else that Lucas didn't say. Setting this rule was actually a bit of a joke. He's emulating Dumbledore's trick of hiding the Philosopher's Stone in his first year. Dumbledore in the old mansion was obviously also thinking about the first year. How similar he was to Lucas and others at this time. They were all breaking through layers of checkpoints, and even the way to get the final item is so similar. Exhaling, he gradually stopped the occlumency in his mind, and when he looked at the gaunt ring again, a deep voice immediately sounded in his mind. Wear it, you can get everything by wearing it: strength, love, affection, money, power. At the same time, 2 lines of small characters appeared on the ring. The power of temptation cannot be erased by any form of magic. Those who have lost their loved ones will be doubled in temptation, unless the ring is worn on the right hand. These 2 lines of small characters quickly disappeared into the air. At the same time, a more terrifying power came from the ring. Dumbledore's eyes became clouded, and he seemed to hear the voice of his sister Ariana. Ariana. Calling out his sister's name, Dumbledore held the alluring ring in his palm. But he didn't wear it on his right hand, because he knew that this Horcrux ring was very dangerous. Even if there is a resurrection stone on it, The urging of his sister's voice in his ear still did not work. But he was well aware that he wouldn't last long, so he needs to get out of here right now. Just get out of this creepy wooden shack, and the Horcrux ring in his hand will no longer be a problem for him. Outside the old house, a gleam of admiration flashed in Professor Snape's eyes. "Mr. Grindelwald, it seems that your calculations have failed." Dumbledore relied on his strong will to resist the magic on the ring. As long as he walks out with the ring in his hand, everything will be over, and the end I'm talking about includes you and me. Lucas smiled indifferently. That will have to wait for the headmaster to come out. The voice just fell, and Dumbledore in the mist was bounced back by the door. Looking at the spelling words that appeared on the door, Dumbledore's eyes showed a hint of fear. Whoever wears the gaunt ring on his right hand can leave this place. Defeat the rule maker, and you can also leave this place. When the last rule appeared, Lucas let out a long breath. "Professor, excuse me, I need to go in." Because of the rules. Snape has long discovered that there seems to be a way to decipher the words set by Lucas. Wear the ring or defeat the rule maker to leave. It's an alternative. The same rule applies to Dumbledore casting fire to prepare to destroy the house. The rules stated that the old gaunt house cannot be destroyed from the inside. In other words, it can be destroyed from the outside. Likewise, no magic can be used to transmit information to the outside world. But that doesn't mean that Muggle methods can't be used. It's just that as wizards, many people in the wizarding world will subconsciously ignore Muggle communication methods. More than that, several previous rules seem to leave a way to crack them. It's just that Lucas took advantage of the loophole and set the cracking method to get the gaunt ring. It seems that your magic also needs to follow some absolute rules. Hearing Professor Snape's analysis, Lucas chuckled. That's why I said it's only suitable to be used as a trap. After that, he walked into the gaunt shack. Lucas cast the disillusionment charm on himself as soon as he entered the door, and stood by the door without moving. Although the rules give the option of defeating the maker. But the scope set by Lucas is the entire house. This is also a loophole. Outside, Snape said disdainfully after seeing his actions, "Treacherous boy." That's right. It is treacherous. In this way, Dumbledore only had one path to choose from. That is to give up resistance, obey the temptation in the bottom of his heart, and wear the ring. Although knowing that it was only a matter of time before Dumbledore wore the ring. But how long will it take, Lucas didn't know. Bored, Lucas drew out his wand and wrote a text in the air. His voice suddenly sounded in Professor Snape's ear. "Professor, when Headmaster Dumbledore puts on the ring, everything here will be over. Please take him back to Hogwarts. In addition, I will visit you 1 hour after your return. Please do not disclose any information about the water of life until then." Glancing lightly in the direction Lucas was in, Snape nodded slightly. At this time, Dumbledore had also made a decision. Tremblingly, he put the gaunt ring on his right middle finger. Ah, Tilda. The powerful curse on the ring had corroded Dumbledore's hand, turning it black in an instant. The pain of the curse caused many beads of sweat to form on his face. The original powerful presence also became weak in an instant. Hearing screams from inside the house, Lucas let out a long breath. "Dumbledore, I won this time." When saying this sentence, his eyes were cold. "Professor, you can come in." In the next instant, a huge library of magic words appeared outside the gaunt shack. These words turned into a breeze, clearing all the words and black magic in the house. When Professor Snape entered the shack, Lucas was long gone. "Headmaster." Dumbledore looked weakly towards the door. "Severus, take me back." After saying this, Dumbledore passed out. Professor Snape didn't dare to delay, and took the old headmaster back to the gate of Hogwarts after apparating. Chapter 189. Professor Snape returned to the headmaster's office with the seriously injured Dumbledore. Along the way, Snape did not inform the other professors. The same goes for Dumbledore, who woke up halfway. The two tacitly decided not to speak. While Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's seat, Professor Snape took out a bottle of potion and placed it in front of him. "Drink this to curb the curse on your hand. I've seen it when I came back, and this is probably the most useful method. Saying these words coldly, Snape was about to turn around and leave. How long can I live? A weak voice behind him forced him to stop. Probably a year at most. Dumbledore frowned. Such a short period of time was not enough for him to pave the way for Harry's future. He had thought he would die just before the final battle with Voldemort. He didn't expect death to come so soon. Yes, that's right. In order to defeat Voldemort, who might return with a new body, Dumbledore had planned his own death very early on. Because that would be the only way for Voldemort to feel at ease and boldly step into the trap he had set up. Severus, why? Forget about the future. What Dumbledore couldn't understand at the moment was why Snape would betray him. Turning his back to the old man behind him, Snape was silent for a long time before asking, "Albus, why does Potter speak Parseltongue?" Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, his eyes actually averted a little. Fortunately, Professor Snape had his back turned to him at the moment. Since he didn't hear the answer from the person behind him, Snape gave a mocking smile. Why did Potter have a headache when he was close to the Dark Lord? Waiting for a few seconds, Snape turned sharply and walked over to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I recently received news that since Mr. Potter returned to that Muggle family, he would have dreams related to the Dark Lord at night. Why is that?" Facing Professor Snape every step of the way, Dumbledore sighed. "Actually, there are many things I don't understand, such as how many Horcruxes Voldemort created. But why Harry became like this, although it has not been confirmed, I already have some guesses in my heart." Dumbledore glanced at his right hand, thinking for a moment. 10 years ago, Voldemort's killing curse was blocked by Lily Potter's sacrifice, and the two died together. Voldemort, who had already made several Horcruxes, his soul should have become extremely unstable. Then part of his soul flew out of his body and attached to the only living being present at that time. "Curse of blood sacrifice," Snape said coldly. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. He seemed really curious about how he would know about such an ancient spell. The moment he saw the old man's eyes, Professor Snape's heart sank. Unexpectedly, Lucas was right again. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. So, Potter became a living Horcrux. Dumbledore looked up at Snape, but quickly looked away, as if he had done something wrong. "Well, that's right. Hey, Tilda, as expected." Professor Snape sneered. Immediately afterwards, an angry voice sounded in the headmaster's room. "So the boy must die in the end, too, right?" "I'm not sure. I'm also looking for a solution. If Harry can live, even if I have to die for it, I'm willing." Dumbledore stood up and said. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape was not impressed at all, and just stared at the old man in front of him coldly. Then he asked word by word, "If there is no other way, does Potter have to die?" Dumbledore looked down at the ground and nodded slightly. "That's right, if my guess is right, Voldemort has to do it himself." "So, you brought that kid into the wizarding world just to raise him like a pig for slaughter." "Severus, it's not what you think it is. You protect him just to let him die in the end." Snape asked with a sad look in his eyes. To see him like this, Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something. "Are you starting to care about that kid?" Snape didn't answer, but drew his wand and cast his Patronus. When he saw that graceful doe jumping happily in the room, Dumbledore was shocked. "Lily, it's been more than 10 years and you still." "Yes, always." Snape looked at the doe, and there was a touch of tenderness in those normally cold eyes. "And that's why Professor Snape betrayed you, Headmaster." The sudden voice surprised the two of them, and they turned to look towards the spiral staircase. Lucas Grindelwald. Hearing Dumbledore whisper his name. With his hands behind his back, Lucas squeezed his magic wand tightly. "Good evening, Headmaster." "Welcome, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing that Dumbledore didn't explode suddenly, Lucas silently breathed a sigh of relief. Probably because he didn't want Lucas to see him as weak, Dumbledore was acting as he usually did when he made his way to the round table. The 3 people in the room took their seats, and Dumbledore proceeded to take out candy skillfully. "It was really such an amazing magic. It seems that you are much stronger than I imagined." "Headmaster, as a teenager, if I don't have some unique means, How can I suppress the people of the Saints group? After Lucas finished speaking, he asked the house elf to bring a cup of black tea. Seeing Lucas calm and relaxed, Dumbledore sighed inwardly. Tell me about your request this time. A request? I don't have any requests. On the contrary, I bring good news to you. Seeing Dumbledore's curious look, Lucas said with a smile, My people saw that Peter Pettigrew escaped to Albania. And he was seen holding a baby-like thing in his arms, and they are on their way back to England at the moment. How isn't this bad news? Dumbledore's face became very ugly. Of course he knew what Peter Pettigrew was bringing back. It's really good news, Lucas, so what do you want? Me? I just want to live a peaceful life and earn endless galleons every day. It really was Lucas' dream. With 3 or 5 girlfriends, to sleep until he wakes up naturally every day, counting money until his hands cramp. This is probably what a lot of men dream of. It's just that some stupid, retarded megalomaniac intends to destroy my dream, and the Saints and Death Eaters are bound to be incompatible, so I have to prepare in advance. Then these are your preparations too. Asked Dumbledore, holding out his right hand. Seeing the curse on the old man's hand, Lucas frowned. It's really a terrible curse, and you still keep wearing this Horcrux ring until now. It's not good for your health. I think it would be better for you to give this ring to me and let me destroy it. What do you think? Seeing the greed in Lucas' eyes, Dumbledore smiled and took off the ring and handed it to him. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Snape wanted to stop it, but knowing that Lucas is not a reckless person, he lowered his raised hand again. Under the gaze of the two, Lucas actually took the ring. The black anti-magic force covered the ring, and the so-called curse and black magic were instantly broken. With a little force, Lucas snapped off the black stone on the ring, and a purple-colored magic appeared in the palm of his hand, which caused a piercing wail to echo in the headmaster's office. After a few seconds, Dumbledore said in surprise, It seems that this is not the first time you have come into contact with Horcruxes. Indeed. After Lucas finished speaking, he took out the ancient black magic records and Salazar Slytherin research notes. Headmaster, why don't you read the contents of these 2 books first, and we will talk after you finish reading them. Dumbledore opened the 2 books and placed them next to him. But he was more curious now what kind of magic Lucas used just now, because he actually felt a mortal threat from the black-colored magic. And the silent Professor Snape felt the exact same way. He looked at the blonde boy beside him, his eyes full of inquiry. Dumbledore read the contents of the 2 books within minutes. At the same time, he already knew in his heart that the 2 people in front of him knew as much about the curse of blood sacrifice and Horcruxes as he did. Okay, I've finished reading the books, what's next? Lucas put away the 2 books. Looking at the old man with a tired face in front of him, he said, Headmaster, the 3-year deal we agreed on at the beginning is already over. Now let's talk about our future cooperation. I can help you defeat Voldemort, and I can help you protect Harry, and I even have a way to lift your curse. Chapter 190. Cooperation. Dumbledore became alert reflexively. The word cooperation was probably the last thing he wanted to hear right now. Judging from past experience, the cooperation between him and Lucas is always with himself at a disadvantage. He then remembered the news that the Sorting Hat had told him. Before talking about cooperation, I have one more thing to ask. Lucas looked at the old man in front of him curiously, motioned to him to proceed with his question. The Gryffindor sword, is it in your hands? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a familiar Western longsword appearing on Lucas's outstretched palm. As the greatest wizard of this century, even Albus Dumbledore, known as the White Lord, showed the most bitter smile tonight. If I hadn't handed you the ring just now, today's conversation would have ended long ago, right? Lucas didn't deny it, then he looked at the Gryffindor sword in his hand and said, After my experiments, I know that there are currently 2 ways to destroy Horcruxes. One is Fiendfire. Because of its unique characteristics, no matter how powerful the black magic is, it will burn it all up. The second is the Basilisk's venom. Note that it must be an adult basilisk, and this Gryffindor sword has just absorbed the Chamber of Secrets' basilisk's venom, so it also has the ability to destroy Horcruxes. Luca's words contain a huge amount of information, so much so that Dumbledore digested it carefully for a long time before he continued speaking. You said that you have discovered those 2 methods after experiments, which means that besides the diary, you have destroyed at least one other Horcrux, right? Clap, 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 tilde. Lucas clapped his hands lightly. As expected of Headmaster Dumbledore, you noticed so quickly. Under the watchful eyes of the old bee, Lucas put a locket close to him on the round table. Slytherin's locket. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore naturally knew the relics of the founders. Almost instantly, he thought of several other relics. Except for the Gryffindor sword, the relics of the other 3 founders have been lost for many years. May I take it that you have Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem? Lucas spread his hands and did not answer the question directly. But even if he didn't say it, the answer is already obvious. Dumbledore sighed again. Second question, since Gryffindor's sword absorbed the basilisk's venom, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is also real, right? Lucas also didn't answer, but that's not really important anymore. Dumbledore said to himself, "You should have given Cornelius Fudge the photos about the interior of the chamber during the summer vacation, right? As far as I know, there seem to be many new faces in the Ministry of Magic during the summer vacation, although these people's positions are not very important. I'm guessing these are your people, and the stakes are the pictures of the Chamber of Secrets. After all, Fudge at that time needed that evidence to stabilize his ministerial position. So how did Fudge get to be like that? It should have been Rita Skeeter, that poisonous reporter who likes to write scandalous and exaggerated news, right?" At this time, Dumbledore was not the kind elder that everyone sees normally. As he showed his intelligence, there was a gleam of wisdom in his calm eyes. "If I didn't guess, Miss Skeeter should also be a member of the Saints, right?" Just a couple of sentences from Lucas, and based on the information obtained, the old bee analyzed most of the actions and plans he made in the second year. This old man is really a genius. This is Lucas' most intuitive feeling for the headmaster. He is indeed the greatest wizard of the century. Being able to defeat 2 Dark Lords is enough to prove how terrifying this kind old man's scheming mind is. As expected of you, Albus Dumbledore. At this time, Lucas called the other party's name directly, but it was not disrespectful. On the contrary, he respected the old man in front of him more than ever. Dumbledore just chuckled when he heard that. In fact, he still has something to say. If you analyze the clues one by one, the acromantula unexpectedly appeared on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic just happened to see it. There are still many questions. Now that he thinks about it, all those events have the name of the young man in front of him plastered on them. And everyone was carefully used as pawns in his plans. It included him, it included Harry, it included Fudge. Even Lucius Malfoy was included. Looking at the smiling young man sitting opposite him at the moment, Dumbledore was vigilant, but somehow he couldn't help but feel relieved. "Lucas, what do you want? The Ministry of Magic, rule over the wizarding world." No, as I said just now, if you go to find out, you will find that the people I have placed in the Ministry of Magic are almost all in positions that are related to my business. For example, in the Quidditch World Cup this time, my company got the right to manage the portkeys, and the galleons I earned this time won't fit in several Gringotts vaults. After Lucas finished speaking, the headmaster's office became quiet. Professor Snape sat aside, watching the confrontation between the old and the young. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated the 2 of them. Time passed by every minute and every second. The sun rose from below the horizon. For Lucas and them, their strong magic power is enough to last for several days without rest. "Phew, Tilda," Dumbledore let out a long breath. When he looked at Lucas again, his eyes seemed to change back to the way they were before. "Then tell me how you want to cooperate. I will still protect Harry's safety, and this protection will be extended until Voldemort is completely defeated. How is it?" Dumbledore nodded. He was very satisfied with this condition. "And what about the rest of the collaboration? What do I need to do?" "All you have to do is listen to my arrangements." As soon as the words came out, the headmaster's room fell silent again. Dumbledore looked Lucas straight in the eye and found that the young man in front of him did not back down. The two stared at each other in the eyes for a long time. Dumbledore suddenly smiled and said, "When you are old, sometimes you really start feeling powerless. If you really have a way to deal with Voldemort, it's not impossible to follow your arrangements." "Then what do you mean by saving my life?" Bang tilde. An exquisite wooden box appeared on the round table. Accompanied by the appearance of the Holy Spirit grass, Dumbledore immediately understood what Lucas meant. He looked again at Professor Snape. If he remembers correctly, the potion's master just harvested a piece of basilisk shed skin in the Chamber of Secrets. And now that they have this lost plant, it should suffice. Seeing the expression on the old bee, Lucas knew that he had already understood what he meant. That's right, it's the water of life, and Professor Snape is already brewing it. It will be completed in half a year at most. During this period, Professor Snape will provide a potion to curb the curse. Headmaster, are you satisfied with the result? Dumbledore nodded with a smile. After all, who wants to die unless it is absolutely necessary? Besides, he still has a lot of things to do. The cooperation was initially reached. Lucas and Dumbledore once again performed an unbreakable vow, so both of them can rest assured. The three returned to their seats, and Dumbledore said at this moment, "Shouldn't you share the information now? How many Horcruxes of Voldemort have you collected?" According to my investigation, counting the accidental Horcrux in Harry Potter, Voldemort should have created 6 or 7 Horcruxes. Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Tom Riddle's diary, and the Gaunt's resurrection stone ring. At present, I know and confirm that there are 5 Horcruxes that have been destroyed. As for whether there are others, further investigation is needed. Seeing Lucas take out the Horcruxes one by one, Dumbledore's eyes were filled with shock. Unexpectedly, the boy in front of him has already done so many things. Wait, did you already know that the Gaunt's ring was set with the resurrection stone? Lucas played with the resurrection stone and said, "Headmaster, you seem to have forgotten that the symbol of the Alliance is the Deathly Hallows. Aren't your Elder Wand, Harry's invisibility cloak, and this resurrection stone the 3 Hallows?" Dumbledore froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered, on the understanding of the Deathly Hallows, none can match Gellert Grindelwald, who is currently in Nurmengard. So you plan to use the resurrection stone to solve Harry's problem. But I can tell you that the resurrection stone cannot resurrect the dead. Lucas shook his head, took out the formula of the spirit purification potion, and handed it to the old man. Reading the ingredients in the formula, especially seeing the Phoenix's essence, Dumbledore sighed a few times. Unexpectedly, it was all calculated again. "So, what do you think? Have I prepared properly?" "Of course, at least it is more comprehensive than my preparations, and I am more assured of our cooperation with this. In this case, I have to go back to prepare for the Quidditch World Cup, so I won't delay your rest." Leaving the headmaster's office, Professor Snape was also coming from behind. Why not give the Water of Life to Dumbledore now? "Professor, he is the greatest wizard of this century. Before I am absolutely sure of defeating him, it's better to keep some backup." Ding, it is detected that the host has obtained a new achievement. Deathly Hallows, Resurrection Stone, reward, 500 achievement points. Ding, the host is detected to eliminate the Horcrux. Ring of the Gaunt family, progress, 5-7 reward, 500 achievement points. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the hidden achievement. Anti-customer based, reward, 1 chance of diamond lottery, 2,000 achievement points. Lucas paused and opened the system to view the achievements of anti-customer. It turns out that there are still achievements for such a thing. If it weren't for his personality that likes to control the overall situation, he's afraid he would have missed this diamond lucky draw. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, Professor. I need to trouble you with one more thing." After Lucas finished speaking, he approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. Professor Snape frowned more and more as he listened. "It's a bit difficult. I'll go back and study it, and I'll give you an answer when school starts." After saying that, Professor Snape walked towards his office. And Lucas also tore the void in the corner, where no one could see him, and returned to the manor. System immediately used the diamond lottery. Chapter 191. Lucas went back to his room and immediately issued an order to the system, making the prize pool for the diamond draw appear. For Lucas, any prize in the prize pool is good. Soon, along with the 7-colored light, this time's diamond reward appeared in front of Lucas. Ding, this diamond lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Blood Awakening Potion, II. He looked at the medicine bottle in his hand and found that while the awakening potion this time was bigger than last time, the liquid in it didn't increase by much. It is probably because the system used such a method for the convenience of distinguishing between 1 and 2. Lucas held up the potion, drank it down, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. His body transfiguration was forced to cancel again. Lucas' golden hair turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. The elf's characteristic pointed ears developed again and became longer than before. Boom tilde. A huge magic pressure was released from his body, making the people in the Grindelwald manor suddenly feel heavy, and even breathing became more difficult. Quasi-legendary. Vinda exclaimed and looked at Abernathy in the garden in surprise. As the only 2 quasi-legendary powerhouses among the Saints group, they immediately distinguished the level of the owner of this magic pressure. What surprised them even more was that they were very familiar with this magical power. It belongs to Lucas Grindelwald. Vinda, how is it that Lucas became a quasi-legendary wizard? Abernathy still looked disbelieving. Vinda frowned and said, I'm afraid he has been increasing his power in school. Judging from this magic pressure, his magic power may not be worse than when you and I were in our prime. If the leader knows, he must be very happy. A 14-year-old quasi-legendary wizard no, Lucas hasn't had his birthday yet, and he is still 13 years old. Abernathy paced back and forth excitedly. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, and planned to write to inform Gellert Grindelwald of the good news. But he soon found out that all the owls in the manor were hiding in their nests and shivering, which made his task impossible. No, Abernathy slapped his forehead and returned. Vinda, something happened. How could the quasi-legendary lose control of his power? Did something happen to Lucas? Shall we go in and have a look? Abernathy, you'd better go to the garden and help those members resist the magic pressure. Seeing the exasperation in Vinda's eyes, Abernathy coughed dryly and said nothing. At the same time, all the wizarding families in Wiltshire felt the huge pressure in the air. The closest home to Grindelwald Manor is Malfoy Manor. Draco looked into the distance with fear and asked, Father, what is this? This is the powerful magic pressure that can only be released by a quasi-legendary powerhouse. I felt it on that person a long time ago. I just don't know what happened in the Grindelwald Manor. Could it be that someone is looking for trouble? Draco was a little anxious after hearing this. Father, why don't we go and see? Lucas could be in trouble. Hearing his son's proposal, Lucius Malfoy appreciated it very much. It is very Slytherin to insist on helping a best friend knowing that they are in danger. Making people indebted to you is always good. But he still felt that it was necessary to teach his son the knowledge of the magic world. Draco, do you know who Vinda, Rosier, and Abernathy are? Aren't they Lucas' relatives? Hess, Draco, remember, these 2 were already quasi-legendary wizards decades ago. Even if they are old now, and their magic power is declining, it is not something ordinary people can deal with. In your first year of school, why do you think the former minister of Germany tried to arrest Lucas Grindelwald back through formal means, instead of leading someone to break into the Grindelwald manor? Seeing his son shaking his head again, Lucius said angrily, Of course it's because of the fear of this woman, Vinda Rosier. At the beginning, when they dealt with Abernathy, they relied on sneak attacks and large numbers of people to injure him. And this only worked because Abernathy was old and exhausted. Draco suddenly remembered what was published in the newspaper in the first year. So the German Ministry of Magic is really. Lucius Malfoy nodded. Although there is no evidence it should be like that, Draco, your best friend is not simple in any way. The conversation between the father and son ended, and the magic pressure in the sky finally disappeared. In the room, looking at his completely purple hair and purple eyes that looked like amethysts, Lucas suddenly felt pretty good. He also opened the attributes panel while he reapplied his body transfiguration. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 13 years old. Status, Hogwarts 4th-year student. Bloodline, Void Elf fully awakened. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Void Enhancement, Eyes and Ears of Foresight, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version Combination Skills, Obscurus Controllable. Mana Strength, 71, Quasi-Legendary. Charms, 10 Awakened. Transfiguration, 10 Awakened. Dark Arts, 11 Awakened. Alchemy, 5. Ancient Runes, 5. Divination, 10 Awakened. Potions, 9 full level. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Looting Level 1, Lifesteal Level 1, Void Escape Level 1, Void Corrosion Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills Full Set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic Spell Text. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon Infant. Personal Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy Beginner, Occlumency Level 9, Fire Shield Level 9, Imperious Curse Level 9, Killing Curse Level 9, Cruciatus Curse Level 9, Sectum Sempra Level 8, Legilimency Level 8, Memory Charm Level 7, Firestorm Level 5, Patronus Charm Level 8, Pratigo Maxima Level 6. Magic Items, Goblin Sword Magic Trap Bridge. Achievement Points, 8224. The Bloodline has officially entered the fully awakened state, which means that Lucas is now a completely mythical creature, Void Elf. This awakening only increased the magic power by 10 points. Lucas understood, though. Reaching the level of Quasi-Legendary, every point of magic power represents an earth-shaking change in strength. For example, his current magic power is 71 points. If you face those wizards who have just entered the Quasi-Legendary level, the result is that they will be crushed. This also means that Lucas can no longer increase the strength of his magic power as easily as before. After checking the magic power, he turned his gaze to the talent obtained from this awakening. Void Enhancement. Absorb the power of the void to strengthen the magic used, and the power is increased by 10%. If someone is hit by the void enhanced magic, they will be invaded by the power of the void, which can interfere with the operation of their magic power. Another powerful talent. Lucas stretched. Noticing that Vinda and Abernathy were waiting outside the door, he stepped forward and opened the door. Lucas, are you all right? Uncle Abernathy, relax, I'm fine. Lucas, have you been promoted to Quasi-Legendary? After Vinda asked, all the saints in the villa fell silent. No matter what they were doing, they put down their work and waited quietly for Lucas' answer. Getting a panoramic view of everyone's expressions, Lucas smiled and nodded. That's right, I'm already a Quasi-Legend now. Cheers sounded instantly. The members of the Saints group rejoiced as if they were at a festival. After so many years, they finally have a new Quasi-Legendary powerhouse. And it seems that it is only a matter of time for him to be promoted to a real legend. After the celebration, all members of the Saints, including Vinda and Abernathy, drew out their wands. Leader. This was the rule set by Grindelwald back then. If Lucas is weaker than Quasi-Legendary, he cannot officially become the leader of the Saints group, and only after reaching that level can he take over the group completely. Seeing the appearance of everyone, Lucas also drew out his wand and said, "For the greater good." For the greater good. On this day, countless owls flew out of Grindelwald Manor in England. Saints group members all over the world received letters with smiles on their faces. After decades, they finally got a second leader. He is as talented as the old leader, and even stronger than the old leader when he was young. At night, Lucas, lying on the bed, took out a worn cloth. This cloth is from the Riddle Manor. When he went to the Gaunt shack to set up traps, he briefly stopped by the Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton when he left. Although it has been uninhabited for many years, the former gardener of the Riddle family still guards the house faithfully. This piece of fabric comes from a sofa in the house. Holding the cloth in hand, Lucas activated the ability of the Eye of Foresight. His perspective seems to span thousands of kilometers, and it reached Riddle Manor in an instant. When seeing the alien-like Babamort in the swaddle, Lucas knew that his good friend Tommy would move in, as in the original book soon. He retracted the Eye of Foresight and destroyed the cloth in his hand. He just had to make sure that Voldemort followed the plot. Time to take a nap, I have to pick up people later. When the sky was dim, Lucas appeared on the streets of London, accompanied by Ginny Weasley. After a while, Hermione and Cho also came running from a distance. Isn't it just the Quidditch World Cup? Do we really need to be so early? We're going early to see a lot of fun things. After Lucas finished speaking, he took out the portkey. As a sponsor, he certainly didn't have to travel as far to find a portkey as the Weasleys did. Making sure that all 4 hands were in contact with the portkey, he immediately activated it. After a flush toilet-like experience, the 4 of them arrived at a very luxurious 2-story villa. Before Hermione and the others asked what this place was, the Weasley twins shouted from outside. "Hey, come and see, there is a luxury tent here." Chapter 192. It wasn't long after the Weasley twins' voices rang out that 2 heads poked in from outside the tent. They thought there was no one in the tent, so when they found Lucas, the 2 immediately apologized. "Sorry, we were looking for someone but got the directions wrong." The 2 were ready to leave in embarrassment when they suddenly heard a familiar laughter from inside the tent. "Ginny!" They were very surprised to see their sister in this luxurious tent, but when they saw Lucas and the others, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that this is the tent of the little boss. No wonder it is so luxurious. The 2 walked in while talking, completely ignoring their father who entered to apologize for them. Arthur Weasley had walked into the tent with his head lowered in shame. He even thought of the words he was going to use to apologize. But when he saw his daughter, everything changed. "Ginny, why are you here? Didn't you say you were feeling bad?" Ginny stuck out her tongue mischievously and then approached her boyfriend, who finally agreed to date her after she pestered him with countless letters the last few days. Mr. Weasley's gaze followed Lucas. "Oh, Mr. Grindelwald, nice to see you again." The nervous head of the Weasley family doesn't seem to connect his daughter with Lucas yet. After shaking hands, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at his daughter behind the other party, and then at the blonde boy in front of him. "You?" Lucas nodded affirmatively. Arthur then turned to look at Hermione, and Cho beside him again. Then they... Seeing Lucas nodding again, Mr. Weasley's expression darkened. "Ginny, come back with me." Arthur Weasley took his daughter's hand and walked out of the tent angrily without looking back. Fred patted Lucas on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Dad just can't accept it for now. It will be fine after a while. By the way, do you want some toffee?" George took his hand out of his pocket at this moment, and a lot of toffees appeared in his palm. Seeing that Hermione and Cho were about to take some, Lucas hastily stopped them. "Tun-tung toffee." The twins smiled proudly. "This is a new product we invented during the summer vacation. Eating it can make people's tongues reach about 5 feet long. We're going to take it to Hogwarts for sale. Do you think it will be popular?" Lucas nodded without hesitation. At this time, Ludo Bagman passed by the tent. When he learned that the owner of the Saints group was inside, this shameless gambler immediately opened the tent and walked in. "Mr. Grindelwald, my name is Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." Lucas took a glance and saw Ludo's bulging pockets, so he immediately knew his purpose for coming here. "Sorry, sir, I don't like to bet." "Oh, it doesn't matter. I just have admired Mr. Grindelwald for a long time, and when I heard that you were here, I came to pay a special visit." Bagman smiled awkwardly. Seeing that Lucas didn't welcome him, he decided to leave and go to other places. The twins rolled their eyes, ready to leave as well. "Boss, we're going back too." For the little bet of the 2 of them, Lucas didn't intend to stop it, but he still reminded out of goodwill, "Don't squander your galleons." Ludo Bagman's gambling quality is very poor. He often cheats others, and he also likes to use leprechaun gold to pay when he loses money. If you insist on gambling, you must pay attention to this when you finally go to him to collect money. The twins didn't expect a dignified head of the ministry to do such a thing, which is really eye-opening. Thank you for your reminder, boss. We'll be on the lookout. No one can fool the galleons of the Weasley twins. The two walked out of the tent after speaking. Until then, Hermione stepped forward and asked, "What about Ginny?" Lucas sighed. "Let Mr. Weasley calm down first. I'm afraid he won't show a good face when he sees me from now on. Let's go, my ladies. I will take you to experience the charm of the Quidditch World Cup." The three walked out of the tent. Outside there were countless tents, large and small, that came into view. And weirdos dressed in all kinds of stupid ways, walking around in a skirt, and a trench coat in this era is not a fashion statement. "Merlin, how many people are there?" "I don't know the specifics, but there should be about 70,000 to 80,000 people who have arrived by now. It is said that the 100,000 tickets for the final venue are sold out." Speaking of this, Lucas was a little envious. How much money is that? He dared not even think about it, otherwise he would feel tempted to rob the ministry. This year's Quidditch World Cup final is between Bulgaria and Ireland. The three of them walked all the way, and the people around them were all holding souvenirs from the two teams. Everyone was discussing who will win the final victory between the two teams. They could even see a few duels going on because of discussions that escalated too much, even though it's forbidden to use magic here. This is a paradise for Quidditch fans. The topic here is only Quidditch. Lucas took the two of them to the place where souvenirs were being sold. He took 3 omnioculars with his hand. Seeing Lucas turn around to leave, Cho tugged at his sleeve nervously. "Lucas, you haven't paid yet." Lucas pointed helplessly at the sign on the booth. The saint's mark was very conspicuous against the rising sun. The two girls then looked at the surrounding stalls and found that more than 80% of the stalls belonged to the saint's group. They stared at their boyfriend next to them, completely dumbfounded. Lucas said with a shining smile and used magic to make money signs appear in his eyes. "I spent a lot of money to sponsor the World Cup. Of course, I have to find a way to earn it back." The three walked around talking and laughing for a long time. Although the World Cup final will not start until the evening. But inside the camp, you will never be bored. Singing, dancing, acrobatics, and other sources of entertainment were available here. Of course, there will also be some unpleasant things, like Pew's thickness, who is coming from not far away. His presence spoiled Luca's good mood. And the other party probably also sees Lucas in the same way. "Isn't this Deputy Director Pew's? I didn't expect you to like Quidditch. I thought you were allergic to fun." It turned out to be Mr. Grindelwald. It seems that Mr. Grindelwald has a very good relationship with women. Pew's glanced at Hermione, and Cho with some contempt in his eyes. Lucas replied bluntly, "What? Is Deputy Director Pew's envious? But I don't think any woman would like a weird and boring guy like you." "Oh, I suddenly remembered that the final seems to be in the middle of the night. I heard that the Deputy Director is very afraid of the dark now, and he has to be accompanied when walking at night. Can you really watch the game when you are like that?" Since Luca's first-year summer vacation, the two seem to have become mortal enemies, and whenever they meet, they have to ridicule each other first. Minister Fudge appeared in time and interrupted the friendly communication between the two. After the episode, Lucas took the girls back to the tent. Soon, night fell, and people started to make fires all around the campgrounds. Lucas was no exception. He warmed up with the two beauties in front of the tent and made some dinner as well. And not far from them, the Weasleys were also cooking something. After a whole day, Arthur Weasley still didn't give Lucas a good look. There's no way he would let his precious daughter be taken away by some guy, much less someone with other women by his side. Lucas understood his reaction. As for the children of the Weasley family, they talked and laughed with Lucas. Percy, who just graduated, even came to thank him specifically. "Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. Without your recommendation, I would not have been able to enter the Department of International Magical Cooperation." "Percy, you're really good, in fact. I didn't have to contribute much. Knowing that Percy's idol is Barty Crouch, Lucas did him a small favor when he sent his resume to the Ministry of Magic. After dealing with Percy, Lucas had no leisure either because Draco's voice came from behind. He looked over with the two girls. With just one glance, the three of them were startled by the current appearance of Draco. How to describe it? At this moment, he looked very much like the stupid son of a nouveau rich family out for an outing. Because the support color of the Irish team is green, Draco was holding a lot of green things. A green rosette pin to the chest is fine, but there was also a green leprechaun-style hat on his head. Even the omniocular he chose was green. From a distance, they could feel their eyes hurting from too much green. What are you looking at, and where are your support merchandise? Seeing that the three of them only had rosettes on their chests, Draco was slightly dissatisfied. He came to sit by the fire and complained that Lucas was too greedy, that an omniocular cost 10 galleons. Hermione and Cho nodded along. They already knew their boyfriend was a black-hearted merchant. The four had dinner together. Suddenly, Draco looked at Lucas and said seriously, "I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the tent." Lucas was also a little curious and entered the tent along with him. "Just tell me if you have anything to say." "Shouldn't you tell me now?" "What?" Lucas looked at him in confusion. In exchange, he received Draco's angry stare. "Have you forgotten? Last year you said that this year you'll tell me everything, your plans with Father and Professor Snape." Lucas suddenly realized. He really forgot, but Draco still remembered. Since he wants to participate so much, of course Lucas wouldn't refuse. It's just that he needs to think about it. How would it benefit the whole project if Draco was involved? Chapter 193. Lucas pondered for a moment. There was a little hesitation on his face, and this hesitation was very obvious, which caused the atmosphere in the tent to suddenly become tense. Draco asked carefully, "Is it related to you-know-who?" Lucas thought about it and nodded. "Sure enough, he didn't die, did he? Then you should tell me, because as a member of the Malfoy family, I'm doomed to become involved somehow." When Draco said this, his expression was a little sad. Facing such a good day today, who is willing to follow a lunatic to do dangerous things? Lucas sighed and turned to look outside the tent. In fact, he just didn't want Draco to find the smile on his lips. Lucius Malfoy is an old fox, insidious and cunning. It is not easy to pull the cunning man into his camp. It might be even harder than Professor Snape. But Lucius Malfoy also has weaknesses. That is his son, Draco Malfoy, whom he regards as a treasure. Imagine if he found out that his son had joined the camp against Voldemort, and he has even fallen into a situation where there is no turning back. What would he do as his father? He would have no choice but to protect his son and fight against Voldemort together. The same principle applies to Narcissa Malfoy. Lucas admits it's kind of mean to do that, but he really couldn't figure out how to instigate Lucius Malfoy within a year. The only way he can think of is this. Certainly, Lucas will protect Draco and will not let him have any accidents. Anyway, Draco is actually the closest thing he has to a friend, which translates into him being his best friend. "Oh," he sighed pretentiously. Lucas turned around and said, "It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but this matter is very important. If we leak even a little bit, we will die without a grave." Hearing it is so eye-catching. Instead of being afraid, Draco became even more interested. "I am the heir of the Malfoy family, and I am responsible for the future of the Malfoy family, so I must know." When saying these words, Draco looked very serious, with a little pride on his expression. "Are you sure you want to know? I don't think you need to get involved at all. Isn't it easy to wait for your father to take care of the trouble for you?" Lucas said these words on purpose to irritate Draco, and even showed a hint of disgust. It's as if he thought that Draco knowing would be adding to the chaos. Draco's complexion instantly became very ugly. "I sure want to know." Pretending to be impressed by Draco's resolute attitude, Lucas sighed. "Well, if you can learn occlumency within this year, I'll tell you." "Are you going to delay for another year?" Seeing Draco's unfriendly eyes, Lucas raised his right hand and said, "I can swear to Merlin, As long as you learn occlumency this year, I will tell you everything. I hope you keep your word this time, and it won't take a year. This summer vacation is enough." After Draco finished speaking, he left the tent with a cold face. When Lucas also came out of the tent, Hermione and Cho came to his side frowning. "What's wrong with Malfoy? He didn't look very happy." "It's okay, it's just a kid throwing a tantrum." At this time, there was a loud bang in the distant sky. Red and green lanterns started being lit up from a distance in turn. They actually formed a path leading everyone to the stadium. At the same time, it also means that the final is about to start. "Let's go." Lucas took the girls' hands and walked towards the stadium. The people around are also taking action at this moment. Tens of thousands of people were moving together. From the sky, it looks like countless ants were marching in line. After walking a few steps, Ginny also came back to Lucas. Just who told her father not to prepare extra tickets? Even if he didn't want to, in order to let his daughter enter the stadium, he can only let her return to Lucas. The crowd moved very slowly. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. They walked for about half an hour or so, and the entrance of the tall stadium finally appeared in the sight of the four of them. The height of the stadium was at least hundreds of meters. Otherwise, there would be no room for 100,000 people who came to watch the game. Magic is amazing. It took only a year to build such a majestic building. Hearing the emotion of Hermione, Lucas wanted to tell her. In the near future, there might be a country whose infrastructure construction speed can even match magic. That will be truly great. "Lucas, which is our box?" Hearing Cho's inquiry, Lucas took out the ticket. "Upper class, with representatives from the Ministry of Magic and other countries." Ginny exclaimed after hearing this, because her family members happened to be in the upper class too. When they entered the box, there were already many people sitting in it. Among them are the Weasley family and the famous Harry Potter. Seeing Lucas walk in with the girls, Arthur Weasley's eyes were a little surprised, but he was soon relieved. With the influence of the Saints group, it is not surprising to be able to enter this box. With out of sight, out of mind thoughts, Arthur Weasley turned his eyes to the side and began to shake hands with important guests from the Ministry of Magic and other countries. So was his son Percy at the moment, and because he just joined the job, he needs to keep getting up from his seat to salute others. This made Ron roll his eyes at the side. At this time arrived the belated Cornelius Fudge. Most of those present rose to greet him. Lucas and Malfoy are probably the only ones who can ignore Fudge's influence. But out of politeness, the two also stood up to greet him. Minister Fudge came to Harry Potter's side with a smile, and shook hands with him happily. He even kindly asked about Harry's recent situation. This fellow Fudge will not let anyone of influence go unnoticed. Wanting to show off, Percy Weasley stepped forward, bent down and bowed to Fudge, which made his glasses drop to the floor. Ron felt very ashamed when he saw his older brother's appearance. He covered his forehead with his hands, as if he was ashamed to face others. And Bill Weasley and Charlie Weasley looked at their brother Percy with a smile on their faces. They were already used to his attitude and just found it funny. "Oh, Mr. Grindelwald, it's an honor to meet you." Fudge was very pompous when he saw Lucas. Of course, Lucas's status is also worthy of his respect. Even in this box, most people want to curry favor with Lucas, because the relatives of many of them now have to go to the Saints group for a job. Even part of the sponsorship of the Ministry of Magic relies on the Saints group. Lucas got up and had a scene with Fudge. When he saw Lucas talking to the minister on an equal footing, Harry felt a little uncomfortable. When Minister Fudge talked to him just now, it was just like an elder talking to a kid. It's not like how he's acting when facing Lucas at all. The two are completely on equal footing. Equally jealous was Percy Weasley, but he knew it very well that he can't rely on his family for help, and everything can only be won by himself. And the smart thing about Percy Weasley is that he knows who to get close to so he can benefit. At this moment, he is already planning on how to get closer to Lucas. Thinking of this, he looked at his sister Ginny in the front row. Lucas was busy talking with Fudge. However, his gaze was always on the house elf not far away. If he remembers correctly, the little house elf should be called Winky. Head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch's elf. And he also knows that Crouch ordered Winky to watch over his son every step of the way. Then the magic that Lucas sensed should be Barty Crouch Jr. He can probably think of the method that Crouch used to sneak his son in. Either the disillusionment charm or a cloak of invisibility, most probably the latter. The invisibility cloak mentioned here is not the same as Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry's one is a deathly hallow, which is always effective, cannot be destroyed, and cannot be revealed by magic. The invisibility cloaks bought on the market are all made of the hair of demiguises. The invisibility effect is limited to about 5 years or so, and it can be destroyed, and there are methods to reveal and see through them. Fudge noticed the look in his eyes, then he glanced at Winky. That is the position of Barty Crouch. He has something to do, and he will be late, so let his house elf occupy the position. Lucas nodded. Director Crouch is really busy. It's really not easy to organize such a large game. Taking advantage of the situation, Bagman came to the side of the two of them. Minister, the time is almost up, and now it's time for you to go up and give an opening speech. Fudge excused himself and walked towards the fence in front of the box. Lucas took another look at the position of Barty Crouch Jr. He knows that this guy is supposed to cast the dark mark later in the night. Thinking of the riot that would come later, Lucas looked back at Cornelius Fudge, who was about to speak. Poor minister. It was such a beautiful turnaround, but it was disturbed by Voldemort's minions and his number 2 fan, Barty Jr. Number 1 is Bellatrix Lestrange after all. Fudge didn't know that what would happen later was going to accelerate his downfall. At this moment, he looked proudly at the 100,000 spectators in the stadium. People came from various countries all over the world to watch this game. He was happily thinking about how his influence in the world will increase thanks to this event, and also indirectly increase the support rate of England. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic of England, and I welcome you all to the finals of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. I hereby declare that the finals are now starting, and the mascots of the 2 teams will be invited to enter the arena. Hearing that the mascots are going to appear, the audience cheered loudly. Especially the male audience, many people ran to the fence of the box. Apparently, they were all waiting for something. Chapter 194. Same as Muggle sports. It is also popular in the wizarding world to find mascots for their Quidditch teams recently. It's just that what's better than Muggles is that the mascots of the wizarding world are all real. Just like the Irish team playing at the moment. Their mascot is a local specialty, the Irish leprechaun. These 6-inch little guys love to play tricks, but nothing hurtful. It's also worth mentioning that they are extremely fond of making their own gold coins, which only last a few hours. The gold coins used by Ludo Bagman to scam people, most of them he gets from these leprechauns. Right now there were countless leprechauns flying in the middle of the stadium, throwing gold coins at the people in the stands. Then they lit up in formation, making a giant Irish team flag. Wow Tilda! The shouts and cheers of 100,000 people instantly filled the stadium. Then the Ireland players swooped down from the sky on firebolts. A part of the stadium suddenly became a projection device similar to a LED screen. The appearance of every team member appeared on the big screen at this moment, one after another. Ludo Bagman is the commentator for this session, and he passionately introduced the past record of the Irish team. But the surrounding audience obviously didn't pay much attention to it. Especially male viewers. They started to vent their dissatisfaction by shouting, urging Bagman to hurry up and introduce the next team. Hermione couldn't understand the crazy behavior of the crowd around her. Honey, what's the matter with them? Is there any big star coming next? Cho couldn't help laughing after hearing her words. Clearly, she already knew what was coming. Seeing Lucas smile without saying a word, Hermione looked back at Cho and Ginny. Once she learned from the 2 women what Bulgaria's mascot is, she looked around with disgust in her eyes. HMPH, men are such simple-minded creatures. Her remarks were strongly supported by Ginny. And the three of them also looked at Lucas in the seat beside them. Silently enduring their scrutinized gaze, Lucas displeasedly turned to look around the box. In their box are some leaders of various countries' Ministry of Magic. And others are people belonging to respectable pureblood families, so everyone is behaving very politely. Naturally, they won't act like other men around the stadium who are behaving like stupid baboons. But Lucas seemed to forget one thing. There is a family in this box, although they are also pure blood, but as Malfoy would say, they are not the right sort. Ron was holding an omniocular that was bought by Harry for him, which has focusing and magnifying functions, and let him clearly see the old man picking his nose on the other side of the stadium. This omniocular is really amazing. It actually has slow motion and playback functions. It was very interesting for Ron to watch the old man pick his booger repeatedly. Harry, do you know what the two treasures of the Bulgarian team are? Harry, who was waiting for the game to start, shook his head. Ron proudly said, the first is their seeker, Victor Krum. He is currently the fastest seeker in the world. No one can find the golden snitch faster than him. Harry showed a longing expression. He also hopes to become a professional Quidditch player someday. And what about the second one? There was a trace of obsession on Ron's face. The second one is their team's mascot's Vila. Vila. Without waiting for Harry to ask what a Vila is, a group of stunning girls appeared on the field. These girls all have long silver hair, and their skin is as bright and soft as the moon. Their every move was all fascinating, making the male spectators in the stadium go into a frenzy. They stood by the fence of the box, waving their hands, and shouted at the Vilas loudly in hopes to get the attention of these charming women. The female population in the audience were very unhappy, especially seeing the performance of their husbands, boyfriends, and even their sons. It made them look at the Vilas with extreme hatred and hidden jealousy. In the upper-class box, although some people also fell into the charm of the Vilas. But at least these people were still in perfect control of their behavior. Like Percy Weasley, although his face was flushed, at least his butt was still on his seat. Lucas looked helplessly at Arthur Weasley, Ron Weasley and Harry beside the railing. The three of them seemed to have fallen into the temptation of Vila completely. Harry even stepped over the railing with one leg and was about to jump from the box onto the field. And his friend Ron wasn't much better either. He was standing on the railing at this time and seemed to be doing warm-up exercises. It seemed that he planned to jump directly from the box. The three shouted wildly at the Vila. From time to time, they would put their fingers in their mouth to whistle loudly. They looked like baboons in heat. The poor Ginny lowered her head and looked at Lucas with pleading eyes. Lucas pointed to his lips, and she nodded with a reddish face. The moment she nodded, a burst of magic hit Arthur Weasley in an instant. He shuddered, and immediately afterwards, he woke up from the Vila's allure. Ron, Harry, you are in danger. Mr. Weasley scolded the two children next to him harshly, but he was not at all surprised why he left his seat. With the help of Mr. Weasley, Harry and Ron also broke away from the allure. Realizing what he just did, Harry's face turned completely red and silently retracted the leg that was stepping over the railing. At this time, a chuckle came from behind, making Harry and Ron turn their heads to look and discover that everyone in the box was looking at them with weird eyes. This also included Lucas and Draco. Harry and Ron absolutely did not want to embarrass themselves in front of these two. Weasley, you looked like a monkey just now. Sure enough, a Malfoy would not let go of any opportunity to taunt a Weasley. Ron glared at him, but just when he was about to retort, he was dragged back to his seat by his father. These are all department heads of the Ministry of Magic around them. Arguing in front of them, Arthur Weasley couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. It didn't take long for the three of them to sit back in their seats. Unexpectedly, the Vilas in the stadium flew to their box. If this happened, it's all because of Luca's elf presence. Seeing the Vila advancing towards Lucas in the front row, Harry and Ron were both jealous and gloating, expecting him to embarrass himself as well. They had just tasted the powerful allure of the Vilas, and that's when they were still far away. The Vila were now so close to Lucas, so he might also become as crazy as they were. No, he might become even crazier than them. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and guessed they were thinking the same. The two looked at each other and smiled, and hurriedly turned their gazes to the front row. "Hello, handsome Mr. Wizard." Seeing the leading Vila strike up a conversation with their boyfriend, Hermione and the others' expressions looked very ugly. "Go away." Lucas frowned and snapped. At the same time, there was a gleam of red light in his eyes. The snake's vertical pupils flashed past at an extremely fast speed, and the Vila were shocked. Their features turned avian, looking similar to harpies and escaped from the box. The surrounding male audience felt sorry for Luca's incomprehensible actions, not understanding how he could treat the Vilas in such a way. But Hermione and the others were very satisfied with Luca's performance. The finals soon started. For Lucas, who already knew the result, this game is not as fun as watching that house elf Winky. The game has been going on for a long time, but Barty Crouch never showed up. Certainly, it is impossible for him to come to the game. The elf taking the seat is just a cover, because he did all this to get his son to come to watch the game. Who would have thought? Barty Crouch, known for his stone heart, would actually save his son from Azkaban at the request of his dying wife. "Honey, who do you think will win in the end?" Seeing that the three women were all staring at him, Lucas said firmly, "Ireland, but Crumb will catch the snitch." "How can it be?" Hermione couldn't believe it. Even if she doesn't like Quidditch very much, everyone knows how uncommon it is to lose a game on the premise of catching the gold snitch. Lucas shrugged. "I also know that their final score is going to be 170 to 160, and the Irish team wins." Hearing his increasingly outrageous words, the girls shook their heads and continued to look at the game. As the minutes went by, their expressions became more and more strange. Until the end of the game, looking at Crumb's proud expression holding up the golden snitch, they looked at the score on the scoreboard again. The three immediately looked back at their boyfriend. Hermione even lowered her voice and asked, "Honey, you didn't do something wrong, did you?" "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten I have a talent for divination?" All unreasonable things are pushed to divination, and the prophecy is accurate. The girls showed stunned expressions, but the tense expression of Hermione also relaxed. With the end of the game, the audience left the stadium one after another and returned to their camps. Everyone was talking about this bizarre game. But for the fans of the Irish team, there is bound to be a carnival tonight. They all danced and sang in the camp, celebrating their team winning the World Cup. Lucas returned to the tent with the three girls. Seeing the carnival atmosphere outside gradually getting stronger, his brows did not relax at all. Not long after, the four of them were in the tent enjoying supper, but hearing the screams and laughter outside, Lucas knew the Death Eaters' party was starting. Chapter 195. The riots had just begun, so the Death Eaters were still a bit restrained. At least for now, they were just throwing meaningless spells into the sky. The screaming and panic was mostly because of the Death Eater attire. Lucas wanted to complain. The clothes Voldemort had chosen for his men were rather ugly. Maybe he didn't think about any image at first. As long as the costume is scary, it is enough. As the power that terrorized England more than 10 years ago, the Death Eaters reappeared. They didn't really need to do anything, just their presence was enough to cause panic among the crowd. Of course, there are people who are not afraid of Death Eaters, such as those foreign wizards. After all, Voldemort focused on how to rule England first back then. In terms of international influence, Grindelwald's alliance are decidedly more scare-prone than Death Eaters. In fact, Lucas has also analyzed it over the years. If it is purely about strength, maybe his father was not as good as the peak Voldemort. But in his mind, Valdi, who worked in just a single country, was obviously far behind. Look at what Gellert Grindelwald did back then. He drove most of Europe except England into despair. Even in America, the name Grindelwald can still scare people. "Honey, what happened?" Hermione looked at the crowd fleeing hurriedly beside her, expressing her perplexity. "It's okay, it's just a group of people who have drunk too much alcohol, are getting nervous. Let's follow the crowd to the woods first." The girls had no opinion about his action plan, but Ginny looked at her family's tent with worry in her eyes. Seeing this, Lucas reassured. There is Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Percy. Their safety is not a problem. Don't forget, Bill is an outstanding wizard who has obtained 12 OWL certificates. Merlin, 12 certificates. Sure enough, the only thing that can surprise the study freak Hermione are things related to studies. By this time, the camp had become chaotic. Finally losing their minds in the euphoric feeling of people's terror, the Death Eaters began to attack the Muggles who were in charge of the camp. Towering flames also flared in the middle of the camp, causing the crowd to scream even louder. You three hold hands with each other, don't be scattered by the crowd. The girls nodded obediently. Just then, Draco squeezed through the crowd. Lucas, I met some classmates who got separated from their parents. Draco looked very embarrassed at this time. His robe was full of wrinkles, and the clover hat on his head was also torn in several places. Hearing what the other person had to say, Lucas raised his wand and sent a dazzling silver ball of light into the sky. The ball of light exploded in midair, and the snake banner of Slytherin House appeared in midair. Only 5 seconds passed, and another 6 Slytherin House banners were hoisted across the camp. This is the spell issued by several other year chiefs. It's just that their flag is much smaller than Lucas's. In the last school year, in order to deal with the chaos that may occur at any time, Lucas sets the label for this set. All Slytherin students choose to go to the nearest mark, then meet Lucas under the leadership of the year chiefs. The Slytherin banner, shining over the camp, quickly attracted the attention of the others. This also included the Death Eaters. As the largest mark, Lucas had a lot of Death Eaters here. Certainly, most sane people would choose to avoid the area where the Slytherin flag is located. However, there are always some idiots who lose their minds and are not afraid of death. Haha, there are a few little lambs who are at a loss here. Don't be afraid, I will. Get out of here. With his quasi-legendary strength, even if Lucas just used the petrification spell, the Death Eater who came to make trouble was still sent flying more than 10 meters away, and immediately lost his breath of life after landing. The few Death Eaters who watched the scene were terrified and fled to where their companions had gathered. And from time to time, they looked back at the blonde boy under the night, as if afraid that Lucas would cast a spell on them too. At the same time, the poor Harry was being pushed around by the crowd. Just now, he got separated from the Weasley family. Seeing strangers everywhere, he just stood there in a daze. Harry, what are you doing? Go to the woods. Seamus Finnegan's voice came from not far away. Harry saw his housemate beckoning to him, who then walked into the woods with his parents without looking back. The woods? Yes, I need to get to the woods quickly. Identifying the direction of the woods, Harry walked towards the entrance of the woods. But before taking 2 steps, he was pushed down by the crowd. After he fell to the ground, he found that his glasses were missing. Squinting his eyes and groping on the ground, he vaguely saw a pair of shoes appearing in front of him. Reparo. The light of the spell flashed, and brand new glasses appeared in front of Harry. At the same time, a familiar voice reached his ears. Harry, as I said earlier, you should learn the repairing charm well. Harry put his glasses on, only to realize that Lucas was not the only one in front of him, but all the students of Slytherin. Thinking of his embarrassing appearance being seen by everyone, Harry's expression became very unnatural. Those lunatics are coming soon, come with us first. Harry had no opinion at all at this time. He just nodded at whatever Lucas said, and only hoped that the other party wouldn't show up every time something happened to him. It would be better if he didn't exist. The students of Slytherin walked into the depths of the woods, in a queue of older students outside and younger students inside. At this time, most wizards had already run into the woods. Lucas and they seemed to be lagging behind everyone. Everyone proceeded carefully along the way. The senior students held their wands tightly in their hands. In the process of advancing, everyone also saw many people taking advantage of the turmoil and looting. Like the man who works on the night bus. At the moment, he was leading a group of young wizards to surround 3 Vila. Seeing the huge ranks at Slytherin House, these guys got really nervous. This also gave the three Vila a chance to escape. Everyone walked a distance further into the depths of the woods, until a pond appeared in front of them. When he saw a few figures by the pond, Lucas waved the team to stop. "Who is it?" "Bill Weasley." Hearing that it was Bill, Harry was overjoyed. "Bill, it's me, Harry." Hearing Harry's voice, Bill breathed a sigh of relief and appeared with the twins and Ron. Compared to Percy Weasley's arrogance and pompous appearance, Bill Weasley treats people with kindness, giving the feeling of a big brother next door. When he learned that Lucas saved Harry, Bill thanked him again. "Thanks to Merlin, my father handed Harry and my brothers to me. If something went wrong, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." After Bill finished speaking, he looked at his sister and the team. "Ginny, are you okay? Are you scared?" Hearing Ginny said she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief again. "It's really scary. We just met the house elf that was in the top box. She seemed irritated and gave us a hard look, which is quite weird." Bill's words caught Luca's attention. After asking and listening carefully, it wasn't long before he learned that Winky had left. Lucas looked up into the sky, wondering when the dark mark would appear. On the camp, members of the Ministry of Magic were confronting the Death Eaters. Although the number is superior, the Death Eaters who are not very united were quickly being defeated. In the woods, Lucas decided to continue to lead the crowd to the depths. They were still too close to camp at the moment, and he wasn't sure if a mad Death Eater would suddenly appear. The students of Slytherin House certainly had no problem with his proposal. Bill thought for a moment and decided to go with Lucas and others. Hearing that they were going on the road with so many snakes, Ron's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Without further ado, everyone moved forward again. After walking for about half an hour, everyone stopped in a densely vegetated forest. "Everyone take a break." Hearing the voice from ahead, Harry sat down on the ground and let out a long breath at the same time. Ron came to him and murmured in a low voice, "I think we've gone far enough. Those damn Death Eaters should have been driven away by now." I don't know what Bill is thinking, deciding to go with the Slytherins. Maybe there are parents of these people among the Death Eaters outside. Listening to the complaints of his friend, Harry didn't say a word, even his expression didn't change. It's hard to guess what he was thinking. Looking at the dark surroundings, Harry reached for his wand, but he realized that his pocket was empty. "Oh no, my wand is missing." "What?" Ron's exclamation just came out, when a low, hoarse voice came from the woods behind the two of them. "Morsmortar." Harry and Ron hurriedly looked back, but all they saw was a green light flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, that ray of light exploded in the night sky, and a strangely shaped skeleton image with a snake coming out of its mouth appeared in the air. Harry felt very strange, and couldn't figure out why a snake was added to the skull's mouth. Chapter 196. The Dark Mark, Voldemort's exclusive mark. But more than 10 years ago, the Death Eaters also liked to leave this mark, representing Voldemort on the scene after they killed someone. Over time, the Dark Mark became the mark of the entire Death Eaters, and people became terrified every time they saw it. Imagine returning home just to find your whole family massacred and that mark floating above your house. Fortunately, it hadn't been seen for 13 years since Voldemort disappeared. But today, it reappeared in the world. More panicked, louder screams came from deep in the woods. The crowd seemed to be getting even more terrified than before. The ground began to tremble slightly because of the thousands of people that were running through the woods. Harry looked again at the Slytherin students beside him. The heirs of the big pureblood families are doing just fine. It's just that their complexion has become worse. But for those normal students, at this moment, seeing the mark in the sky, they were trembling. This was nothing like the Slytherin Harry remembered. "Ron, what's the matter with them?" Harry wanted to ask his friend, but found that he was staring at the mark in the sky in a daze. "Hey buddy, what's the matter with you?" Being slapped by Harry, Ron shivered, as if taken aback. "Harry, don't you know what is in the sky?" Seeing his friend shaking his head, Ron said in a low voice, "That's the Dark Mark, a mark that belongs to you-know-who." "Voldemort." Hearing this name, Ron shuddered slightly and nodded quickly. Only then did Harry understand why there was such a big change in the surrounding area. On the other side, the Death Eaters in the camp also saw the dark mark in the sky. They were being beaten and retreating, but their morale suddenly soared. The staff of the Ministry of Magic, who had dealt with them easily, suddenly noticed that it became more difficult. These staff are not Aurors, they're just common adult wizards, and many of them can't even perform a shield charm. Arthur Weasley saw the mark in the sky, and immediately looked at Ludo Bagman beside him. "Let's go quickly, the sign appeared in the woods, there may be danger there." Mr. Weasley said what everyone was thinking. Everyone nodded, and they used apparition to go to the place where the dark mark was. The Death Eaters who were supposed to disperse, for some unknown reason, gathered and chased towards the woods. Also rushing to the woods was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. After the World Cup was over, he returned to the Ministry of Magic for a banquet with distinguished guests from various countries. Halfway through the party, such a mess happened, and he didn't even manage to talk business. The representatives of various countries lost the mood to continue the banquet. This World Cup has gathered wizards from all over the world. If something goes wrong, every country's Ministry of Magic will be in trouble. But the biggest trouble must be for the host. Pews Rufus, you take the Aurors to help quickly. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office. The rigid guy nodded and left the banquet hall without saying a word. As for Pew's thickness, he accompanied Fudge to protect him. In the forest, Lucas was looking up at the dark mark in the sky. Really, that guy Voldemort only focused on the intimidating effect, completely ignoring aesthetics. Compared with the marks of the Alliance, it is far worse. Lucas had just made a mental judgment on the dark mark, when sounds similar to a whip rang one after another around. This certainly was not the doing of people with special proclivities playing around. It was the sound of people apparating here. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures appeared out of thin air. They moved in unison, holding up their wands and pointing at the crowd in the encirclement. "Stupefy!" Dozens of voices sounded at the same time, and the light produced by the spell illuminated the forest. Bill Weasley saw his father in the light, but it was obviously too late to remind him. He waved his wand, deflecting all the spells flying towards himself and the twins. Thinking of his siblings Ginny and Ron not being around, Bill's expression changed drastically. "Pratigo!" Dozens of voices also sounded. The students of Slytherin House cast the shield charm to protect each other. And those students who didn't know the spell were protected by the crowd. This includes Harry, who lost his wand, and his mentally challenged friend Ron. As the chief of Slytherin, and at the same time, as the most powerful person present, Lucas stood at the front of the team without hesitation. More than a dozen stunning spells reached him, all of which were easily blocked by his shield charm. His girlfriends did not back down at this time either. Although they can't block many spells alone like Lucas, they stood on the outermost perimeter with the Slytherin 7th years, protecting the rest of the group. The three girls have long reached a consensus: build up their strength and stay with Lucas no matter what happens in the future. Stop it all, that's my son." Arthur Weasley's voice came from the opposite crowd. The people of the Ministry of Magic slowly put down their wands. Because of the light of the spells just now, they realized that the opposite group were just a bunch of students. Arthur Weasley parted the crowd, anxiously walking towards Lucas. He was very worried about his children. If something happens to Ron and the others, he is afraid that he will be skinned. "Bill, Fred, George, Ginny, Ron, and Harry, are you all fine?" Hearing his father's slightly anxious voice, just as Bill was about to answer, he suddenly found that Lucas in the front raised his wand. "Mr. Grindelwald, what are you going to do?" "Dad, be careful." Ron reminded his father loudly and drew his wand. "Expelliarmus." The disarming charm brushed past the Weasley father's shoulder and flew away into the woods. A Death Eater wearing a mask and a peaked hat was knocked into the air by the spell and was stripped of his wand. Everything happened very quickly, and Lucas didn't say anything in advance, so the Ministry of Magic people thought he was planning to attack Arthur Weasley. Dozens of spells flew again. At the same time, those Death Eaters who surrounded Lucas also attacked Lucas. Wrong, the Death Eaters came behind us. Arthur Weasley reminded his colleagues, but he subconsciously ignored that the most dangerous person at the moment should be Lucas. They were on the end of another barrage of spells much more dangerous than the previous one, and there were his girlfriends and the Slytherin students behind him, so Lucas couldn't use Void Escape to let the attacks pass through him. He could only hold up his wand to resist. Lucas! Hermione was anxious, raised her wand, and cast a shield charm to help resist. The same goes for everyone else. Seeing that the spells were about to arrive, a row of blue fire ignited at Lucas' feet. In the blink of an eye, everyone was surrounded. The spells clashed with the fire shield, and they were quickly burned up. Lucas stood sullenly in the middle of the fire. Through the flames, one could clearly see the staff of the Ministry of Magic fighting with the Death Eaters. He raised his wand, pointed at the densest place of the crowd, and the blue fire surged toward the crowd in the distance. The two groups quickly separated. Several Death Eaters who were in the midst of a fierce battle were instantly reduced to ashes by the fire before they could escape. Everyone looked at the figure surrounded by the blue fire and fell silent for a moment. That's enough. As members of the Ministry of Magic, you don't have any vigilance at all. Do you still need me to teach you how to fight? Lucas was in a very bad mood at the moment. After all, whoever was attacked by dozens of people would not be in a good mood. The Death Eaters who calmed down began to look for an opportunity to escape. Some found that Lucas wasn't paying attention to them and used apparition to escape. With the first, there will naturally be the second. Soon all the Death Eaters around were gone. Everyone saw the Ministry of Magic people staring at Lucas nervously. He shook his head, turned and walked towards his group. Wait a moment. Hearing voices behind him, Lucas glanced back at the speaker. Director Barty Crouch, what can I do for you? Crouch looked gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. Who did it? Which of you cast the dark mark? Crouch looked at Lucas first, but quickly turned to others. Anyone who knew Lucas knew that he would never cast the dark mark. His stern gaze swept over everyone, especially when he saw the students of Slytherin House. His gaze stayed the longest on the ones with known Death Eater relatives. Not us, none of us did it. Harry stood up to prove everyone's innocence, but Crouch didn't trust him. He squinted his eyes and said sharply, Don't lie, you showed up at the scene of a crime with the dark mark on top of your heads. Seeing his unrelenting look, a witch stepped forward and whispered, They're just children, they couldn't have cast the dark mark. Mr. Weasley looked at his sons. Did you see where the dark mark rose from? Everyone else shook their heads. Only Harry and Ron pointed to the thick vegetation behind them. Chapter 197. Everyone's eyes followed their fingers and looked at the vegetation in the distance. Crouch narrowed his eyes and didn't quite believe what the two said. Then what else did you see? It was as if someone was chanting a spell. Spell, Crouch's suspicious eyes had already told everyone. At this moment, he was suspicious of the two teenagers in front of him. Mr. Weasley stepped forward at this moment. Mr. Crouch, he is Harry Potter. Do you think he will cast the dark mark? No, of course not. The golden sign of Harry Potter successfully dispelled Crouch's suspicion. In fact, everyone present understood. The dark mark of this scale is absolutely impossible to have been created by an underage wizard. And the only capable Lucas on the scene is absolutely impossible to be a Death Eater. Everyone looked at the vegetation not far away again. Looking at the dark environment over there, some Ministry of Magic staff retreated. Forget it, the culprit probably already apparated away and escaped. This sentence has been recognized by most people, but there was a voice that didn't think so. Maybe the person who cast the dark mark is still hiding there. The vegetation is very dense, and it is very easy to hide a person. The speaker has brown hair and a pair of round glasses. Both Harry and Ron knew this guy. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, a man who loves to show off his son. Amos separated the crowd and walked cautiously into the vegetation. Seeing his figure disappear, everyone's hearts became tense. Everyone was afraid that someone would really emerge from the vegetation. Suddenly, Amos' exclamation came from inside. Merlin, how is this possible? It can be heard from the surprised tone that Amos seems to have discovered something remarkable. This made everyone present extremely curious. "Who, Amos, who have you got?" When Barty Crouch said this, his eyes were slightly nervous. He was afraid that the person Amos had caught inside was his own son. But thinking that before he left, he had ordered Winky to keep an eye on him, Crouch's heart slowly calmed down. Accompanied by light footsteps, Amos Diggory emerged from the vegetation. In his arms was a small creature with long ears and big eyes. The people present are very familiar with it, a house elf. Any wizarding family with a little history will have one of these little guys. "Merlin's beard, how is this possible?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed and looked at Barty Crouch. The other party's gaze was dull at the moment, and his skin, which was originally very white, had now completely lost all color. For who cast the dark mark, Crouch already knew it in his heart. It's just that he can't say it, so he looked at the elf in Amos' arms. "Winky." His colleagues from the Ministry of Magic also looked at Crouch at this moment. Everyone is not blind. The pillowcase the house elf is wearing has the Crouch family crest prominently on it. "Impossible," Crouch said in disbelief, then he walked towards the vegetation in the distance. Seeing this, Amos persuaded, "It's useless, Barty, there's nothing there anymore." Crouch ignored it and insisted on walking into the vegetation to investigate. Others may just think Barty Crouch is having a hard time accepting the outcome. But Lucas knows. He probably wanted to enter the vegetation to confirm whether his son was still hidden inside. House elves, to most wizarding families, they're nothing more than slaves. Who cares if a slave lives or dies? The wildly shaking vegetation confirmed Luca's guess. Others were a little embarrassed when they saw this, especially Amos Diggory. He looked at the unconscious elf in his arms and whispered, "This is too embarrassing, the house elf of the Crouch family, it actually." "It's not going to work out, Amos," Mr. Weasley interrupted. "Barty Crouch was once a strong contender for minister, and has a reputation of hating anything related to the Death Eaters. Amos, you should understand that a house elf cannot cast the dark mark. It doesn't even have a wand." "It had a wand, Arthur." Seeing the wand appearing in Amos' hand, Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, but eventually fell silent. Now even he couldn't find any reason to excuse Winky. Just then, Crouch walked back from the vegetation, and seeing the wand in Amos' hand, he said with a cold face, "Let's listen to what Winky has to say first." "Renervate." The spell hit Winky, and she quickly awoke. When she saw wizards all around her, Winky folded her big ears and looked very afraid of being here. Amos Diggory wasn't going to wait for a house elf to gather her wits. "Winky, you should know who I am. I'm an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Now I need you to answer me, did you cast the dark mark?" Winky followed Amos' finger and looked up at the sky with fear in her large eyes. I don't have Mr. Winky is a good elf, Winky didn't use magic, Winky wouldn't use a wand." After saying these words, Winky hurriedly looked at her master, but when she saw Barty Crouch's cold eyes, she seemed to understand something. "Winky, it's unbelievable, I let you stay in the tent, but you disobeyed my orders, maybe I should give you clothes." Hearing what Crouch said, Winky burst into tears. "Don't want clothes, Winky doesn't want clothes, master, Winky is a good elf, please trust Winky." The elf's pitiful cries echoed through the woods. Hermione frowned, leaned closer to Lucas and whispered, "Isn't there a flashback spell? Why do these people prefer to talk here instead of casting spells?" "That's what's wrong with the Ministry of Magic." The voices of the two were small, but it was still heard by Amos. "Ma'am, what are you whispering?" Amos glanced at Hermione with disdain. Although it is well hidden by him, it was still noticed by Lucas. Wizards are good at identifying bloodlines. They can easily tell whether a person is pure blood, half-blood, or muggle-born with just one look. Lucas felt that this identification method was even more unscientific than divination. Hermione didn't think about it that much. She took a step forward and said to everyone, "As long as you use the flashback spell on that wand, you will know whether that wand casts the dark mark or not." "Oh, miss, can I ask you to do it?" After Amos finished speaking, he handed the wand in his hand to Hermione. "Certainly." Hermione drew her wand and brought the two wands together. Priori incantatem. The green dark mark loomed where the two wands met. Seeing this, Amos shouted loudly to Winky, "The evidence is solid, elf. Quickly tell me, who ordered you to cast the dark mark, and where did you get this wand?" "Sorry, that wand is mine." PFD tilde. Lucas couldn't help laughing. Harry really wants to join in no matter what the excitement is. Seeing the famous Harry Potter stand up, many adult wizards were staring at him. Swallowing nervously, he tightly grasped the hem of his clothes with both hands at his side. "That's my wand. I lost it when I walked into the woods." Everyone was quiet for a few seconds. Amos looked at the wand in his hand and motioned to Harry. When he saw him nodding in affirmation again, he immediately looked back at Winky and shouted, "Did you steal Mr. Potter's wand and cast the dark mark?" Winky shook her head desperately. Bound by the contract, she cannot say anything about her master. If she said that she came to the World Cup, site this time, to guard Barty Crouch Jr., the truth would be revealed immediately because everyone knows that Barty Crouch Jr. is an out-and-out fanatical Death Eater. And he should have died in Azkaban many years ago. A pity that Winky is destined to take the blame for her master. Crouch's eyes gradually became cold. He looked at poor Winky and said, "Winky, it looks like I need to send you to Azkaban before you can tell the truth." Hearing Azkaban, Winky's eyes widened, filled with fear. Hermione tightened her hold on Luca's hand. She couldn't bear it and said, "I also heard a little sound at that time. The voice chanting the spell was nothing like Winky's voice." Lucas looked at Hermione. "Want to help her?" Hermione nodded. "Unfortunately, I'm just a student now, but I will definitely enter the Ministry of Magic in the future to help house elves change their status. No need to wait, I can help you now, just as I also find some people very unpleasant." After Lucas finished speaking, he looked at the triumphant Amos Diggory. He will never forget the way the pompous man looked at Hermione just now. Just a common employee of the Ministry of Magic, how dare he look down on his girlfriend? Let go of Hermione's hand, Lucas strolled over to the arguing crowd. "Sorry, I don't understand everyone's approach. Is it really so important who used the dark mark?" "Mr. Grindelwald, that's the dark mark," Arthur Weasley said with a frown. Amos looked suspiciously at the approaching blonde boy. Lucas smiled disdainfully. "So what?" After that, he waved his wand and pointed to the sky. "Morsmortar." A green ray of light flew into the sky, and another dark mark appeared in the sky. Looking at the two dark marks standing side by side in the air, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lucas with a hint of horror. Chapter 198. Everyone probably didn't expect it. Someone had the audacity to cast the dark mark right in front of the people from the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Amos pointing his wand at him, Luca's expression was full of disdain. He didn't stop there. Instead, he held his wand high and cast more than a dozen dark marks in a row. The entire night sky was dyed green. "Since you are so afraid of this mark, then I will desensitize you." "Sorry, I forgot that you don't seem to know what desensitization is." The mocking expression on Luca's face made Amos very angry. The reveling Death Eaters were also a little dumbfounded. Seeing the important symbol that represented Voldemort and his Death Eaters being used like fireworks and constantly exploding in the sky. Even the Death Eaters thought the dark mark was a little tacky. The happiest is probably Barty Crouch Jr. Looking at the dozen or so dark marks in the sky, he was stunned for a few seconds, and then he took it for granted that these were his companions' responses to him. Seeing that there are still so many people loyal to the Dark Lord. As the only fan out of prison, he felt extremely excited in his heart. He couldn't wait to let his master see such a scene. And Voldemort, who was far away in Little Hangleton, also received the news. He had the same idea as Crouch Jr. Seeing his servants make a big fuss at the World Cup, and there are still so many people loyal to him, he suddenly had great confidence in the plan for his resurrection. What a wonderful misunderstanding. In the woods, Harry stared at the dozen or so dark marks in the sky and was speechless for a long time. "Harry, look at what I said. This guy Grindelwald is indeed a dark wizard. He actually knows such evil magic as the dark mark." As soon as Ron finished speaking, Ginny in front of him turned around and gave him a hard look. Ron curled his lips in disdain and then looked at his friend. Harry, do you think I'm right? Huh, but I think it's pretty cool. Hearing Harry's comment, Ron rubbed his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. Hey Harry, what's wrong with you? Could it be that Grindelwald put an evil curse on you too? Harry chuckled and signaled his friend not to talk nonsense. I was either at my aunt's or with you the whole summer. Wouldn't you be the first to know if I've been cursed? The two messed around a bit, and then looked at the crowd in front of them with the mentality of watching a play. Harry wasn't the only one who thought Lucas was cool at the moment. There are many others who have the same idea as him, like the Weasley twins. If it wasn't for their father among those people, they might have jumped out to cheer for their boss. As for the Slytherin snakes, at this moment, they looked at the people of the Ministry of Magic with even more pride. As if to tell those people that in front of them is the chief of Slytherin's house, their leader. Lucas retracted his raised wand and looked at the crowd. Now I've cast a dozen dark marks, and then, are you going to keep trembling in fear as if you have seen Voldemort or what? Hearing the word Voldemort, the adult wizards present trembled. It made Lucas look down on these guys even more in his heart. Harry. What? Harry, who was suddenly named, looked bewildered. He was hiding by the side to watch a play, but he didn't expect that he would be involved in this play. Lucas smiled and asked, Harry, are you afraid of Voldemort? Not afraid, Harry answered simply. Very well, do you dare to call Voldemort by his name? Voldemort, why not? Hearing Harry's answer, Lucas laughed out loud. A group of adults is not as courageous as two underage wizards. In the face of the Death Eaters who are making trouble outside, as employees of the Ministry of Magic, you aren't there maintaining order. Instead, you're more worried about who cast the stupid mark here. Just how scared are you of Voldemort? So much so that the mere mark makes you feel intimidated. Facing Lucas' questioning, although the people in the Ministry of Magic were angry, they were more ashamed. Thinking carefully, they indeed lack some courage. Lucas looked again at Amos Diggory. Sir, do you still want to waste time here? Well, ignoring his embarrassed expression, Lucas walked up to Barty Crouch. Director Crouch, I believe that after today's incident, you should not want to leave behind a house elf who violated her master's orders, right? Crouch nodded. Winky is indeed not fit to stay in his family anymore. Otherwise, others will question his image of being unselfish and strict. If anyone is interested, they might keep investigating. Maybe they'll find out about Barty Crouch Jr. However, the look in the eyes of the boy in front of him made him very uncomfortable. Just like it was as if those blue eyes had seen through everything he tried to hide. Does Mr. Grindelwald have any good advice? It's not a suggestion, it's just that my estate is too big, and only one house elf doesn't seem to be enough. So I hope that Mr. Crouch can hand over Winky to me. I believe that the Crouch family will not lack this little elf. Crouch did not immediately respond. He weighed the pros and cons first. There is a contract, so even if the elf transfers, it cannot reveal anything about the previous owner. This is more cost-effective than giving a piece of clothing and releasing the house elf. And the boy in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Crouch worried that he really knew something. Now that Lucas has put forward conditions, it's better to follow his suggestion and treat it as making friends. Well, I agree with Mr. Grindelwald. After Crouch finished speaking, he looked at Winky next to him. Winky, starting today, you will serve Mr. Grindelwald, and from now on your master will only be Mr. Grindelwald. Crouch was also straightforward, and after finishing speaking, he raised his wand and directly transferred the house elf to Lucas. Shauna. Pop Tilde. The elf of Grindelwald Manor appeared in front of everyone. Little master, Shauna listens to your orders. Take Winky back, and from today on, she will work together with you. Shauna looked at Winky next to her with a smile on her face. Followed with another pop sound, the two elves disappeared from the spot. Getting this done, Lucas looked over to Barty Crouch again. Then, as one of the sponsors of this World Cup, can I ask the Ministry of Magic to quell the disturbance in front of me as soon as possible? I think if the Ministry of Magic handles it in a timely manner, people will stay longer after returning to the camp, so I can make some more money. Yep, that's another reason why Lucas was pissed. Although the stalls in the camp do not make a lot of money, ants are also meat for the greedy Lucas. The riot directly affected his money-making. As the leader of the Saints group, it's fine if he doesn't get the protection he deserves. But now he can't even do business. How can this not make Lucas angry? Maybe it's because he helped him out of a big problem. Crouch did not refuse his request. Seeing the people from the Ministry of Magic leaving in despair, the Slytherins all cheered. The eyes of those people just now were not friendly at all, and many Ministry of Magic staff looked at them suspiciously. In the crowd, Astoria looked at the blonde boy under the moonlight with a trace of obsession in her eyes. Sister, the Lord Chief is really amazing. Yes, sure he is quite amazing. Daphne agreed helplessly with her monotone voice, but inside her mind her thoughts were going wild. Oh, woe is me, what shall I do now? If things keep going like this, my poor little sister will be eaten by that libidinous beast, and not even her bones will be left. Will I really have to sacrifice this pure body of mine, allowing that lustful man to taint it just so I can save the innocent Astoria from his clutches? Well, if that is what it takes. If someone were reading her thoughts, they would be absolutely baffled, because they didn't fit her expressionless face at all. Hermione came to Lucas with the other two girls. Honey, will this get you into trouble? Seeing her worried eyes, Lucas said with a smile, For you, offending the whole Ministry of Magic would be worth it. Hermione hit her unscrupulous boyfriend in the shoulder, but her heart was relieved. Since he said this, it means there is no trouble or very little trouble. In fact, there is another reason why Lucas decided to make a move. That is to try to ensure that Barty Crouch Jr. will act in accordance with the original plot and enter Hogwarts disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. In this way, it will be easier for him to deal with it. Okay, everyone, if you've had enough rest, get ready to return to the camp. I believe that when we go back, the people from the Ministry of Magic will have calmed down everything. Everyone got up one after another, still arranging according to the original formation. Just when everyone was about to leave, there was another apparition sound. Seeing the figure with a familiar beard appear suddenly, Luca's expression darkened. Looks like I missed a good show. Pew's thickness, this guy looked at the dark marks in the sky as soon as he came. Mr. Grindelwald, can you explain to me how these dark marks in the sky came to be? His voice just fell when a few more figures apparated around him. These new figures are Ministry Aurors. They drew their wands as soon as they emerged, looking at Lucas with wary eyes. Chapter 199. Deputy Director Thickness, why don't you take these Aurors to maintain order instead of coming to bother a simple student like me? Pews didn't mind Lucas' sarcasm. Mr. Grindelwald's worry is a bit superfluous, and my other colleagues have already rushed to the camp at this moment. But I received a report that some people were causing chaos in the woods, so I brought some people here to investigate. He walked up to Lucas with a sneer and said, Chaos? Lucas looked around puzzled. Did you see someone causing chaos? Seeing their chief looking at them, the Slytherin students quickly shook their heads to deny it. But Pews did not want to let it go. Mr. Grindelwald, you casted the dark mark and caused panic among the crowd. This is enough for a Wisengamot trial. Now, please hand over your wand. We have to check whether the report is true. Swoosh. There was the sound of several robes waving behind Lucas. The Slytherins raised their magic wands one after another, pointing at the few Aurors who were about to make a move. Lucas shrugged when he saw it. Deputy Director Thickness, it seems that you are going to return empty-handed again this time. What a pity. Depulso. Suddenly, a spell flew from Lucas' wand. But its moderate strength only pushed Pews a few meters away. Sorry, Deputy Director Thickness. If you were a lady, I would be happy to get closer to you, but unfortunately. Pew's face became very ugly. Lucas Grindelwald, you are attacking an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Merlin's beard, I just pushed you. As the Deputy Director, you shouldn't be so unreasonable. Pews drew his wand, waved and cast a stunning charm. Lucas started to fight back. The two actually fought in front of everyone. At this time, a figure apparated again. The person stood in front of Lucas and blocked Pew's spell. Pine Caro, get out of the way. Deputy Director Thickness, the minister will be here soon. He has something very important to see Mr. Grindelwald for. He had just finished speaking when Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, apparated to the woods. Fudge was in a state of desperation and didn't seem to notice that the atmosphere at the scene was weird. Thanks, Merlin, Mr. Grindelwald, I'm glad you're all right. Let's not even mention the cooperation between the Ministry of Magic and the Saints group. Just for his own dividend, Fudge also wanted to keep Lucas safe. When he approached from a distance, he belatedly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Seeing Pew's and Lucas glaring at each other, Fudge immediately understood what was going on. He glanced carefully at the two of them and found Pew's expression was worse. He immediately understood that Pew's suffered a loss in the confrontation just now, which made him feel relieved. As the Minister of Magic, the first thing you have to learn is how to control your subordinates. Of course, Lucas is not from the Ministry of Magic, but his Saints group was also a threat to him. Although Fudge is eating the dividends of the Saints group, that didn't stop him from finding someone to restrain Lucas. Pew's Thickness, the bad-tempered guy, was reserved for Lucas by Fudge. That way Lucas' influence in the Ministry of Magic doesn't grow too quickly. This is why Pew's, who is just the Deputy Director of the Department of Law Enforcement, was able to survive many conflicts with Fudge. Mr. Grindelwald, you must know that Pew's has such a temper. It's still chaotic outside, so why don't we deal with this matter after the riots end? He looked at Pew's beside him again and got close to whisper something into his ear. HMPH. Pew's gave Lucas a hard look and left the place with the few Aurors that were accompanying him. Once he was gone, Lucas just smiled again. It's really troublesome, Minister. I think you still have a lot of things to do now, so I won't bother you. Seeing Lucas turn to leave, Fudge hurried after him. Mr. Grindelwald, to be honest, I came to you for help this time. Help? Lucas paused. He waved his hand to Draco, motioning for everyone to rest in place. Minister, if you don't mind, you can talk about it in detail. If it is not too troublesome, I will be happy to help. Lucas and Fudge came to a place without people not far away, out of everyone's sight. Only then did Fudge show the anxiety he was feeling on his face. Mr. Grindelwald, there are still tens of thousands of wizards staying in the forest and the stadium. I hope you can lend some people to help maintain order. Fudge looked at the young man in front of him, with a little pleading in his eyes. He could see that Lucas was hesitating, so he added, Mr. Grindelwald, if you don't help, after this incident, I'm afraid I can only take the blame and resign as minister. You must help me. Don't worry, as long as I can recover from this incident, I will take good care of your business. Of course Lucas didn't want Fudge to resign at this moment. The backhand he arranged was not ready yet. Fudge would at least have to sit in the minister's seat until Voldemort was resurrected. Lucas whetted the appetite of the minister before saying, Minister, you also know that the older members of the Saints group have done many inappropriate things before. If they appear now, I'm afraid it will cause even greater panic. Fudge doesn't care so much. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have already been dispatched, but they are facing a crowd of tens of thousands of wizards. Those people are simply a drop in the bucket. Mr. Grindelwald, as long as you help me, I can give a speech and prove to the entire British magical community that the Saints group is an excellent and law-abiding enterprise. After all, those things happened decades ago. The transformation of the Alliance into the Saints group and their contributions to the magic world over the years are obvious to all. I believe that most people in the magic world agree with me, and isn't this a good opportunity to justify the name of the Saints group? Fudge didn't notice the gleam in Lucas' eyes when he said he could speak publicly. Well, since the minister has said so, I will definitely not refuse, but I also ask you to honor what you said after the incident is over. When the two came out of the woods, Lucas looked at the Slytherin group immediately. Draco, take the team back to the camp in half an hour, I have to do something, he ordered. Honey, what are you going to do? Cho looked over with worry in her eyes. The same goes for the other two girls. It's very dangerous outside at the moment. Although Lucas is powerful, they still couldn't help worrying about him. Don't worry, it's just to deal with some minor troubles. Lucas looked up to the sky after speaking, and with a wave of his wand, the more than a dozen dark marks disappeared immediately. Looking at the sky, only the first dark mark remained. Lucas chuckled. This ugly mark is a bit too much of an eyesore. Everyone could see that he was planning to destroy the dark mark in the sky, but they didn't have time to ask him what method he was going to use. He raised his wand again, and a silver light flew into the sky. The dazzling spell also caused a loud noise. Whether it's the woods or the field, the shivering wizards hiding in the corner were all attracted by the light. Boom tilde. It exploded in the middle of the dark mark, and the silver-white saint's mark appeared in the night sky. It had only a single difference from the alliance mark. Instead of a G on each side of the Deathly Hallows symbol, there was an L on the left and a G on the right. As for the original dark mark, it was naturally dispelled by the saint's mark. Lucas looked at the mark in the sky with satisfaction, and at the same time, he said silently in his heart, "Voldemort, don't let me down." What happened in the World Cup camp soon reached Voldemort's ears. When he learned that the saint's mark appeared, Voldemort immediately thought of the blonde boy who was his equal during his weakened state 2 years ago. Lucas Grindelwald, Wormtail, let's go to the Crouch family. I need to find my most loyal servant. Pettigrew tremblingly stepped forward to pick up Babymort and left little Hangleton by apparition. Deep in the woods, Harry asked Ron beside him, "What kind of mark is this?" "I don't know either." Ron shook his head blankly. He hadn't seen this mark either, so he looked at his oldest brother Bill, who was beside him. But he also shook his head. It was the twins who explained with a smile. "This is the logo of the Saints group. As long as it is a store of the Saints group, you can see this logo." Hearing the explanation of the two, Ron lost interest in the Saints mark in an instant. It turned out to be just a sign used by their shops. And Harry had the same idea as Ron, but at this moment, suddenly hundreds of people were running out from the depths of the woods. These people looked panic-stricken, especially those old wizards who were full of white hair. They ran and shouted, "They're back, run, they're back." Harry was wondering who was back, then felt that someone tapped him on the shoulder a few times. Harry looked up to the sky. At this moment, the young wizards cried out in surprise. Harry looked in the direction of his friend's finger and noticed that there were many things that looked like black shadows in the sky. There are probably hundreds or even thousands densely packed, dancing around the logo of the Saints group. Gradually, the sky was occupied by these strange smoky shadows. Immediately afterwards, a shadow quickly fell in front of Lucas. Seeing it turn into a human, Harry knew it was some form of magical travel. And the person who appeared was no stranger to Harry. It was the steward of the Grindelwald estate, Vinda Rosier. Chapter 200. Appearance of the Saints group's mark caused exactly the reaction that Lucas was expecting. It brought about even greater panic than the dark mark, especially for wizards from other countries. The mark of the Alliance is like a nightmare to them, and the Saints mark looks almost the same. Deep in the woods, the sound of apparition continued to reach everyone's ears. With the arrival of Vinda Rosier, the second to appear was Abernathy. The two quasi-legendary wizards brought a lot of pressure to the people present. Fudge looked at the two and swallowed nervously, not sure if the decision he made was the right one. Just less than a minute, and the forest where Lucas was located has gathered more than 1,000 saints. This is probably the entire power of the Saints group in England. "Leader." Lucas nodded slightly and said, "I have accepted Mr. Fudge's entrustment to stop this riot and help the Ministry of Magic maintain order." Abernathy. "Boss, I'm here," Abernathy replied, taking a step forward. "The camp is the main activity area of the Death Eaters. Take some people to support the Ministry forces. Remember that we are only helping, so don't kill those guys lightly." "Yes, leader." After Abernathy finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. His body quickly turned into black smoke and rushed to the sky. The members of the Saints behind him did the same as him. In the blink of an eye, half of the Saints apparated away from the place. "Vinda." Looking at the French Rose walking in front of him, Lucas ordered. You take people to the stadium and deep in the woods to maintain order, and gather all the people to the stadium before the incident is over. Yes, leader. After answering, Vinda also chose to apparate. The saints came fast and left even faster. However, the screams from the direction of the camp reminded everyone that the saints are not as kind as they appear. Minister, let's go to the camp too. Huh? Oh well, I will listen to Mr. Grindelwald. Fudge nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a silk scarf. It was only after the two also apparated out of the woods that the rest dared to speak up to discuss. Merlin's beard, our chief is really cool. The Lord Chief is really great. There are so many people willing to listen to his orders. Hearing what her sister said, Daphne helplessly supported her forehead. Things are even more dire than I thought. Shouldn't it be scary to see such a scene? Draco suppressed the shock in his eyes. He knows more details than others. He knows that both Vinda Rosier and Abernathy are quasi-legendary wizards. The strong have their own pride, but unexpectedly the two of them willingly call Lucas, leader, in front of so many people. It shows just how powerful Lucas is. After returning home, I will ask my father about occlumency. Making up his mind secretly, Draco turned and walked towards the team. And Harry was looking at the twins next to him at the moment. Didn't you say that the mark represents the Saints group? Are those people just now employees of the Saints group? Cough, the twins looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. At this time, Ginny in front turned her head to look at the few people. You haven't heard of the Alliance, the predecessor of the Saints group, have you? Seeing several people shaking their heads, Ginny sighed. I suggest you go back and read more about the history of the wizarding world. After finishing speaking, Ginny turned back to continue chatting with Hermione and Cho. What does she mean? Are the saints that famous? Oh, ignorance is really a kind of happiness. Ron stood up and glared at Draco Malfoy as he passed by. What do you mean by that? Too bad Draco didn't want to bicker with him. However, it can be seen from his expression that the Saints group has a lot of background, and this piqued Harry's curiosity. Back in the camp, the battle is still raging here. The Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters were throwing spells at each other, but neither side could do anything much to the other. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the sky. Before the two groups of people could react, hundreds of figures appeared around. As soon as these people appeared, they attacked the Death Eaters, who were basically powerless to defend themselves and were quickly defeated. Especially the leader of this group of supporters, their strength is even more unfathomable. He just waved his wand easily, and several Death Eaters were knocked out one after another. Arthur Weasley stared dumbfounded at the one-sided battle in front of him. Who are these people? Barty Crouch said in a deep voice. The Saints group, the leader is Abernathy. Abernathy is quite famous in the wizarding world. Arthur Weasley grew up hearing his horror stories. Abernathy, why did the Saints group show up? As soon as Mr. Weasley finished speaking, a figure appeared in his mind. Could it be him? At this moment, two apparitions sounded beside him. Lucas and Minister Fudge appeared in front of the crowd. Minister Fudge, just wait a moment, the fighting should be over soon. Seeing the one-sided battle not far away, the itchy Lucas immediately joined in. Combining the stunning charm plus killing curse, Death Eaters who were hit were killed instantly. People didn't even notice he used the unforgivable right in front of the minister's eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for starting the war mode. The more enemies you kill in this mode, the more rewards you will accumulate. Reward. Luca's wand faltered slightly. He didn't expect the system to have such a mode. It's a pity that he can't kill too many Death Eaters today, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. But Voldemort was about to be resurrected, so the Second British Wizarding War isn't far away either. This will come in handy sooner or later. Lucas was slightly taken aback. Looking at it now, aren't these Death Eaters precious treasures? They must live well until the final battle. Otherwise it will be points wasted. Lucas swung his wand again and again, knocking down several Death Eaters. Since then, the fighting in the camp has ended. At the same time, Vinda also led people to drive the wizards running around into the stadium. That's right, she just forced them. Vinda Rosier is not a patient woman. She didn't even bother to explain her purpose to the people running around. She just used powerful spells to tell them that if they are not obedient, they will die. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you very much for your help. Fudge held Lucas's hand tightly, eyes full of gratitude. In this case, I will do Mr. Minister another little favor. He looked behind him at Abernathy, who nodded in understanding, and led people to start repairing the damaged camp equipment. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about the tents that had been burned. Watching the camp gradually restore its original appearance, Fudge's gratitude was beyond words. Don't worry, Mr. Grindelwald, I will do what I promised you. I will let the Daily Prophet publish it tomorrow. Then thank you, Minister. I will leave first so I don't disturb everyone's next work. At this time, Vinda also walked back with the wizards in the field. The timing was just right. Luca's 3 girlfriends and the Slytherin students followed them back to the camp. Looking at the camp that has been almost completely restored, many wizards were relieved. After the members of the Saints group settled the matter here, they apparated away one after another. The girls were relieved to see that Lucas was safe and sound. Then one by one they threw themselves into Luca's arms. Mr. Weasley sighed helplessly. Through today's events, he also realized that his daughter and Lucas really loved each other. Although he feels that the two are still young, it is still a bit inappropriate to separate them now. But Mr. Weasley knew clearly that he was unable to stop them. It could also ruin his relationship with his daughter if he were to try. Moreover, with Luca's strength, he couldn't force him to leave Ginny. A riot that lasted most of the night finally came to an end, and most people were feeling worn out. Lucas took the 3 girls back to the tent and took care of them to sleep before getting up and leaving. Putting a protective spell around the tent, he turned to look at the camp that was bustling again. People are always forgetful. They obviously just experienced a terrifying ordeal, but once the crisis is determined to be over, the bold ones went back to celebrate with singing and dancing again. Luca's evaluation of this is, stupid people are always happier. Stretching, he walked towards the woods again. When passing by the Weasleys' tent, he happened to meet Harry. Harry had already learned about the alliance from Mr. Weasley, so when he saw Lucas again, his eyes were quite complicated. He didn't expect that Ron's guess was right. Lucas Grindelwald is actually the leader of a dark wizards group. Seeing the strange eyes Harry was looking at him with, Lucas raised an eyebrow. If he didn't have more important things to do right now, he would have tried to learn what happened to Harry. The two simply greeted each other, and Lucas kept walking quickly towards the woods. Not long after, Fudge's assistant Pinecaro also left the camp and walked into the woods. Not far behind him, Pew's thickness also followed slowly. And he cast the disillusionment charm on himself to make sure he won't be easily noticed. Chapter 201. The moon was shining brightly in the middle of the sky, faintly illuminating the woods. The winding path can be vaguely seen by the moonlight. The location of the Quidditch World Cup was originally a Muggle camping site close to an old forest. Naturally, there is no lighting device. As for the roads, most of them were opened up by people who like hunting. Pinecaro, a member of the Saints who had been lurking in the Ministry of Magic for more than 2 years. At this time, he was walking cautiously to the depths of the woods. Pews followed far behind him. In addition to maintaining the disillusionment charm, he walked very lightly, making sure not to make much noise. But in this dark and silent forest, even a little sound can go a long way. Just at this time, a dark cloud floated in the sky. The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, making the woods completely dark. Lumos. Payne held up his wand and moved on. And Pews behind him had to slow down, walking in pursuit of the bright light ahead. The two of them did not know how long they had been walking in the woods. Pews only remembers the moon being obscured by dark clouds twice in the sky. He also almost lost track of the figure in front of him twice. Finally, a forest cabin appeared in Pew's sight. The cabin was very dilapidated. It didn't even have a door, and there were marks left by sharp claws everywhere on the wood. This is probably a place for hunters to take a short rest or avoid danger, but apparently it has been abandoned for a long time. Pius approached cautiously. The closer he got to the cabin, the more excited his expression became. Until he came to the door of the wooden house. Hearing Pine Caro's voice from inside, he carefully strolled in, just to be greeted by a black wand pointing right at his face. Watching the figure gradually appear in the air, Pine smiled softly. "You have been working hard following me all the way, Deputy Director Thickness." Pius shook his head, watching the figure in the room slowly walk over. "Your Excellency, please forgive me for my previous rude behavior." "What nonsense are you talking about, Pius, after what you've been through all these years?" Lucas turned to look at him. Seeing Pius half kneeling in front of him, he frowned slightly. "Pius, didn't I say that you don't need to act like this?" "Forgive me, I'm just too excited." Seeing Pius' eyes showing such reverence for him, there was a hint of helplessness in Lucas' eyes. "Pius, you got your limbs broken and even suffered spinal injuries, and had to live in St. Mungo's for half a year. I remember these. Everything is for the greater good. As long as it can help the leader, I am even willing to die." "That's not okay. You are one of my most important partners." Lucas took the wooden box from Pine, opened it and placed it in front of Pius. "I broke your wand back then, and I asked someone to repair it, see if it works properly." Seeing the familiar wand again, Pius was very moved. He didn't expect Lucas to pay attention to such a small thing. "Boss, you saved my life back then. My life is yours since then. You don't have to do this for me." "You are still so stubborn. I was only 9 years old. I said I just met you by chance." After Lucas finished speaking, he helped Pius up and the two walked out of the cabin. Looking at the bright moonlight outside, Lucas said, "The Saints group can enter England so smoothly, it is inseparable from your arrangements over the years. Without you, I would have been blocked from England 3 years ago by Aurors from Germany and France." Pius stood behind him and said respectfully, "It's just some trivial things. I didn't expect the leader to remember them." "This is not a trivial matter. It is because of you that we can take root in England, turn defeat into victory, regain the stores of the two countries, and re-infiltrate our power into the Ministry of Magic of the two countries. There are still the records of my trace over the years. If you hadn't dealt with them, I would have been summoned by the Wisengamot long ago, right?" Pius just smiled slightly at this. At this time, a cool breeze blew from the depths of the woods, with a little chill. Accompanied by the breeze, there is also Lucas' cold voice. "Tell me, how are things in your side going?" Pius straightened his face and replied in a low voice. "According to your instructions, I have a very good relationship with the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. In addition, during the past 2 years of getting along, I have subtly influenced him. At present, some colleagues in the Ministry of Magic are already dissatisfied with his handling style. As for the relationship with Cornelius Fudge, it is at a stage of deep contradictions. This is something that everyone in the Ministry of Magic knows." Lucas nodded slightly. "What about the others?" "For other people, I have always adopted a friendly way of getting along, and my popularity is not bad." "That's good." Lucas looked up at the moon in the sky. Pius saw that he did not speak and chose to also keep quiet. Until 10 minutes later, he asked cautiously, "Leader, I heard from Pine that that man is coming back. Is it true?" "That's right. By this time next year at the latest, the news of his return will spread throughout the magic world." Lucas turned to look at Pius. "At that time, I will try to get Fudge out of office, and I want you to sit in the position of Minister of Magic. Are you sure you can do it?" Pierce did not immediately give an answer, but thought carefully for a long time. Only then did he raise his head. "Don't worry, leader. I will firmly hold the position of minister in my hands." Seeing the strong confidence in his eyes, Lucas smiled slightly. "At that time, Pine and our people in the Ministry of Magic will help you. When you become a minister, you don't need to change anything. It will be the same as now. The way I get along with you is also. In front of outsiders, you will keep treating me the same way you have been, even more vicious than now, understand?" Pius frowned, and it took a long time before he nodded in agreement. "When you become minister, put Rufus Scrimgeour in your current position and make Pine Caro the head of the Auror office. Ascending brightly and falling darkly." Lucas gave him an appreciative glance. At least in Lucas's plan, the early stage is indeed ups and downs. Whether Scrimgeour can save his life in the later stage depends on if he can seize the opportunity to change his destiny. In addition, Barty Crouch may not be able to be the director of the Department of Magical Cooperation next year. I arranged for the person to enter in advance and tried to find a way for him to take over the position of director. Remember this appointment, and Fudge must personally come and issue it. Pewes took careful note of everything Lucas said, then he just bid farewell to Lucas and returned to the camp alone. Not long after, Lucas also returned to the tent, using the void to travel. Seeing Hermione sleeping on the couch, he cautiously approached her. "Honey, why did you come out?" Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. "I didn't see you when I got up just now, so I thought something might have happened to you." Lucas sat on the sofa, hugged her and comforted her softly. After a while she fell asleep again. That night, Hermione felt that she slept very soundly. When she woke up the next day, she noticed that she was lying in Lucas' arms and that he actually sat on the sofa all night for her comfort. "Fool, why didn't you wake me up?" Hermione wanted to blame her boyfriend, but was afraid of waking him up by talking too loudly. Unexpectedly, Lucas, who had his eyes closed, suddenly said, "Looking at you sound asleep, I couldn't bear to wake you up." Why are you pretending to be asleep?" "I've been awake all the time. Have you gained a little weight recently? My arms are numb from the pressure." "You are the fat one." Hermione got up and went back to her room, but she suddenly stopped halfway and asked, "Am I really getting fat?" "Just kidding." HMPH. Hermione rolled her eyes and ran back to the room quickly. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the doors of the two rooms at the side were opened immediately. Cho and Ginny poked their heads out to look at Lucas on the sofa, with obvious smiles in their eyes. Time always slips away quietly, and summer vacation is over before you know it. The students once again set foot on the Hogwarts Express. Incompetent Ministry of Magic, incompetent Fudge. The Festival of the Dark Wizards, disgrace to England. Saints Group, the best enterprise in the magic world. Lucas closed the newspaper in his hand. Rita Skeeter's pen was still so strong. He looked out the window with a smile. He was really looking forward to the upcoming school year. Whether it's the tournament or Babamort growing up, he just hopes it can bring him enough stimulation. Speaking of the Triwizard tournament, Lucas thought of Fleur de Lacquer, whom he had met once in France. "Lucas, do you remember what you promised me last year?" Looking at Draco, who broke into the compartment, Lucas blinked suspiciously. Has he promised him so many things? Cho tugged at the hem of his clothes and reminded him in a low voice. "Quidditch, you said you won't participate in any games this year." "Yes, don't worry, I swear to Merlin, I will definitely not participate in a single game this year." After being assured, Draco left the carriage contentedly. But once everyone arrived at the Great Hall and took their seats, Draco was absolutely dumbfounded by the first words Dumbledore said. "I announce that, for special reasons, this year's Quidditch Cup will not be held." There was an immediate uproar in the room, and the Weasley twins even jumped to their feet in protest. In the Slytherin long table, Draco looked at Lucas, who was sitting in his usual place with cold eyes. If eyes could kill, Lucas must have been riddled with countless holes at this moment. Chapter 202. Lucas chose to ignore Draco, who kept trying to incinerate him with his gaze. He kept an elegant smile as he looked at the teacher's table and noticed that Dumbledore was wearing a glove on his right hand. He guessed that the old man probably wanted to deceive others, but as everyone knows, this is more likely to make people curious. "Lucas, did you already know?" Draco's voice came from beside him, but all he got in response was a puzzled look from Lucas. "Stop pretending. With your ability, you most probably already knew that there will be no Quidditch this year, right? Tell me, what is the reason?" Draco's words attracted curious eyes from other Slytherins. Lucas swept across the faces of Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore. "I think the headmaster will explain the reason right away, so please pay attention." The next moment, Dumbledore's voice came from the front. "Because we will usher in a very important event in October, and this event will last for the whole year. I can assure you that you will love this event very much. Now I announce that this year, Hogwarts will be the host of Boom tilde. The door of the Great Hall suddenly flew open. It looked as if someone had knocked open the door with a siege machine. At the same time, the magic on the ceiling of the Great Hall also reacted. The starry sky that was originally full of mysterious beauty suddenly turned into dark clouds, lightning and thunder included. With the gust of wind blowing in from outside the door, it made people feel a sense of oppression. A thunder rang, and a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The figure was wearing a traveling cloak, leaning on a cane, and walking with a rattling sound. Mad-Eye Alastor Moody. Former Auror, early member of the Order of the Phoenix. This is a crazy old guy. His fake leg, the scars on his face and body are all evidence of fighting dark wizards. He is also a very stubborn old man. Certainly, all this refers to the real Alastor Moody, instead of the fake and shoddy product in front of them. Lucas slowly closed the Marauder's map in his hand with a satisfied look on his face, as he looked at the fake Moody again. Albus. Alastor. The hands of the two old men were tightly held together. Dumbledore turned to look at the young wizards in the Great Hall. Let me introduce the defense against the dark arts professor for the new school year, Alastor Moody. There was not too much applause, compared with the excited expressions at the Gryffindor table. The students at the Slytherin table showed a faint worry. Harry, who was clapping, turned to look at his friend next to him. Ron, what happened to the Slytherins? Ron glanced at the long Slytherin table, his expression becoming very smug. They must be afraid because Mad-Eye Moody caught a lot of dark wizards when he was an Auror. I've heard that half the cells in Azkaban are filled thanks to Moody, and I guess most of those dark wizards should be from Slytherin. Maybe some of these prisoners are relatives of those guys. That's why they're afraid of Professor Moody, Harry. That's great. Harry first took a surprised look at the unattractive, even ugly Mad-Eye. Then he looked at the Slytherin table again, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He hopes that Mad-Eye can suppress the arrogance of the Slytherins. At the Slytherin long table, Pansy frowned and looked at the teacher's table displeased. I remember the papers saying that Mad-Eye's home had been invaded. How did he end up here? Pansy, that's Mad-Eye. Do you think ordinary people can handle him? Lucas didn't agree with Blaise Zabina's words. Didn't this Barty Jr. in front of them just break in and subdue the famous Mad-Eye? Lucas looked up at him and spotted the fake Moody staring in Slytherin's direction with that magic eye. To be precise, he was staring right at him. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and the ceiling showed lightning and thunder again. Just when some younger students started trembling with fear, the light of two spells hit the ceiling at the same time. Everyone looked at where the spells came from and discovered the new defense against the dark arts professor. Mad-Eye Moody released one. The other one came from the Slytherin table. To no surprise, it was Lucas Grindelwald again. The two fought against each other and refused to give in to the other, which made the magic on the ceiling even more confused. Until Dumbledore pulled out his Elder Wand to stop the two of them. Oh, Tilde Lucas, although I know you are helping out of kindness, it will cause trouble for everyone. Alastor, you shouldn't fight with a child. Don't forget that you are not an Auror anymore, but a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at Moody, and then glanced at Professor Snape. Mr. Grindelwald, as your head of house, I think you should reflect on yourself. After the feast is over, please come to my office for your punishment. Seeing that Lucas was punished on the first day of school, several cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. Ron was even more excited and tugged on his friend's robe. Look, Moody is really the nemesis of dark wizards. He managed to get that guy Grindelwald in detention on the first day of school, and the evil Slytherins will probably suffer next. There was a hint of a smile on Harry's lips. Seeing Lucas's frown, he suddenly felt very comfortable. Hey Harry, your eyes are red. Did you not sleep well last night? Really? Harry looked at his reflection in the dinner plate, but his eyes were not as Neville said. Clap Tilde. Dumbledore clapped his hands. After everyone quieted down, he continued. Where was I? Oh right, we will be hosting an exciting event that will start next month. It has not been held for over a century, and I am very happy to announce that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year. Are you kidding me? Fred yelled. Looking at his expression, it was clear how surprised he was. Even the Slytherin student's eyes widened at the moment. The Triwizard Tournament represents honor and glory. When it was still being held, if anyone could win the Triwizard Tournament, it might even land you a great job after graduation. Waiting until the room was quiet again, Dumbledore looked at Fred first and said, "I'm not kidding. I believe some people don't know about the Triwizard Tournament, so please let me briefly introduce it first." The Triwizard Tournament was born 700 years ago. 3 European schools would take part in it: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. The 3 schools selected a representative student to participate in 3 magical competitions and to carry out friendly exchanges through the competitions. The 3 magic schools used to take turns to host the competition every 5 years, but about 200 years ago, it was suspended because of the high death toll. The students of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seemed to only understand that this is a competition between the 3 schools, and didn't even pay attention to the latter sentence that mentioned it was stopped because of too many deaths, so they cheered the loudest. Dumbledore gestured again and continued after the hall had quieted down. For a long time, many people have tried to restore the tournament, but they have not succeeded. But with the efforts of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Sports of the Ministry of Magic. Our Ministry of Magic, along with the ones of France and Bulgaria, have finally reached a consensus that the time is ripe to try again. The schools of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are expected to arrive in October, and the election of the champions will be held on Halloween night. At that time, an impartial judge will select the champions who will represent the 3 schools, and the winner of the Triwizard Tournament will be rewarded with 1,000 galleons. I want to participate. I will definitely participate. Hearing that 1,000 galleons were the reward, the Weasley twins roared at the top of their lungs. Even Ron's breathing became heavy. For them, honor comes second. The point is that the bonus of 1,000 galleons is just too tempting. Unfortunately, their dream of getting rich was quickly shattered. Dumbledore looked at everyone and said again, "I know you all want to participate in this competition. But the headmasters of the 3 schools and the ministries of magic all believe that a restriction should be added to the participants for security reasons. Only students aged 17 and above can participate. I will personally take protection measures at that time in case some of you want to secretly sign up." Dumbledore's words were immediately protested by many of the 6th years. Because most 6th years won't be 17 by Halloween. Dumbledore wasn't going to bother about the students' dissatisfaction. He concluded by emphasizing the timing of the arrival of the other 2 schools. When he announced that the opening feast was over, the students left the Great Hall still discussing the Triwizard Tournament. Lucas heard the Weasley twins whining from a distance. However, it can be heard from the words of the 2 that they do not intend to give up just yet. Arriving at the dungeon, the chief challenge begins again. Since Prefect Gemma Farley has already graduated, the task of hosting the challenge fell to Lucas, the chief of the house. Once it was over, Lucas looked at everyone in the lounge and said, "You already know about the Triwizard Tournament. I am now announcing the first chief order of this school year. No one is allowed to put their name in the Goblet of Fire and is prohibited from participating in this dangerous competition. Listen, everyone, I'm talking about anyone, including qualified 6th and 7th years." The cunning snakes realized early on that this Triwizard Tournament was accompanied by great danger. So for the chief order of Lucas, the students of Slytherin House have no opinion. After dismissing everyone, Lucas hurried to the potions office without stopping. "Let's go, the headmaster has been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he entered the door, he heard Professor Snape's deep voice. The 2 walked shoulder to shoulder to the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. Chapter 203. Lucas walked side by side with Professor Snape in the dark corridors of the castle. The lights of their wands woke up the people on the portraits that were about to fall asleep. Some grumpy guys didn't care who it was, and the cursing words immediately resounded in the corridor. Then more portraits were awakened, and the corridor suddenly became lively. It was not enough that the portraits were arguing with each other, some even moved to other portraits to fight. However, none of this affected the two who were heading to the headmaster's office. "Professor, what of the thing I asked you during the summer vacation? A poison that poisons people but doesn't kill them. I think it's an interesting challenge, and I'll give it to you before the Triwizard Tournament is over." Lucas nodded lightly. "Don't worry about the ingredients of the spirit purification potion. I will bring you the blood of the dragon before Christmas." Professor Snape nodded too. After that, the two of them stopped talking until they came to the door of the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. "Sit down, Lucas." Dumbledore got up and ushered the two of them to the sofas and the round table. "You confronted Alastor at the dinner party. You must have discovered something." In fact, the school opening feast was just a play performed by the three of them. When Lucas fought the fake Moody, Dumbledore sensed that something was wrong. That's why there were reprimands and detention in order to deceive others. The real purpose was for the three of them to get together and talk. Lucas took out a piece of parchment from his robe. Professor Snape, who had seen the Marauders map, immediately thought of something. "Is there a problem with Alastor Moody?" "Yes, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Lucas' wand tapped the parchment, and the ink quickly outlined the floor plan of Hogwarts. He pointed his wand at the defense against the dark arts office. "Look here." The eyes of the two looked at the map at the same time, only to see two names in the room. One is Alastor Moody, and the other is Barty Crouch. "Barty Crouch, what is he doing there?" Professor Snape looked surprised. Dumbledore was also a bit surprised, considering he would know if someone entered the castle in the official way thanks to the wards. So unless Crouch entered through one of the secret passages, which sounds really suspicious, he would already be aware of his presence in the castle. Both looked at Lucas at the same time, waiting for his explanation. Lucas cleared his throat and said, "I've been wondering about Mr. Crouch's behavior since the Quidditch World Cup. He actually let his house elf take his seat, but he didn't show up until the end of the game. So I asked someone to investigate and found a very interesting thing. Mr. Crouch's son and his wife died successively." Snape frowned and retorted. Crouch's wife was seriously ill, and it's not surprising that she died after learning that her son died in Azkaban. "That's right," Lucas nodded, "but no one saw his wife's body. Dementors use people's emotions to judge their location. They can't see people's appearance. The seriously ill wife and the son, Dementors don't care and won't even notice if they change places, as long as one prisoner stays." "Unlikely," Dumbledore shook his head. "Barty wouldn't do that kind of thing. He even sent his own son to Azkaban with his own hands. Since he could send him in by himself, why can't he also take him out by himself? I heard that Mr. Crouch is a man who loved his wife a lot. What if it was his wife who begged him when she was seriously ill?" Lucas took out another piece of parchment and placed it in front of the two of them. "This is the transaction record I found from Nocturne Alley. Borgin and Burke's antique store has sold a lot of invisibility cloaks over the years. In this list, Mr. Barty Crouch is the one who buys the most, which is strange. What does he need this invisibility cloak for?" Facing so many doubts, Dumbledore and Snape became silent. They had never thought that Barty Crouch, this stern guy, would actually do such a thing. "Then what do you think Crouch Jr. is impersonating Moody for?" Seeing Dumbledore staring at him, Lucas thought for a few seconds before answering. "I'm afraid it has something to do with Harry. We all know that Voldemort has returned to England. But one thing for sure is that Crouch Jr. doesn't want to kill Harry, at least for now. If I'm not mistaken, he should want Harry to participate in the Triwizard Tournament and then achieve some purpose that we don't know yet." For Lucas' analysis, the other two nodded in approval. Lucas then asked Dumbledore to find out if there was any way to create a human body. He believed that this is something very simple for the learned Dumbledore. Although Lucas knew the process of Voldemort's resurrection, it's not easy to say everything. Knowing too much will make people suspicious. As for Professor Snape's mission, it's still researching poison. The two nodded to accept the task, and Dumbledore suddenly asked, "Then what should we do next?" It can be seen from his eyes that the wise old man had plans. Lucas smiled and said 4 words, "It's up to you." Seeing the smile in Dumbledore's eyes, he knew they were thinking the same thing. Originally, Crouch Jr. was in the dark and we were in the light, but now he is in the light and we are in the dark, and it is the best way to play tricks, as long as Harry is well protected. Lucas suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Seeing his frown, Dumbledore and Professor Snape were very puzzled. Ding, it is detected that the host triggered a new series of achievements. The champion of the Triwizard Tournament. The host has to win the first place in points in the first 2 magic competitions, and each victory can get a Platinum Lucky Draw opportunity. Reach the final task as the #1 scorer and successfully win the Triwizard Tournament. After completing this achievement, you will get 10 diamond draws. Lucas didn't expect to trigger a series of achievements at this time, so his plans need to be changed a bit. Seeing Dumbledore and Professor Snape looking at him curiously, Lucas coughed lightly and said, "I thought about it just now. If Harry really participated in the Triwizard Tournament, we would never be able to protect him all the time. So I decided to take part in the Triwizard Tournament as well, to protect Harry's safety." The office suddenly became very quiet. Dumbledore thought for a long time, thinking that what Lucas said made a lot of sense. But how do you make sure you compete, confusing the Goblet of Fire? Lucas shook his head. Of course we just need to let Crouch Jr. do this for us. Through the big moves made by the Saints group after the Quidditch World Cup this time, it can be proved that I am a great threat to Voldemort. If I had a few encounters with Crouch Jr. before Halloween with his character, he would definitely want to get rid of me. The Triwizard Tournament is a very good opportunity. After all, it is normal for the participants of the tournament to die. Crouch Jr. must be very happy to accomplish their goal against Harry and also take the opportunity to get rid of me, a formidable opponent. Of course, just to be on the safe side, I hope Professor Snape will keep an eye on him. If the plan doesn't work out, I'll just throw my name into the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Did you already plan it when you were in the Great Hall? Lucas nodded calmly. Of course he didn't plan it then. It can only be said that Dumbledore was thinking a little too much. But that didn't stop Lucas from acting like he had everything planned. Dumbledore's eyes turned serious. Lucas believed that his weight in the old man's heart was much heavier. Then the three made some plans for the Triwizard Tournament. At the same time, Lucas also learned from Dumbledore that Harry has been seeing Voldemort in his sleep recently. And when he woke up, the scar on his forehead hurt like he was being burnt. Lucas knew that this meant that Harry had made a connection with Voldemort's soul now that he has his Babamort body, allowing him to see something through Voldemort's soul fragment inside him. When asked where Dumbledore got the news from, he honestly revealed that Sirius provided it. That stupid dog had indeed been hidden by Dumbledore. With plans for the Triwizard Tournament finalized, the three of them ended this conversation and went to prepare their own tasks. The next day, the storm that lasted for 2 days finally calmed down. Lucas and his 3 girlfriends were sitting at the long Ravenclaw table having breakfast. Hermione looked at the class schedule for this school year seriously. Since withdrawing from several useless elective courses, she has plenty of free time for more important matters now. Oh, Tilda, in addition to herbology in the morning, there is also defense against the dark arts. It's really rare to take defense against the dark arts on the first day of school. Thinking about the class on the unforgivable curses, Lucas frowned slightly. Just when he was about to say something, more than 100 owls flew into the Great Hall. Lucas had just opened today's Daily Prophet when he suddenly heard Draco's voice coming from behind mocking Weasley. Chapter 204. Weasley, come and see, your father is in the newspaper again. Draco waved the Daily Prophet in his hand and read to Ron. Albert Weasley, accused of owning a flying car 2 years ago, was involved in an altercation with a Muggle policeman yesterday. Draco's voice was so loud that the entire Great Hall could hear it. Finally, he also showed the newspaper to the crowd. The headline on the front page was a photo of Arthur Weasley with the Muggle police. Seeing Mr. Weasley's restrained and comical look in the photo, there were a few chuckles around. Ron flushed, and just as he was about to retort, he heard Draco's voice again. Seriously, the Daily Prophet reporter didn't even get his name right. Malfoy, Ron stood up angrily, apparently planning to do something. Seeing this, Harry hastily stopped him. Draco. Luca's voice also came from the Ravenclaw long table. Draco glanced in his direction, restraining the mocking look on his face. Originally, everything was over. Unfortunately, the scene just now was watched by the fake Moody. What I hate the most is when someone talks about someone else's parents. It's very rude. Fake Moody limped to Harry and Ron with his staff. The reason why he did it. Besides wanting to gain Harry's trust, he also wanted to teach Lucius Malfoy's son a lesson. In the eyes of this fanatic of Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy's behavior back then, of renouncing his master and faking being under the imperious curse, was enough to be called betrayal. Facing Moody, there was a hint of horror in Draco's eyes. There are currently rumors about Mad-Eye Moody, who describe him as more terrifying than dark wizards. Barty, always the drama queen, imitated Moody's character perfectly. So he drew his wand and pointed it at the Draco, and everyone thought it made sense. Isn't it a little too much for a professor to point his wand at his students? A sudden voice interrupted the fake Moody. When he looked at the blonde boy walking towards him, his magic eye turned wildly. I know you, Lucas Grindelwald. Your father is even worse than Malfoy's father. Are you really a professor? Lucas was not angry, but looked at the fake Moody on the opposite side with some doubts on his face. Now I doubt whether you have the ability to be a teacher of the defense against the dark arts course with such a violent personality. HMPH, I'll let you see if I'm capable. Fake Moody swung his wand, and a red spell flew towards Lucas. Lucas greeted him with his wand, and the two spells were entangled and emitted a blinding light. The two put on a wonderful lesson called Hogwarts welding techniques for the people in the Great Hall. Lucas and fake Moody were at odds with each other, constantly increasing the magic power. It wasn't until Dumbledore arrived, after receiving the news, that the two were finally separated. Alistair, casting spells on students is not allowed at Hogwarts. I hope you understand. Seeing Dumbledore's serious expression, Crouch Jr. nodded, imitating Moody's reactions perfectly. Mr. Grindelwald, I will have to deduct 10 points from Slytherin House for attacking a professor, and please go to Professor Snape's office for detention. Okay, Headmaster. Lucas glanced at fake Moody, before leaving with his eyes full of contempt. The crowd also gradually dispersed, but their discussions about Lucas never stopped. Many people learned that Lucas actually has the strength to fight against Mad-Eye Moody. More than one person beat their chest or stomped their feet to express regret. Really, why did I finish my breakfast so quickly? I missed such a good show. This is the most commonly heard phrase in Hogwarts today. The Slytherins and his girlfriends were very worried about Lucas being punished, especially as class time approached, but they still couldn't see Lucas. So much so that in herbology class, both Harry and Ron endured stares from the entire Slytherin fourth year. But the two didn't care about it, they even felt a little proud. Ron, especially, kept whispering that Lucas had finally met his nemesis. In his and Harry's opinion, Mad-Eye Moody is indeed Lucas' nemesis. You have to know that in the past 3 years, Lucas has never been deducted points at the beginning of the term. But this time, he even got points deducted by Dumbledore himself. Because of this small incident today, Harry's affection for the fake Moody skyrocketed. So where is Lucas at this time? He was standing on the side of the road leading to the third greenhouse, accompanying Luna to observe the bowtruckles on a tree. Mr. Lucas, I heard you had a big fight with Professor Moody in the Great Hall just now. Indeed, Lucas nodded. Mad-Eye isn't very friendly with us people. Luna agreed with his words. She then said seriously, my father once said that Mad-Eye Moody may have been attacked by some kind of mysterious creature, so he became a little crazy. In short, many people in the Ministry of Magic are abnormal, such as Minister Fudge. I think he has a dangerous army of heliopaths. She had just finished speaking when she heard Luca's laugh beside her. What's the matter, don't you think so? No, I'm convinced of that too. It was the first time that Luna's point of view was recognized by others, which made her feel more and more attached to Lucas. The two continued to observe the Bowtruckles playing until Lucas had to leave. Once the belated Lucas entered the third greenhouse, Hermione and the Slytherin students, who were originally absent-minded, were finally relieved. Seeing him coming, Professor Sprout smiled and waved. "Just waiting for you, my boy. Today we are collecting the pus of bubitubers, come on." Lucas walked up to Hermione and gave her a comforting look. The pus of the bubituber is used to make a salve for stubborn acne, and at your current age, you will probably need it soon. If you do find an intractable pimple, trust your professor and try the pus of the bubituber. Though you shouldn't try using it undiluted, it can do funny things to unprotected skin. The students who were dealing with the pus nodded while enduring their nausea. Soon it was time for herbology to end. Most students were retching when they walked out of the greenhouse, cleaning up the bad smell on their bodies. Oh, how wonderful that the next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron put away his timetable. He couldn't wait to go back to the castle. Harry was also very interested in Professor Moody's first class, while Lucas was also interested in the class. However, what he was interested in was obviously different from Harry and Ron. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Fake Moody stood upright by the podium. There were many bottles and jars on the desk, which were filled with various bugs. These are the materials that will be used in the class. Alastor Moody, Exorer, Ministry Malcontent, and your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I have been invited by Dumbledore to take over the class. Lucas sat below, watching Crouch Jr. perform. It has to be said that Crouch Jr. performed Moody's crazy, manic, and irritable character to the fullest. No wonder he could even fool that old fox Dumbledore. When it comes to the dark arts, I prefer practice, because only in this way can you understand the horror of black magic. So who can tell me, how many unforgivable curses are there? Hermione is still the same as ever. As soon as the fake Moody's voice faded away, her hand was already raised high in the air. Hermione Granger. There are 3 in total, sir. Fine, using any of them will get you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. After the fake Moody finished speaking, he picked up the chalk and wrote what he said on the blackboard. Put away the useless books in your hands. From now on, you will no longer need that. I read about your class from Lupin, that you've done boggarts, grindelows, etc. But in my opinion, your learning progress is simply too far behind. I will spend a year teaching you how to fight against evil. And today, our first class starts with understanding the unforgivable curses, Ron Weasley. Ron was shocked when he heard him shout his name. You're Arthur's kid, right? Fake Moody smiled, but his horrible face was even more terrifying when he smiled. Seeing Ron nod, the smile on Fake Moody's face widened. Then tell me about an unforgivable curse you know. Well, I heard my father talk about one, the Imperious Curse. That's right. It caused a lot of trouble for the ministry back then. Fake Moody nodded fiercely. He turned and took a spider from the bottle on his desk. Ron leaned back unconsciously when he saw it. Engorgio. The spell made the spider the size of a crab. Fake Moody looked at the students in the classroom with a big spider in his hand. Maybe it was because he was too excited, which caused his blue magic eye to spin wildly. It made his madness look even more serious. He aimed his wand at the spider on his palm, and his expression suddenly became fierce. Imperio. The originally lively spider suddenly became dull. The fake Moody turned around slowly, and his blue magical eye locked on Lucas Grindelwald not far away in an instant. He held up his palm, as if he was demonstrating to the other party. Chapter 205. The students probably didn't expect Professor Moody to actually use the unforgivable curse. So after he cast the Imperious Curse, the classroom became extremely quiet. The incantation of the Imperious Curse is Imperio. Many years ago, many people claimed that they were controlled by the Imperious Curse and were forced to obey he who must not be named. For this reason, many people have escaped the punishment of wizarding laws. The most important work of the Ministry of Magic at that time was to distinguish whether those people were working for that man actively or passively. Moody kept his eyes on Draco Malfoy when he said this. Obviously, His father was one of those who used this excuse to escape punishment. After saying this, Moody waved his wand, causing the spider to stand up in 2 legs and tap dance in his palm. Most students were amused by the funny appearance of the spider, but their laughs managed to piss off the fake Moody. As a representative figure of moodiness, he needed no reason at all to get angry. "If I cast this spell on you, would you still find it funny?" His ferocious face successfully made the classroom fall into silence again. He stopped controlling the spider, looked at everyone with a cold expression and said, "The Imperious Curse, the person under the curse will be completely controlled by the caster. If I tell you to jump off the stairs, you won't hesitate. I can even make you swallow this grown spider alive in your throat. This is the horror of the Imperious Curse." The magic eye of Moody spun quickly, taking a panoramic view of everyone's terrified expressions. But when he saw Lucas, the magic eye paused. "Don't worry, I will teach you how to resist this curse, of course. This requires a certain amount of willpower. If you feel that you are not strong enough, try to avoid the person who might cast this spell." He then actually taught everyone how to resist the Imperious Curse. Lucas didn't know if that counted as training the enemy. After all, when they fought against Voldemort later, many of the people present were the main force. What's even more ridiculous is that the only person who has taught the students how to fight in so many years of school is actually a Death Eater. Once the teaching of the Imperious Curse was over, fake Moody looked at the students in the classroom again. Probably because they felt the sincerity under his fierce appearance, many people raised their hands to answer questions this time. Lucas even spotted Neville among the raised hands. The same Neville that, besides answering questions on herbology, never raises his hand in any other class. I think your name is Neville Longbottom, right?" Neville stood up and nodded. "Come on, tell me what you know about the unforgivable curses." "The Cruciatus Curse." Neville's voice was very low, not even Seamus next to him heard it, but the fake Moody clearly heard what Neville said. He looked at Neville with sympathy, as if he wasn't the one who tortured Neville's parents back then. "That's right, Barty Crouch Jr., pretending to be Mad-Eye Moody. In the past, he was a member of the Death Eater squad led by Bellatrix. It was also Bellatrix's squad that was responsible for torturing Neville's parents into insanity. So it's very disgusting for him to put on this look of sympathy now. But when it comes to acting skills, he might actually be deserving of a few Oscars. The Cruciatus Curse is a very terrifying curse that makes life worse than death." Moody picked up the enlarged spider again. "Crucio." As soon as the words fell, the spider started screeching in pain. Its 8 legs were bent upwards, its body was constantly twisting and twitching, and people could feel its pain just by looking at it. And the other person who suffered was Neville. Looking at the appearance of the spider, he seemed to think of his parents going through the same torture. At this moment, Neville finally realized what kind of torture his parents had endured. The spider's screeching made everyone in the classroom uncomfortable, and some even covered their ears. But fake Moody didn't intend to end it just like that. He seemed to be caught in some strange memory. Looking at the tortured spider, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Confringe." A spell hit the spider in Moody's palm with precision, making it explode, and the viscous liquid stained Moody's jacket, which was quite disgusting to watch. Fake Moody was furious when someone interrupted his enjoyment. Seeing Lucas slowly retracting his wand, a malevolent gleam flashed in his good remaining eye. "Lucas Grindelwald, tell me about the next unforgivable curse." The Killing Curse, also known as the Avada Kedavra Curse or the Death Curse, is a powerful curse that can kill you instantly. Fake Moody actually praised him after hearing this. Very good. The Killing Curse is different from the Cruciatus Curse just now. The Cruciatus Curse is more suitable for torturing others by causing extreme pain in your whole body. As long as you learn the Cruciatus Curse, you will no longer need those instruments of torture or knives. And the Killing Curse is a good way to kill people. As Mr. Grindelwald said, the person who gets hit by the curse dies. "The Killing Curse, a very vicious curse," said the fake Moody, taking another spider out of the jar. He limped up to Lucas and placed the spider on his desk. Evada kedavra. The sudden incantation startled everyone. A green light flew from the tip of the wand, and at the same time, there was a miserable howl. The sound made the students in the classroom shudder. The person who feels the deepest about this is probably Harry. He seemed to hear his mother's scream in the green light just now. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry looked at his friend and shook his head. "Yeah, I'm fine." Even though he said this, his hand touched the lightning scar on his forehead unconsciously. Back to fake Moody. When he was casting the killing curse, his eyes were fixed on the blonde boy in front of him, as if he was regarding the spider on the table as Lucas himself. When the killing curse demonstration was over, he said in a cold tone, "The killing curse requires strong magic power and intent to cast successfully. If you were to cast it at me, I would probably only have a little nosebleed at most." Lucas saw the fake Moody staring at him and guessed these words were probably meant for him. Watching the spider that had curled up as it died, his expression didn't change, and he even gave the fake Moody an appreciative glance. "Professor, I remember you said just now that no matter which of the 3 unforgivable curses you use, you will get a one-way ticket to Azkaban, right?" Seeing the fake Moody nod, Lucas suddenly smiled. Didn't the professor get 3 one-way tickets to Azkaban just now? When he had finished speaking, he drew his wand again. Accompanied by the appearance of a silver light, his long dragon patronus quickly flew out of the classroom. "This is..." "Of course, I sent the patronus to inform Headmaster Dumbledore that someone has used the unforgivable curse in the school. And it's 3 in turn, so I'm afraid the Ministry of Magic must be notified." Fake Moody's expression changed. Was he afraid of being held accountable for using the unforgivable curse? After all, with the credit and fame of Alistair Moody, there is nothing wrong with demonstrating the unforgivable curses in class. What fake Moody is afraid of is giving away a tell by being in too much contact with Dumbledore and people from the Ministry. Looking at the kid who was staring at him with a smile on his face, fake Moody gritted his back molars hard. "Snort Tilda. Just now we talked about the issue of instant death under the killing curse. As far as we know, the only person who has survived the killing curse is the one in front of me." At this point, the fake Moody had already walked in front of Harry, and he looked at the savior with pity and distress in his eyes. Sadness flashed across Harry's eyes when he saw this, and he couldn't help but think of his parents. They died to protect him after all. Then he thought of Peter Pettigrew's heinous behavior of betraying his parents, but immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his scar. "Hey kid, are you okay?" The pain came and went quickly. Seeing Harry shake his head to indicate that he was fine, fake Moody turned to look at the other students again. "As I said just now, the killing curse requires powerful magic power and intent to cast. If you use too little magic power, it will only cause nosebleeds. And even if you have the magic power, if you don't really want to kill, it won't kill anyone. Then I'll pick someone and let him tell you what it's like to be under the killing curse. Lucas Grindelwald, it's up to you." Hearing the fake Moody calling Lucas' name, Hermione nervously took her boyfriend's hand. "Don't worry, it's fine." Soothing her, Lucas stood up and looked at Mad-Eye across the way. He knew that the other party was just trying to find fault so he could punish him or something. If he gives in, then this matter will be over. But if he is not convinced that fake Moody might really dare to cast a weakened version of the killing curse on him. "Professor, how about we cast spells on each other to be fair?" He didn't wait for Moody to answer and swung his wand, sending a disarming charm at him. Chapter 206. Barty Crouch Jr. was an inner circle Death Eater. In terms of combat, he is not inferior to the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. So facing the disarming spell flying towards him, he didn't panic. Instead, he calmly drew out his wand to deal with it. Confringe. Afflicta. Bombarda. Incendio. Lucas wasn't about to stop. He threw 4 spells at the fake Moody in a row, forcing the opponent to fight back. Whether it's Crouch Jr. or the real Mad-Eye Moody, they are not the type to swallow their anger. So a battle between professor and student started. The other students in the classroom ran to the walls on both sides, looking worriedly at the 2 people dueling in the middle. How did it become like this? What's wrong with Grindelwald? Why does it sound like he's deliberately troubling Professor Moody? Would you be angry if you were subjected to the killing curse? That would be to joke with your own life. Someone in the crowd stood by Lucas and spoke for him, while others chose to defend Mad-Eye Moody. Harry and his companions, obviously, are on the second list. Harry looked at Lucas, who was dueling with Professor Moody with envy in his eyes. He didn't know when he would reach this level. Just watch. Professor Moody will definitely teach that arrogant Grindelwald a lesson. Ron simply looked at Lucas annoyed. He believed that Mad-Eye Moody would win the final victory. The duel was still going on, and the spells used were getting more and more advanced, even dangerous. Crucio, Pratigo Diabolica. The unforgivable curse and blue fire appeared in the classroom. But fortunately, both of them restrained their strength. The fake Moody's Cruciatus seemed to miss Luca's body on purpose. Luca's fire just raged around him, and it didn't actually burn anything. Both of them understood in their hearts. If they really fight, none of them can escape the investigation. As long as they don't go over the top, they can still use the excuse of a friendly duel. The two seem to have reached a strange understanding. Lucas raised his wand again, but just when he was about to cast the spell. A loud shout came from behind, Expelliarmus. The disarming spell hit Lucas' wand. He turned his head to look at the attacker indifferently and saw that Harry was pointing at himself with his wand. Lucas, Professor Moody is our teacher. You shouldn't be fighting him. Harry Potter, Lucas said the other party's name in a low voice. At the same time, Moody pointed his wand at Lucas and cast a silent, stunning charm. Lucas dodged the spell, waved his right hand, and the parchments on the desk flew up. Those parchments revolved around the fake Moody, and from time to time, there were one or two hitting his face. Lucas took the opportunity to get close to the opponent and performed a jaw kick that smashed the fake Moody's jaw. At the same time, Gryffindor's sword appeared in his left hand, and Lucas swung the sword, cutting off the fake Moody's prosthetic leg. The other hand recalled his wand. Before Harry could react, he used the disarming charm to knock him into the air. Harry bumped against the classroom wall, and before he could recover from the pain, he saw countless magic wands appearing in front of his eyes. The first to point at him was actually Hermione's Vinewood wand. Seeing the hatred in Hermione Granger's eyes, Harry suddenly realized that he seemed to have done a very stupid thing just now. When Dumbledore arrived with several professors, it was to find a fake Moody in distress, and Harry surrounded by students from Slytherin House. Lucas, what the hell is going on here? Then you need to ask the famous Mr. Harry Potter. Seeing the anger on Lucas' face, the professors set their sights on Harry, who hesitated for a long time. His face turned red and he didn't speak clearly. In the end, students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stood up and helped the professors understand the truth of the matter. Dumbledore and Professor Snape looked at Harry in disbelief. They also understood why Lucas was so angry. And what about Professor Moody? Hearing Dumbledore's question, a Hufflepuff started to explain again. Knowing the detailed process, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "Alistair, how can you use the unforgivable curse on students?" "You are absolutely crazy, Headmaster Dumbledore. I recommend that Alistair Moody be removed from his position as a professor." Fake Moody was a little flustered now. He looked at Dumbledore and said, "Albus, I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't use a lot of force. Even the Cruciatus curse I used later missed on purpose. Rather than saying that we were fighting, it is better to say that we were dueling. As for Harry, he was also just helping me, so please don't blame him." Hearing that Professor Moody did not forget to speak up for himself at this time, Harry was overwhelmed with gratitude. Dumbledore listened carefully, picking up on Moody's slurred words. "Alistair, I think you need Madame Pomfrey's help right now. But before that, I need to punish you. For the next month, you will not be able to teach defense against the dark arts. I hope you can reflect on yourself these days, and Severus will help you by taking over your lessons for now." Under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and several other professors, Moody nodded reluctantly. This meant that his chances of getting in touch with Harry would decrease again, so he gave Lucas another look before being carried away. His eyes seemed to be filled with only anger, but there was an inextricable hatred in his eyes. Seeing those eyes, Lucas knew that his job was done. When Moody was carried out of the classroom, Lucas and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Although there was a little accident in the process, the result was still good. Before Lucas led the people from his house to leave the classroom, he took a cold look at Harry, who was sitting on the ground. That look of his terrified Harry. Once the Slytherins left, Harry saw Dumbledore and the professors walking towards him. "Harry, you shouldn't attack your classmates at any time, let alone a sneak attack from behind. In order to let you remember this lesson, I will deduct 50 points from Gryffindor." Harry didn't expect the punishment to be so severe, but before he could react and try to defend himself, Dumbledore left the classroom. Professor Snape let out a disdainful chuckle before leaving. This matter was far from over today. Under the promotion of the other 3 houses, the incident swept through Hogwarts like a gust of wind, and everyone learned that Harry Potter's sneak attacked Lucas Grindelwald, who was busy dueling, nearly getting him hurt. Harry Potter has completely become the sworn enemy of Slytherin. Even Draco, who was a good friend of his, no longer took the initiative to speak to Harry. "Look, Harry Potter is here. How embarrassing to sneak attack someone from behind. If it wasn't for Mr. Grindelwald's superior skills, he might be injured by now. To be able to still win under such conditions is amazing." Harry walked through the corridor with his head down, not daring to look at the sneering faces of the crowd. Hearing the sound of discussion coming from everywhere around him, he quickened his pace and fled this place quickly. This situation continued until the end of September. With the arrival of October, the attention of the students in the castle was all attracted by another matter. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang schools of witchcraft and wizardry are coming soon. The original dirty corners of the castle have been thoroughly cleaned. Several unattractive portraits in the corridor were also taken down, and the suits of armor polished. Even the ghosts tidied themselves up. It was all for the upcoming 2 schools. Not only that, in order to welcome the arrival of the 2 schools, the Great Hall was also specially decorated. The Golden Lion red banner representing Gryffindor. The Silver Snake green banner representing Slytherin. The Golden Eagle blue banner representing Ravenclaw. The Black Badger yellow banner representing Hufflepuff. And most importantly, the Hogwarts banner surrounded by the 4 house emblems. The whole room was filled with the atmosphere of Hogwarts. Even the magic on the ceiling turned into sunlight in autumn. With the arrival of October 30th, the students have been a little absent-minded all day, and the professors were also very forgiving. Even Professor Snape didn't scold them too much for being distracted. The sun was almost setting. Today's classes ended half an hour early. Everyone put on clean robes as required, and also put on Hogwarts cloaks. The weather at the end of October is already very cold, but even the cold couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the students. The 4 houses gathered in front of the school under the leadership of their respective heads of house, getting ready for the upcoming welcome ceremony. The students gathered together, trying to guess how the 2 schools will appear in a while. Some people think that they are coming by train. Others suggested that the 2 schools would come flying on broomsticks. Just then, Dumbledore, who stood next to the professors, looked at the distant sky and said suddenly, "If I read correctly, it should be the delegation from Beauxbaton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately started looking for the so-called Beauxbaton delegation. Until a student pointed to the distant sky and said, "Look, over there in the sky." Chapter 207. The setting sun in early winter barely brought a little warmth to the students. At the same time, Beauxbaton's carriage was also brought. It was a huge carriage. From a distance, it looked very small, but once it was approaching, they realized that it was the size of a house, soaring through the sky, being drawn by 12 Abraxan horses. Abraxans are a kind of Pegasus. They are very large in size, and each one is about the size of an elephant. Lucas tightened his cloak. He didn't really want to come out to meet the 2 schools in such cold weather. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Lucas's expression has not changed. It is still elegant and charming as always. But the 3 girls around him could clearly feel his dissatisfaction. My dear, they are guests. Of course I know, otherwise why would I appear here? Lucas looked at Hermione and raised an eyebrow. My lord, are you unhappy? Astoria's voice came from beside him. Seeing her concerned eyes, Lucas smiled and shook his head. Why do you ask that? Because I feel that the Lord Chief seems unhappy. The eyes of his 3 girlfriends looked at the petite girl instantly, and this made her very nervous, feeling as if she was under scrutiny. At this time, Beauxbaton's carriage had heavily landed from the sky. The tall Abraxans put a lot of pressure on the students. The 12 horses snorted and looked at the crowd with red eyes, as if they were about to launch an attack at any time. They were clearly putting on a show of strength. Those smarter students immediately understood Beauxbaton's plan. Hermione frowned, and her original expectations for the 2 schools dropped a lot in an instant. The strong sense of oppression made the students in the front row keep retreating. Unfortunately, Harry and his friends were in the first row. Seeing the huge horse hooves being raised, Ron became pale with fright. Although Harry is better than his friends in the courage department, it is also limited. If it weren't for the people behind, he might be sitting on the ground with his buttocks. Snort Tilda. A heavy, cold snort attracted the attention of the Abraxans. Luca's elf aura made them restless. They kept trampling the ground with their horseshoes. This made Madame Maxime, who was ready to get off the carriage, almost fall down. Waiting until the horses regained their composure, the head mistress of Beauxbaton's didn't bother to put on airs anymore. She quickly let the boy next to her open the carriage door and lower the stairs. Fleur de Lacre stood behind her head mistress with a very nervous expression. She was too familiar with that aura that was released just now. It was the boy she met once in France, the person she couldn't forget even after 2 years. Does he remember me? She was feeling a little apprehensive. When she came back to her senses, she found that Madame Maxime had already walked ahead. She didn't have time to think so much, and hurriedly followed the giant woman's footsteps. All the students of Hogwarts gathered outside the carriage, but Fleur still found Lucas in the crowd with a single glance. Seeing the beautiful girls around him, not only was Fleur not angry, but she also felt it was just right. If there is no one pursuing such an outstanding boy like Lucas, that can only mean that the eyes of those women are blind. When he noticed someone staring at him, Lucas followed the feeling and found that the one staring at him was Fleur de Lacre, that beautiful Vila. He smiled slightly and nodded at her, and Fleur lowered her head when she saw it, but she was very excited inside her mind. He remembers me. Fleur, it's a bit cold outside, let's go into the castle first. Hearing Madame Maxime's words from ahead, she hurriedly followed her into the school. The sun had now set almost completely, and there was only a ray of afterglow coming from behind the mountain. With the sun gone, the only thing they could feel was the bitter cold wind. Lucas beckoned his girlfriends to approach him, and a small ball of fire appeared in the palm of his hand, looking like a miniature sun. Let's get a bit of warmth. He could have used warming charms, but somehow, doing this just felt better. His eyes looked towards the Black Lake, and his expression turned a bit annoyed. Igor Karkaroff. He repeated the name in his mind. He'd better show up soon in his stupid ship, because if he makes them wait any longer, he can't guarantee that he will not throw the fiendfire in his hand at the ship's mast. Look at the lake, there's something there. The student that shouted should have really good eyesight. Otherwise, the only explanation is that he must be following a script, because Lucas couldn't see anything in this darkness. Lucas complained in his heart and looked at the 3-masted sailboat that had surfaced. Heavy, neat steps, wearing tightly padded coats. The Durmstrang students came off the boat looking like bears. Leading the charge was none other than Durmstrang's headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, and beside him was his favorite student, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker. "Oh, Tilda Albus, my old friend." Karkaroff hugged Dumbledore warmly. As a Death Eater, not only did he get along with the old bee in such a friendly way. After leaving Azkaban, he actually became the headmaster of Durmstrang. It has to be said that Karkaroff is indeed quite capable. It's just a pity that he is too timid. Harry, look, it's Krum, and he's actually here. Ron Weasley's excited voice was heard from the side, sounding almost like a fangirl. Lucas sneered and walked towards the Great Hall with his girlfriends. Now that the other two schools have been welcomed, naturally, he didn't want to stay outside for one more second. When they entered the Great Hall, the Beauxbaton students were already seated at the Ravenclaw long table. Dumbledore, who came later, arranged Durmstrang's students to sit at the Slytherin long table. Not only people from two schools came here today, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman also took their seats on the teacher's table early. Lucas sat at his usual place at the Slytherin table, took out his wand and tapped it on the table. Then a cup of steaming black tea appeared in front of him. This made those Durmstrang students very curious. Especially Krum, who was feeling cold. He also wanted a cup to warm himself up, so he knocked on the table like Lucas did. But all he got was the good-natured laughter of the Slytherins around. Mr. Krum, at Hogwarts, apart from the professors, only our chief has such special treatment. Draco, as an avid Quidditch fan, did his part and explained for Krum. In fact, he didn't understand why Lucas can get such treatment either. He thought it might be Dumbledore who gave him this privilege. He probably would have never imagined that Lucas inherited Helga Hufflepuff's secret garden and also got her cup. Hence the command of the house elves. After all, the first house elves at Hogwarts were all brought in by Helga. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and ghosts, welcome to Hogwarts, and now please enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Dumbledore's words came from the teacher's table. At the same time, various dishes appeared on the long tables, but this time it also included a lot of French, German, Bulgarian, Swedish, and even Russian food, since Durmstrang takes students from various countries. This made the guests from afar very satisfied. In the Ravenclaw long table, while eating the food in front of her, Hermione stared at the silver-haired girl not far away. "Hermione, what are you looking at?" Cho looked in the direction Hermione was looking at, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "What a beautiful girl." HMPH, I'm afraid it's not as simple as being beautiful. That beautiful girl has stared at Lucas 41 times since we entered the Great Hall. Huh? Cho looked at Hermione in surprise. Her surprise was actually aimed at the good sister beside her. Just how bored was she to be counting how many times someone glances at their boyfriend? Looks like someone was feeling threatened. HMPH, it seems that Lucas has something to hide from us. He seemed to have a beautiful encounter during his time in France. She guessed immediately that they might have met before. After Hermione finished speaking, the fork in her hand stabbed hard into a piece of chicken. Soon, everyone wiped out the food in front of them. When the last person puts down the food in their hands, the leftovers on the table immediately disappear without a trace. Even the dinner plates were clean and tidy again. Dumbledore strolled up to the podium in front. First of all, allow me to introduce two guests to everyone. The first is Mr. Barty Crouch, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Crouch still looked serious as always. After standing up and waving his hand slightly to everyone, he sat back in his seat. Next is Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bagman's popularity among students was pretty high. After all, he used to be a famous Quidditch player before. With the efforts of the two directors, we can gather here today. So the two directors will form a judging team along with the headmasters of the three schools. We will score the performance of the three champions in the tasks. Now let us bring the impartial judge that's going to be selecting each school champion, the Goblet of Fire. Filch walked towards the front with a large wooden box in his hands. There was also a little white cat by his side. It is said that it was given to him by Hagrid to replace the dead Mrs. Norris. With the wooden box placed in front of Dumbledore, he drew his wand lightly, and the exterior of the wooden box melted like snow. A quaint wooden cup appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a blue-white flame rose from the cup. The Goblet of Fire, which had been dusty for many years, was once again lit in front of everyone. Chapter 208. Once the Goblet of Fire appeared, it seemed to overwhelm other light sources in the Great Hall. The whole room lights were gradually turned by the goblet's flames into a faint blue color. Dumbledore stood by the Goblet of Fire and made the introduction. This magical competition will run through the entire school year. They will measure your courage, talent, and ability to deal with danger. As I said before, there will be a total of 3 champions participating in the competition, and we will score according to their performance in each task. And the person with the highest score in the first 2 tasks will get an advantage in the final task. After introducing the basic situation, next comes the registration method that everyone cares about the most. Looking at the expectant eyes of the students, Dumbledore smiled and didn't continue to stall. Those who want to sign up must write their names neatly on the parchment, and then throw the parchment into the goblet of fire. Starting tomorrow morning, you will have 2 days and 1 night to consider whether to sign up. On Halloween night, the Goblet of Fire will select 3 champions to participate. In addition, I want to remind you that the Goblet of Fire is a very powerful item. If you are selected, you will be bound by magic. You must participate, and you cannot back out of the tournament. So, please seriously consider whether you want to participate in this Triwizard tournament, because it is not for the faint of heart. Of course, I said before that students under the age of 17 will not be able to participate. I will draw an age line around the Goblet of Fire personally later. People under the age of 17 will be excluded from the age line, and the Goblet of Fire will be placed here in the Great Hall. If you want to sign up, please put your name in before the time limit. After speaking, Dumbledore drew the age line around the Goblet of Fire in front of everyone. Many students who originally wanted to register secretly showed frustrated expressions. This also included the Weasley twins. Obviously, a month has already passed, but the 2 still haven't given up the idea of participating. They looked at each other and immediately thought of a way. Aging potion. 3 voices sounded at the same time. The twins grinned treacherously with their pal Lee Jordan. Waiting until Dumbledore announces that they can leave, they immediately walk out of the Great Hall. Since there's still some time before the curfew, many young wizards chose to stay in the Great Hall, wanting to see if anyone signed up. Certainly, some of the guys stayed to mingle with people from the other 2 schools. Like Slytherin's resident horndog, Blaise Zabini. The moment Dumbledore announced the end of the banquet, he walked towards Ravenclaw's long table immediately. And his goal was very clear: the ladies of Beauxbatons. Harry and Ron also stayed behind. This is the second time Ron has seen a Vila counting the World Cup, but it seems he still has the same resistance to their allure as the first time, which is absolutely none. So after seeing Fleur de Lacre, who was incredibly beautiful even by Vila standards, he became obsessed with her right away. Harry, what do you think I should say so as not to offend her? You have to be polite like Lucas. Ron frowned, but nodded anyway. 2 people who never had a girlfriend discussing how to get the attention of a beautiful lady. After preparing himself psychologically, Ron finally mustered his Gryffindor courage to walk over to the long table of Ravenclaw. At this moment, Fleur was accompanying her sister to chat with Hermione and other Ravenclaws. Hearing Fleur intentionally or unintentionally shifting the topic to Lucas, Hermione blamed her boyfriend inwardly. Miss de Lacre, how did you meet Mr. Grindelwald? The people who were sorted to Ravenclaw were not fools. When they saw their housemate was embarrassed to ask, several girls helped Hermione to find out the news. Fleur blushed slightly and whispered to everyone. It was at the French Ministry of Magic. Meeting Mr. Grindelwald that day is something that I will not forget for the rest of my life. Cho remembered how her boyfriend led people straight into the French Ministry of Magic in such an imposing way, and unconsciously nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, Fleur's blushing appearance was seen by Ron, who just walked over. There was no resistance to Vila allure at all. His eyes looked somewhat lost, and his overall expression was quite stupid. Hi, Fleur de Miss de la Cool, hello. Ron stuttered nervously. Looking at the boy beside her, Fleur frowned slightly, but out of politeness, she nodded and asked, Hello, sir, what can I do for you? Seeing his friend's expression, Harry knew in his heart that it was useless. The tone of the silver-haired girl revealed her rejection when she spoke. Even a bit of scorn could be seen in her eyes when she noticed that the red-haired baboon was drooling. Her expression became extremely cold. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Fleur had a very bad impression of Ron. Only Ron couldn't see it. Hearing Fleur's beautiful voice, he was completely lost in his fantasy. Seeing that the boy in front of her didn't speak for a long time, but instead kept giggling stupidly, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She has seen this expression too many times already. "Excuse me, I have more important things to do." Fleur apologized to Hermione and the other Ravenclaws, got up and walked towards the Slytherin long table. As a romantic French girl, Fleur isn't the type to watch her crush from afar. Seeing her in action, the students in the Great Hall seemed to have found something interesting. One by one, they looked at the blonde boy on the long table in Slytherin. Luca's eyes were now completely empty. In fact, he was staring at the system panel in front of him. Through the 2 months of hard work during the summer vacation and the beginning of school, he has already accumulated 12,000 achievement points. There's only 1 day left until Halloween, and it is impossible to accumulate more achievement points. Since the number of lottery draws has decreased, I need to find a way to improve my luck. I can't keep abusing Felix Felicis. The side effects of drinking too much could be problematic. Lucas felt that he should go to Rowena's library to look for it. Maybe there would be a solution. It just so happened that he needs to get some useful books for the Slytherins this time. Voldemort was about to be resurrected, so the strength of these guys must be raised to a higher level. The other thing is to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. It's also not known if the fake Moody will follow through on their plan. Lucas frowned slightly and unconsciously twirled the wand in his hand. His ability made Hermione, Draco, and others envious. Several people have practiced many times, but they still can't spin the wand as easily as Lucas. Lucas also despised a few people for this. As a student struggling in the classroom and examination room, isn't turning a pen a basic skill that everyone should know? "Hello." A pleasant voice beside him interrupted his thoughts, and the spinning wand stopped at the same time. "Hello, Miss Fleur de Lacquer." Seeing that Lucas still remembered her name even after 2 years, Fleur felt very happy in her heart. She looked almost as love-struck as Ron Weasley just now. It's just that her innate beauty prevented her from looking stupid. Instead, she looked quite charming and alluring. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him that seemed lost in her fantasy, Lucas put his hand out in front of her eyes and waved it a bit. "I guess you don't remember my name." "Lucas Grindelwald, a first-year Hogwarts student. No, you should be a fourth-year student now." Seeing the satisfied smile on Lucas' face, Fleur giggled and her face couldn't stop smiling. With the blessing of her Vila heritage, her smile makes people feel that the surroundings are much brighter. Invited by Lucas, Fleur sat at the Slytherin table. Looking at the two talking and laughing, Harry sighed and patted his disappointed friend in the back. He wanted to say something comforting, but he didn't know what to say after thinking about it for a long time. After all, compared with Lucas, Ron is indeed much worse. "Grindelwald, this evil guy must have cast the imperious curse on my Fleur." "Ron, don't talk nonsense." Harry hastily stopped his friend, who never thought before speaking. He's been targeted by the Slytherin students in various ways lately. Finally, because of the arrival of the 2 other schools, he can relax a little, so he didn't want to be unnecessarily involved again because of Ron's words. Hermione was also fuming with jealousy. Seeing such a beautiful girl flirting with her boyfriend made her feel an unparalleled danger towards her position. She took Cho and Ginny's hand and walked towards the Slytherin table. This woman of unknown origin dared to approach their boyfriend. This is a provocation and a declaration of war. "Honey." Using an almost simpering tone, Hermione called Lucas, then pulled the 2 other girls and sat beside him. Lucas just glanced at it and knew that she was jealous. "This is my girlfriend, Hermione Granger, and so are the other 2, Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley." Lucas didn't hide and generously introduced them to Fleur. Fleur was not surprised either. On the contrary, the other 3 girls lowered their heads shyly. It was the first time that Lucas publicly admitted that the 3 of them were his girlfriends. The unhappiness in Hermione's heart disappeared without a trace. At this time, the eyes of Krum, who was sitting not far away, became a little dim, and he clenched his fists as he looked at Lucas. The next day arrived soon. Students from both schools also began classes at Hogwarts. At the end of each class, some people would gather in the Great Hall. The ones who came back from class would ask their friends if anyone threw the parchment into the goblet of fire. Lucas was also dragged there by Draco and others. Just when he was feeling extremely bored, the sound of orderly and heavy footsteps came from a distance. Looking at the bears who entered the Great Hall in a line, people immediately made room for them. Karkaroff accompanied his famous student proudly out of the group. Seeing the parchment in his hand, everyone guessed that Durmstrang champion was probably going to be this world-class Quidditch star, Victor Krum. Krum walked towards the goblet of fire, and when he passed Lucas on the way, a bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he was planning something. Chapter 209. Krum stepped into the age line step by step, and the Durmstrang students immediately cheered. Lucas looked at the Slytherins behind him, very puzzled. Do you understand why these people are cheering? Seeing them shaking their heads, he came to a conclusion. That is, Durmstrang's students seem to be out of their minds. Sure enough, the next scene confirmed his conjecture. When Krum threw the parchment with his name on it into the goblet of fire, the Durmstrang students burst into thunderous applause. Lucas really couldn't figure out what there was to cheer about in a boring competition. Just when he finished watching the excitement and was about to go back to his common room to read a book, suddenly he found Krum walking towards him. Lucas Grindelwald, I heard that you are also an excellent seeker, but unfortunately I can't compete with you. It's a pity that you can't participate in the Triwizard Tournament, otherwise I will let you taste my power. Boom! The Great Hall seemed to explode. When the students heard Krum's words, they all showed curious and eager expressions, as if they were waiting for the show that was coming. They turned their eyes to Lucas, wanting to hear his response. Certainly, as students of Hogwarts, of course everyone hoped that Lucas would hit back at that arrogant guy. While the Slytherins, seeing that their chief was being provoked, slowly approached from all around, and the wands of many were already in their hands. They were preparing to bring down Durmstrang's students as soon as Lucas gave the command. The atmosphere in the Great Hall became extremely dignified. Everyone looked at Lucas Grindelwald sitting at the long table. Snap tilde. Lucas closed the book in his hand. Only then did people discover that the title of the book he was reading was The Theory and Practical Application of the Three Unforgivable Curses. Krum swallowed. Even in Durmstrang, where they actually teach the dark arts, they are still absolutely prohibited from learning the three unforgivable curses. He didn't expect the blonde boy in front of him, who was even younger than him, would dare to read such a dangerous book in public. Lucas glanced at the brood in front of him, then his eyes turned to Karkaroff. Igor Karkaroff, is this the kind of student you teach? Lucas' attitude was very obvious for everyone to see. He didn't care about Krum and actually treated him like he was not even qualified to speak to him. Krum, come back. Krum glanced at Lucas unwillingly, but finally he obeyed his headmaster's words and returned to the Durmstrang group. People around had imagined many outcomes. Some thought Lucas would step up to the challenge. Maybe even choose Quidditch, or maybe a duel. Others thought that Lucas would use the Slytherins' numerical advantage to suppress Krum. But no one expected it to turn out this way. Lucas didn't even look at Krum, but talked directly to Durmstrang's headmaster. And judging from the tone, Lucas obviously put himself on the same level as Headmaster Karkaroff. What was even more unexpected was that Karkaroff endured it and called back his favorite student. This was really eye-popping. If Lucas knew what the students were thinking at the moment, he would have laughed out loud. On the same level as Karkaroff, is that trash-worthy? The tense atmosphere in the Great Hall dissipated silently. Karkaroff took his students and prepared to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly looked at a place and stopped. The Durmstrang students looked curiously, and soon some people also showed surprised expressions. Is it him? That's right, that's Harry Potter. Harry probably didn't expect to be so famous abroad. Igor Karkaroff, the former Death Eater, came up to Harry. Looking at the scar on Harry's forehead, he greeted him in a low voice. Harry Potter, hello. Looking at his big yellow teeth, Harry leaned back a bit. Let him go, Karkaroff. A loud shout came from outside the gate, and fake Moody limped in. Seeing Mad-Eye Moody, Karkaroff's expression became somewhat unnatural, because it was Mad-Eye who hunted him down for 6 months and successfully imprisoned him in Azkaban. Although he has an important position such as Durmstrang's headmaster now, he is still full of fear of Moody in his heart. "Alistair Moody, you. What about me? What do you want Harry for? If it's nothing important, get out of here before I lose my temper." HMPH Tilda. Karkaroff gave Moody a hard look, then he left the Great Hall with his students in a mighty manner. "Harry, are you all right? You have to watch out for that guy, he used to be a Death Eater." Harry was taken aback and thought that Karkaroff just wanted to make trouble for himself. At the same time, his affection for the fake Moody rose to another level. After all, he had been helping him again whenever he was in trouble. In front of so many people, casually say that the headmaster of Durmstrang is a Death Eater. "Professor Moody, are you really not afraid of getting yourself into trouble?" Luca's voice came from behind. Fake Moody changed the Oscar-worthy expression of concern in his eyes and looked behind him sharply. His magic eye spinning around wildly, as if it was about to fly out at any time. "Lucas Grindelwald. I'm here, is there something wrong?" Seeing the teasing expression in Luca's eyes, fake Moody couldn't help clenching his hand, holding the staff a little bit. "Harry, let's go, I have something to tell you." Barty Jr. eventually backed down, but before leaving, he glanced at the goblet of fire with a hint of madness in his eyes. The next day, one after another, many people put their names into the goblet of fire. After dinner was the time where the most people registered. Some may have been egged on by others. Some were probably enticed by the 1,000 galleons. Others just did it for fun. But they all wrote their names on parchment and threw it into the goblet of fire to the cheers of their friends. They were then treated like heroes and applauded. Lucas sat at the long table, watching the farce with boredom, wondering when Crouch Jr. would make his move. At this moment, Hufflepuff's badgers surrounded Cedric, who walked up to the goblet of fire. When he threw his name into the goblet, everyone started cheering. There are 4 houses in Hogwarts. At this moment, most Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs that wanted to enter have already signed up. Only Gryffindor and Slytherin remained. Gryffindor students have always been known for their courage, but so far no one has signed up, which makes the younger lions feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, the Weasley twins stepped forward at this time. Each of them drank a small vial of aging potion to make up for the few months of age difference. When they successfully entered the age circle, the Gryffindor students cheered and celebrated loudly. But unfortunately, their happiness didn't last long as a powerful magic force threw the twins out of the age line just a moment after they put their parchments inside the goblet. And as if that wasn't enough, as a punishment, the hair of the two quickly turned white, and they grew long white beards. Seeing the appearance of the two, Lucas thought it was quite funny and smiled happily. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he saw on the internet in his previous life that was used to describe the present scene. "This is the only chance the Weasley twins have to see each other in old age." This sentence is a bit sad and doesn't really fit the cheerful scene in front of him. Lucas looked thoughtfully at the two brothers who were fighting and rolling on the ground together, pulling each other's hair and beards, with people cheering them on the side. In this life, the two should be able to reach old age together. Suddenly, another shout of joy caught Lucas' attention. Angelina, one of Gryffindor's Quidditch team chasers, had just put her name into the goblet of fire. "It's really shameful. Fortunately, I just celebrated my 17th birthday a week ago. Otherwise, no one from our house will sign up." The Gryffindor female chaser sat back in her seat dissatisfied. All eyes were now on the students of the Slytherin house. It was strange that none of the Slytherins had stepped forward. Hasn't anyone signed up for Slytherin all day? Harry looked at Colin Creevey beside him. This little guy who aspires to be a reporter spent almost the whole day in the Great Hall today. No, not a single one. Harry frowned upon hearing this. Ron sneered when he saw it. It's not surprising, those guys have always been cowards that need to fight in groups. Harry shook his head slightly, then turned to look at Lucas. He couldn't figure out why Lucas would do this. In the middle of the night, the door of the Great Hall was gently pushed open. The goblet of fire blue and white flames, combined with the gloomy atmosphere of the room, added a bit of horror to it. Professor Snape, who was hidden, saw Karkaroff stepping closer to the goblet of fire. He wanted to immediately draw out his wand and step forward to question him, but he was stopped by Lucas in time. Seeing Lucas' calm eyes, Snape put away his wand and retreated back into the shadows. Not long after, another figure walked into the Great Hall. Seeing the man's appearance, both Snape and Lucas were taken aback. Chapter 210. When they saw the figure walking in from the door, the faces of the two hiding in the dark became strange. Lucas drew out his wand and wrote down a few absolute rules using the spell text. When the magic took effect, he said with a smile, "Professor, it seems that you were a little careless, and you actually let someone get your hair." Barty Crouch Jr. The icy tone conveyed Professor Snape's level of anger. If it weren't for the fear of scaring the imposter away, it's probable that he would have already rushed forward to strangle the bastard. "Don't be angry, I guess Crouch Jr. intends to blame Igor Karkaroff because he probably didn't get his hair. So he can only use your identity to invite the other party here. Karkaroff's identity is not a secret, and it is well known that he betrayed Voldemort. He must be planning to take advantage of this incident to punish the traitor." Lucas' reassurance didn't help. No one wants to see someone else behaving like themselves and using their identity. This incident also reminded Lucas. Although Polyjuice Potion can only be used for human transformation, elves are still humanoid beings. He wasn't sure if Polyjuice Potion could make someone look like himself. Even if it doesn't work, those who use Polyjuice Potion will also be able to detect that something is wrong with Lucas. "Severus, what did you call me for?" Karkaroff looked around sneakily, probably because he was afraid of being ambushed or something. The fake Snape stepped forward, showing off his left arm. "You can also see it, right? He's coming back soon." Looking at the dark mark that has been gradually darkening the past few weeks, a horrified look appeared on Karkaroff's face. It was clear he was terrified of the master he betrayed returning. "Impossible, hasn't he already?" "Don't lie to yourself, Karkaroff. See your left arm. You can't fail to notice that the color of the dark mark is gradually getting darker. You should understand that this mark will only appear like this if his power starts to recover." Karkaroff swallowed. The fake Snape in front of him seemed to be his only lifeline. "Severus, you must have something, right? Or what does Dumbledore have?" Tilda, a familiar sneer came. Lucas looked strangely at Professor Snape beside him. "Professor, don't you think that Crouch Jr. is very good at imitating you? His imitation of Mad Eye is also really good. I feel like he lost his calling by not becoming an actor. His performance is worthy of an Oscar." "What is an Oscar?" Lucas forgot that the old bat was addicted to potions, and Lily Evans, so he didn't care about Muggle affairs. "It's nothing, it's just an award for actors." HMPH Tilda. The conversation started with a sneer and ended with a cold snort. The two looked back at the two who were next to the goblet of fire. "Dumbledore? He was thinking about how to arrange one more contestant for Hogwarts at the moment, and he doesn't have much free time to think about it." "What?" Karkaroff was very surprised. "He's cheating." Seeing his angry expression, the fake Snape said slowly, "Do you still have time to think about this now? But don't worry, at least until the end of the Triwizard Tournament, the Dark Lord will not come back." Karkaroff let out a long breath. "That's fine as well. As long as he escaped here before Voldemort came back, he shouldn't have any major problems. Severus, thank you so much this time." The two then talked about some of the past for about half an hour. Then Karkaroff just left the Great Hall. Not long after he left, fake Snape walked up to the goblet of fire. "Confundo." A blinding light was released from the tip of the wand, and the blue-white flame in the goblet of fire began to swing from side to side, as if it would go out at any moment. It didn't take long before the flame suddenly turned red. Then it turned back into blue and white. Everything was done in an instant. Then fake Snape retracted his wand and took out 2 parchments from his pocket. Watching the parchments disappear into the goblet of fire, he showed a crazy smile, then turned and walked out. Lucas and the real Snape waited for another 10 minutes before approaching the Goblet of Fire. Seeing Lucas move through the age line without a hindrance, there was a flash of surprise in Snape's eyes. But Lucas just smiled and didn't give an explanation. In fact, the reason is quite simple. He has already become a mythical creature, and of course, the magic Dumbledore put on for normal wizards had no effect on him. Circling around the Goblet of Fire twice, Lucas nodded and said, "Sure enough, it's exactly what I guessed. Would you be so kind as to explain further?" Seeing Professor Snape's puzzled eyes, Lucas stared at the Goblet of Fire and said, "The Goblet of Fire is a powerful magical artifact, and it's not easy to deceive it. Barty Crouch Jr. is really not weak, he is at least at the level of an elite Auror." Snape looked at the boy beside him with cold eyes. "Mr. Grindelwald, I thought you would explain how Crouch Jr. got the Goblet of Fire to choose Mr. Potter. I didn't expect you to be praising the strength of the enemy. Why don't I go and just catch him so the two of you can have a good exchange? I think Azkaban is a good place, very suitable for the two of you." Lucas looked beside him helplessly. "Professor, don't worry. It's actually very simple. Just make the Goblet of Fire think that there are more than 3 schools participating in the competition." Lucas raised his wand as he spoke. After a while of messing around, the 2 pieces of parchment that Crouch had thrown just now appeared in his palm. Look at the handwriting. He must have taken them from some assignment so they would have our magical signature. He just had to make the goblet believe that we belong to the extra 2 schools, and as the only names of each extra school, we will definitely be selected to participate. Snape took the 2 parchments, and sure enough, just as Lucas said, it was indeed Lucas and Harry's handwriting. However, his magic power is still a little weaker. I'm afraid that his confusion spell won't last until tomorrow night. With that said, Lucas took out his wand, and his powerful magic was instantly released. Confundo. His powerful spell suppressed the flames in the cup. The originally turbulent flame finally became the size of a candle, hiding in the depths of the goblet and shaking slightly. Professor Snape looked at the boy beside him in surprise. Quasi-legendary. He didn't expect his student to grow to such an extent this fast. He, as the professor, was already left far behind. Mr. Grindelwald really hides himself deeply. I wasn't hiding it. It was just a fluke that my magic increased a lot during the summer vacation. Lucas withdrew his wand, and the blue and white flames were revived, re-emerging from the depth of the cup. That's no problem, whether it's Harry or me, we will definitely be selected. Hearing Lucas mention Harry Potter, Snape sneered and turned around to leave. By the time Lucas returned to the Slytherin common room, it was not far from midnight. After taking a shower, he was about to go to bed when the system beeped in his ears. Ding, the holiday special platinum prize pool is open for a limited time, and the opening time will last until 12 o'clock at noon. Please spend your points to your heart's content. Lucas sat up in bed with a jerk. The system actually opened the special prize pool for Halloween in advance. System, turn all my achievement points into draws. Ding, the host has a total of 12,151 achievement points. The Platinum Prize Pool requires 200 achievement points for each draw. The host can draw a total of 60 times. Would you like to start? Yes. His voice just fell, and a dazzling light appeared in front of his eyes. Lucas closed his eyes slightly, listening to the pleasant sound of receiving prizes coming from his ears. Ding, this lottery draw is over, and a total of 31 bronze rewards, 19 silver rewards, 8 gold rewards, and 2 platinum rewards have been obtained. 2 platinum rewards. Am I so lucky, or does Rowena's lucky charm really work? Lucas had been to Rowena's library before, and he really managed to find an ancient spell, the lucky charm. It is said to bring good luck and has been long lost to history. Lucas didn't dare to use it on himself, but seeing that it could be applied to items, he used it on Slytherin's locket. Taking out the locket to see that the radiance on it is still the same as before. It doesn't matter what the reason is, let's see what the reward is first. Ding, this lottery draw is over, and the 31 bronze rewards are as follows. Gold Galleon 11, total 1321, Halloween Limited Wizard Hat 3, Halloween Limited Costume 2, Horror Jack-O-Lantern 5, Grindelwald Halloween Autographed Photo 2, Duke B Halloween Limited Candy 8. Seeing the bronze rewards Lucas nodded in satisfaction. Very good, it is very stable, and the rewards are still useless. Degrees. His gaze then turned to the remaining rewards. Hopefully, they can bring him some surprises. Chapter 211. This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning 19 silver rewards. The details are as follows. Transfiguration Spell, Level 8-1. Wind Charm, Level 2-3. Arrest Momentum, Level 2-3. Exploding Curse, Level 2-3. Fireball, Level 5-1. Bombarda Maxima, Level 3-4. Shield Charm, Level 2-3. Eye Disease Curse, Level 2-1. This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting 8 gold rewards. The details are as follows. Talent Points 22. Finite, Level 3-3. Patronus Charm, Level 5-3. This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting 2 platinum rewards. The details are as follows. Soul Candy 1. Talent Breakthrough Scroll 1. Lucas watched the lottery draw in silence for a long time. If you say you are unlucky, but you get 2 platinum rewards out of 60 lottery draws, your luck is pretty good. But looking at the rewards drawn this time, Lucas didn't know what to say, especially the platinum rewards. Soul Candy. He remembered that it seemed to be something from a popular anime in his previous life. It can forcibly expel the soul from the body and leave behind an artificial soul to take care of the body temporarily. But the problem is that Lucas is not a Shinigami. His soul is quite fragile, and he doesn't have the means to preserve a soul, but he does have the means to devour souls. He couldn't think of any use for this thing for now, so he decided to save it first. System, synthesize and learn all the spells. In addition, use 2 talent points in charms and 2 in dark arts. Finally, use the talent breakthrough scroll on potions. Immediately, a system prompt came from Lucas' ear. Then, the character attributes automatically appeared in front of him. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 14 years old. Status, Hogwarts 4th-year student. Bloodline, Void Elf Awakened. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Void Enhancement, Eye of Foresight, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version. Combination Skills, Obscurus Controllable. Mana Strength, 72, Quasi-Legendary. Charms, 11 Awakened. Transfiguration, 10 Awakened. Black Magic, 12 Awakened. Alchemy, 5. Ancient Runes, 5. Divination, 10 Awakened. Potions, 10 Awakened. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring Level 1, Looting Level 1, Lifesteal Level 1, Void Escape Level 1, Void Corrosion Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, Full Set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic Spell Text. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon Infant. Personal Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy Beginner, Occlumency Level 9, Fire Shield Level 9, Imperious Curse Level 9, Killing Curse Level 9, Cruciatus Curse Level 9, Sectum Sempra Level 9, Legilimency Level 9, Memory Charm Level 8, Transfiguration Spell Level 9, Patronus Charm Level 9. Magic Items, Goblin Sword, Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, Soul Candy. Achievement Points, 151. The magic power has increased very little compared to before. It didn't even rise by a single point. But at his current strength, even just a percentage of a point is worth much more than a few points from before reaching Quasi-Legendary. All his strongest spells have reached the full level. This can be regarded as increasing his strength in disguise. And because of the Triwizard Tournament, Lucas added 2 talent points each to the 2 awakened talents of Charms and Dark Arts respectively. This is also to strengthen his attack capabilities, just in case. As for the abilities brought about by the awakening of potions, it just increases the success rate of brewing potions by 10%. This ability is aimed at all potions, even lost potions. However, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, how could Lucas spend his time brewing the potions himself? Take one last look at his character sheet. Luca's evaluation of this lottery in a single word is dull. It looked like good luck, but he didn't really get anything particularly useful. Turning off the system, Lucas rolled over on the bed and got ready to sleep. Just after he fell asleep for a while, Medusa, the star dragon, sneaked out of the garden. In the Ravenclaw Tower, Luna Lovegood was sitting on a blue sofa and seemed to be waiting for someone. At this moment, a silver-white young dragon came in from the wall. "Are you here?" Medusa nodded. Luna looked at the creature in front of her curiously and asked, "What kind of magical creature are you? You look a lot like Luca's Patronus." Speaking of Luca's, Luna's face flushed slightly. She didn't know why these days she was always thinking about her meeting with Luca's last Christmas and all their following interactions. Watching the mysterious creature wrapped around her arm, Luna suddenly whispered, "It would be great if you were his Patronus, but unfortunately you are not." The next day, it was bright, and Lucas woke up with a pair of big eyes staring at him. "Medusa, why did you come out?" Seeing that she didn't want to speak, Lucas got up and walked to his private bathroom. "Lucas, do you know what it's like to be thinking about someone all the time?" Hearing Medusa's question, he first looked at her strangely. "Probably no." "No, you don't know." After that, she returned to the garden by herself. When Lucas entered the secret garden to find her, he found that she had fallen asleep coiled on a big tree. Baffling. Lucas shook his head and returned to change his clothes, then left his room. Today is October 31st, Halloween. In the evening, there is not only a sumptuous feast waiting for everyone, but also the beginning of the Triwizard Tournament. Such an exciting time is coming, so how can the students go to class with peace of mind? Let alone the students, even some professors were also looking forward to it. In the entire Hogwarts, the only ones who were still taking classes seriously were probably just Cuthbert Binns and Severus Snape. "Idiot, how many times have I told you that when you put in the snake fangs, you must crush them thoroughly?" Professor Snape waved his wand and vanished the content of Neville Longbottom's cauldron. "If you can't finish making the potion today, you can't leave the classroom, let alone go to the Halloween feast." Snape's drawn-out and deep voice delivered menacing words to everyone's ears. The students who were not doing that well with their potion trembled all over, and hurriedly lowered their heads to brew the potion seriously. Half an hour later, in front of the potion's classroom, Professor McGonagall, who had her hand raised in preparation to knock on the door, could hear Snape spitting venom inside. She thought about it and decided to come back later. "Idiot, retard dunderhead. Has your empty head been stepped on by a troll? Or are you just so dim-witted that you can even follow simple instructions? It's clearly written step by step, and I even underlined the warnings." The poor students couldn't even remember how they left the potion's classroom. Professor Snape was scarier than ever on this day, and his venom even sprayed the Slytherins. As for Harry Potter, he became the focus of his meticulous care. So much so that his mind was still blank, and he hasn't recovered for a long time. Lucas glanced at Harry and sighed silently in his heart. Probably only he could understand why Professor Snape became like this today. Because tonight it's not only Lily's death anniversary, but her son that he swore to protect will also be forced to participate in an extremely dangerous game. There were times when Lucas really envied Harry. He doesn't even know anything, but he is being protected by everyone around him. The feast arrived as scheduled. Since the other two schools came to Hogwarts, now there are many types of food on the long tables. It's just that most students are not very interested in food today. From the way they looked at the goblet of fire while eating, it's easy to guess what they are waiting for. It was really hard to wait until the feast was finally over. All eyes from the three schools were on Dumbledore now that the feast was over. "It's time, I think the goblet of fire is ready. Wait for it to select the champions. If you are chosen, please walk along the teacher's table to the next room, where you will receive information about the first task." After saying this, Dumbledore drew out his elder wand and pointed it at the surrounding lights. Except for those jack-o'-lanterns floating in the air, all other candles and torches were extinguished. The great hall was instantly plunged into darkness, and only the bright, blinding light of the goblet of fire remained. Time passed by every minute and every second. Everyone was waiting for the signal from the goblet of fire impatiently. Suddenly, the flames in the cup turned from blue and white to crimson. This means that the goblet of fire is about to make a choice. The best student of each school will be selected from among the many applicants. Dumbledore walked slowly to the goblet of fire, and everyone turned their attention to him. They were all waiting for the announcement of the first champion. Chapter 212. In the Great Hall, the flame in the goblet of fire kept burning under the gaze of everyone. But this time, the shape of the flame has changed. It looked like it was breathing, constantly expanding and contracting. It seemed to be about to spit out something. Everyone stared at the goblet of fire intently, including the professors on the teacher's table. Lucas, who do you think will be selected from the 3 schools? Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory. Hearing him say 3 names without hesitation, Hermione, Cho, and Ginny looked at the 3 people he just named. Lucas has proven his ability to divinate things countless times, so they believed his words unconditionally. As for the Slytherins, they didn't understand why he was so sure about it. Why? Draco asked. Of course it's because I've read the Harry Potter books. Lucas thought in his heart and then pretended to analyze it. What do you guys know about the Goblet of Fire? Although it looks like a simple wooden cup with some enchanted fire, it's actually a powerful ancient artifact. Although it can't speak like the Sorting Hat, it can analyze the character, ability, etc. of the applicants through magic. Otherwise, why do you have to write your name personally when you sign up? It's because your writing shows a lot about a person, not to mention the slight magical signature it's left behind in the parchment. The goblet uses all those things to choose the best. It can tell everyone that the selected champions are those with the most outstanding talents in courage, knowledge, and adaptability among the 3 schools. If they believe it or not, he didn't care anyway. Lucas believed his own nonsense. Because he didn't deliberately lower his voice when he spoke, the young wizards around suddenly showed enlightened expressions. Those who originally signed up just to join in the fun. At this moment, they suddenly had a strong interest in the Triwizard Tournament. The most outstanding person in their respective schools, who wouldn't want to get such an honor. Those who did not sign up, or who were not old enough, stamped their feet and beat their chests in regret. By word of mouth, everything that Lucas said just now reached the ears of the 3 parties involved. Cedric smiled faintly, already looking humble. But if you observe carefully, you can see the flash of pride in the eyes of the sparkling Hufflepuff. Lucas' influence is obvious to all. Those who can be recognized and praised by him are indeed worthy of being prideful. As for Krum, who was sitting in the corner, his eyes were full of disdain. He doesn't need someone younger than himself to judge his worthiness. As for Fleur, she also had a look of pride, only her pride was different from Cedric's. She is just happy about being praised by the person she likes. Back to Lucas. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Goblet of Fire quietly. It's not his turn to play yet. The protagonists in the first half are the 3 older champions. If he talks too much, it's not good to steal the limelight. A pity that some people won't let him stay idle. Lucas, look at me. Lucas looked back over his shoulder, and a pair of empty eyes appeared in front of him. You. Looking at the surprise in Lucas' eyes, the corners of Draco's lips curled up triumphantly. I said that it would only take me 1 summer vacation to learn occlumency, so can you tell me now? Lucas nodded. He really didn't expect him to learn occlumency in such a short period of time. It's inconvenient now. Talk to me in my room after the show is over. Draco nodded and turned to look at the Goblet of Fire again. Lucas frowned slightly, and as soon as he turned back, he saw the girls staring at him. Don't look at me like that. If you can learn occlumency, I will tell you the same. The 3 looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly became firm. It seemed they were also interested in Lucas' secrets. Look, the Goblet of Fire has reacted. There was a sudden exclamation in the room, and those who were chatting shut their mouths immediately. Everyone watched the ever-expanding blue and white flames seriously. Suddenly, the flames turned red, and the violent flames spewed high into the sky, almost igniting the ceiling. Accompanied by splashing sparks, a charred parchment was released into the air. The eyes of everyone followed it slowly, until an old hand grasped it. Dumbledore approached the goblet of fire and read the name on it by the light of the fire. The champion of Durmstrang is Victor Krum. There was thunderous applause. Although some Durmstrang students still felt it was a regret they weren't chosen, this does not prevent them from sending blessings to Krum. Krum grinned and got up from his seat, then he gave Lucas a smug look as he passed by. This made the Slytherins around him very upset, and even Lucas' eyes became a lot colder. The first provocation can still be easily ignored, but Lucas couldn't ignore the repeated provocations. It appears the Quidditch star needs to be taught a lesson of a lifetime. He just doesn't know what his expression will be when he sees that Lucas has also become a champion. Krum took the parchment from Dumbledore and walked along the teacher's table to the next room. Karkaroff stood up and shouted when his star student was about to cross the door. "Krum, I knew you could do it, you're the best." His voice was very loud and even overshadowed the applause in the Great Hall. At this time, the goblet of fire began to expand for the second time, and everyone hurriedly looked over, waiting for the birth of the second champion. In the Gryffindor long table, Angelina looked nervously at the goblet of fire. She was starting to regret throwing her name in now. What if I'm chosen? Hey, Angelina, it's a good thing to be selected. Think about the prize of 1,000 galleons. Yes, as a Gryffindor, how can you be afraid? The twins spoke in unison, revealing their envy for Angelina in their tone. Harry also poked his head out at this time, and as a teammate, he also came to comfort her. It's okay, Angelina. Didn't you hear what Lucas said about Cedric being Hogwarts champion? Angelina let out a long breath, her nervousness relaxed a lot. Hearing Cedric's name, Ron frowned. Let's hope he's not our champion. If that idiot is chosen, wouldn't we be laughed at by the other two schools? That idiot Buttercup, Seamus also teased. Hearing him, laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table. It could be seen that the Lions did not have a good impression of Cedric. This is mostly because of Harry. It started when Cedric fell from his broom during their Quidditch match, and since Harry didn't rush to help him, the Hufflepuffs would keep provoking the Gryffindors any chance they got. Harry reminded them with a smile. Guys, we can't do this. The chosen champion will represent Hogwarts after all. Oh, I'm just worried about him. Dumbledore said that people could die at any time in the Triwizard Tournament. I'm worried that the idiot won't win the honor, but lose his life instead. Ron showed deep worry, but a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his words were obviously still teasing Cedric. Everyone laughed again after hearing it, even Harry, who although tried not to show it much, still felt a lot of resentment towards Cedric. Angelina gradually relaxed amidst everyone's jokes. At this moment, the goblet of fire sent out another name again. Looking at the flower-shaped parchment, most people immediately looked at Beauxbatons. The champion of Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer. When her name was announced, it wasn't Beauxbaton students who were the most excited. On the contrary, it was Ron who was out of reach. Harry, it's her, she's really the best. There was warm applause for Fleur, but a lot of girls in Beauxbatons were crying about not being chosen instead of supporting her. Fleur took the parchment from Dumbledore and glanced back at the Slytherin table. Fleur, go in quickly. Hearing Madame Maxime urging her, Fleur bit her lower lip lightly and walked towards the next room. It wasn't until her figure disappeared through the door that someone in the Great Hall realized. That's right, Lucas Grindelwald was right about two of the champions, then our Hogwarts champion is. All the eyes turned to Hufflepuff. Cedric suddenly felt a little nervous, but when he heard laughter coming from the Gryffindor table again. Even Cedric, who is usually really patient and gentle, was a little annoyed. The goblet of fire spewed a parchment for the third time, and Dumbledore caught it lightly with his hand. After seeing the name in it, he actually glanced at Lucas first. The champion of Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. There was applause like a landslide and a tsunami. The cheers almost lifted the ceiling. Cedric walked towards Dumbledore surrounded by the crowd, and was congratulated by others wherever he passed. During this period, Harry and his companions were booing loudly instead of cheering. Lucas smiled coldly when he saw it. The naive Harry probably doesn't know what extreme joy usually begets sorrow. Dumbledore waved at the crowd for silence. Now that the champions of the 3 schools have been selected, for those who were not selected, don't be discouraged. I hope that you will help and support your champions wholeheartedly and with all your heart. Dumbledore stopped mid-sentence, making everyone follow his gaze and look at the goblet of fire. They all noticed that the flame in the cup was expanding again. This shocked everyone, and even the people in the teacher's seat stood up. Boom tilde. Flames spewed out even stronger than before, and another piece of parchment appeared in midair. Albus Dumbledore caught the note with a puzzled expression on his face, but when he read the name inside the parchment, his eyes suddenly widened. Quite the wonderful performance by the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, come out. Look at Harry again. At this moment, his face was pale, and he looked around blankly, still not processing what just happened. Me, but I didn't put my name in. He still wanted to defend himself, but the people around him obviously didn't want to believe what he said. Chapter 213. Harry looked around blankly, but all he saw were lots of scrutinizing eyes. I really didn't put my name in the goblet. At this moment, his face was so pale and his defense was lackluster, but he only hoped that his friends believed in him. But when he looked at Ron, Seamus, and others, he found that they were looking at him with the same eyes as the rest. There was even anger in Ron's eyes. Lucas. Draco's voice came from behind. Lucas understood what he wanted to say and shook his head directly. The contract of the Goblet of Fire is absolute. Once selected, even Dumbledore would have to participate in the competition. Draco frowned after hearing this, but didn't say anything else. Harry Potter, come forward please. Dumbledore looked gravely at the bewildered Harry. Even though he knows that doing this will cause the boy to be criticized by thousands of people, the sacrifice is necessary to deal with Voldemort, so it will all be worth it. Lucas rested his chin on one hand, quietly watching Dumbledore's performance. In fact, the old bee is the one who implements the phrase, for the greater good, most thoroughly. It's just that his interest is great love and peace in the magic world. Harry Potter, come forward immediately. Seeing Dumbledore's stern eyes, Harry stood up and walked dazedly step by step to the teacher's table at the front. He cheated. Potter, you're such a stinker. What a disgrace. With his head down, Harry quickly passed between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. He doesn't really care what the people from other houses say. What he cares about is his friends in Gryffindor, but even they don't believe in him. Professor Dumbledore, I didn't put my name in, trust me. This was the first thing Harry said to Dumbledore. Of course Dumbledore knew it already, it's just that he can't show it. Don't say anything, go into the next room with the other champions and wait. Professor, can I not participate? Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, the contract of the Goblet of Fire is absolute, no one can refuse, understand. Harry's expression became very depressed upon hearing this. He lowered his head and clenched the parchment in his hand. When he passed by the teacher's table, he saw the vicious eyes of the headmaster and headmistress of the other 2 schools. He also saw the disdain and contempt in Snape's eyes. Only Professor McGonagall stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Son, go in. Harry, be careful. Hagrid also warned with a worried face. Harry only managed to put an ugly smile, and like going to the execution ground, he stepped into the next room. Behind the door is a passage that slopes downward. Harry walked down the passage and found that the end turned out to be the honor showroom. The 3 other champions were scattered around the room at this time. Fleur, who was closest to the passage, heard Harry's footsteps. What's the matter? Are they calling us out? Fleur thought Harry was just here to deliver a message. Cedric looked at Harry now too. Did Headmaster Dumbledore say anything? Harry shook his head and showed the parchment to the 3 of them. Are you a contestant too? Seeing Harry nodding, Fleur's expression became very angry. It's not fair, why can Hogwarts have 2 champions? That's right, the rules say that each school can only have 1 champion, this is cheating. Harry's face turned red at Crumb's words. He was eager to explain that he wasn't cheating, but even if he were to tell them, they probably won't believe it. So he cast his eyes on Cedric, hoping this honest guy from Hufflepuff can believe in himself. It's a pity that he only saw the suspicion in Cedric's eyes. Forget it. Giving up, he decided to just throw the problem at Headmaster Dumbledore. At the same time, the chatter in the Great Hall about Harry cheating continued. Igor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime even came to Dumbledore's side to complain. You guys are cheating, this game doesn't count. I agree with Karkaroff, this selection is invalid and we have to re-elect the champions. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling to the two of them to be calm. From the corner of his eye, he kept looking at the goblet of fire, waiting for it to react again. But even after a long time, the goblet of fire was still unchanged. Dumbledore looked suspiciously at the Slytherin table and saw Luca's surprised eyes at a glance. Fortunately, the goblet of fire reacted again at this time. Tonight's show was really exciting. No one expected that, after the goblet of fire selected 4 people, there would be another reaction. In the corner of the Great Hall, the fake Moody was drinking Polyjuice potion from his flagon. After seeing the changes in the goblet of fire, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Boom tilde. The crimson tongue of flame appeared again. Karkaroff and Maxime, who were arguing, stared blankly at the parchment falling in the air. They didn't expect that the goblet of fire would choose another champion. Dumbledore's eyes lit up, and he took the parchment in his hand with a look of disbelief. Lucas Grindelwald. When the name was called, the room became very quiet. The snakes all looked at their chief with eyes full of worry. People from other houses showed no resistance, and only some of the lions in Gryffindor House gave a gleeful laughter. If it's Mr. Grindelwald, I have no problem. Indeed, he is a better fit than Cedric. Originally, Mr. Grindelwald wasn't old enough, but since the Goblet of Fire chose him, he has no choice but to participate. After all, there is a contract. Mr. Grindelwald can't refuse. There was a big double-standard scene in the Hogwarts Great Hall. The Hogwarts students didn't object to Luca's being chosen, and even thought it was a good thing. After all, Luca's ability is known to all teachers and students in the school. His girlfriends held Luca's hands tightly, their eyes full of worry. Don't worry, it's just a competition. Trust me, I will be fine. After comforting the 3 girls, Lucas looked at the Slytherin students again. And seeing the worry in their eyes, he was very relieved. It's okay, I'll go back as soon as I finish with this. Draco, you remember to take all the students back to the common room. After making arrangements for the rest, he walked up to Dumbledore with all the eyes on him. Thank you, Professor. Getting his own parchment, Lucas strode into the next room. When he was nearing, the voices of Fleur and Crumb's dissatisfaction were heard clearly. It's not fair, Hogwarts has one more person than us. I want to report it to the headmaster. This is too unfair. I'm really sorry, Mr. Crumb. There are 3 people selected for Hogwarts this time. The sudden voice caught them off guard. Seeing Lucas walking in, the 4 immediately looked at his hands. Sure enough, a burnt parchment appeared in their sight. Lucas, have you been chosen too? Glancing coldly at Harry, Lucas obviously did not want to answer his question. Harry smiled awkwardly. Since the last time he sneaked up on Lucas in defense against the dark arts, he's been treated coldly by him. Mr. Crumb, are you surprised, shocked, discombobulated maybe? Lucas walked up to him, waving the parchment in his hand. Now we can have a good fight. Seeing Lucas' cold eyes, Crumb took a half-step back. Lucas glanced at him with a sneer, then turned and looked at Fleur next to him. We meet again, Miss Delacour. Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Harry saw Fleur suddenly soften and felt a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. What is with this difference in treatment? At this time, there was a fierce quarrel in the corridor outside. Dumbledore was being mobbed by 2 other headmasters at the moment, and he was trying to defend himself. Crouch, Bagman, and others followed behind the 3 of them. When they entered the room, Dumbledore walked swiftly and appeared in front of Harry in a whoosh. Harry, did you throw your name into the Goblet of Fire? Dumbledore was no longer as kind as ever. He had a serious expression, and there was some tension in his eyes that cannot be resolved. Harry was taken aback by his appearance. No, Professor, I did not throw my name into the Goblet of Fire. Then did you have someone do it for you? No, headmaster. Ludo Bagman came to Harry's aid at this moment. Dumbledore, Mr. Potter was chosen by the Goblet of Fire. He was reminding him that no matter how it happened, Harry's participation in the competition was already a fact. When Dumbledore retreated, Bagman cleared his throat and introduced to everyone. Everyone, these are the 4th and 5th contestants, Harry Potter and Lucas Grindelwald. As soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful snort came from the corner. Everyone's eyes immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 214. Viktor Krum, Bulgaria's Quidditch star's eyes were full of disdain, especially when looking at Dumbledore. Didn't you say there is an age limit, but why are there still 2 contestants who are underage? His words were clearly aimed at Dumbledore. He also wanted to express the issue of cheating at Hogwarts. Ludo Bagman explained with a smirk. In fact, the age line is a rule that was added only this year, and there was no age limit before. Krum didn't accept that explanation and looked at his headmaster. Karkaroff let out a piercing laugh. Dumbledore, why don't I remember that the rules say that the host can have 2 more contestants? Could it be that I didn't read the rules carefully? Madame Maxime also walked behind Fleur and placed her big hands on her shoulders. It's okay, let me handle it. Dumbledore, what do you mean by this? Hogwarts can't have 3 contestants, it's too unfair. Without waiting for an explanation from Dumbledore, Karkaroff walked up to him and said, Dumbledore, we only brought our qualified students here out of our trust in you. If we knew that your age line was not effective, we would have expanded the range of students a little bit. Now I have a suggestion, let the students of our 2 schools sign up again, and then select 2 contestants each. After finishing speaking, he looked at Bagman beside him. Seeing this, the round man shook his head again and again. Impossible, the Goblet of Fire has been turned off, and it will not be ignited until the next tournament. Then Mr. Potter and Mr. Grindelwald cannot compete. Karkaroff made a new suggestion, but it was quickly overruled by Barty Crouch. The champions selected by the Goblet of Fire must participate in the competition or risk losing their magic. This is a contract signed with the Goblet of Fire. Learning that both Lucas and Harry still needed to participate, an angry Karkaroff walked up to Harry quickly. Harry Potter, let me ask you, how did you pass the age limit, and how did you cheat yourself into the tournament? Looking at Durmstrang headmaster's fierce eyes, Moody's words flashed through Harry's mind. This man used to be a Death Eater. I didn't cheat, sir. He answered the questions carefully, as if he was afraid of annoying him. You lie, Karkaroff snapped. At this moment, the sound of wood hitting the ground sounded from out of the door. When he saw Moody enter the room, Harry seemed to see a savior, and his nervousness gradually relaxed. Karkaroff, you know in your heart that it is impossible for Harry to cheat. Not to mention Dumbledore's age line, the Goblet of Fire itself is a powerful magic artifact. If someone wants Harry to be selected, they must have enough magic power to cast a powerful confusion spell on the Goblet of Fire. Do you think the boy has such an ability? Hearing Moody's well-founded analysis, Harry nodded quickly to express his innocence. Karkaroff sneered. Did you see it? Even the specific process has been thought through. Did you cheat for the 2 of them? Alistair Moody. Lucas gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This guess is really accurate. Seeing that a few people are unwilling to let go and they will continue to quarrel. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. I say, what are you arguing about? Do you think it's unfair for me and Potter, 2 fourth-year students, to compete with people in their 6th or 7th year? And this competition was once banned because of too many casualties. If it is unfair, it should be me and Potter who should be complaining. Don't you think so? Everyone didn't know how to refute his words. He looked around at the crowd and questioned them coldly. So, what do you think this so-called Triwizard tournament will do for us? HMPH, maybe you want to be famous or want to get that 1,000 gold galleons prize. Krum suddenly spoke at this time, with arrogance and dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously what Lucas said just now didn't convince him. Lucas laughed suddenly, and the laughter grew louder and louder. After he finally calmed down, he answered. Viktor Krum, do you think everyone is going after fame like you? Or let me answer your question from another angle. Do you think Potter and I care about the title of Triwizard Champion? Potter is already famous as the boy who lived, the defeater of you-know-who. Isn't such a reputation much more useful than being a Triwizard Champion? Do you think people know even a single name of previous champions? As for me, to put it bluntly, I am probably more famous in your two countries than in England. As for the reward of 1,000 galleons, the time I've spent talking nonsense with you here is enough time for the Saints group to earn 1,000 or even 10,000 galleons. After finishing what he had to say, Lucas turned around and walked to the side display case to look around. The showroom suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Karkaroff's deep voice sounded. Then tell me why it became like this. Isn't that obvious? Lucas looked at him strangely. Lucas' eyes made him very uncomfortable. It was as if he was staring at an idiot. The Triwizard Tournament is the tournament with the highest death rate. Isn't it normal for people to die in it? HMPH, you mean someone wants you to die? I think that you wanting to be more famous is much more plausible. As soon as Karkaroff finished speaking, he saw Lucas walking in front of him quickly. Before he could retreat, the neckline of his clothes was grabbed by the younger man. There are many ways to become famous, but I always like to use the quick way, such as sending the Saints to Durmstrang. If this school with a long history is completely turned into history, my name should be known to everyone in the world right away. Would you like that? Listening to those words, there was a trace of cold sweat on Karkaroff's forehead. Enough is enough, since there is no solution. Harry and Lucas can only compete in the tournament. Dumbledore showed up just in time to interrupt the flow of events. This time, there was no more objection. Although Lucas said those words just now in Karkaroff's ear, his voice was loud enough that everyone in the room could hear it. Madame Maxime knew that this was also Lucas' warning to herself. She remembered the scene where Lucas played around the French Ministry of Magic 2 years ago, and her expression suddenly turned ugly. Lucas took a step back, making eye contact with Dumbledore briefly as he turned around. Dumbledore then looked at Ludo Bagman. Ludo, shouldn't you explain the first task now? Oh yes, I was too distracted and forgot. Bagman took a crumpled note from his pocket. It's like this. The first match is to test your guts and capability to deal with the unknown. After Bagman finished speaking, he found that Harry and the others were still looking at him, so he opened his hands and said, I won't tell you the content of the task. My hints are only so many. Facing the unknown, courage is very important for a wizard. The task is scheduled for November 24. You need to complete it in front of all the judges and students. In addition, I need to remind you that you cannot ask your school professors for help during the tournament, nor are they allowed to give it. You can only use your magic wand to complete the task. Those who successfully pass the first task can get the detailed information of the second one. After Bagman finished speaking, he glanced at Crouch behind him. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he motioned for the champions to leave. Lucas was the first to walk out of the showroom, and by the time the other 4 came out, he had long since disappeared. As everyone left one by one, after a while, only the Hogwarts professors were left in the showroom. Alistair, please watch over Harry, and don't let him do anything stupid. Fake Moody nodded vigorously. Dumbledore's mission was exactly what he wanted. Waiting for the fake Moody to leave the room, Dumbledore also asked Professor Snape to watch over Lucas more. He then spoke with Professor McGonagall about the incident. Half an hour later, Dumbledore took Professor Snape back to the headmaster's office. Looking at Lucas sitting comfortably on the sofa drinking tea, the two were not surprised. Dumbledore said with a smile, "Then we need to talk about the following things." When Harry arrived back in the Gryffindor common room, it was still early, and the common room was full of people. Seeing Harry walk in, everyone became quiet for a while. Immediately afterwards, everyone stood up and walked towards Harry. "Hey Harry, good job." The twins patted his back and congratulated him. Then they put a red scarf embroidered with golden lions on his neck. The same goes for everyone else. They looked like they were cheering and wishing Harry well. But when everyone spoke, Harry could feel the insincerity in their words, and he could also feel that they believed he put his name in the goblet. Harry took off his things angrily. When he returned to his dormitory, he did not expect to be greeted by the cold eyes of Ron and Seamus. Chapter 215. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry naively thought that Ron and Seamus would believe in him, but the reality slapped him hard. Seeing Harry walk wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf and banner, Ron asked with a sneer, "How did you do that?" "What?" "I'm asking what method you used to enter your name." Harry frowned. It was that same question again. From the showroom onwards, everyone was asking how he got into the tournament. Dumbledore asked him first, then everyone kept doing the same. Harry said impatiently, "I don't know, I didn't put in my name." Although he tried his best to show his sincerity and hopes that his friends can believe in him. It's too bad that he overestimated Ron, who is a very jealous guy. "Come on, it's fine if you don't want to say it, that's fine. You just happen to be able to take revenge for the Quidditch match from last year." "I'm talking about the one we played against Hufflepuff, the one where you got attacked by Dementors and Cedric won the game." Ron's words completely pissed Harry off. The two have been friends for a long time, so Harry figured Ron should know he didn't want to bring up the Dementors. "Let me say this for the last time, I didn't sign up, I didn't even want to participate, someone is trying to frame me." Several people in the dormitory looked at each other and Ron asked cautiously, "Framed you? Why would they do that?" "I don't know." Harry shook his head before adding, "Probably trying to kill me again." Ruthless laughter sounded in the dormitory. Ron even lay on the bed and kept patting his pillow. "Harry, do you want to say that the person who wants to kill you is you-know-who?" Just as Harry was about to nod, he saw the sneer in the eyes of several people. "What I say is true, if you don't believe it, forget it." After he finished speaking, he lay down on his bed. "Sirius, why haven't you written back to me? What should I do now?" Harry looked out the window at the dark night sky. In his mind, he thought of his dogfather who had gone somewhere. "Harry, did you use the invisibility cloak? That's why the age line couldn't detect you." "I already told you, I never wanted to sign up." Harry roared and put the quilt over his head, refusing to answer any more questions from his roommates. Seeing what he looks like, Ron and the others looked at each other and smiled. There was also a hint of contempt in their eyes. In the headmaster's office on the 7th floor, Dumbledore took out an ancient book from the shelf. "Last time you asked me to investigate how to make a human body, I probably already have the answer," he said as he revealed a book titled Secrets of the Darkest Arts. Seeing the books the old man put on the round table, Lucas looked surprised. He had thought that Dumbledore would hide the book forever. This book records a lot of ancient black magic, including the method of making Horcruxes. It used to be placed in the restricted section of the library, and when I found out that Tom made the Horcrux through it, I took it to my office for preservation. Dumbledore briefly explained the origin of the book to the two, and then turned the book to one of the pages. "Another ancient ritual, it can bring the lost body back to life." Neither of them spoke, but looked at the content in the book seriously. Just by scanning it, Lucas knew that it was the spell that Voldemort used when he was resurrected. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Professor Snape whispered the incantation. These 3 sentences are both the incantation and the material needed for the ritual. Lucas looked up at the old bee, who was happily eating sweets. "That means Voldemort needs to be boiled out of a cauldron." Dumbledore paused with the hand holding the cake. "Well, it's probably what you said." If Lucas hadn't said it, Dumbledore wouldn't have imagined it. Now thinking about a Death Eater cooking Voldemort in a cauldron, he suddenly felt it was a little funny. Imagine a waiter arriving at the client's table with a big covered plate and saying, "Dear customer, here is the Voldemort you ordered. We made sure to remove the nose like you asked." Professor Snape didn't have time to listen to their jokes. He was in a very bad mood today. So after reading the content in the book, he asked Lucas directly, "So you asked me to research a poison just to calculate the resurrection of the Dark Lord?" "Oh," Dumbledore also looked over curiously. Lucas shrugged. "I do have this plan, but I don't know exactly what Voldemort is going to do. I'm just guessing. Whether it's an ancient legend or a fictional biography, mentioning resurrection requires something to be sacrificed, usually the enemy. Then, as the enemy marked by Voldemort himself, the Death Eaters will definitely do everything possible to bring Potter to their master. Judging from the ritual in the book, my guess was obviously correct. Dumbledore and Professor Snape obviously didn't believe his nonsense. But it doesn't matter if they don't believe it as long as the original intention of dealing with Voldemort remains the same. Dumbledore put the book back on the shelf, turned to Lucas and said, "The next step will be left to you. Since the father's bone is needed, finding the burial place of Voldemort's father is particularly critical. Don't worry, I will write a letter when I get back, and let the Saints group follow the clues to find the burial place of old Tom Riddle. Since that's the case, I'm going to study blood poison now." Professor Snape went to the spiral staircase after finishing speaking. It can be seen from his steps that he is very anxious at the moment. Lucas and Dumbledore were the only ones left in the headmaster's office. Lucas knew that the old man must have something to say to himself, so he didn't leave in a hurry. "Lucas, I want to talk to you about Harry." "If it had anything to do with our plans, of course I would, but if you want to talk to me about Potter's sneak attack, I don't think there's much to talk about." Lucas intends to block what the headmaster wants to talk about in advance, but he obviously underestimated Dumbledore's shamelessness. "Harry, he's just an immature boy." "Mr. Principal, are you mocking me?" Seeing Lucas' unfriendly eyes, Dumbledore waved his hand. "I didn't mean that. However, he really can't compare with you. In terms of suffering, the situation you have faced since childhood is much more difficult than Harry's. But I still hope you can forgive Harry. He just did something wrong in a moment of confusion, but I firmly believe that he has no bad intentions." He stared at the white-haired and bearded old man in front of him. Seeing the begging in Dumbledore's eyes, Lucas sighed. "It's probably impossible to be friends, but I can guarantee that if he doesn't trouble me, I won't take the initiative to deal with him. I also hope you can understand that the only reason I am still willing to protect him is just because he can deal with Voldemort better when he is alive, that's all." Dumbledore sighed. "Well, it's a pity that Harry lost such a good friend as you." Drinking the last bit of black tea in his cup, Lucas got up and looked at the old man opposite and asked, "Have you nothing else to tell me?" "Dragon." "What?" "The first task is to face a dragon. I hope you can break the news to Harry. From how things are right now, I am afraid that Harry will be in a very bad situation. If no one helps him, he will struggle to even survive." Lucas nodded. "Don't worry about this. Even if I don't tell him, Barty Jr. will find a way to tell Potter about the task." Dumbledore suddenly said, "I actually forgot about him. It's exactly as you said." "Good night then, Headmaster." After leaving the office, Lucas walked alone in the silent castle. Before he could reach the dungeon, suddenly he saw a girl with a unique temperament standing in front of him with her back turned. "Luna, why are you here?" Hearing Lucas' voice, Luna turned around quickly and hid her hands behind her back. "Lucas, is the matter over?" Lucas nodded, but wondered why the eccentric girl knew what he was going to do. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Lucas asked softly, "Were you looking for me?" "Lucas, although the Triwizard Tournament is dangerous, I believe you can do it. This is a crumple-horned snorkack I made myself. I hope it will bring you good luck." Taking the wood carving from her hands, before he could thank her, Luna ran towards the stairs. Looking at the strange-looking beast, a smile appeared on the corner of Luca's lips. "Mr. Grindelwald is so flirtatious." The sudden voice behind Lucas changed his expression. He turned hastily and saw a mass of black shadows standing in the corner leading to the dungeon. Chapter 216. Why did he say that the black shadows standing in the corner were a mass? That's because there's not much room to hide in corners, and the three of them huddled together awkwardly. The one who spoke just now was of course Hermione, who was the leader and mastermind of the three girls. Our Lucas is really amazing. He got so familiar with Luna without saying a word to his girlfriends. Cho and Ginny stood behind Hermione, giving Lucas a helpless look. They had no choice in the matter since she just dragged them here without asking for their opinion. Seeing Hermione pouting, Lucas stepped forward and hugged her. Have you been waiting for long? HMPH, some people go away for hours, and I'm afraid they never thought that their girlfriends were still waiting for them in worry. I had to talk something with Headmaster Dumbledore, sorry for keeping you waiting. Luca's gentle voice melted the anger in Hermione's heart. She raised her head with concern in her eyes. Can't you just not participate? I went back and checked the historical data. Every time the Triwizard Tournament is held, some participant dies. Lucas touched her fluffy head, then he glanced at the other two girls. No surprise there, they also had a look of worry. I'm the leader of the Saints, and I can easily pass such a small tournament like it was a child's game. And the contract of the Goblet of Fire is not so easy to dissolve. From ancient times to the present, it has never been heard that someone was selected by the Goblet of Fire and did not participate in the tournament. No one even bothered to try, because the risk of losing your magic is just too great. Lucas looked very relaxed when he said this. He just didn't want the three girls to worry about him. Hermione sighed and took a few steps back, out of Lucas' arms. The three moved in unison and took off the necklace around their necks. Guardian Heart. The Banshee's Tears. Dream Crystal. Hermione placed the three necklaces in Lucas' palm. You once said that these necklaces will keep us safe, and if you want us to feel at ease, carry them all with you. Seeing the serious expressions of the three of them, Lucas did not try to refuse. Okay, thank you three ladies for the good luck. I will take your necklaces and bring back the Triwizard Cup. After handing the necklaces to Lucas, each gave him a good-night kiss before leaving. Carefully putting away the three necklaces, Lucas turned and walked down to the dungeon. Speaking of which, he gave Ginny the Dream Crystal not long ago. It was the first magic item created by Lucas with alchemy, and he was very satisfied with the protection ability. Going back to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, he suddenly recalled something that he had neglected. How did Luna know which path he would take? At the same time, in the Ravenclaw common room, Luna nervously looked at the magical creature in front of her. Have you given it to him? Give it up, Medusa. How did you know that he would pass by that corridor? Didn't you say you didn't know him? Don't worry about those small problems. Let's discuss the future plan. How to make it so Lucas Grindelwald will never forget you. He didn't want to understand what was going on. He prefers to just attribute it to Luna doing Luna things. So Lucas simply opened the door of the common room and prepared to go back to rest. When he passed the door, he suddenly found that the common room was full of people. Seeing that everyone was not chatting and they just sat there quietly, Lucas said to them with a smile, "You guys stayed up so late. Are you just trying to scare me?" Chief. With a clatter, the snakes all stood up. Sixth-year Chief Marcy Flint said, "You misunderstood. We were discussing some issues. People were just thinking." "What are you discussing? Let me listen to it." He sat on the sofa, surrounded by everyone, and several year chiefs stood in front of him. Marcy replied, "Since you were chosen by the Goblet of Fire, we have considered all possibilities. We first ruled out the possibility that someone from our house framed you, and we ruled out the possibility of you signing up yourself. After all, in your capacity, participating in the Triwizard Tournament will not benefit you. Then we considered other houses, and finally found that it is impossible for students to make the Goblet of Fire select 3 Hogwarts champions at the same time." Lucas looked at the few people in front of him with interest. "So what was the answer you finally arrived at?" Several people looked at each other, and finally Cecil Folly, the 7th-year chief, answered, "Someone wants to harm you, even wants your life." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the common room immediately changed. The snakes were full of anger. Of course, everyone couldn't accept that their chief was being plotted against by others. Clap, 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 tilde. Lucas smiled and applauded them. Not bad, the analysis is perfect. Seeing that he was not nervous at all, they were very anxious. Lucas waved his hand and said, "I know you are worried about me, but you also have to believe in my strength. It's just a Triwizard Tournament, so it won't be difficult for me." "Master Lord Chief, you can't be so careless." Astoria suddenly ran up to Lucas, raised her head, and reminded him loudly. Seeing the worry in the little girl's eyes, Lucas raised his hand to mess her hair. Of course I won't be careless, don't worry about it. Astoria's cheeks flushed suddenly. She turned around and ran back to the group without saying a word. Mars, I said at this time. Astoria is right, you really can't be careless. The Triwizard Tournament is called the most dangerous game. It's not for nothing. She looked at the chiefs from first to third year. We had a discussion just now. The first to third years will consult all the books related to the Triwizard Tournament starting from tomorrow. Summarize the most likely content of the tasks and give it to you. Before she could finish speaking, Lucas stopped her. Wait a minute, the first competition is related to courage. Understood, Marcy nodded, looking at Astoria along with the first and third year chiefs. Then from tomorrow onwards, you have to find out all the task content related to courage. The three chiefs nodded with serious expressions. Marcy went on to say, students in years 4 to 7 will use various methods to find the fastest and most convenient way to pass the tasks, including spells, props, and related countermeasures. From this moment on, the entire Slytherin house will be your helpers. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lucas shaking his head gently. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Lucas looked at everyone and said, "Please be my backing, Slytherins." Just one sentence, but it made the little snakes feel different. They are not just helpers or people serving their chief. All of them are behind Lucas Grindelwald. Yes, Chief. It wasn't just the students who answered. The portraits in the common room, the bloody baron, and other resident ghosts. At this moment, they all bowed down to Lucas together. Chief, Cecil Folly said suddenly, before you came back, Professor Snape asked me to convey that if you need potions, you can go to his private collection room to find them. Thank you not only to Professor Snape, but also to all of you. I will trouble everyone in the following months. When Lucas said these words, there was a smile on everyone's face. Sometimes, as a leader, it doesn't matter if you can do everything well by yourself. You also need to give your people some sense of participation. This is conducive to unity. At the same time, it is also conducive to the exchange of feelings. Waiting until everyone disbanded, Lucas also returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Medusa sneaking out of the void. Where did you go to play again? Ah, no, I slept in the garden, and now I woke up, so I came out to play. The mischievous dragon uttered a series of lies without blinking. Seeing that Lucas didn't quite believe her, she changed gears right away. Lucas, Medusa is hungry and wants a hare, a fat hare. She not only yelled. At the same time, her body became bigger and her tail flicked around the room. Seeing the room that has become a mess, Lucas couldn't care less about calling up her lie. Okay, I just want to write a letter to Vinda. I will deliver the letter later, and I will come back after eating at the manor. Hearing what Lucas said, Hestia next to him let out a cry of protest. That is supposed to be her job after all. Seeing this, Medusa shrunk her body, flew in front of Hestia and started to play with her. Writing clearly about the investigation of Voldemort's father's burial ground. Watching the small dragon and owl wrestle together, Lucas shook his head helplessly. Aren't you hungry? Go back quickly. Whoosh, Tilda. Medusa came to Lucas. Grabbing the envelope with her little claws, she disappeared into the air with a flash of silver light. Bang, 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 Tilda. There was a knock on the door. With a wave of his wand, Lucas tidied the room. Then the door opened, and, as expected, it was Draco Malfoy. Come in. Calling a house elf to bring 2 cups of black tea. Lucas looked serious, staring into the other person's eyes, and said, Draco, have you really thought it through? Once you get involved, there is no way out. Thinking for a moment, Draco nodded solemnly. I've made up my mind, whether it's for my family or my friends, I will not back down. Hearing his answer, there was a wicked smirk on the corner of Lucas's lips. All according to Keikaku. Chapter 217. Hogwarts Dungeon, Slytherin Dormitory. The atmosphere in the room was dignified. In the room that was supposed to be sealed, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in out of nowhere. The candlelight swayed gently with the wind, making the atmosphere even more tense. Draco swallowed his saliva, looking at the frown of his best friend. I know what you're going to say is related to you-know-who, but is it so important? He had never seen such a serious look on Lucas's face before. "Do you remember what happened in the Chamber of Secrets in our second year?" "Of course." Draco nodded. He had been investigating with Harry for a whole year, and he had a deep memory of that incident. "Does it have something to do with the Chamber of Secrets?" Lucas nodded and said, "That's right, remember that diary?" Seeing the other party nodding again, he continued, "The name of that diary is Tom Riddle's diary, and it was a very dangerous cursed item. Because a fragment of Voldemort's soul was preserved inside, we usually call such magic items Horcruxes." Draco shuddered a bit hearing him say Voldemort's name, but unexpectedly he felt a greater chill upon hearing Horcruxes, even though he doesn't know what it means. Lucas then introduced in detail what a Horcrux is, in order to let Draco realize the danger of the Horcruxes. Lucas also did some artistic work and greatly exaggerated the role of the Horcrux. Draco's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, there is such an evil and powerful black magic in this world. So, what does this have to do with our family? Here it comes. Draco finally got to the key point. Lucas cleared his throat, and looking into his friend's eyes, he said word for word. "You got it right at the beginning. The diary that your father, me, and Harry got later were all exactly the same diary. And the original copy of the diary was kept by your father. This is a task entrusted to him by you-know-who. Even if your father had to sacrifice his life, he must never lose it." Draco stood up from the chair, his pupils trembling with shock. "My dad?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. In the past 2 years, Draco has always been referring to Mr. Malfoy as father in front of outsiders. It is conceivable just how surprised he must be at this time to slip like that. "That's right, it's your father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Do you still remember what Mr. Malfoy did in the bookstore before the second year started?" Of course he gave the stupid Weasley a lesson. Hearing this answer, Lucas rolled his eyes mentally. It was clearly an evenly matched fight, but when it came to Malfoy, who loved his reputation, it became a lesson. "That's when your father put the diary in Ginny's cauldron, and I found it and took a closer look. As for what happened later, you should also be aware that the diary opened the Chamber of Secrets with the help of Ginny." Lucas sighed at this point. "Draco, your father is in a very dangerous situation now. If you-know-who returns, he will probably find that the diary has been thrown away by your father. Also happened to be thrown into Hogwarts, and it was destroyed. How do you think that man will treat your family?" Draco followed his reminder, and what appeared in his mind was the picture of his family in ruins. Although he didn't answer, the frightened expression told Lucas the answer. The most critical issue now is that Mr. Malfoy still thinks that he has done a perfect job. In fact, it's not just me. Dumbledore and Professor Snape already know, Draco, paper can't contain fire. This secret will be known to others one day. If it is known to the Death Eaters, when Voldemort returns, he will probably. Lucas left half a sentence unsaid. The rest is left for Draco to make up in his own mind. The room fell silent after that. Time passed by every minute and every second. The entire Slytherin dormitory was silent, but the light in Lucas' room was still on. Draco sat in a chair and stared at the floor in a daze. From the changing expression of his face, it can be seen that his brain was not idle. He finally let out a long breath and looked at his best friend again, noticing that he was leisurely flipping through a potions book. "Lucas, what should I do?" "Huh?" Lucas gave him a surprised look. "What to do? Isn't that what you should think about? I have completed our agreement, and now you know our secret. As for how to choose and what to do, these are your own business. Of course, if you want me to give you some advice, then I don't mind." Draco sighed, showing a helpless expression. "Lucas, you are my best friend. You should understand what I mean. I can't watch the Malfoy family go down the road of destruction." Snapped Tilda. Lucas closed the book. When he turned to look at Draco, the candles in the room suddenly dimmed. What if Voldemort no longer exists in this world? Lucas' voice suddenly became low and hoarse. Since he is the biggest trouble, we will just solve this trouble directly, and all problems will be solved. The words seemed to scare Draco. For Death Eaters or the families of Death Eaters, It has never occurred to them to kill Voldemort. They don't even dare to think about it. But when Draco calmed down, he found that this method was indeed the best. If the trouble can be completely solved, then the Malfoy family will still be the top pure-blood family in England. It's getting late, you can go back and think about it slowly. Lucas got up to see off the guest, and Draco also walked out obediently. Watching the other person walk to his own room, Lucas said softly to the side, "Go and watch him for me, and make sure he can't send letters to his family." A silver light flashed in the void as a head poked out from it. Swallowing the hair hastily, Medusa flicked her tail and disappeared. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Through a whole night of thinking, Harry felt that he needed to have a good talk with Ron. Even if he needs to use a tough attitude, his friend must understand that he did not put his name into the goblet of fire. But when Harry looked at the bed next to him, it turned out that Ron had already left. This is not like him at all. Harry walked listlessly into the common room. For his arrival, everyone just glanced at him. Certainly, some people say a word or two of jealousy now and then, but there were also people who were genuinely happy for Harry. For example, Colin Creevey, his biggest fanboy. It's just that Harry's interest was lacking now, and he only said a few perfunctory words to answer Colin's congratulations. But when he left the Gryffindor common room through the portrait, the outside world seems to have changed drastically. Harry looked at the badges on everyone's chests. Support Cedric Diggory, the true champion of Hogwarts. It turned out that those who wore the badge were all Cedric's supporters. It's just that the number of people who support him is too many. Harry hoped to find a bit of support from the crowd, but he was disappointed to find out that all the Hufflepuffs and a lot of Ravenclaws were wearing badges of support for Cedric. "Look, it's Potter." There was an exclamation from the front, and immediately afterwards, everyone pressed the badge on their chest. The pattern on the badge rotated rapidly, changing its appearance in no time. "Potter stinks." See that glowing text? Harry's face darkened. Turns out the badge doesn't just represent support for Cedric, it also represents ridicule and resistance to him. For the next period of time, he felt the pain of his second year all over again. At that time, everyone thought that he was the heir, and they laughed at him and even pranked him maliciously. But at that time, he still had his friend Ron by his side. But now, even Ron had distanced himself from him. "Hi, Justin." Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff fourth-year student, one of Harry's best friends from Hufflepuff. But when the other party saw Harry at this time, he pretended not to know him. This made Harry a little sad, but soon he was relieved. In Hufflepuff's view, him being chosen as a champion is robbing them of their honor, so it's understandable to be treated like this by them. Harry comforted himself in his heart. He suddenly wanted to see what Lucas, who is also a champion, would look like now. Speaking of the devil, Harry just turned the corner and saw Lucas walking ahead. Thinking that Lucas should be in the same situation as him, Harry suddenly felt a sense of sympathy, unexpectedly. "Mr. Grindelwald, can you sign this for me?" Several girls suddenly ran out from the side and surrounded Lucas as they dragged their school bags with both hands. The eyes looking at Lucas were shining. Harry had seen those girls before. They were still looking for Cedric and Crumb's autographs just now. Harry smiled wryly and shook his head. Sure enough, he was the only one out of the 5 champions who was unwelcome. Facts have also proved this point. Those girls were getting the champions' autographs, but when they saw Harry standing not far away, they didn't come forward to ask for his autograph. Instead, they pressed the badges on their chests, and the words "Potter stinks" appeared again. He spent a difficult day in such an environment. Even when he met Professor Sprout, he found that she was no longer enthusiastic when she looked at him. At night, Lucas was sitting at his desk, looking through a book he had brought back from the library. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Opening the door, Draco stepped in. At this moment, there is no more confusion in his eyes, but an unusual firmness. "Lucas, I've already thought about it. What should I do to defeat you-know-who?" "Very good. If the small fish takes the bait, the big fish will not be far away." Chapter 218. Half an hour had passed since Draco entered the room. But Lucas still didn't answer his question, but kept testing him to see if he was ready. After confirming that he was fully prepared, Lucas spoke. "Draco, I'm afraid you're going to suffer a lot starting from the next school year." "What?" "Go and become a Death Eater next school year." Draco was taken aback for a moment. Apparently, he didn't expect Lucas to say such a thing. But it only took a few seconds for him to react. "Isn't it preordained to become a Death Eater in my capacity? You mean to make me your second?" "Yes and no," Lucas nodded and shook his head. He just wanted to obtain the Elder Wand, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, through the hands of Draco. Lucas has not forgotten that there is also a series of tasks to collect the Deathly Hallows. Actually, in his plan, it doesn't matter if Draco participates or not. But if he is willing to participate, it will undoubtedly be easier to instigate Lucius Malfoy. And looking at the direction of the plot, with Draco's participation, it will be much easier for Lucas to get the Elder Wand to recognize him as the Master. But it's still too early to tell. Draco really needs more experience, but that's for the next school year as well. But he's not completely useless. "Draco, I need to speak to your father during the Christmas break, and you will be there as well. You want me to convince my father to join your plan." "Oh, did you notice it?" "Of course, I went back yesterday and thought about it carefully. Father and you should only be cooperating in business right now." Seeing the triumphant smile on Lucas' face, Draco sighed helplessly. "Don't worry, I will arrange it." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the door. Before going out, he looked back and said, "Tomorrow it's going to be the wand weighing ceremony and reporter interview. I heard that the reporter who came this time is Rita Skeeter. She is not an honest reporter, so do be careful when you speak." "Thanks for the reminder, Draco." Getting up early in the morning, Harry was greeted by people wearing those stupid badges all over the common room. Gryffindor was finally infiltrated by the enemy camp. Despite seeing his own housemates wearing those badges that say, "Potter stinks," he found himself able to face it with ease. Glancing at the schedule, he found out that he has double potions today, and for some strange reason, he didn't feel bad about it. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He used to hate potions class, and even more so with Snape's sullen face, but now he wished he could have potions class every day. Because of Snape's strictness, the other houses dared not laugh at him in class, and also because Slytherin students never wear those badges. At this point, it made him appreciate the Slytherin students from the bottom of his heart, even if their actual relationship is not very good. Getting through the morning classes, Harry came to the dungeon full of joy. Really? The Slytherins don't wear badges, and they also completely regarded him as heir. Harry felt a rare sense of relief and thought that it was nice to be ignored like this. Professor Snape's potions class was still most students' nightmare. But Harry listened with gusto. Even if he was sprayed by Snape's venom, he faced it calmly. This made Professor Snape suspect that Harry's brain was damaged. It's a pity that Harry's good times didn't last long. Bang, 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 tilde. There was someone knocking on the classroom door. Colin Creevey appeared at the door. "Professor Snape, Mr. Ludo Bagman asked me to invite Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Lucas Grindelwald tilde." "What does he want?" "Mr. Bagman said that the champions' wands will be inspected and all of them must be there." "Oh yes, and presumably photographs as well." Harry lay prone on the desk, trying to minimize his presence. He didn't want to embarrass himself. "Harry Potter." Snape's soft, deep voice came from beside him. Harry looked up and found that everyone in the classroom was looking at him. People from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were making fun of him. He knew it would turn out like this, so he sighed helplessly. Then he stood up and walked outside. "Colin, just checking the wands. Probably have to accept some interviews with reporters." "I guess right, I'm going to be embarrassing myself again." Harry looked over to Lucas, who was walking behind him. His relaxed look was really enviable. The 3 arrived at the classroom, where the ceremony would take place in the blink of an eye. "Good luck to both of you." Colin turned and left, leaving the 2 standing in front of the classroom door. "Mr. Potter, if you don't intend to enter, then please step aside." Lucas didn't listen to what he wanted to say, and pushed open the classroom door, then walked in. The other 3 champions were already waiting in the classroom. Victor Crumb still looks like someone owes him money. Seeing how he hides in the corner by himself, Lucas wondered if this guy was antisocial or something. Cedric and Fleur were chatting at the side. But seeing Lucas enter the room, Fleur came to his side immediately. "Mr. Grindelwald, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The girl's eyes were like a predator seeing its prey. But who is the hunter, and who is the prey is still to be determined. "Hello, Miss Delacour." Lucas took the beautiful girl's hand and kissed her knuckles lightly. This made her feel very shy. Fortunately, Ludo Bagman came over at this time. "Since everyone is here, the wand weighing ceremony will start in a short while. Please don't be nervous. We just need to check whether your wands are in working order before the tournament starts, to make sure you can use it smoothly during the tasks. Now the master in charge of testing your wands and Dumbledore are discussing something upstairs, so please wait a moment." After Bagman finished speaking, he sat on the chair prepared in advance. Beside him was Barty Crouch, director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. "Oh, Harry Potter, may I have a little interview with you, please?" Harry turned and looked behind him. A woman with blonde, curly hair and a lot of makeup walked up to him. She also was wearing a pair of jewel-encrusted glasses that didn't match her face shape at all. "My name is Rita Skeeter, a reporter from the Daily Prophet. I was commissioned by the Ministry of Magic to write a report for the tournament." Harry greeted her, but in his heart, he was unwilling to accept the so-called interview. But Rita didn't think so. She grabbed Harry's arm with her hands and dragged him into the utility room close by. "Sorry if it's a little cramped. It's too noisy outside. I need a quiet environment for the interview." While talking, Rita took out a notebook and an acid green quill. She put the nib in her mouth, and after a while the quill began to shake slightly. "Mind if I use the quick quotes quill?" Rita obviously only asked symbolically, because she had already put the quill on the notebook. Then the first question: "What prompted you to sign up for the Triwizard Tournament?" "Huh?" Harry had just opened his mouth when he saw that the quill was already writing by itself, floating next to Rita along with the notebook. "I didn't sign up, someone deliberately put my name in it." He kept staring at the floating quill and notebook as he answered. Rita moved her body to block his line of sight. "Honey, pay attention, don't keep staring at the quill." Rita then asked several more questions. "Are you nervous or excited about the upcoming task? What do you think about the death of more than half of the participants in the past tournaments? Do you want to prove yourself by competing in the Triwizard Tournament?" In the face of Rita Skeeter's aggressive questioning, Harry was very annoyed inside. At this time, Dumbledore finally made an appearance together with Ollivander the Wandmaker. Receiving Luca's eye signal, Dumbledore went straight to the utility room door. With the door being opened, Harry finally got relief. When the old bee saw Rita, a smirk appeared on her face. "Oh, Tilda Dumbledore, did you read the report I published over the summer? Of course, I really liked the part where you described me as a dorky lunatic." Then Dumbledore led Harry to the reserved seats. At this time, all 5 judges had arrived. Under their supervision, Master Ollivander will test each of the champions' wands. Ollivander was still the same. Staring with his pair of big light-colored eyes, he asked, "Miss Delacour, ladies first." Fleur took out her wand without hesitation. Ollivander first felt the length, and then observed it closely. 9 1/2 inches, very springy rosewood with a core of. "It's Vila hair, my grandmother's." Fleur generously spoke out about the core of her wand. This attracted some people's attention, such as Harry and Cedric. They probably thought again, no wonder this girl is so attractive. It turns out she has Vila blood. "I don't really use them in my wands. I find they make them too temperamental. But to each their own, the wand chooses the wizard or witch after all." "Orchideus." Ollivander casted a spell with Fleur's wand. Looking at the flowers on the tip of the wand, he smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, there is no problem with the wand." Fleur was followed by Cedric's wand being tested. "One of mine, you have been taking good care of it, I can see." "I polished it last night," Cedric answered, and Lucas had to use a clumency not to laugh or make a joke about it. Then Ollivander used it to blast a stream of silvery sparks to prove that there is nothing wrong with the wand. As the wands of several people were tested one after another, it was Luca's turn soon. Everyone present looked at him. The wands of the first four had their own unique characteristics. For example, Crumb's was made by another master wandmaker, Mikhail Grigorovich. Not to mention Harry's wand that has a phoenix feather, which makes it quite rare. "Oh, Mr. Grindelwald, I am very impressed with your wand, and I still remember the excitement of making it." Master Ollivander's words aroused everyone's curiosity. Looking at the wand that Luca's offered, he took it carefully. "You have maintained it very well. This is the most powerful wand I have made, bar none. The body is made of elderberry wood, 13.5 inches long, and the most important thing is its core, elf hair, which makes it probably the only wand in existence with such a core." "Elf hair," Bagman exclaimed. Others were equally surprised. Whether it is elderberry or elf, it represents unparalleled power. Before everyone finished discussing, Ollivander waved the wand. "Agumenti." Looking at the water flying out like a waterfall, Ollivander quickly stopped the spell. "Oh, that's too bad. This wand only obeys its master's orders. Mr. Grindelwald, please test me." Lucas took back his wand and pointed it at the open space. "Agumenti." A small stream of water trickled out, and the elder wand became docile again. Ollivander nodded with a smile. "Very well, there is no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Dumbledore stood up. "Thank you for your hard work. Everyone can go back now." "Wait, there's still a photo shoot, Dumbledore," Bagman said, stopping everyone. Because of Madame Maxime's height, it took a long time for everyone to successfully complete the group photo. Not long after, the Daily Prophet published today's event. Student Harry Potter became the focus again. Not only the front page, but even the second, third, and even sixth pages have content related to him. Inside the Great Hall, most Hufflepuff students were holding newspapers. Seeing Harry walking in, they read out loud the articles on it. The people around roared with laughter, mocking the famous boy who lived unscrupulously. Chapter 219. I admit that my parents have given me strength. I think if they could see me now, they would be proud of me. Yes, I sometimes think of them in the middle of the night and cry for them secretly. I don't think there is anything to be ashamed of. I don't think there is anything that can hurt me in the tournament because my parents are protecting me. After reading this interview, the laughter in the Great Hall became louder. Someone even walked up to Harry and handed him the newspaper so he could read it himself. Harry threw it on the ground violently and complained about that stupid reporter in his heart. He didn't say any of these things during the interview. Originally, he wanted to use the newspaper to clarify that he didn't sign up to the tournament, but now it seems that the situation became even worse. He walked to the end of the long table with his head down. No one wanted to eat with him anyway. Seeing another Daily Prophet dropped on the long table, he hesitated for a moment and picked it up. Reading the content, he understood that he was being too naive. He was afraid that he would keep encountering more and more trouble. Seeing that a large section of the newspaper was full of content about himself, he searched hard for a long time before he saw the information of the other champions. One of the most mentioned was Lucas. But there was actually only one paragraph, introducing that Lucas has a powerful wand. Other than that, there was nothing else. As for the other three champions, Fleur Delacour and Victor Krum were barely mentioned. Even Krum's name was misspelled as Victor Krum. As for Cedric, sorry, there was absolutely no information about the pride of Hufflepuff in the newspaper. Harry finally understood why Hufflepuff students were angrily mocking him by reading the contents of the newspaper in his face. He really wants to strangle that stupid reporter. The following few days, Harry's life was worse than death. Originally, only Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw wore the badges, but since that newspaper article, even Gryffindor has been wearing them. Some Gryffindors think that Harry is lying again. He obviously became a champion, and he kept saying that he didn't sign up, that he didn't want to participate in the competition. But on the other hand, he said those ostentatious words in the interview. This made them very uncomfortable. As for the students of the other two schools, They did not wear the badges, probably out of courtesy. But the way they looked at Harry, it was as if they were seeing trash. But it's okay, the attitude of the Slytherins towards him hadn't changed, which made Harry feel better. As the day of the first task kept getting closer and closer, Harry felt increasingly anxious, so he went to Hagrid. Although the gentle giant believed that he did not put his name into the Goblet of Fire, he was clearly not the type to give good advice. Fortunately, Sirius' reply letter arrived at this time. Lucas looked puzzled at the few people in front of him. "You called me here, what's the matter?" Blaise Zabini said mysteriously. "Everyone in the house has prepared a surprise for you and entrusted us to give it to you." Pansy Parkinson nodded, with her face looking quite proud. Astoria smiled and Daphne slightly raised the corner of her lips in an attempt to smile. Obviously, the two also knew what the so-called surprise is. "Okay, let's go while there's no class now." Draco waved his hand. "Follow me." Several people walked out of the castle and walked towards the forbidden forest along the path. Lucas probably guessed what they were preparing for him, but still pretended not to know. They sneakily avoided Hagrid's sight and entered the outskirts of the forbidden forest smoothly. "Chief, this surprise is due to Pansy's great contribution. She communicated with her family and found some news." The students of the house relied on this bit of news to insinuate to their respective families. In the end, some people got useful information from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Department of Transport, and the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The crowd led Lucas to a dense vegetation in the middle of the forest. The noise from behind the vegetation was already clearly audible. Draco finally concluded, "We have repeatedly confirmed the reliability and time of the news, and we decided to take you to visit as soon as these big guys arrived." Several people forcefully separated the vegetation and revealed 5 dragons that looked like hills appearing in the open space in the distance. Fire dragon, the thing you need to face in the first task. Students in years 4 to 7 are already researching spells that are effective on fire dragons, and I believe there will be results in a short time. Lord Chief, do you want to have a closer look at the dragons? When Astoria asked this, all eyes turned to Lucas. Thank you. Although he already knew the content of the task, they have worked so hard to investigate and study, even at the expense of looking for clues through family relationships. This moved Lucas very much. Can we really see them up close? Astoria patted her non-existent chest lightly and said proudly, "Of course it's no problem." Daphne invited Lucas to visit the paddock. "Miss Greengrass." Daphne and Astoria just showed up, and those dragon trainers immediately went up to say hello to the two of them. Seeing Lucas' eyes full of doubts, Draco approached him and whispered, "I heard that Astoria wrote to their family and begged for a long time. Finally, Mr. Greengrass agreed to invest in a dragon farm in Romania. Your charm is really extraordinary." Lucas looked at Astoria in front of the group in surprise. At this moment, that petite figure is trying to maintain the majesty of the young lady of a pureblood family. "My lord, come quickly. I will let you explain the habits of these dragons, so that you will be more confident in dealing with them." At this time, the 5 dragons have been transferred to the paddock made of thick wood. There were 7 or 8 wizards standing guard with wands around each paddock. These huge guys have equally bad tempers. From time to time, their flame breath will rush into the sky. This is the Swedish short snout. The dragon trainer led the crowd to a silver-blue dragon with horns on its head. The personality of the Swedish short snout dragon is relatively docile among dragons. Of course, it is only relatively speaking. After introducing the Swedish short snout, the dragon trainer took everyone to visit the Hungarian horntail, Chinese fireball, common Welsh green, and Ukrainian ironbelly in turn. Judging from the introduction of the dragon trainer, the Hungarian horntail and Ukrainian ironbelly were the dragons with the most violent temper, the most aggressive, and the most destructive power. Several boys looked at the dragons with very excited expressions, especially the dragon fanatic Draco. He had to stop for a long time when he saw every dragon, and no amount of force could take him away from the side of the paddock. After visiting the dragons, the crowd began to return to the castle. Leaving the paddock, Draco was finally back to normal. I just asked, if you want to subdue the dragon, you need at least 20 competent wizards to cast spells together. The others frowned. They knew that dragons were dangerous before, but never saw it with their own eyes. Facing those dragons head-on today, the huge size caused a visual impact to several people. There was also a heavy sense of oppression. Lord Chief. Seeing the concern in Astoria's eyes, Lucas looked at the others again. It turns out that everyone looked concerned about him. If I can't even subdue a simple dragon, how can I be your chief? Don't worry, just watch my performance when the time comes. By the way, Draco, you can tell Potter about the dragon later. Harry, Draco's expression became a little hesitant. Yes, he should be really helpless at this time. As a good friend, shouldn't you help him? But you. Draco, don't alienate your friends because of me. My problem with Potter is limited to the two of us. You are my friend, and he is also your friend, understand? Go and help him. Draco nodded heavily, and immediately turned and walked towards Gryffindor Tower. Lucas looked back at the others and said, "The words just now are also for you." Understood, Chief. Harry was walking in the corridor alone. The people around that saw him were either avoiding him or mocking him with the badge on their chest. He seems to have gotten used to it after so many days. He no longer insisted on explaining to others that he did not register. But this did not make him relax. Instead, an inexplicable anxiety lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he felt someone patting his shoulder. Harry thought it was those annoying people again, so he turned around and roared. "Can't you just leave me alone?"